Chapter 001. In 734, a baby waiting to be nursed appeared out of thin air in front of a small house in Bunza Mountain. The baby's little hand wiped his eyes and shouted, "Sleep, Harry, sleep, get up high." After a struggle last night, his rank successfully fell from the king to the star 5. Wow, oha, the baby was startled. Where did the baby cry from the dormitory building, trying to get up and finding that his hands and feet were weak, and it was difficult to even turn over. In addition, he can also feel a certain feature below soft stomach. I will go, brother's pillar of Optimus. It turns out that staying up all night will really become weak. When you open your eyes, you find that it's a little dark all around, and you sleep until night. A footstep approached him, then picked him up and walked into the house, where he spotted his baby's little hands in the light. It turns out that brother has become a baby again. Who is this white-bearded old man in front of him? Is he my grandfather? His stomach was so hungry, before he knew it, he cried again. Wow, no, I don't want to cry. How can I not be controlled? Whose child? It seems that I am hungry, so I went into the mountains to see if there was any animal milk. The baby cried for a while and fell asleep a little tired, and I don't know how long it took for the old man to appear in front of him with a bottle of hot animal milk. Baby, don't, I'm not a baby, don't drink, grandma. The old man gently stuffed the pacifier into the baby's mouth. The baby was a little arrogant. I won't drink, grandma, if I want to eat. The next moment, it seemed to be quite delicious. A bottle of animal milk was quickly drunk, and the baby yawned and fell asleep. In the following days, the old man asked around if anyone had lost the baby, but to no avail, and finally the old man decided to adopt the baby. The old man looked at the sleeping baby in his arms, and his wrinkled old face showed a kind smile. Child, from today onwards, you will be the grandson of my son Gohan, and from now on you will be called Wei Yuan, son Wei Yuan. In fact, don't say that the baby is asleep. Even if he is still awake, he can't understand what he says, unless the old man can speak Mandarin. As the days passed, son Wei Yuan ate and slept every day, ate when he woke up, and he was able to sleep 18 to 20 hours a day, 24 hours. Despite becoming a baby, son Wei Yuan felt that this little life was quite good, except for the unacceptable ability to pull the crotch and pee his pants every day. Everything else felt fine. 3 years passed. Son Wei Yuan also slowly learned the language of this world. He remembered that once when a dinosaur suddenly appeared outside the house, he was stunned on the spot. Fortunately, Grandpa came back in time, otherwise son Wei Yuan thought that he had been swallowed by the dinosaur as a snack. After that, he did not dare to stay at home alone, and he would follow wherever his grandfather went out. And his grandfather was also afraid for a while when he remembered the accident that day, and every time he entered the mountain, he would put son Wei Yuan in the back basket. Even dinosaurs, what kind of world would this be? Also, a dinosaur that was so big was knocked down by his grandfather's move, which is simply incredible. Could it be that I have crossed into a world of cultivation? And Grandpa is the hidden boss of the world of cultivation. By the way, Grandpa seems to be calling Son Gohan. Will it be the Son Gohan I imagined? Well, the Son Gohan in Dragon Ball picked up and adopted the Son Goku, and the Grandpa adopted me Son Gohan, so it's still impossible to really be sure. Son Wei Yuan's small brows sometimes furrowed and sometimes stretched, and suddenly a deafening sound sounded. Bang! The aftersound echoed for a long time. Son Wei Yuan, who was thinking about his life, was startled by the sudden loud noise, and hurriedly asked, "Grandpa, what happened?" "It seems that a round ball fell from the sky and smashed into the mountain over there. Wei Yuan, you hold it steady, Grandpa, go over and see what the situation is." Son Wei Yuan quickly got up from the back basket and stretched out his hand to firmly hold his grandfather's neck, and Sun Wuhan began to quickly walk through the dense forest. Soon came to the place where the ball hit, and after witnessing the true appearance of the ball, Sun Wei Yuan's heart jumped. "I rub, it's really the world of Dragon Ball. So he decided to make a final struggle. Grandpa, how many years has it been now? AIG, July 23, 737, Wei Yuan, why did you think of asking about this? Hey? Grandpa, my birthday seems to be coming soon, Son Wei Yuan's bright big eyes blinked, with a look of innocence and expectation. Grandpa, there seems to be something in that ball. Yes. Wei Yuan obedient, wait for Grandpa here, I'll go down and take a look. Son Wei Yuan nodded, except that he was a little uncomfortable being coaxed as a child at the beginning. He gradually got used to it in the past 3 years. This year, who is not a child in front of the elders in the family, as long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassed is the handsome readers. Son Gohan flew into the deep pit smashed out of the ball, and actually took out a crying child from it. Look wide behind the kid's ass, good guy, really has a monkey tail. He can be 100% sure that in the earth in the Dragon Ball world, Grandpa is the old Son Gohan who was trampled to death by Son Goku turned into a gorilla, and his appearance was an accident. Son Wei Yuan thought of the explosion of the earth again and again in the future, and the various ways of death of the earthlings. Maya, it was too dangerous. What about him? Just an ordinary earthling, the scum whose combat power may only be 5 in adulthood. He is a little dejected all of a sudden. Do you really want to be killed again and again like other earthlings, and resurrected by Dragon Ball again and again? Son Wei Yuan feels that he can still be rescued. Isn't Sun Wukong, who has the aura of the protagonist, by his side? According to the generational theory, he should call himself Big Brother. Maybe he can invest in advance to improve Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness, and when the enemy appears, he only needs to shout, "Close the door and release my brother." Good brother beat him. In addition, he himself also needs to practice with his grandfather, not to mention that the universe is invincible. At least he must be the strongest earthling, not too much. He thought about it carefully. The existence of such a bug as Xiandu must be cut off in advance, and he cannot be harmed by that chubby swordsman Akirobe. Teleportation must also be obtained, and once he finds that the situation is not right, he can retreat strategically. Seeing his grandfather coming up from the pit holding the Monkey King who had not yet been named, Sun Wei Yuan showed a surprised expression and said, "Grandpa, look, his butt is so strange, he has a monkey tail." Son Gohan said with a smile, "Maybe he is really a big monkey, maybe there are animal people on our earth who look different from us." "Really, Grandpa? Why haven't we seen it on Bun Mountain?" "Of course it's true, our Bunza Mountain is in the middle of nowhere, and it's normal that we haven't seen animal people." "Grandpa, we're going to adopt him." Chapter 002. Grandpa, are we going to take him in? Doesn't Gaudo want to have a younger brother? Think. Well, in the future, he will be your brother, just call Gaku. Sun Wei Yuan secretly said in his heart. Sure enough, before he had time to think about it, he was put in the back basket by his grandfather and put it together with Sun Wukong, who was born a short time. Wei Yuan is optimistic about his younger brother. We will make a good meal. Yes, okay. Sun Wei Yuan replied obediently. At this time, Sun Wukong has not yet lost his memory, or the innate irascible personality of Science. He is very restless in the back basket, and he always wants to pull the edge of the back basket and climb out. Sun Wei Yuan promised to be optimistic about his younger brother. Naturally he couldn't let Sun Wukong climb out. He directly took Sun Wukong off the edge of the back basket and put Sun Wukong back to the bottom of the back basket to do. But just like that, Sun Wukong became angry, grabbed his hand and pulled it hard. Hiss, it hurts, it's so strong. Sun Wei Yuan remembers correctly, the combat power of Sun Wukong at this time is 2, and the combat power of the adults of the earth is 5. He is only 3 years old now, let alone 5, even if the combat power of 1 cannot be reached, where will be Sun Wukong's opponent? I had to keep coaxing Sun Wukong, but he didn't listen at all, and his shots became heavier and heavier. Sun Weiyuan secretly said, "Farewell, I can still let you bully or not, Wukong, you have to remember that ginger is still old and spicy, your brother is your brother after all." As soon as he stretched out his hand and held Sun Wukong's tail hard, he saw that Sun Wukong suddenly lost all his strength and was paralyzed in the back basket. Old Sun Wuhan heard Sun Weiyuan's little adult coaxing Sun Wukong for a while, and then quieted down in the back basket, secretly saying that Weiyuan's eldest grandson is really sensible, and he will coax his younger brother when he is only 3 years old. When he was almost home, Sun Weiyuan released the hand holding Sun Wukong's tail, and his hand was also tired after holding it hard for so long. Got up from the back basket and didn't look at the Monkey King who was paralyzed there. Who knew that before he put down the back basket after entering the house, Sun Weiyuan felt a sharp pain in his ass. Turning his head, he saw Sun Wukong holding his thighs with both hands and biting his ass with his mouth. "Ah, Grandpa! What's wrong, Gokuto?" Sun Gohan put down the back basket as he spoke. "Grandpa, hurry up, Goku he bites my ass." Sun Gohan reached out to rip Sun Goku off him, and he was startled. No, directly tear off his ass is estimated to be out of phase today, and he must not let Grandpa do this. "Grandpa, grab Goku's tail." Sun Gohan didn't understand why he grabbed his tail, but he still listened to Goku grab Goku's tail. After Sun Wukong's tail was caught, his whole body weakly slipped from him to the ground, and Sun Weiyuan quickly took off his pants to check the injury. 2 rows of deep tooth marks were clearly visible, he could see the bruising, and blood oozing out. "Touch it, hiss, it really hurts." Goku is not spared. According to the plot, the time of his memory loss seems to be next year, and the next days are afraid to have to bear. "Goku, you're so naughty, how can you bite your brother like this? Are you okay, Goku?" Sun Weiyuan reluctantly replied. "Grandpa, I'm fine, but my butt is swollen, is there any medicine for me?" Old Sun Wuhan is still very satisfied with his adopted good grandson. "This baby is smart and sensible when he is young, yes, and I remember that there is." Sun Weiyuan saw his grandfather go back to the house and rummage through the cabinets to find a bottle of medicine. He obediently lay on the bed. At night, Sun Weiyuan and the two were woken up by Wukong many times, and the old Sun Wuhan said with emotion, "Or Weiyuan was well behaved and easy to bring when he was a child, Wukong is too noisy." When he woke up the next morning, Gaoyun saw Goku sleeping soundly, and Grandpa had gotten up and punched. "Grandpa, I also want to learn martial arts and become as strong as you." Sun Weiyuan looked at Sun Wuhan with great anticipation. "You must know that old Sun Gohan is a senior apprentice of teacher Wushan, and his strength is also the highest on the earth now." "Ha ha ha, why does Weiyuan want to become stronger?" Sun Gohan asked with a smile. "I want to protect Grandpa and Goku, can you teach me martial arts?" "Of course, but Weiyuan, practicing is a very hard thing. Once you start, Grandpa will strictly supervise you, you can't sleep in the future. Have you really made up your mind?" Sun Wuhan put away his smile and said to Sun Weiyuan very seriously. After hearing that he couldn't sleep in, Sun Weiyuan hesitated a little. Sleeping in a warm bed is his biggest hobby now. But when he thought of the powerful enemy he would face in the future, he absolutely gritted his teeth and gave up this hobby. "I decided that I would start practicing with my grandfather." Every morning he woke up, he would follow his grandfather for an hour, taking turns practicing guessing and drunken boxing. In a month, he felt that his spirit was much better and his body was more powerful. Another month later, Sun Weiyuan asked if there were more powerful boxing techniques, and he remembered that Sun Wuhan in the script would have a total of 4 stunts, namely Drunken Fist, Guess Fist, After Image Fist, and Turtle Qigong. "Weiyuan, the practice pays attention to step by step, don't be so ambitious. Grandpa will also be like Fist and Turtle School Qigong, but you can't learn it yet." Sun Weiyuan's eyes lit up when he heard that there were indeed After Image Fists and Turtle School Qigong, so he was soft and hard and the grandfather was short, coaxing the old man's heart to bloom. "Weiyuan, since you want to see it so much, then Grandpa will show you once, but you have to look carefully. First of all, the after-image fist, he watched with relish, carefully observed his grandfather's steps, power methods, etc. When he saw the turtle sect Qigong, he couldn't help but follow his grandfather's movements and learn it in a similar way. With a loud bang, a large tree not far away was blown off, and what was seen on the screen was far less direct and shocking than what was seen with your own eyes. Then every morning, in addition to practicing guessing boxing and drunken boxing, he also came to practice turtle school Qigong 10 times, although he couldn't hit anything, but shouting a few voices could make him feel a lot more relaxed. One day 6 months later, Sun Weiyuan found that he could absorb a faint trace of energy from the air. Another month later, Sun Weiyuan found that his strength had increased a lot. And he took advantage of his grandfather's lack of attention to compete with Goku's strength, and this time he could actually compete with Goku. In other words, he has at least 2 combat power, although he is still a scumbag, but at least he has seen the success of his cultivation improvement. In the 8th month, the date is March 738, Sun Weiyuan is sure that what he absorbs from the air should be the vitality. He feels that his strength is stronger than a month ago, and the future can be expected. Since there are no instruments to detect combat effectiveness, he is not sure what his combat effectiveness is. At this time, he and his grandfather went into the mountain and no longer had to stay in the back basket, and Sun Wuhan also discovered his changes in the past 8 months, and classified Sun Weiyuan as a cultivation genius that had not been encountered in 100 years. Chapter 003. Walking in the mountains and forests, Sun Weiyuan asked his grandfather, "What are we going to eat today?" "The tail of the wild dragon, look for it first to see if you can find it." Wild dragon? It was the kind of dinosaur in the original book that was chased by Gohan and chopped off its tail. On the way, he collected some mushrooms, and when passing a cliff, Sun Wukong suddenly climbed out of the back basket and fell off the cliff. Oh yes, Sun Wukong's fate-changing fall appeared, the grumpy scion was gone, and he Sun Weiyuan had a well-behaved brother since then, and he no longer had to worry about being bitten in the butt. "Yes, Weiyuan, you are waiting for Grandpa here." After old Sun Gohan finished speaking, he rushed to the bottom of the cliff in a hurry, and saw Sun Wukong who hit the stone head down. The unconscious Sun Wu's air was weak, and a lot of blood flowed out of his head. If it was an earthling, he would definitely not be able to save it, and old Gohan was very guilty about this matter. When Sun Weiyuan saw Wukong, who was breathing very weakly, his heart was also stunned. "Wukong won't be cold here, right?" "Probably not, he almost died in the plot, but he still survived with the perverted physique of the scions and his own tenacious will." Old Sun Wuhan did a simple hemostatic treatment, put Sun Weiyuan into the back basket, and ran quickly back home with Sun Wukong in his arms. "Grandpa, is Goku all right?" Old Sun Wuhan said with a sad face, "Everything that can be done has been done, and the rest depends on the will of God." Looking at Sun Wukong's injury, he thought that it was very likely that he would not survive, and the injury was too serious. As a result, Sun Wukong survived tenaciously, and his personality changed greatly, and he was no longer as violent and irritable as before. Sun Weiyuan was also dumbfounded. "Good guy, I thought he was well behaved enough," but he was ashamed to see Sun Wukong's performance. When Goku was 2 years old, he began to pester him every day to practice martial arts together, and he naturally did not intimidate. Although the amount of vitality that his body can absorb every day is very limited, it has made great progress over a long period of time, and the 2-year-old Monkey King is not his opponent at all. But Sun Wukong's resilience made him tired, so they pulled him together in the morning to compete, and after eating a full meal, they wanted to talk to him again. Throughout the day, in addition to eating, drinking, and sleeping, Sun Wukong was either discussing or on the way to find Sun Weiyuan. Old Sun Gohan found that after recovering from his injury, Sun Wukong became lively and cheerful, well-behaved and sensible, and with his eldest grandson, he was also happy and relaxed. And Sun Weiyuan also felt that his strength should be enough to protect himself, so he didn't follow his grandfather every day. Gaku follows him to the mountains like a little tail every day, and when he sees Gaohun easily defeating the dinosaurs, he will shout happily, "Brother is so good!" And Sun Weiyuan also told Wukong early that you should not look at the moon on the night of the full moon, otherwise there will be terrifying monsters coming out. Who knew that? Gaku said excitedly, "That monster is very powerful, I really want to fight with it." "Gaku, you're no match for him." "Isn't my brother no match for it either?" "Yes. I can't beat it either. Although his strength is very strong now, it is not up to 10 times the strength of Sun Wukong." "What about Grandpa?" "At present, Grandpa can beat the giant ape Sun Wukong, but in order to warn him, Sun Weiyuan still decides to tell a white lie. Grandpa is not his opponent either, so Gaku, you must not secretly watch the moon when the moon is full, and our third grandfather and grandson will probably be killed by attracting monsters." Although Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, when he saw the excitement and longing in his eyes, he really didn't know how much effect his words had. "Do you want to pull out his tail?" However, Sun Wukong's tail can grow again after being pulled out, and when Sun Weiyuan will grow is not certain. It seems that their tails will suddenly grow out when the situation is special, such as Sun Wukong and the Turtle Immortal competing in the world's first martial arts conference, and Sun Wukong suddenly grows a tail when he is about to lose. So even if the tail is pulled out, it can't be safe, and Sun Weiyuan feels that the effective way is to become strong enough. The second is to take Sun Wukong away from Bun Mountain in advance. Become stronger and can deal with the giant ape Sun Wukong, take him away from Grandpa Sun Gohan, can't be trampled to death. Time gradually passed, and one night when the moon was full, Sun Wukong took advantage of Sun Weiyuan and his grandfather to fall asleep, so he secretly ran out of the house to stare at the moon. "Monster, monster, come out and fight with me." Sun Weiyuan did not expect that admonishing Wukong not only had no effect, but also successfully aroused Wukong's curiosity, which had the opposite effect. An ape cry woke Sun Weiyuan and Grandpa from their dreams. "Where is Gaku?" "Coming." Outside and seeing Sun Wukong, who turned into a giant ape, wreaking havoc, Sun Weiyuan pointed to the giant ape and said, "Grandpa, you said that the giant ape will not be Wukong. I remember you said that Wukong is not a normal human being, he is an animal person." Old Sun Gohan also muttered in his heart at this time, "My cute little Gaku will not really become this fierce and violent gorilla?" He protected Sun Weiyuan behind him. "Weiyuan, you stay away from here, Grandpa is going to go up and subdue him to see if it is Wukong." Sun Weiyuan nodded and retreated, and the giant ape also found the two, and after roaring loudly, he rushed towards them. A fist bigger than old Sun Gohan smashed down, and old Sun Gohan took it. Considering that the giant ape was likely to be his grandson Gaku, he did not fight back to attack, but defended with all his strength, and also shouted Goku's name while trying to awaken his sanity. Sun Weiyuan on the side opened his mouth and reminded, "Grandpa, the tail is Goku's weakness, maybe if he breaks his tail, Gaku will recover." "Tail?" "Yes, Gaku grabbed his tail when he was bitten by Gaku, and Gaku fell to the ground weakly. He appeared behind Goku's butt in a flash, hugged the tail of the giant ape hard, and the giant ape suddenly lost all his strength, and his body like a mountain crashed to the ground. At this time he also determined that the giant ape was the missing Gaku. "Gaku, it doesn't have the strength to resist, but Gaku hasn't changed back, son." Weiyuan naturally knows that cutting off the tail Gaku will recover, but if you say it directly, it seems too abrupt. The knowledgeable grandfather doesn't know. "How do you know the children who haven't gone out and seen the world? You can't say what I saw on TV, you are characters in the anime." "Grandpa, since the tail is Goku's weak point, or we cut the tail off and try it, maybe Gaku can recover." "I thought that my grandfather would agree, but I knew that I was vetoed." "No, What irreversible consequences will everything be irreparable to Gaku caused by the broken tail, so what should I do? We can control Gaku now, or try not to hurt Gaku. Son. Wei Yuan heard this and figured out that the strength of the grandfather in the original book is obviously not weak, even if he can't beat the giant ape Wukong, but it is still possible to escape. Why was he trampled to death? He loves son Wukong too much to do anything to hurt his grandson, just blindly defensive. Chapter 004. Time gradually passed, until the moon in the sky disappeared. Sun Wukong recovered from the giant ape state, and his whole body was held in the arms of the old Sun Gohan. Turtle Pai Chi Gong Bo. A blue Qigong wave hit a boulder, and the boulder was smashed with a bang. Wow, brother is so good, I also have to learn. Little Gaku imitates Sun Wei Yuan's movements. Turtle Pai Chi Gong Bo. A tiny blue Qigong just flew out and dissipated not far away. Little Wukong is worthy of being a martial arts genius, and he learned Turtle School Qigong after reading it once. It's just that in the original plot, he learned it when he saw the Turtle Immortals using Turtle Qigong to destroy the Flame Mountain, and he has changed the plot now. However, Sun Wei Yuan didn't care that the plot changed when he thought about it, and his appearance doomed the plot to have changed. What will become in the future, or is it not the original plot direction, are these important? He stretched out his hand and kept rubbing on little Goku's head, and I don't know when he got used to rubbing little Goku's black hair. It's okay Wukong, you can also release powerful Turtle School Qigong waves when you become stronger in the future. You can learn it at a glance, and it will definitely be stronger than me and Grandpa in the future. Really? Of course, I learned Turtle Sect Qigong with my grandfather, but it took a lot of effort to learn. Old Son Gohan doesn't need to sigh if he is old. His two grandsons, the talent is more perverted than the other. In 744, Sun Wei Yuan's strength surpassed his grandfather Son Gohan 2 years ago, and Sun Wukong's strength was much stronger than in the original work. According to the Monkey King in the original work, he arrived in 748 IG, and Bulma was only about 10 when he found him, but now the strength of little Wukong 4 years in advance is more than 10 combat strength. When Sun Wei Yuan proposed to his grandfather to take little Wukong to practice, Sun Wuhan agreed, because now everything that can be taught is taught, there is nothing to teach, and Wei Yuan's strength also surpasses him, so there is no need to worry about what danger he will encounter. Wei Yuan, Wukong, since you want to continue to practice, then go out to the outside world and practice well. I have a teacher, Wuxin teacher, who is known as the god of martial arts. You can go to Wuxin teacher to practice for a period of time first. Sun Wei Yuan and the two said goodbye to grandfather Sun Gohan and looked for Turtle Immortal Island according to the map. Little Wukong is a little road idiot, he can't read the map at all. Sun Wei Yuan can read the map is not fake, but the map is drawn too briefly. Gaku, go and catch a few wolves over there, let's eat roast wolf meat today. Gaku look quickly, the fish in the river is so fat, catch it and make spicy grilled fish. Gaku, I see Turtle Immortal Island, the little black dot in front is, let's compare and see who comes to the island first, and the one who loses goes hunting. I count 3 to start. Well, although you are very strong, big brother, I will not admit defeat. 1, 2, begin. Sun Wei Yuan swam out with a snort. Big brother, you are playing tricks again, didn't you say that you swam together after counting 3 times? Sun Wei Yuan defended while struggling to swim forward. That's right, 1, 2, 2, start, isn't it 3 strokes? Mr. Wu Tian is wearing a pair of sunglasses on the beach and lying on a recliner reading his treasured bikini book. Sun Wei Yuan and the two brought 2 waves one after the other and poured them on teacher Wuxin, my treasure. Standing up and seeing 2 small children, who are you? Not only did it disturb me from reading, but it also damaged the books I had cherished for many years. The 2 of them saluted respectfully, and Sun Wei Yuan spoke, hello Wuxin teacher, my name is Sun Wei Yuan, the grandson of Sun Wuhan who you taught before. he is my younger brother Sun Wukong. Oh, it turned out to be Gohan's grandson, is he okay? Grandpa is in good health, we want to come to practice with Grandpa Turtle Immortal, I don't know. The Turtle Immortal looked at the two of them seriously, hiss, what a seedling, is it already so strong with such a small strength? No wonder apprentice Son Gohan asked them to come to him to practice, it is estimated that he himself can no longer teach their two children. You guys think about it, it's very hard to practice under my door, and you regret it now. In this way, Sun Weiyuan and Sun Wukong practiced with the Turtle Immortal for a year, according to the Turtle Immortal's practice philosophy, study, rest, and practice strictly complete the tasks he assigned. After carrying the weight to deliver milk, farming with bare hands, learning culture, working on the construction site, swimming, etc., after this series of training, Sun Weiyuan found that his foundation became very solid and his strength became much stronger. What made him most happy was that his body could absorb more vitality, and Sun Wukong's strength was also much stronger. Goku, and little Goku, I have taught you everything I can, and it is enough for you to practice slowly. Sun Weiyuan thought for a while, Grandpa Turtle Immortal, we still want to continue to practice and become stronger. It's going to get stronger. Ahem, you guys are already strong enough, you don't have to get stronger. A drop of cold sweat broke out on the Turtle Immortal's forehead, Sun Weiyuan's strength he can no longer see through, and Sun Wukong's strength is also close to him, and I don't know where apprentice Sun Wuhan picked up the demon grandson, and there are two at once. He can't teach it, or let them go to that place. Weiyuan Wukong, if you still want to continue your practice, you can go to Kylin Tower to find Kylin Immortal. Little Goku asked, is Kylin Immortal he strong? What do you say? Its strength is still quite strong, but its strength is only secondary, you will know it when you go. Grandpa Turtle Immortal, is the Kylin Tower far from here? Goku and I are a bit of a road nerd, and if we are too far away, we will get lost. Sun Weiyuan said. The Turtle Immortal thought for a moment and shouted somersault cloud, and a golden cloud quickly flew down. The Turtle Immortal introduced, this is what I obtained after climbing the Kylin Tower and passing the test of the Kylin Immortal, in addition to drinking super holy water that can become several times stronger. This cloud is a somersault cloud, you can fly when you sit on it, but only good children can sit on it. Little Goku asked innocently, can the Turtle Immortal grandfather sit on it? Of course. Saying that, the Turtle Immortal jumped demonstratively, his butt passed through the somersault cloud, and his butt fell to the ground. Little Wukong jumped to the Turtle Immortal and sat down, and said with a very happy smile, Wukong is a good boy, the grandfather of the Turtle Immortal is a bad boy, ha ha ha, for a while, the old face of the Turtle Immortal was a little embarrassed, and sent them to leave, and only people with pure minds can sit. Big brother, come up quickly, let's go to the Kylin Immortal to drink super holy water to become stronger. Little Goku said very happily. Sun Weiyuan was a little hesitant, but he still gritted his teeth and jumped up. It was a big deal that little Wukong laughed at him as a bad boy. The next moment, his feet were firmly standing on the clouds, which really surprised him, and he did not expect that he would be a person with a pure mind. Haha, big brother is also a good boy, only the Turtle Immortal grandfather is a bad boy. Little Goku laughed loudly, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Little Goku's smile is very infectious, the Turtle Immortals are a little unbelievable, are there so many people with pure minds? Or is it that people with pure minds are more suitable for practice? Chapter 005. Sun Weiyuan took little Wukong on a somersault cloud and flew quickly in the direction of Kylin Tower. Coming to the bottom of the Kylin Tower, a middle-aged man with bronzed skin holding a long spear came up and asked vigilantly, "What are you? What to do here?" Sun Weiyuan could also see a small figure not far behind him, which should be Upa and his father. Upa is a little boy, and when Klin first saw it, he was still shyly thinking of Upa as a girl. Well, Klin's newly budding spring heart was stillborn. Hello uncle. My name is Sun Weiyuan, I am a martial artist, and he is my younger brother Sun Wukong. Little Gaku also smiled and said hello. We are here to challenge climbing the Kirin Tower. Upa's father said with a look of surprise, you guys became martial artists at such a young age? It's amazing, but are you really going to challenge the Kirin Tower? Sun Weiyuan and Wukong nodded, and Upa's father was afraid that they would not know the danger, or explained, Kirin Tower has not been challenged for many years, and legend has it that since the Turtle Immortals successfully climbed the Kirin Tower 300 years ago, no one has been able to climb it. I also tried when I was younger, but failed. Wow, oh, Grandpa Turtle Immortal is so good. Upa's father was surprised and asked, do you know the Turtle Immortals? Little Wukong immediately said, we just finished practicing from the Turtle Immortal Grandpa, and he asked us to come over to Kirin Immortal to practice. At first, little Wukong didn't know that the Turtle Immortal had climbed the Kirin Tower, and it was Sun Weiyuan who told him on the way. It turned out to be a master disciple of the Turtle Immortal, no wonder he is a martial artist at such a young age. At this time, little Goku's stomach gurgled, you guys are hungry, if you don't dislike it, come to our tribe to eat and challenge Kirin again. There is no way, you can only fill your stomach first. When little Goku's stomach is hungry and full, the gap in combat power is completely different to people. And Sun Weiyuan was already thinking about how to change the fairy beans of the Kirin Immortal at this time, and this life-saving thing could not be harmed by Yachilobe, a fat man who was delicious and lazy. Kirin Immortal is a cat, where in the world does not like fishy, that is, fish, but unfortunately he does not have a universal capsule now, otherwise he will go to catch a lot of fish and exchange it for fairy beans. It's too tiring for him to climb up the Kirin Tower with a fish on his back. After eating and drinking, the two began to climb the Kirin Tower, which was too high, moss, bird poop. Sun Weiyuan slowed down and climbed with little Gaku, spending almost a day climbing the Kirin Tower. I'm so hungry, what about the Kirin Immortals? When he saw the white cat, Wukong said, Big white cat, you are the pet cat of the Kirin Immortal. Do you know where the Kirin Immortal is? You're rude. Sun Weiyuan pulled Xiao Wukong, it should be the Kirin Immortal. Little Gaku was taken aback, it's Kirin Immortal. Aren't Kirin fairy human? Well, it's not human. Sun Weiyuan blurted out his answer, sensing that something seemed wrong, but he didn't seem to be wrong. A drop of sweat dripped on the head of the cat of the Kirin fairy. Where did these two rude second goods come from? You came for the super holy water. Sun Weiyuan knew that the super holy water was fake, and the super divine water was real, but the thing of super divine water was not something that ordinary people could consume. Even little Gaku was tortured to death, and then some people speculated that Goku's heart attack was probably due to drinking Chao Shen water. However, the super god water has unpredictable divine power, which can trigger its own potential and greatly improve the combat effectiveness, but the super god water is highly toxic, and those who drink the super god water must first be pure in their hearts, otherwise they will be poisoned by the super god water. Super god water is a treasure left by the earth god. Humans drink it first to resist toxicity in order to stimulate potential. According to the words of the Kirin Immortals, Gaku does not drink super god water. Cultivation for a few years can also defeat Old Bike. Super God Water is only an Earth-level treasure. Dragon Ball Z original plot and GT. Super God Water is indeed a rare treasure to lift the people controlled by the fog of Yakia and those controlled by babe living egg cells. It's just that Sun Weiyuan feels that there is no need to develop potential and improve combat effectiveness, but also to count the great elder of the Nemesis, that kind of safe, fast and painless. The key is to improve the power more, this is the best choice. Grandpa Turtle Immortal asked us to come and practice with you, and then pass your test and drink super holy water. Let's get started. Kirin Immortal nodded. Little Gaku lay on the floor and said weakly, I'm so hungry, do I have anything to eat? Kirin Immortal slowly opened a jar and took out a green bean from it, and Sun Weiyuan understood that it should be the fairy bean that he had in mind. Immortal Bean threw it at little Gaku, caught it with one hand and asked suspiciously, "What is this, Kylan Immortal?" "This is a fairy bean, eating one can be 10 days without hunger." Little Gaku said suspiciously, "Really? My appetite is very big." Before the words were finished, little Wukong burped. He hadn't eaten for a day, and Sun Weiyuan also ate one. "Kylan Immortal, how are we going to start cultivating?" Little Gaku asked excitedly. "You two go together, as long as you can grab this bottle of super holy water in my hand, you can be considered to have passed the test." Sun Weiyuan asked with a strange face, "Are you sure about Kylan Immortal? The strength of me and little Gaku is very strong." Saying that, while the Kylan Immortal was not paying attention to the sudden burst of all his power, he snatched the super holy water in one flash. The sweat on the forehead of the Kylan Immortal kept coming out, so powerful, much more powerful than the Turtle Immortal back then. "Ahem! You bring a bell, and if you grab the super holy water in my hand without the bell ringing, you will pass the test. Big brother is so powerful, I also have to continue to work hard, I'll come first." Little Gaku pounced directly on the Kylan Immortal. After a while, Xiao Wukong was tired and panting. "The reason why you are out of breath is because you have too many extra movements." It took a total of 7 days for the two to pass the test. No way, the bell accidentally rang, which could easily lead to failure. Little Gaku excitedly held the bottle containing the super holy water and took a sip, and said suspiciously, "It doesn't feel like anything has changed. Wukong, I think the super holy water is just an introduction, and the Kylan Immortal is the key to our cultivation. So the super holy water is fake?" Little Gaku said with a low mood. "It's not fake. Legend has it that he climbed the Kylan Tower and improved his strength by drinking super holy water through the test. This whole thing is together. Big brother, what you said is so complicated, I can't understand. Did you have such strength before you climbed the Kylan Tower?" "No, I understand, big brother, thank you, Kylan Immortal." And Kylan Immortal pinched a cat's whisker and squinted his eyes and smiled, "I have nothing to teach you, you can leave." Chapter 006. And Kylan Immortal pinched a cat's whisker and squinted his eyes and smiled, "I have nothing to teach you, you can leave." Kylan Immortal, wait a minute, I want some fairy beans, okay? Kylan Immortal squinted and stared at Sun Weiyuan for a long time before he spoke. "Your situation is very strange, I can obviously feel the purity of your mind, and I should be able to easily use mind reading to read your mind memory. The fact is that Goku's psychic memory can be easily read, while yours is blocked by an unknown force, and I can't read the slightest psychic memory." Sun Weiyuan was inexplicably relieved in his heart. He didn't want to be known about his memory. "The yield of fairy beans is very low, I have only accumulated a few jars of fairy beans after so many years of planting, I will give you a can of fairy beans." To be honest, Kylan Immortals are still very generous, but this kind of thing of fairy beans, of course, the more the merrier, one is alive at the critical moment. Sun Weiyuan said with a grin, "Kylan Immortal, I have a deal I want to make with you." "Oh? Weiyuan, come and hear what other deals can be made with me, but I haven't been under the Kylan Tower for hundreds of years." Kylan Xian asked with a smile with a curious look on her face. "So what? How about selling your fairy beans to me in the future, and I go catch fish and exchange them with you? The number of fish packs you are satisfied with?" Sun Weiyuan thought that even if 10 fish could not be exchanged for one fairy bean, taking 100, 1,000 fish for a fairy bean, or even 10,000 fish for one fairy bean, he also thought it was worth it. When the Kylan Immortals heard it, they couldn't sit still. Fish. It has not been tasted for hundreds of years, and the taste of fish has been dreamed of countless times in its dreams. Cough, calm, I'm an immortal. The mouth couldn't help but smash the bar a few times, swallowed the saliva again, and decided that he must kill a good price. I can trade with you, but I want 1 fairy bean for 10 fish. Sun Weiyuan was stunned for a moment. I was ready to kill the price, and as a result, you directly gave a low price that I hoped for the most, and he who was ready to bargain was gone. Kalen Xianren, is the price too high? It's okay, it's negotiable, I'll just lower the price again. The price is negotiable, the price of 10 fish is too high, then 5 fish and 1 fairy bean, it really can't be 2 fish and 1 fairy bean, it can't be less, it's not easy for me to grow fairy beans, the annual yield of fairy beans is very low. When Kylan Immortal was still ready to say, Sun Weiyuan agreed, 2 fish for 1 fairy bean, the deal is done. I can't help but feel that Kylan Immortal is so simple and kind, what is this sudden guilt? Kylan Immortal is also satisfied, hey! It is worthy of me, this hand of haggling, it is estimated that no one can compare with me. Both sides are very satisfied and happy. After leaving the Karen Tower, little Gaku asked, Big brother, where are we going now? Let's go back to Bun Mountain first, we haven't gone back for more than a year, do you miss Grandpa Gaku? Sun Weiyuan said with a smile. Let's go home, I really want to see Grandpa. Little Gaku drooled as he spoke. Sun Weiyuan called out in his heart, good fellow, Wukong, do you miss your grandfather, or do you miss the delicious meals your grandfather cooks? When passing by a town, little Gaku suddenly said, Big brother, what do you think they are doing? Sun Weiyuan looked down and saw 3 animals with guns blocking the road, and the muzzle of a bare-headed man was directly pressed on the body of a young man. Gaku, are they robbing? Big brother, what is robbery? Du Yun flew very close above the head of the animal man, and Sun Weiyuan pointed at the 3 animal people with guns, and his fingers were almost poked into the forehead of a minotaur. Gaku, you see, acts like them that are lazy, get something for nothing, and specifically rob other people's money is robbery, little. Gaku said with wide eyes, it's so complicated, it's nerve-wracking, I can't understand what you said, big brother. In short, Gaku, you remember that people who rob other people's things like them are bad people, and when they encounter them, they can beat them. Yoxi, then I'm welcome. The 3 animal people were angry at once, you 2 little imps who don't know whether you are dead or alive, go and die, you. They. Bullet shot towards Sun Weiyuan and little Wukong. Sun Weiyuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his right hand left one after another after images in the air. A few unlucky bastards who were robbed were scared when they heard the gunshot, and after the bullets in the animal man gun were fired, Sun Weiyuan left a pile of bullets at his feet. The 3 animal people were almost frightened. Stupid, it's impossible, how can there be a monster that is not afraid of bullets? They turned around and rode on the airship and wanted to run, but little Gaku saw it, turned his head and asked very calmly, Big brother, they are going to run, do you want to stop them? It's okay, we have somersault clouds, they are not as fast as us, it's okay if I let them run 100 meters first. Big brother, they have already flown far, if they don't chase, they can't see it. Aha, slightly embarrassed, so what are you waiting for? Somersault clouds, chase. Sun Weiyuan stopped the 3 animal people who were robbing in a dense forest. Wukong, go and faint them all. Oh, good. Little Goku's figure disappeared, bang bang. 3 dull voices sounded, and the animal people all fainted on the ground. Sun Weiyuan stepped forward to make a move on them. Big brother, what are you doing? Little Gaku asked curiously. I call this punishing evil and promoting good. The 3 of them did bad things, we may not kill them, but we should give them some punishment. Saying that, Sun Weiyuan put several universal capsules on the animal man into his pocket. He has wanted the universal capsule for a long time, this time he can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and when he has time, he will catch fish and put it in the universal capsule to exchange fairy beans with Kylan immortals, perfect. He didn't directly stun these 3 animal people before, and he also considered this aspect, after all, this kind of thing is better done in the woods where no one is. Goku, take their guns, the same thing they used to attack us just now, and you destroy them. Also, take off their clothes and throw them again halfway. It's fun to have a well-behaved brother. Little Goku asked while undressing, why did you take off their clothes? Aren't they doing bad things? Then we will make them unseen. Little Goku listened full of question marks. Why can't he see anyone after taking off his clothes? Don't think about it, we have to go back quickly, Grandpa may not cook our meal if we go back late. When little Goku heard that there was no food, he had to eat, and immediately said anxiously like a burning ass, then what are you waiting for? Somersault clouds. Big brother, you come up quickly, and the clouds are flying. Chapter 007. The speed of the muscular cloud was very fast, and Sun Weiyuan soon saw the familiar Bun Mountain, and the adopted grandfather Sun Wuhan. As soon as he saw Grandpa Little Goku, he jumped off the somersault cloud and threw himself into the arms of old Sun Gohan. Grandpa, I miss you so much. Sun Weiyuan was a little overwhelmed for a while. He is now 11 years old, his body is growing fast, he is already as tall as his grandfather, and the age of the two lives adds up to 3 people, and he has to go and grab his grandfather's arms with little Wukong. He walked up to his grandfather and said with a smile, "It's been a long time, Grandpa, are you healthy?" Old Sun Gohan smiled so that his eyes narrowed into a slit, the kind that might not even be able to see things. "Child, welcome home." He patted Sun Weiyuan's shoulder. Weiyuan is almost taller than Grandpa in a year, and his body is stronger, and Grandpa is very satisfied with your cultivation results. Gollum! Is the hungry voice of little Wukong's stomach. Haha, Grandpa is going to cook for you. When Sun Weiyuan slept at night, he lay on the bed and thought about the original timeline of Dragon Ball. It is now the year 745 of AIG, and the little Goku turned into a gorilla and stepped on his grandfather to death in 748 AIG, and he currently has his own watch that he will not let this happen. In 749, Bulma began to look for Dragon Ball, and probably came to Bun Mountain in September to meet little Goku. The matter of Dragon Ball is actually not very important, the Earth's dragon ability is very limited, and it is estimated that some useful wishes cannot be fulfilled. The upper divine dragon of that Mizing should be able to make a wish to obtain teleportation that can be used without the need for perception chi, and the super divine dragon of the 6th and 7th universes, if you can get it. I haven't thought about what wish I want yet. By the way, tomorrow I will go to the mountains to find the spherical spaceship that little Goku is riding on, and it will be of great use to put it away. There should be a combat power probe on that spaceship, and then it is just right to measure how much combat power you have now. But the combat effectiveness detector of the Frisia Legion is installed with positioning and monitoring, which is not easy to solve. It seems that you still need to go to the house of Sigibulma to find Dr. Brives, and then directly sit on the somersaults cloud to find someone. Wouldn't it be too rude to break into someone's house directly? The problem is that Dr. Brives' family doesn't know him, don't care, sleep and sleep. The next morning, before little Wukong and Grandpa woke up, Sun Weiyuan quietly got up and shouted loudly when he was far enough away from the house, "Du Yun Sun Weiyuan!" Sat on the somersault cloud, according to the memory of finding Wukong a few years ago, about an hour to find, he found the spherical spaceship. The crater that was knocked out by the spacecraft is still there, but a few years have passed, and many green plants have grown. The surface of the spacecraft is also covered with a layer of moss, and if you don't know the situation, you may think that the spacecraft has been scrapped. But there is actually no big problem. Sun Weiyuan remembers that when Vic trained Goku's son Sun Gohan in the original work, this spacecraft could also create an artificial moon projection. So that Sun Gohan Great Ape turned into a gorilla, and then it was destroyed by Vic. And when Klin and the others were about to go to Namex to look for the Dragon Ball, they also came to look for this spaceship, but they could only regretfully find a bunch of wreckage, and finally went to find the spaceship that the gods took over. Sun Weiyuan jumped into the pit, loaded the spacecraft into a universal capsule, and returned to his residence. Old son Gohan noticed that he was coming back and shouted, "Gohan has breakfast. It's coming, it's coming. Guan got up so early today. Grandpa, I went to the mountains to practice early, don't be mistaken, it's not early love." Sun Weiyuan swallowed the food in his mouth and said casually. Little Wukong listened and said, "Cluck good, brother, you are so cunning, you don't call me when you go to cultivate. Wukong, you swallow the food in your mouth before you speak, you see that you can't speak clearly." After the meal, Sun Weiyuan and Grandpa said, "Grandpa, I want to go out." "Oh, then go out and be safe. Don't worry, my current strength is very strong." Little Wukong also wanted to follow when he heard this. "Big brother, where are you going? Is it to cultivate?" "I'm going to." "Goku, I'm not going to practice, I'm going to do something. If you want to go together, you can do it, but I probably won't have lunch at that time." Little Goku heard that he might not have food to eat if he didn't go to cultivate, and immediately decided not to go hungry with his eldest brother. "Big brother, I am at home with Grandpa waiting for you to come back to eat." "Du Yun, go to the house of Zita Bulma." "Oh. You don't know where Bulma's house is, so do you know how to go to Sichu?" "So." Sun Weiyuan sat on the somersault cloud and flew to the west, speaking of which is also a very magical existence, can fly man to find the way, but also distinguish good and evil, all physical attacks are ineffective against it. Goku's first somersault cloud was scattered by the demon race, and later Kylin Immortal took a somersault cloud from the body of the somersault cloud and gave it to little Goku. So the somersault cloud under his ass is just a piece of the body. After coming to the western capital, Sun Weiyuan asked many people before he found Dr. Brive's residence. Before he traveled, he had a map of lack of virtue on his mobile phone, and now he realized that he was actually a bit of a road idiot. He thought about not breaking in directly, so he shouted loudly at the gate, "Is Dr. Brives at home?" An intelligent robot came out of the villa. "Hello, I have something I want to find Dr. Brives, is he at home?" Then he followed the robot to the courtyard of the villa and saw Dr. Brives in a white coat with a cigarette in her mouth, and Mrs. Brives, fashionably dressed and elegantly fiddling with snacks. "Young man, are you looking for me for something?" "It's like this." Sun Weiyuan recounted the process of his discovery of the spacecraft to Dr. Brives in detail, and cleverly concealed the matter of little Wukong. "That's probably it. Spacecraft, there is currently no such technology on Earth. If there is really a ready-made spacecraft, I can fill this gap through research." Dr. Brives thought for a while and said, "Spaceship technology is very rare. If you have any requirements or wants, young man, you can say it." "If you can. I would like to ask the doctor to build me a spaceship after studying the spacecraft, as well as a gravity room. The spaceship is prepared for the future, and the gravity room is mainly for little Goku. After all, although gravity training is useful for Earthlings, it is also quite limited, but the effect on science is immeasurable." Dr. Brives agreed to his request, and Sun Weiyuan took out the combat power detector again and said, "Doctor, this is an instrument that can detect the combat power of martial artists. Doctor, see if it can be manufactured." Dr. Brives took the combat power probe and carefully observed it over and over, and Sun Weiyuan reminded, "The spacecraft seems to be from an evil force in a universe, the spacecraft may be equipped with their positioning, and I don't know if there will be anything else installed in this probe." Chapter 008 Combat Power Detector. "What is that thing?" Dr. Brives asked, touching his chin suspiciously. Sun Weiyuan looked back and forth in the yard, walked to the side of a big tree, took a deep breath, and punched the big tree. "Mrs. Brives, little brother, don't," before the words were finished, Sun Weiyuan's fist pierced the tree, withdrew his arm, and the tree shook violently, leaving a hole in the trunk. "Daiki, why is it me who is injured again?" Sun Weiyuan secretly said, the TV series is really all deceptive. I have broken through this big tree and did not stop the waste and disconnect. How can those fist trees that hit the surface be disconnected? If you use gas, it is possible. I didn't expect you to have so much strength at such a young age, it's really amazing. But it's not over. Sun Weiyuan slashed horizontally with his hand as a knife. The big tree fell. Big tree, destroy, I'm tired. Pick up the big tree and throw it into the air, turtle pie qigong wave. The blue qigong wave directly turned the big trees in the sky into grey ash, and the breeze blew through, and the grey ash drifted away. Sun Weiyuan explained the concept of combat effectiveness to Dr. Brives in a few terms. Afterwards, Dr. Brives was still shocked and said, I didn't expect that human martial artists could cultivate such a powerful power. So, Dr. Brives, it's up to you for the next thing. Sun Weiyuan turned around and was about to leave. Mrs. Brives smiled and said, Is my little brother interested in dating me when he grows up in a few years? Sun Weiyuan almost didn't fall. Mrs. Brives is really the same as the original plot, and when she sees handsome guys, she likes to shout for dates. Do Yuan? He was embarrassed to jump on the somersaults and leave. Hee, so I should not look bad, handsome guy, I am only 11 years old, and my body has not fully grown. When my brother turns 18, it will definitely be a handsome mess, and I hope to catch up with handsome and dashing readers. Sun Weiyuan sat on the somersault cloud, thinking about what he was going to do next. Dragon Ball will wait for Bulma to make the Dragon Ball radar, and the gravity chamber and spacecraft can wait for Dr. Brives to make it. Go to the Kylan Immortal first. He did not climb the Kylan Tower with his bare hands this time, and directly found the Kylan Immortal while sitting on the somersault cloud. Weiyuan, are you ready to trade with me? Kylan Immortal asked a little expectantly. No, I want to ask if you like fish in the river or fish in the sea. Weiyuan, you are so careful. I am absolutely. All the fairy beans grown in the future will be traded with you, and you can also consider giving you an 8-fold discount. The same half is the best. Okay, Kylan Immortal, you wait a minute, I'll come when I go. Sun Weiyuan took the universal capsule full of fish and handed it to Kylan Immortal. This universal capsule is a fish in the river, and the other one is a fish in the sea. Kylan Immortal, you have a place to put it. Yes and yes. Kylan Immortal excitedly took the universal capsule. Not long after, Sun Weiyuan saw Kylan Immortal come out with a still struggling fish and throw the universal capsule to him. Meow, this fish is very fresh, I am very satisfied, those fairy beans are yours, welcome you kid to trade next time. Sun Weiyuan felt a little familiar after hearing this sentence. Uncle. Welcome to play again next time. He quickly shook his head to drive away the distractions in his mind. Kylan Immortal, you are very knowledgeable and well-informed, Wukong, and I still want to practice further. I want to ask you for advice. Is there a suitable place for practice or a powerful martial artist? Kylan Immortal pinched a cat's whisker and asked, Weiyuan, you are very strong now, there should be no martial artist on the earth who is stronger than you. Why do you want to become stronger? Sun Weiyuan said without blushing, and his heart did not beat. I don't know why. I always dream that a very terrifying big demon king is going to come out to destroy the world. At first there was nothing, but that dream is too real. From time to time I have exactly the same dream. I am worried about the dream want to come true. Your situation is indeed a little strange. Tell me about the content of that dream. I will help you find the reason. Kylan Immortal said very calmly. So, in my dream, a big demon king with a green whole body appeared. He seems to be called Bai. What is Bai? Sun Weiyuan deliberately gasped and paused. Kylan Immortal felt a sigh in his heart. It wouldn't really be that Vic Great Devil. Is it called Bike? Oh, yes, I remembered. It's called the Great Demon King of Bike. Kylan Immortal, you are so powerful. You know everyone I see in my dreams, worthy of being an immortal. Kylan Immortal began to pinch a cat's whisker again. His expression was very indifferent, and a dusty temperament was released. I dreamed that the great demon king named Vic was attacking humans everywhere with a lot of green, winged monsters. A powerful martial artist appeared in the human race and sealed the Vic great demon king in a rice cooker with a magic sealing wave, and then the martial artist died. Kylan Immortal breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a dream of what happened in the past, but it was really strange. The rice cooker was turned on, the Vic demon reappeared on Earth, destroying everywhere. Those green-winged monsters rushed towards me, and I woke up. The heart of the Kylan Immortal raised again. How can there be a follow-up? The front is the real picture of what happened in the past, so does the back of him indicate that the Vic Great Demon King will break the seal and bring disaster to the earth again? Or send this demon brat to cultivate from the heavenly god, and then even if the Vic Great Demon King reappears, someone can suppress him. Kylan Immortal coughed lightly and said, Wei Yuan, there is only one place on earth where someone can teach you to practice. It looked up, that is the heavenly god temple. There are people on it who can teach you to practice. Sun Wei Yuan was very surprised and said, is there still a heavenly temple on earth? Will there be gods in the temple that day? Kylan Immortal was very satisfied with Sun Wei Yuan's surprised expression. Of course, but it is not easy to get the guidance of the heavenly gods. Sun Wei Yuan said with a puzzled face, then what to do? He felt he was expected to win an Oscar. Don't worry, you and Gaku passed my test and had a chance to go to the Celestial Temple to receive guidance from the Celestial God. However, to get to the Heavenly God Temple, you need the wishful rod that can retract and change. It is not in my hand now, and it was taken by the Turtle Immortal with a dead skin 300 years ago. If you want to go to the Heavenly God Temple to practice, you need to get the Ruyi stick first. Sun Wei Yuan said goodbye to the Kylan Immortal. The Immortal Bean was in hand, and there was no need to worry about the scene of breaking a fairy bean in two in the future to use. After returning to the bun to live easily and happily for a few days, then take little Wukong to find the Kylan Immortal, get the token the bell, and go to the Heavenly God Temple to practice. Chapter 009. Sun Wei Yuan said goodbye to the Kylan Immortal. The fairy bean was in hand, and there was no need to worry about the scene of breaking a fairy bean in two in the future to use, and after returning to the bun to live easily and happily for a few days, he would take little Wukong to find the Kylan Immortal, get the token the bell, and go to the Heavenly God Temple to practice. Back to Bun and little Wukong went to the mountains to play for a few days. Little Wukong was very lively and active, as if tireless, hungry to chase a huge dinosaur as prey. Let Sun Wei Yuan help him bake. In fact, little Wukong can also make barbecue, but that is limited to filling his stomach and is not as delicious as Sun Wei Yuan. Although he often saw the scene of little Gaku cooking, a huge dinosaur like a mountain of meat was eaten by the 8-year-old little Shota with such small arms and legs as little Gaku, and his heart still muttered, what is the Scion stomach made of? Can it hold so much food? Are they ferocious beasts? One morning, Sun Wei Yuan took little Wukong to the Kylan Tower. Big brother, what is the Heavenly God Temple? That's where the gods live. Who is Tenjin again? Is it strong? The Heavenly God is the Heavenly God, the God who manages the earth, and the strength should be very strong. Is that big brother so strong for you? Little Gaku asked expectantly. Sun Wei Yuan thought for a while. The strength of the Heavenly God seemed to be stronger than that of the Great Demon King of Bike, and he didn't know his current strength, which made him feel a black in his eyes. I haven't fought, I don't know, but I think the Celestial God should be stronger than me now. And the most important thing for the Celestial God is not strength, his other abilities are very special and important. Anyway, I can't tell for a while, you will know in the future Gaku. The two came to the Kylan Tower in a somersault cloud and saw the Kylan Immortal who was doing gymnastics. Wei Yuan and little Wukong, are you ready to go to the Heavenly God Temple to cultivate? The two nodded, and seeing this, the Kylan Immortal took out a bell and handed it to Sun Wei Yuan, leading the two of them to the top of the Kylan Tower. See that groove? Put the Ruyi stick in, let it stretch, and you can follow the Ruyi stick to reach the Heavenly God Temple. After Putting the Ruyi stick, Sun Weiyuan and little Wukong turned back to Kylin Immortal and thanked him. Thank you, Kylin Immortal. Gaku, hold on to Ruyi, are you ready? Ruyi stick extended. The two were struck by lightning on the way, but they still reached the heavenly god temple smoothly, and Sun Weiyuan secretly decided that he must learn the art of dancing the void, otherwise it would be inconvenient to go anywhere. Little Gaku saw Bobo who was black all over and asked, "Are you a god?" Black Uncle Bobo shook his head expressionlessly, and then said, "Show your tokens." Little Gaku was puzzled, and Sun Weiyuan handed the bell to Bobo. Gaku scratched the back of his head and said, "Oh, it turns out that the bell is a keepsake. Come with me, the gods want to see you." After Bobo finished speaking, he turned around and led the way with his back to his hand. On the way, little Gaku was very curious about everything in the heavenly god temple, like a little monkey looking east and west. Before seeing him, he heard his voice first. "You are the Sun Weiyuan and Sun Wukong that Kylin and I said." Little Gaku, the gods look so strange. Sun Weiyuan pointed at the heavenly god in shock and said, You are the great demon king of Bike." Since the celestial god mentioned the Kylin Immortal, then it should have told the celestial god that Sun Weiyuan had that dream. As a professional actor, acting must be a full set, otherwise it is easy to wear gangs. Heavenly God secretly said, "Sure enough, as Kylin said, this Sun Weiyuan really dreamed of the Vic Great Devil, so he said that the Vic Great Demon King lifted the seal and escaped. Will it become a reality? This possibility is very large. Sun Weiyuan may have the ability to predict the future." Little Gaku had never seen his eldest brother so shocked, so he asked very curiously, "May I ask who is the Great Demon King of Bike?" The Black Uncle explained, "That is the Demon King who appeared more than 300 years ago, led a group of demon races to destroy the earth, and was finally sealed in the rice cooker by an excellent martial artist Wu Taidu using the magic seal wave, and that Wu Taidu is the teacher of the Turtle Immortal." Little Goku's witty little head melon suddenly went online. Black Uncle Bobo said expressionlessly, "Don't be unreasonable to the gods." "It's okay Bobo, Gon, you must be curious about the relationship between Tenjin and the Vic Great Demon by now." Sun Weiyuan said silently in his heart, "I know, I'm not curious at all about what the relationship between you and the Great Demon King of Vic is. Yes, I'm very curious why you look exactly like the Great Demon King Vic Great." Sun Weiyuan's facial muscles controlled a just right expression. Then little Gaku listened intently to the god of the past, and finally finished after an hour. Sun Weiyuan couldn't help but roll his eyes in his heart. Can't you make a long story short? Isn't it the separation of good and evil, and the heavenly god is one? I know it. The god said solemnly, "I heard Kylin say that dream you had, although I don't know why Sun Weiyuan you can dream of the Vic Great Devil, but I still want to ask the two, if one day the Vic Great Demon King escapes from the seal, I hope you can deal with the Vic Great Devil." Sun Weiyuan and little Wukong naturally agreed with their mouths, "Vic Great Demon King, and the little Wukong in the original book can deal with it, let alone now." What's more, it was still early before the Vic Great Demon King came out, and the Vic Great Demon King who broke the seal was already old, even if his combat power was 230 in his heyday. Little Wukong has not yet begun to cultivate in the Heavenly God Temple and has a combat power close to that of the Turtle Immortals. I don't know the specifics, but there must be 100 combat power. When the Vic Great Demon King escaped with the broken seal and was about to prepare to rule the world, he could say, "Gaku, the Vic Great Demon King is too weak, I can't raise my interest, destroy the Great Demon King, and maintain the peace of the world will be left to you." The Heavenly God did not personally teach Sun Weiyuan and little Wukong, they were taken by Bobo to cultivate on the Heavenly God Temple. Sun Weiyuan is actually quite curious about Bobo's strength. In the early stage of Dragon Ball, Bobo can easily subdue the little Gaku who defeated the Great Demon King Vic. In the later Bu chapter, he can also catch the young Sun Goten and Tenunks, and Sun Gokyutan and Tenunks become Super Saions to break free from the hands of Black Uncle Bobo. Bobo's unchanged black face said expressionlessly, "You two attack me together, little." Gaku asked uncertainly, "Mr. Bobo, are you sure? My eldest brother and I are very strong." Chapter 010. Little Gaku asked uncertainly, "Mr. Bobo, are you sure? My eldest brother and I are very strong." Gaku, "Mr. Bobo is very strong, and the two of us will not be his opponents together. But why do I feel that Mr. Bobo is not very powerful?" Little Gaku asked suspiciously. "Just try it with all your might." Sun Weiyuan said helplessly, "Even if he knows some plots, he can't determine his true strength. The official setting gives Bobo's combat power value of 1000, but he can compete with Sun Wuxian and Tenenx, who have turned into Super Saiyan. Moreover, he has served several generations of heavenly gods, but his appearance has not become old, but the current heavenly gods are old." When Xiao Wukong heard this, he put up a posture, and the next moment he shot with all his strength. Guessing fists, drunken fists and after-image fists were used in turn. Tired and panting, he couldn't touch a single hair of Bobo, and Sun Weiyuan saw that Gaku was so tired that he attacked Bobo with all his strength. Bobo said while dodging, "Pay attention to your breathing rhythm, don't do unnecessary consumption, be as quiet as the sky, as fast as lightning." Time passed in a hurry, and the training of the two also met Bobo's requirements, and they could carry out the next stage of training. Bobo began to train them in their perception of qi and how to use it to fight, which was much more difficult than the previous training. Sun Weiyuan remembered that the Monkey King of the original plot also took 3 years to learn, and I don't know how long it will take now. Originally, he thought that little Gaku would need more time to learn, but he didn't expect that after Gaku saw him learn it in only 3 months, he seemed to be inspired by something. When training, Sun Weiyuan could only be described by the word crazy, and he learned it in just 1 year. And Sun Weiyuan found that after learning the perception of qi, he could clearly feel the vitality, and even did not wait for the body to passively absorb the vitality to become stronger like in the past, and he could already actively absorb the vitality into the body. When he first learned to perceive qi, his body seemed to be hungry for a long time, and he was very eager for vitality, and it seemed that he could absorb as much vitality as he could. But when Sun Weiyuan absorbed the vitality for a long time, the body transmitted a feeling of full, and it seemed that the amount of vitality absorbed by the body was also capped. He also thought that he had obtained some infinite devouring attribute in the process of crossing, such as what ordinary people at the beginning, and it was all dependent on swallowing to become stronger. Even he had planned to go with Gaku to the king of the northern realm to learn the Genki bomb. Even if he couldn't learn it, he could let Gaku collect the Genki for him to absorb and become stronger quickly, and beat Beerus's cat's head in minutes. It seems that he thinks too much, and the practice becomes stronger is really not as simple as he thinks, but he is not too disappointed. Little Gaku has asked him more than once why his strength has not improved as fast as him. Indeed, in the 2 years in the Heavenly God Temple, his strength has increased several times, and the fighting power of the Vic Great Demon King can be poked to death with one finger. In addition, he also learned the art of dancing the air. And I remember that when he learned it, his heart was so excited that he crashed into a big hole in a house in the Heavenly God Temple, and once almost drove him to the toilet. Fortunately, he was skilled and forcibly shifted a position to avoid the dangerous toilet. Little Gaku saw that he could fly in the sky without using a somersault cloud, and immediately shouted with excitement to learn the art of dancing the air. Until now he didn't know how Wukong's dance art was doing. Sun Weiyuan left the Celestial Temple for a while after learning the art of dancing the sky, and he went to Dr. Breves in Siju to get the spaceship and the gravity chamber, but the maximum gravity of the gravity chamber was only 50 times. He hasn't used the gravity chamber yet, and he doesn't know how well gravity training worked on him. He is still a little nerve-wracking. There is no place to charge on the Heavenly God Temple, there is no electricity at home on Bun Mountain, and the gravity room will not be used for a while and a half. Of course, other energy sources are also okay, but Sun Weiyuan's pockets are cleaner than his face, How can he have money to buy energy? Go to Dr. Brives again for energy? Sun Weiyuan secretly complained, why is your face so big? Those who are not related to others are not related to others, and they are not people's daughters' sons-in-law. Wait, I have a not very mature idea, I don't know if it will work. Don't be in a hurry, there is still some energy in the gravity chamber that is enough for a while, and after it is used up, it may be able to punish evil and promote good like last time. It's really surprising, I didn't expect that the martial arts talents of your two brothers are so high, they can reach this level in just 2 years, even if the great demon king of Vic comes out in the future, he will not be the opponent of any of you. Heavenly God, you have passed the prize, thanks to your guidance on our martial arts, otherwise our strength would not have improved so quickly. When Sun Wukong was about to turn and leave, he raised his eyes and saw the tail behind little Wukong's butt. I went, how could I almost forget such an important thing, just in case, I still asked the gods to help seal little Goku's tail. Goku, you wait for me here. Can Tenjin move? I have something I would like to ask you for help. Sun Weiyuan's mind suddenly remembered the voice of the god, it's because of the restless and violent power in Wukong. I feel it, that sleeping force is very powerful, once awakened, even you may not be able to suppress it. Yes, I didn't expect Tenjin to find out, so I want to ask Tenjin to seal Goku's tail so that it will never grow again in the future. Yes. Little Goku looked at his eldest brother dumbfounded and what to do, and Sun Weiyuan turned around and said to Goku, Goku, I'm ready to let the gods seal your tail. Big brother, what seal? It's like locking you in the house and locking the door and you can't get out, after sealing your tail, it can't get out of your body. But why seal my tail? Big brother, you don't have a tail, are you also sealed by your grandfather? Well, Goku, you're such a clever ghost. Because the tail is a very big weakness, don't you notice that every time I grab your tail, you will fall to the ground weakly, in case a powerful enemy catches your tail in the future, you will lose, right? Then seal it. Little Goku doesn't care about the Dao. Seeing that little Goku had already agreed, Heavenly God, there is work. The god cast a seal to completely seal little Goku's tail, and Sun Weiyuan was relieved when he saw it, and now Grandpa Sun Gohan no longer had to worry about being trampled to death by little Goku who turned into a gorilla. There is no tail behind his butt, and little Goku is a little uncomfortable, walking wobbly, and seems to fall at any moment. It feels so strange, but it doesn't matter, I don't have weaknesses like this, big brother, right? Little Wukong sat on the ground with his butt, tilted his head with big innocent eyes and asked Sun Weiyuan. Of course, in the future, Goku will definitely be even more powerful than the eldest brother. Chapter 011. Scions do use external races, and they can't beat the full moon to turn into gorillas, and their strength has skyrocketed tenfold, after being beaten half dead and healing, his strength will skyrocket, being pressed and beaten, unhappy, anger erupted, and a Super Saiyan transformation can increase the combat effectiveness to 50 times. In short, the strength of the late Scions is improving ridiculously fast, and Earthlings like me who honestly improve their strength can only practice step by step. Fortunately, the speed of improving their strength is not slow. According to the current situation, Wukong will not be able to surpass him for a long time in the future. By the way, Goku, have you learned the art of dancing? Well, learn. Okay, let's go. Goodbye Tenjin, goodbye Mr. Bobo. ×2. Sun Weiyuan flew head down, and soon saw the Kylin Immortal, and after saying hello, flew in the direction of Bunza Mountain. It's 747 Ikki, will Bulma come looking for Dragon Ball 2 years later? It should be, the characters who should come and the characters will always appear, and Bulma has not yet been affected by his appearance. On the way back, Sun Weiyuan took out the combat power detector improved by Dr. Brives and put it on his head, and then clicked on. Big brother, what is the one you are wearing? It's not the same as the sunglasses of Grandpa Turtle Immortal. This is called the combat power detector, which I asked Dr. Sija Breves to help create, and it can be used to detect the strength of martial artists' combat effectiveness. Sun Weiyuan explained patiently. Little Gaku scratched the back of his head and asked him, "But we can already sense qi, and judge the strength of the opponent through the perception of qi, this is useless for our battle." Gaku is a natural combat genius, and he was connected to combat at once, and it is. Earth martial artists like him and Gaku can directly judge the strength of the enemy through the perception of qi, and can also control their own breath, so that the combat power detector cannot detect the true strength. However, the perception of qi also has its disadvantages, that is, it cannot make people compare combat effectiveness more accurately. For example, when encountering a strong opponent, you can basically only use two words very strong to describe it, and you can't say how strong it is. Wukong, it can use numbers to roughly measure our battle, and we can know more clearly how much strength our cultivation has improved. Sun Wu said a lot of things freely, and little Wukong listened with a confused look. Big brother, although I can't understand what you said, I feel like I'm very powerful. Come, Gaku, burst out your full strength, let me see what your combat power value is. Little Gaku listened, his breath burst out with all his strength, and the value of the combat power detector soared all the way, and finally stabilized at 330. Good guy, it's not much different from the combat power of the freshman Vic when he fought with the Monkey King for the first time, and the freshman Vic in that time period was only 334, which is also the full strength of the Dragon Ball finale bike. At the beginning of Dragon Ball, Gaku meets Bulma, when his combat power is 10. But now it is 330, in terms of strength, that means that Dragon Ball has not yet begun and is over. 330. What is your combat effectiveness, big brother? I feel that you are many times stronger than me. Little Gaku said as he scratched his cheek with an index finger. Sun Weiyuan's whole body breath erupted without leaving the slightest, and the heavenly god on the heavenly god temple was startled. Sun Weiyuan's true strength is still beyond my expectations, very powerful qi. They. Kylin immortal on the Kylin Tower, the round cat's head was shocked into a cold sweat. Weiyuan, that guy has been cultivating on the heavenly god temple for 2 years, is his strength already so terrifying? Little Gaku was blown away by the sudden huge aura. Big brother is really very powerful, my intuition is right. The data of the combat power detector quickly climbed to 3,200, and only 3,200 of the combat power future is completely insufficient, but on the current Earth, even the heavenly god is not his opponent at all. Big brother, what is your combat strength? Only 3,200. Wow, oh, that's awesome, it's about 10 times as good as mine. After returning to Bun Mountain, I will have a fight with your eldest brother. Gaku in front of him learned arithmetic, not 11 years old and then 14 years old like in the original book, which startled Bulma at that time. No problem, I have a gift for you when I go home, so that your strength can be quickly improved. The gift Sun Weiyuan mentioned naturally meant the gravity room. Really? Of course, when did your eldest brother lie to you? The next 2 years were spent in intense practice, and little Wukong would fight with Sun Weiyuan in 3 days. Every time he had to beat Gaku to the ground with a blue nose and a swollen face, he was willing to stop, and Grandpa Sun Gohan was distressed to see his little good grandson always beaten like this. Almost after every fight, he would talk to Sun Weiyuan and let him let his younger brother when he fought. But other things are good for Sun Wukong, but in the battle, Sun Weiyuan is completely fine, and a little water will be seen by little Wukong. This guy Wukong has an incomprehensible persistence and obsession in terms of fighting, and Sun Weiyuan can't put too much water, after all, his combat power is there. After Sun Weiyuan practiced with Wukong in the gravity room for half a year, he found that the gravity room had a very limited effect on his strength improvement, so he let little Wukong cultivate alone in the gravity room, and went to the deep mountains and old forests to quietly absorb the vitality, which is somewhat similar to Bike's cultivation method. The improvement of little Wukong's strength by the cultivation of the gravity room is quite obvious. The combat power value has been more than 5,000, and he has gradually adapted to 30 times the gravity cultivation. Speaking of the gravity room, Sun Weiyuan often goes out for the practice of little Wukong, to see if he can meet the opportunity to hoe the strong to help the weak by the way to subsidize the family stripping off the robbery with a gun, who makes him poor. It takes a lot of energy to open the gravity room. In the past 2 years, the improvement of his combat effectiveness has stabilized, although it is still considerable, but with the improvement of combat effectiveness, the increase is a little insufficient for him now. He believes that he can consider it from 2 aspects. One is to improve his affinity for vitality, the second is to speed up the speed of gathering vitality. I don't know if there is any way to further enhance his affinity for the Yuan Qi, and then speed up the body's absorption of the Yuan Qi. Sun Weiyuan considered making a wish to the Divine Dragon, but the Earth Divine Dragon ability is too weak, and there is really no certainty that he can fulfill the wish. Even if it is the Divine Dragon of Namex, he is not 100% sure that the Divine Dragon can fulfill his wishes, and the most secure is the Super Divine Dragon that spans 2 universes. The problem is that at the moment Super Dragon Ball is not something he can get, and making a wish to Super Dragon requires knowing the word of God. Then there is one option left: find a way to speed up the gathering of vitality. Chapter 012. Then there is one choice left: find a way to speed up the gathering of Yuan Qi, the Northern Realm King's trick Yuan Qi bomb. Since crossing over gives him the ability to absorb Yuan Qi, it should not be difficult to learn this unique trick Yuan Qi bomb. To get to the Northern King, you need to be led by the gods to the Hell King Yan and cross the snake path to reach the King of the Northern Realm, where the King of the Northern Realm lives. In 749, Bulma, who was in high school in Zidu, found the 2-star dragon ball while tidying up her warehouse. On August 22, Bulma found the 5-star dragon balls in a cave in the north, and discovered the secrets of the Dragon Balls by consulting ancient books, so she decided to use the summer vacation to collect the remaining Dragon Balls. On the morning of September 1, Sun Weiyuan and little Wukong went out hunting, and Sun Weiyuan hit a dinosaur because he felt that the dinosaur was big enough for little Wukong to eat. And the meat and dragon tendon on the dinosaur's paws are very strong, and the high-grade spicy strips made of dragon tendon with chili powder taste excellent, and Sun Weiyuan likes that taste very much. Before Sun Wukong's tail was not sealed by the gods, he often used his tail to catch big fish, and now he can't fish, so he simply jumps into the river to pick the largest fish and throw it on the shore. When the two were about to return home, Sun Weiyuan was still wondering if little Wukong would be hit by Bulma as in the original plot. The next moment, a car crashed straight into the two of them, and at the same time an eager soprano voice came out, "Flash away! Flash away!" Although Sun Weiyuan still carried a huge dinosaur on his shoulder, he was still very flexible and dodged. If little Goku is still the original Goku with only 10 combat power, then he has been hit by a flying car that suddenly appears. And now little Goku, who has 5,000 combat power, also dodged the speeding car easily and happily. Bang! The speeder crashed into a big tree and stopped. Little Goku put down the big fish in his hand, came to Bulma and said, "Who are you? Why attacked me and my eldest brother? Are you coming to rob us of our prey?" Bulma looked at Sun Weiyuan and little Wukong a little dumbfounded, especially the two huge prey, dinosaurs and big fish. "Oh! What kind of monster did I encounter? How can anyone in the world have so much strength?" Hearing little Goku's question, she hurriedly shook her head like a rattle. I'm not trying to rob your prey, it's that my car is too fast to break the car all of a sudden, I'm so sorry I almost hit you." Little Goku looked at Bulma suspiciously. "Big brother, come soon, this person looks so strange, you see her ass growing on her chest, is she a monster?" Sun Weiyuan was helpless. Well, last time and explained what a flying car is. Now Wukong did not do anything to Bulma's car, but was curious about Bulma himself. "Goku, The one on the chest is not her ass. What's that? You'll know it when you grow up. Monkey King has the feeling of being a Chinese parent explaining sexual knowledge to their children. Little Gaku no longer continued to ask. He reached out and patted his chest, looked at Bulma's chest again, and muttered, "Why does my chest look different from hers?" Bulma was a little blushed by the discussion of the two brothers, especially when she saw Sun Weiyuan's handsome and resolute face. Her pretty face seemed to be even redder, and her eyes were watery and full of idiots. Gaku. She is a girl, we are boys, naturally we don't look the same, remember Grandpa explained how we should treat girls? Sun Weiyuan covered his face and said helplessly to little Wukong. Oh. Grandpa said to be gentle with girls, I know big brother. And Sun Wukong secretly noted in his heart that the big chest is a girl. Sun Weiyuan put down the dinosaur, walked to Bulma and said, Hello, my name is Sun Weiyuan, he is my younger brother Sun Wukong, who lives in Bunza Mountain all year round, and the house on the top of that mountain is my home in Wukong, may I ask you? At this time, it was time for Sun Weiyuan Biao's acting skills, and although he knew everything about Bulma, he still pretended to know nothing. Hello, my name is Bulma, and my family lives in Zidu. Ha ha ha, little Gaku laughed hilariously, big brother, there is someone whose name is no, ha ha. It's Bulletin Ma, isn't it? Gaku scratched his head, isn't it all the same? Sun Weiyuan thought and said, your name is Bulma, may I ask if your father is Dr. Brives? You know my dad, equals. Well, I asked Dr. Brives for help a few years ago and brought him a spaceship. It turns out that you are the powerful martial artist my father, asterisk, said he was. No wonder you can hunt dinosaurs. Where, Dr. Brives has won the award, there are more people stronger than me, the more. The two chatted, the more hilarious they became, and little Gaku dozed off as he watched from the side, Gollum I'm so hungry. Big brother, have you finished, talking, I'm so hungry. Well, Gaku, let's go back, otherwise Grandpa will have to be in a hurry. Oh, by the way, is Miss Bulma interested in coming to our house for a meal? How embarrassing is that? Weiyuan, you lead the way in front, I will drive behind. Bulma's eyes drove and followed. Firstly, he had a very happy chat with Sun Weiyuan's handsome guy just now. The second is that she found that the location of the Dragon Ball is over there. Third, the creatures in this area are a little fierce, and the road is just enough to protect her safety. Fourth, she also wants to invite Sun Weiyuan and little Gaku to find the Dragon Ball together. There are two powerful martial artists to protect, and the process of finding the Dragon Ball no longer has to worry about encountering danger. And Sun Weiyuan didn't think so much. Bulma and Dr. Brives are too good in their scientific minds, and they will help him a lot in the future. Who would refuse a smart, beautiful, rich woman for no reason? He may not necessarily marry Bulma in the future, but is that the point? As he got closer and closer to the top of the mountain, Bulma secretly said, Dragon Ball will not be so coincidental, in their house. Grandpa, let's come back. Old Son Gohan came out of the house and saw Bulma following his two grandsons. Could it be? Then the old Son Gohan showed an ant-like smile. Too, Weiyuan's child is 15 years old in a blink of an eye, and when he grows up, he may not be able to hold his great-grandson in many years. During the meal, Lao Son Gohan was very enthusiastic about Bulma, and his eyes on Bulma were not much different from those who looked at his granddaughter-in-law. Made Sun Weiyuan and little Wukong look confused on the side. Can it be said that we are not grandfather's biological children, but Bulma is? Bah, no. Me and little Gaku are really not grandpa and his biological children, and I didn't take care of me and Gaku after this meal. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 013. On the morning of September 2nd, Sun Weiyuan, Sun Wukong, and Bulma left Bun Mountain and went together to find the remaining Dragon Balls. Sun Weiyuan and little Wukong can both dance air arts, flying very fast. Flying together scared Bulma, they can actually fly in the sky. Bulma didn't take the plane with her and followed behind on a dirt bike. Big brother, her speed is so slow. Hey, you two wait for me. Sun Weiyuan and the two stopped in front and waited for Bulma to catch up, and after a while, they saw the panting Bulma catching up. Big brother, let's call Duyun down and sit for her. Gaku suggested. How could Bulma sit on the clouds, and he was not as pure in heart as we are. Okay. Tendon Doyun. Little Gaku called loudly. Bulma asked inexplicably, Gaku, what are you doing? I'm shouting Duyun, you are too slow like this, let Duyun take you flying. Soon, a golden cloud flew down from the sky at great speed and stopped in front of little Gaku. Bulma, sit up. As in the case of the Turtle Immortals, Bulma fell down as soon as she sat up, and she was already prepared. It was the quick-eyed Sun Weiyuan who hugged Bulma and wanted to fall down. After all, true love also needs a little routine to keep. Little Gaku sees the fall and Bulma decides that she is a bad boy. Then there is a scene that will appear in many TV series. Bulma is full of idiots in Sun Weiyuan's warm embrace. First of all, Sun Weiyuan has absolutely no bad intentions, he just thinks that Bulma is an earthling, he is also an earthling, and the fertile water does not flow into the fields of outsiders. Humph hey he, there will be nothing to do with the alien scion Prince Vegeta in the future. After resting for one night, he continued on the road the next day, and Bulma suddenly stopped halfway to go to Zyja. If Sun Weiyuan remembered correctly, it would be another good opportunity to heroes save beauty. After a while, Bulma's voice shouting for help sounded at the right time, Gaku, you are here to see good things, I will come back when I go. Gee, spring appeared, and before I could lift my pants, I was grabbed by a pterosaur and flew into the air. Sun Weiyuan shouted in his heart, my god, / That's definitely not what I want to see. Wukong Shu flew in front of Bulma in an instant, and asked very calmly, Bulma, do you need help? If I want it, I want it. Bulma was about to cry, and even forgot whether she wore her pants properly. Do you need to ask about such a dangerous situation? Sun Weiyuan appeared above the pterosaur in a flash, gently gave it a brain melon, and the pterosaur received the box lunch, and the claws holding Bulma were also released, and fell freely from the sky. Ah! With a piercing scream, Sun Weiyuan caught Bulma, who fell from a high altitude, and reminded when the red ears were red and foolish, Bulma, you are gone. The clever little Gaku is already preparing a barbecue pterosaur. It has been 15 years since he came to the Dragon Ball world, but Sun Weiyuan has not traveled around the earth, and he just took this opportunity to find the Dragon Ball to take a good look at the earth of the Dragon Ball world. The turtle raised by the Turtle Immortal also met the three of them, and Sun Weiyuan did not hesitate to give it to little Wukong. Hello, Teacher Wushan, long time no see, do you remember us? The Turtle Immortal took off his sunglasses. Stunned that he didn't recognize Sun Weiyuan, he just felt that the breath was very familiar, and when he saw little Wukong's unchanged crab hairstyle for 10,000 years, he remembered and talked about the old before talking about business. Grandpa Turtle Immortal, little Gaku and I came out this time to look for Dragon Balls while practicing, can you give us that Dragon Ball around your neck? The two brothers Sun Weiyuan practiced with him for a year, which is 2 of the 4 disciples he has received over the centuries, and naturally did not embarrass them. Of course, the matter of wanting to see Bulma's underwear did not happen. Little Wukong, Weiyuan, you and Wukong's strength is so strong now, even I can't see through your strength, how can you become so strong? Has the time of my Turtle Immortals passed? Little Gaku did not hide the slightest thing about their practice on the Karen Tower and the Heavenly God Temple. The Turtle Immortal sighed, I really didn't expect that there is a heavenly god temple above the Kylan Tower, no wonder you two will become so powerful. Bulma on the side was a little confused, what Kylan immortals, what gods, how could she never hear others talk about it? However, thinking about the Dragon Ball, who could fulfill her wishes, she gradually accepted the existence of immortals and heavenly gods. On September 5, according to the Dragon Ball radar, the three arrived at the village where Oolong turned into a monster to coax the villagers. It is discovered that the old woman in the village has a 6-star Dragon Ball, and they promise to help the village solve the monster as a condition for the 6-star Dragon Ball. What Sun Weiyuan didn't expect was that although little Wukong no longer stepped forward to pat the old woman's legs like in the original plot, he asked, "Are you a girl?" He stepped forward and patted the old woman's chest. "Old woman, you are a girl." Sun Weiyuan covered his face, couldn't figure out what was wrong. Last time he just told Wukong that girls look different from our boys' chests, but he didn't expect that he not only remembered, but also learned theory and practice. "Good guys, I don't carry this pot." As soon as Oolong appeared, he was caught by Sun Weiyuan, and he didn't need little Wukong to pretend to be a woman. On September 6, he met Yamcha, who was still a robber, but unfortunately Sun Weiyuan was not interested in his little strength at this time, so he asked little Wukong to play with him. It may be that Yamcha's strength is too weak, and Xiao Wukong's light punch knocked him unconscious. When he came to the Bull Demon King's village that day, little Goku met Kiki, and when he heard that Kiki wanted to go to Wushan teacher to help put out the fire in the Flame Mountain, the enthusiastic little Goku promised to help. On the somersault cloud, little Goku reached out and touched Kiki's chest a few times, and found that it's so small, so he said, "Kiki, you are a boy." Kiki kicked little Goku a few times in shame and annoyance, but little Goku, who had 5,000 combat power, didn't feel anything at all. In such a blur, the two made a marriage contract. When I went to Turtle Immortal Island, I didn't find a banana fan for extinguishing the fire, nor did I bring teacher Wushan to the Flame Mountain, and finally Xiao Wukong completely flattened the Flame Mountain with a turtle pie Qigong wave. The Bull Demon King, Kiki, Bulma, and Yamcha, who was secretly observing, were so frightened that their jaws almost fell to the ground. Little Wukong scratched the back of his head and showed 2 rows of big white teeth and smiled awkwardly. "It's so nerve-wracking, I accidentally pushed a little harder. I already knew that it would be good to let the eldest brother come." Sun Weiyuan said seriously, "It's okay Wukong, practice makes perfect, and there will be no deviation in the future if you practice more. Everyone is absolutely defeated, 2 monsters, is this a matter of using a little more strength and practice making perfect? A big mountain of flames, it says no, this is something that a normal person can do?" Chapter 014. After the Flame Mountain was destroyed by Goku, the 7-star Dragon Ball was found in the ruins, and only the last Dragon Ball remained, and the Divine Dragon could be summoned to make a wish. Xiao Wu and Ashu are also coming to steal the Dragon Balls, but how could I let you steal the Dragon Balls? Don't I need face as a crosser? Sun Weiyuan said secretly. Xiao Wu and Ashu are the funny trio of Piraf, they have been looking for Dragon Ball, they want to summon the dragon to make a wish to conquer the world, but unfortunately they fail again and again, and finally accidentally become children living a depraved life in Bulma's house. That night, Axiu and Xiao Wu had just appeared and wanted to steal the Dragon Balls, but they were arrested by Sun Weiyuan. "You guys are here to steal our Dragon Balls, that's right?" Sun Weiyuan asked with a smile, and also showed 2 rows of snow-white teeth. The two turned around and ran after being discovered. They had already seen the horror of Sun Weiyuan's group during the day, so they wanted to steal the Dragon Balls at night. But they didn't expect that they were so lucky, and the plan was declared bankrupt just at the beginning. Escape, must escape. Sun Gaohun watched them run into the woods, and by the time Goku and Bulma noticed something was wrong, they had already taken off in a plane. "Big brother, what happened? Someone wants to steal our Dragon Balls, go, let's catch up." Goku immediately took off when he heard this, and Bulma immediately stopped them and said, "You guys take me with you, I can't catch up with you without a plane." Then Sun Weiyuan reluctantly hugged Bulma with both hands and took off to follow. Goku's speed was extremely fast, he caught up with Xiaowu and Ashu's plane before he started to attack. But was stopped by Sun Weiyuan in time. "Big brother, didn't we catch up to catch them?" Little Goku asked in bewilderment. "Goku, don't rush to catch them first, let's follow and find their lair first, maybe there will be a windfall." The last Dragon Ball is in Pilaf's hand, trailing the past just to save the effort of searching. Afraid that little Goku would ask again if he didn't understand, Sun Weiyuan said directly, "They can find us to steal the Dragon Ball," which shows that the other party not only knows the role of the Dragon Ball, but also may have an instrument similar to the Dragon Ball radar, and the last Dragon Ball may be in their hands. "Wow! Oh! Big brother, you are so smart and cunning," little Goku said with admiration. It's just that Sun Weiyuan listened to the black lines. The first half of the sentence is okay, he listens comfortably, and the second half is not appropriate. He is such an upright person, it is too inappropriate to describe it as cunning, and his wit is right. The three soon came to a castle, saw Xiaowu and Axiu enter the castle, and the three followed without hesitation. King Pilaf, who had the word fried rice on his clothes, saw Xiaowu and Ashu and asked, "What about Dragon Ball?" Xiaowu's mind spun quickly, and she smiled awkwardly. "The Dragon Balls are on the three of them, Axiu and I introduced them into the castle, and we can take the Dragon Balls after you activate the mechanism to trap them," Xiaowu added. King Pilaf immediately floated and laughed loudly. "Xiaowu, Axiu, you have done a very good job this time. And I will definitely reward you greatly after I conquer the world." King Pilaf activated the mechanism in the castle, but how could the mechanism with such low attack power help Sun Weiyuan and little Wukong, and the three of them passed through all the organs without stopping. King Pilaf's smile froze at once, and the next moment he cursed angrily, "Xiaowu, Axiu, you two big fools, actually brought the enemy to our castle, I must punish you severely, Axiu." And Xiaowu trembled and hugged together, and with a bang, the door of their location was opened by Sun Weiyuan. Sun Weiyuan showed a kind smile and said, "Hello, how are you? Where is that Dragon Ball of yours?" Witnessing the strength of Sun Weiyuan and them through the mechanism, Pilaf was immediately stunned, and said very politely, Please wait a moment, the Dragon Ball will be handed over to you immediately. Ashu, quickly go and take out the Dragon Balls." Sun Weiyuan took the Dragon Balls with a smile on his face and said, "How is this embarrassing? It should have taken a lot of effort for you to find this Dragon Ball, King." Pilaf said, "Very well, we are also very honored to give you the Dragon Ball. As the saying is, friends send, don't quit. You are my friends starting today." Pilaf didn't understand anything to say, but he knew that his Dragon Ball was gone, and squeezed a smile that was uglier than crying at Sun Weiyuan. All 7 Dragon Balls gathered, Bulma was excited, little Goku had a dumbfounded expression, and did not feel much about Dragon Balls, while Sun Weiyuan was looking forward to it, but that's all. "Bulma, do you have any wishes to fulfill?" The excited Bulma suddenly calmed down when she heard this. Originally she wanted to make a wish to Shenlong for a handsome boyfriend. But now, when she looked at the handsome and dashing Sun Weiyuan and the sense of security that his strong strength brought her, it seemed that she no longer needed to make a wish. I don't seem to have any wishes to fulfill," Bulma replied with blushing cheeks. "Goku, do you want to make any wishes?" Sun Weiyuan asked little Wukong. "Big brother, can you make a wish to the Divine Dragon to become stronger?" "Of course not, Shenlong can't fulfill this wish." Goku, I don't know very well, but you can try it." Little Goku stared at the 7 Dragon Balls and asked, "What am I going to do?" "Did you know?" Bulma spoke at this time. "According to my review of ancient books, after gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, you just need to shout 'Come out!' Shenlong, and then make a wish to the Shenlong. Come out, Shenlong. A long green figure soon appeared in the dark night sky. Bulma, is that the dragon? It's so big, it's so long. They Pirav trio had already been so shocked that they couldn't speak, and Sun Weiyuan looked at the divine dragon curiously. Just say what you wish. Shenlong, I want to become as powerful as my eldest brother. Just when Bulma and Pirav thought that the dragon would fulfill Sun Wukong's wish next, the dragon spoke, sorry, your wish is beyond my ability and cannot be fulfilled. Sure enough, in Sun Weiyuan's expectation, little Wukong scratched the back of his head, turned his head and asked Sun Weiyuan, Big brother, the wish cannot be fulfilled, what should I do next? Oh! The trio of Bulma and Pilaf almost dropped their jaws. What? Didn't Shenlong grant any wish? Why is this simple wish impossible to fulfill? Chapter 015. Sun Wukong's wish failed. Bulma did not have a wish to fulfill. Sun Weiyuan still wanted to try to see if those ideas could be realized, in case it succeeded. Even if it fails, it can make Xiao Wukong and others understand that the ability of the dragon is very limited, and many problems cannot rely too much on the Dragon Ball. Shenlong, please let me have an eternal and immortal life. The majestic voice of the divine dragon came, your wish cannot be fulfilled. Let me have the ability to survive in the vacuum of the universe. Your wish cannot be fulfilled. Obliterate the evil enemies who destroy the peace of the earth in the future. Wishes cannot be fulfilled. Bulma and Piraf were stunned. They wouldn't have encountered a false divine dragon, why couldn't any wish come true? Isn't the legend that the dragon claims to be able to grant all wishes? Little Gaku also whispered, I feel that the dragon is so useless, so many wishes have not been fulfilled. Sun Weiyuan cleared his throat, I want to have the ability to move anywhere in an instant. Sorry, the kind of ability you are talking about is beyond the realm of people, it is a special ability belonging to some high-level gods in the universe, and it cannot be realized. However, I can enter the teleportation principle and learning method of the Atlantic Eons in the universe into your memory. Well, this divine dragon of the earth is really unreliable, and he can't realize it if he wants to teleport. Shenlong, can't you just let me learn the teleportation of the Yadetra Starman? No, the teleportation of the Yadetra Star is also in the category of divine skills. Not everyone can learn the principle of teleportation, even if they know the principle, they need the assistance of the Yadetra Star Elder to learn it more easily. Of course, if you are talented enough, you can also learn with a strong talent after knowing the principle. Shenlong felt that he was the most unranked appearance in the past few hundred years. That'll do. Shenlong's eyes lit up red, and Sun Weiyuan found that he had more memories of the teleportation of the Yadetra Starman. Your wish has been fulfilled. The divine dragon disappeared, turning into 7 Dragon Balls scattered and flying in 7 different directions, and Sun Weiyuan flashed and caught a Dragon Ball that turned into stone. Bulma said suspiciously, after the Shenlong fulfills his wish, it will take a year for the Dragon Ball to recover, and if you want to make a wish again, you will have to wait until a year later. I didn't want to make another wish, this is Grandpa's 4-star Dragon Ball, I'm going to bring it back to Bun Mountain. By the way, Bulma, the search for Dragon Ball is over, do you have any preparations next? Bulma shook her head, I'll go home and wait for school to start, there is no plan, tomorrow morning Weiyuan can send me back to the western capital, it will take a long time if I ride back. The next morning, little Wukong returned to Bun Mountain alone, and Sun Weiyuan flew to send Bulma back to the western capital. When Sun Weiyuan took Bulma to fly before, he hugged her waist in Bulma's shy gaze and flew on his shoulders. Now she is taking the initiative to carry it, and wants to take off on his body. Of course, Sun Weiyuan will not agree, he does not want to be under the woman, he must be on it. So Bulma can only choose below, Sun Weiyuan is above. Face to hold her takeoff. Weiyuan, you are so fast, Can you slow down? I can't stand it. Sun Weiyuan sighed, sure enough, I am too strong, ordinary people can't withstand such a fast speed, I don't feel much, she can't stand it. After returning to Bun Mountain, Sun Weiyuan saw little Wukong running to the gravity room to train again, and it is worth mentioning that little Wukong did not practice as crazy as he did on his way to Namex in the original plot. One is that he is still young, the second is that he has not experienced any tribulations so far, and there is no unsolvable crisis that forces him to squeeze himself to become stronger. Gaku, are you going to find the turtle immortal grandpa to practice? Sun Weiyuan asked little Wukong for no reason. Big brother, didn't Grandpa the Turtle Immortal say that there is nothing left to teach us? Let's practice it ourselves. Little Gaku was asked with a puzzled face. Hi yikes! Little Gaku, I'm not afraid that your true love will be gone. The little bald-head Klin will soon go to Wushan to practice. Gaku and he have formed a deep friendship since childhood, and during the final battle between Gaku and Frieza on Nameki, it was also Klin who died, and the furious Gaku became a Super Saiyan. So everyone has been saying that Klin sacrifices the sky, the magic power is boundless, Klin is Goku's true love. Yes, by the way, Gaku, did you tell Grandpa about your engagement to Kiki yesterday? Sun Weiyuan suddenly remembered that after the Flame Mountain was destroyed, Kiki told her father the Bull Demon King that she and Gaku had made a private lifelong affair with the strong support of the Bull Demon King, and held an engagement ceremony for little Gaku and Kiki in the village that day, and little Gaku was happy to eat. Betrothed? I already ate it yesterday. Why do you still tell Grandpa? Sun Weiyuan, I taught Wukong a lot of things, but this seems to have forgotten to teach. It seems that he treated his engagement as a big meal. Forget it, and Wukong can't tell, even if Sun Weiyuan says it clearly. Little Wukong can understand very limited, it's better to go with the flow. Gaku, you continue to cultivate, I'll go find Grandpa. Oh. Little Gaku walked into the gravity room and began to cultivate. Grandpa, I have something big to talk to you about. Looking at Sun Weiyuan, who was much taller than him, old Sun Wuhan smiled and said, Weiyuan, what is the big thing to sit down and talk slowly? He casually poured a glass of water for Sun Weiyuan, and he also took a cup and drank it slowly. Grandpa, Gaku is already engaged, I think we have to make plans early so that we can hold a grand and lively wedding for Gaku in the future. Poof! Old Sun Wuhan sprayed out the water he drank into his mouth, and looked at Sun Weiyuan with a look of disbelief. Is it not clear to him what is the situation with his own grandson? And Gaku is only 12 years old this year. How can he be engaged to someone? It's incredible, little Gaku will find a girlfriend at such a young age, and he is also engaged. Unexpectedly, I have always looked away. Wukong is very talented in martial arts, and he is actually talented in the emotional problems of men and women. Sun Weiyuan, my good grandson, you have to come on. Really, /////. Look at my sincere eyes. How could I lie to Grandpa about you? I've already eaten Goku's engagement banquet. Old Sun Gohan smiled happily like a blooming old chrysanthemum. Gaku, this kid, really has his, it's so surprising to me, haha. I don't know whose girl it is. Sun Weiyuan sold a pass. Grandpa, you must know each other, oh, and you are very familiar. Old Sun Gohan was accustomed to the eldest grandson who occasionally had a little skin. Say it quickly, Grandpa can't guess. Chapter 016. Old Sun Gohan is accustomed to the eldest grandson who occasionally has a little skin. Say it quickly, Grandpa can't guess. It's Grandpa, your junior brother, Kiki, the daughter of the Bull Demon King. How is it? Isn't it a surprise? I heard that he has a daughter. I didn't expect to have a relationship with Gaku. Old Sun Gohan felt very surprised. When Grandpa is free, go to the Flame Mountain to find the Bull Demon King Lala's family, and by the way, discuss the matter of little Gaku and Kiki. Gaku is still young and does not understand human feelings. I will do this matter personally, and it is good to do everything properly. By the way, Gokyoto. Sun Weiyuan was inexplicably panicked when he heard it. Wukong is engaged, but you are Wukong, said Big Brother. This is you can also hurry, living with his grandfather for more than 10 years. He knew at this moment that his grandfather was also quite able to say, and the sudden marriage urging made him a little confused for a while. He wasn't sure until now whether to pick Bulma or wait for the bubbling cyborg 18 to come out. One is the daughter of the richest man in the world, a beautiful woman with both wisdom and figure, and a pair of white rabbits on her chest are extremely prominent. One is a blonde goddess who is powerful in battle and difficult to grow old. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. It is really difficult to decide whether it is better to be an adult or a child. It hurts your brain. On the morning of September 10, 749, Sun Weiyuan decided to go to Turtle Immortal Island to see Klin, the true love of Wukong. Goyuan is you. Didn't you and Gaku go in search of Dragon Ball? How come you have time to come to me? Oh haha, they. Turtle Immortal looked at Age magazine and said without raising his head. Sun Weiyuan was very speechless. If you really like that, with your identity as a martial arts god, are you afraid that there is no young and beautiful young lady who is willing? What's the point of watching H magazine dry stare every day? Sun Weiyuan was studying and trying to teleportation of the Yadetra Starman while waiting for the little bald head of Klin, who came to worship the teacher. I don't know when, a small wooden boat appeared on the sea. Standing on the wooden boat was a smooth and open Klin. I saw him jump from the boat to Sun Weiyuan. Without saying a word, he took out a copy of the Turtle Immortal's favorite kind of Age magazine from his arms, offered it with both hands, bowed his head and bent down to salute Sun Weiyuan. Please ask Teacher Wushan to accept me as an apprentice. Ah, this? Where do you see my handsome face like an old and lecherous Turtle Immortal? Teacher Wushan is over there. Sun Weiyuan was really speechless to Klin. Oh! I wondered, how could Teacher Wushan, who had lived for hundreds of years, still be so young? It turned out that he recognized the wrong person. Sorry. It's okay, I'm also considered a disciple of Teacher Wushan. If you can let Teacher Wushan accept you as an apprentice, as a senior brother, you can also consider taking care of you. Sun Weiyuan said seriously, go, whether you can worship a teacher depends on your ability. When the Turtle Immortal, who did not want to take care of him, saw Klin's filial piety H magazine, his eyes lit up and gave Klin a chance. Ask Klin to bring him a cute girl. To Sun Weiyuan's surprise, without the help of Wukong and Du Yun, Klin was able to find Lankai smoothly and bring him to Turtle Immortal Island, and I don't know what crooked ideas he used. That night, Lan Chi used puffer fish to cook for the Turtle Fairy and Klin, but the three of them got food poisoning and lay in bed for a day before relieving themselves. On September 14, the Turtle Immortals began to officially teach Klin to cultivate, and Sun Weiyuan came over for several days, and he chatted with Klin when he was fine. Klin, you are a little bald head, a little monk from the Doran Temple, you have to remember, monks cannot get married. Occasionally showing a little strength caused him to exclaim, and Klin called him Senior Brother Weiyuan. Senior Brother Weiyuan, you are so powerful, how did you cultivate so strongly? There is no woman in the heart, practice the god of nature. Dropping this sentence, he flew away without looking back, leaving Klin, who muttered no woman in his heart, practicing the god of nature in place. It is worthy of being a master brother, and the cultivation perception is different. The next year passed in a hurry, and Sun Weiyuan finally learned teleportation. Ha ha ha, it seems that my martial arts talent is still okay. During the year, he went to Klin in 3 days and said, Klin, you are a monk, and a monk cannot marry, there is no woman in the heart, practicing the natural god. Klin, you have to throw away the red dust to become stronger quickly, you see how weak you are now. While Klin's fragile heart suffered blows again and again, he even once felt that the master brother Sun Weiyuan had a point, and when Sun Weiyuan finally called the monk, he could reflexively answer Sun Weiyuan. In this regard, Sun Weiyuan can only silently say, "Sorry Clin, it's not that the master brother doesn't fight righteously, but the strength of the artificial man number 18 is too terrifying, your strength is too low, the senior brother is afraid that you can't grasp it, and the family status is not guaranteed." Senior brother, Master Weiyuan is, amazed face, going to take me to the world's first martial arts conference today, do you want to go? Clin suddenly leaned into Sun Weiyuan's ear and said. Sun Weiyuan was taken aback, almost thinking that the little juju in his heart was discovered by Clin, and the result was just to ask about the world's first martial arts conference. It is definitely going to go, what is the point of a rare large gathering of martial artists on the earth, nesting in the room all day to cultivate? When the time comes, I'll go and make a splash, and I'll call little Gaku by the way. It's senior brother Sun Weiyuan, the second senior brother Sun Wukong you said, right? I remember you said that he is the same age as mine, is he really as strong as master brother you said? Clin asked. Well, let's put it this way, my brother Sun Wukong can hit 100 current Clin with one hand. Senior brother, you are too much, every time you use me as a unit of calculation for combat effectiveness. Speaking of little Wukong, Sun Weiyuan is a little big-headed, or he can't come out in the gravity room all day long, and he is even more otaku atsured than in his previous life, or when you take him out for a walk, when you see a girl, you will step forward and pat each other's chest, blinking innocent big eyes and asking, "Are you a girl?" Big brother. I seem to have recently learned to distinguish between boys and girls. Sun Weiyuan was speechless. How did a lively and cheerful, innocent and pure little Wukong become a seriously ill otaku who loves to touch people's chests? This is definitely not my credit, and I can't admit it. Little Goku's rising combat power is my credit. On the morning of May 7, 750, AIG, Wukong, don't enter the gravity room to cultivate today, I will take you to the world's first martial arts conference, so that you can see the demeanor of other martial artists. Oh, okay. This is what you often say, big brother, is it better to read 10,000 books than to travel thousands of miles? That's right, I'll teach you one more thing, it's better to travel thousands of miles than to read countless people. Chapter 017. Big brother, shall we fly over? No need, grab my shoulder and I'll take you to teleport. When little Wukong heard this, he put his hand on Sun Weiyuan's shoulder, and the index and middle fingers of Sun Weiyuan's right hand pressed together on the center of his eyebrows, trying to find Weiyuan teacher or Clin's chi. Since his mastery of teleportation was not skilled enough, after looking for the chi of Weiyuan teacher for a long time, little Wukong couldn't bear it a little bit. Okay, you hold tight. Successfully cast teleportation. Hey, where is this big brother? Have we arrived? At this time, a woman's piercing scream suddenly sounded in his ears. Good fellow, the young and beautiful girl was in a small solution, disrespectful and disrespectful, slipped away. Big brother, you see she didn't. Big brother, where is the big brother? Little Gaku scratched the back of his head in confusion. Sun Weiyuan appeared behind teacher Weiyuan and Clin with a teleportation. He breathed a long sigh of relief. Teleportation is still more practice, so dangerous, almost lost his reputation. May everything be okay with little Wukong. Teacher Weiyuan, Clin, how are you? Sun Weiyuan greeted the two casually. Weiyuan, you have also arrived, didn't little Wukong come to see the world's first martial arts conference? Teacher Wu Tian asked. Gaku, I went to the toilet and it is estimated that it will arrive soon. Sun Weiyuan replied. On the other side, the young and beautiful girl opened her teeth and danced her claws and rushed towards little Gaku. Are you competing with me about martial arts? But you are too weak, there are too many flaws in the moves. Little Gaku lightly hit the back of the girl's head, the girl fainted on the spot, and other women who went to the toilet also found little Gaku. Then there was a riot of chickens, flying dogs jumping in the women's bathroom, bags and mirror combs and high heels thrown at Gaku, and even a few underwear mixed in. "They're so fierce, I didn't do anything, why did they beat me?" It seems that the eldest brother has long seen that they are not easy to mess with, and left early. "I will leave quickly." Little Gaku thought so, and left the women's bathroom in a flash, leaving a group of overwhelmed women. Why did that little ghost suddenly disappear just now? "We're not going to meet ghosts." Then they fled the women's bathroom in a panic. "Gaku, you're coming? Just follow me to sign up for the world's first martial arts conference." After Sun Weiyuan, Sun Wukong, and Klin all signed up, they found that teacher Wuxian did not participate in the competition like the original. "Grandpa Turtle Immortal, don't you participate in the world's first martial arts conference?" "Boss, the current martial arts conference should belong to the stage of young people. I just watch your competition off stage, I won't participate." The turtle fairy's heart is as bright as a mirror. "With you and Gaku participating, where is the champion and what else is there for me?" It is also time for the era of the Turtle Immortals, the god of martial arts, to come to an end. In the qualifiers, Sun Weiyuan all solved the opponent with one move, blow a blow to blow the opponent out, and the referee explained. Sun Weiyuan player took a big breath, one move blew the times out of the field, Sun Weiyuan player won. Klin and Little Gaku also easily entered the round of 16. And the competition changed venues. Bulma looked at the crowd in front of the ring, she couldn't squeeze it at all. The blue-haired Lankai was next to her. She didn't go to Sun Weiyuan this year, and naturally met Lankai and Klin by the way. Take a strand of blue-haired Lankai's head to Lankai's nose, Hakiu, and the gentle blue-haired Lankai turns into a violent blonde Lankai. I don't know where the blonde Lankai took out a machine gun, and the muzzle was raised to the sky, da-da-da. "If you don't want to die, let the old lady get out of the way." A wide road soon appeared in the dense crowd. "Goken, Little Gaku, Klin, and Old Man, you are all here." Little Wukong's eyes were sharp, and he pointed in a direction and said, "Big brother, look, isn't that the person we defeated in the desert last year? It seems to be called Yamuti." Sun Weiyuan looked in the direction pointed by Wukong, and sure enough, he saw Yamcha. Because there was very little intersection, he didn't pay attention to perceiving the breath of Yamcha, so he only found it now. The quarterfinals were that they did not meet each other, and they all successfully advanced to the top 8, but Klin met the senior brother who bullied him in the Doran temple, but unfortunately was kicked off the ring by the nervous Klin without light or heavy. Sun Weiyuan's opponent was still blown out of the ring by him in one breath, and the very dedicated judge said excitedly, "Appeared, Sun Weiyuan's tone trick, once again defeated the opponent with an unstoppable posture, Sun Weiyuan won the fighter." Those who entered the top 8 are, Sun Weiyuan, Sun Wukong, Klin, Yamcha, Lan Fang, Barbarian, Nan Wu, and Monster Kiramai. The first is Klin versus the Barbarians. As soon as the battle began, the momentum of the Barbarians overwhelmed the audience, from Klin and the referee in the ring to the entire audience. All of them were affected by the Barbarians' brutal breath, and some spectators fainted on the spot. The referee hurriedly put on a gas mask. Fortunately Klin did not have a nose, otherwise he might not be able to resist the Barbarians' tricks, saliva, farting, and a black mass of unknown weapons pulled out of his crotch. The second is Yamcha versus Lan Fang. Lan Fang is a beauty, but Yamcha does not solve his fear of women's weakness due to Sun Weiyuan's appearance. Lan Fang threw a wink at Yamcha, straightened his chest, and ruffled his hair. Yamcha's face turned red as blood, and finally Lan Fang threw him a flying kiss, and Yamcha was easily and happily kicked out of the ring without resistance. The third game is the fateful duel between Little Gaku and Nan Wu, but unfortunately the current Gaku is too strong, and Nan Wu didn't even have a chance to use his own trick Sky Cross Kill before he was knocked out by Little Goku's move. The failed Nan Wu cried faintly on the spot, "Pear blossoms bring rain," and finally Wuxian's teacher Pity Xiang Xiu gave him a universal capsule, and took him to a well to fetch water to load back to the clansmen who lacked water in the desert. The fourth game is Sun Weiyuan vs the monster Kiramai, the judge. Will the Sun Weiyuan player continue to use a unique tone attack as always, and will the monster Kiramai player be able to resist? The game is about to start, let's wait and see. Race start. Sun Weiyuan yawned and blew a breath towards his opponent, and the monster Kiramai was blown into the sky at once. Our Sun Weiyuan player once again made a great move to blow his opponent away. Are monster Kiramai players about to fail? No, it was the monster Kiramai player actually spread his wings behind his back and flew into the sky. It seems that our Sun Weiyuan player is finally going to meet the fierce opponent since the competition. His unique move was restrained by the monster Kiramai player. What kind of counterattack will he carry out next? The referee's voice suddenly froze, and Sun Weiyuan appeared behind the monster Kiramai in a flash, and a brain collapse stunned the monster Kiramai. It's so powerful, Sun Weiyuan's speed is too fast, he can't see what happened just now, and he can even fly. Sun Weiyuan wins. Chapter 018. In addition to acquaintances who knew Sun Weiyuan, the entire audience area was full of exclamations. Little Gaku said puzzled, "Isn't flying a simple thing? As long as you learn to dance the air art, you can fly. I don't understand why they are so surprised." Klin's little bald head sweated and explained, "They are not martial artists, they are all a group of ordinary people, and even martial artists may not be able to learn the art of dancing the air. He is the martial artist who can't dance the air art, and he has not seen the Wuxian teacher who taught him use the air dance technique." The four finalists have been decided: Sun Wukong, Sun Weiyuan, Klin, Lanfang. The first game of the semi-finals is Wukong vs Klin, and the second is Sun Weiyuan vs Lanfang. There was a break after the final four, and Bulma said to Sun Weiyuan very suddenly, "Weiyuan, don't put water like that. Called what kind of tea? You will fight in a while, don't show mercy to your subordinates." Yamcha was also shot while lying down. In Sun Weiyuan's opinion, Bulma was purely thinking too much, that called Lanfang could not enter his eyes regardless of strength, figure, temperament, or background. Alas! If his subordinates did not show mercy, Sun Weiyuan was afraid that Lanfang would not have any dregs left. He nodded his head to show that he knew, and the match between little Wukong and Klin soon began. As soon as Klin came on the stage, he said to little Gaku, "What senior brother Weiyuan told me, Gaku can hit 100 me with one hand, but I don't believe you are so powerful, unless you only fight me with one hand." Klin in this time period has a lot of crooked brains, and he wants to take advantage of little Wukong. Little Wukong blinked his big innocent eyes and said, "What the eldest brother said is true, he didn't lie to you. If you want me to let you have one hand, then I will fight you with one hand. You're ready, I'm going to start." Set up a posture and disappear in place the next moment. The referee explained excitedly, "The strength of the Klin player is very strong, the speed is difficult to catch with the naked eye. What method will the Monkey King player use to deal with it next? Let's wait and see." "It's so powerful." The Monkey King player hit the forehead of the Klin player accurately with a punch. "What happened just now? Let's interview the Monkey King player." "Monkey King player, what happened just now?" "I punched Klin." "Can you briefly describe the specific process?" "I punched and hit Klin's forehead." The referee smiled awkwardly. "It seems that our Monkey King players are quite humorous. I heard that player Sun Weiyuan is the eldest brother of player Wukong." "Sun Weiyuan player, you can." "No. It seems that Sun Weiyuan is very cold." "Klin the player is down, now the countdown is played, 10, 9, 1, the Monkey King player wins." At the beginning of the second match, Lanfang wanted to use the beauty meter like against Yamcha, and Sun Weiyuan was too lazy to say and slapped her off the ring and fainted. "Referee, that's right, everyone is not mistaken, Sun Weiyuan defeated his opponent again with one move. It's hard to imagine how much strength he still has not shown." As soon as he arrived in the ring, Bulma's flower dementia was committed again, and the public wanted to do something indecent to him. Of course, Sun Weiyuan could not let her easily succeed. He didn't dodge Bulma's hug, but he held her forehead so that she couldn't lean into his face. Qin saw Sun Weiyuan slap the beautiful woman Fei Lanfang, and refused the kiss of the beautiful Bulma, and his admiration for the master brother increased a little. Sure enough, it is worthy of being senior brother Weiyuan, deep in the essence of no woman in the heart, practicing natural gods. If it is replaced by yourself, it may have fallen. Qin, your practice is not yet home, you have to learn more from senior brother Weiyuan. The last game is the final of the two brothers of Sun Weiyuan and little Goku, and Goku's warlike blood is stimulated, and he is already eager to try it at the moment. Referee, the exciting moment is coming. According to the grapevine, the Sun Weiyuan player and the Sun Wukong player who are preparing for the final are a pair of brothers, and the champion and runner-up will be born from between them. The audience's emotions were suddenly detonated, and the sound of the scene was like a landslide tsunami. Big brother, they are so noisy, and it's not that they compete with you, why do they look more excited than me? Goku, they are ordinary people, they can't be seen with normal eyes. In short, you will understand slowly in the future. Audience, it's you who can't be seen in normal eyes. Finally, I can fight with my eldest brother again, since I practiced in the gravity room. Big brother, you don't practice with me, fight together, and now you can fight well again, let you see the results of my cultivation for so long. At the beginning of the match, Sun Weiyuan and Sun Wukong engaged in the most basic punch and foot fight, and most of the two clubs had the same tricks, and gradually increased their intensity as the battle progressed. First guess the punch and drunken boxing, there was a loud bang in the ring, but the audience could not see the battle between the two. Not to mention these ordinary people, even teacher Wuxian and Qin gradually couldn't see the fight between the two. Qin was very surprised, so the gap between me and my senior brothers is so big. Even if senior brother Weiyuan's strength is strong, I didn't expect Wukong's strength to be so strong, where is this where one hand can hit 100 Qin, and hitting 1,000 is not a problem. It seems that senior brother Weiyuan did not exaggerate and stimulate me before, but took into account my feelings and said it to a small extent. Teacher. Wuxian's forehead was also constantly dripping with cold sweat. Unconsciously, the strength of Sun Weiyuan and little Wukong had surpassed me so much, I thought it was just 1 or 2 times stronger than me. The difference in strength is 1 or 2 times, and how big is the gap when fighting? Compare General Blue with the Red Ribbon Legion. Bru's combat power is 60 and has superpowers, Momo Bibai's combat power is 120, and the strength of the two is only doubled, but Momo Bibai can easily kill General Blue with his tongue. The referee was confused for a while, he couldn't see anything, how should I explain? It's so powerful. Sun Weiyuan and Sun Wukong both use their unique moves at the same time. Godspeed, in the ring, you and I fight equally, difficult to solve. ×2. Is so surprising, there are suddenly a lot of Monkey Yuan and Monkey King players in the ring, will they still be separated? The two of them reappeared in the ring, whether they were taking a break or brewing a trick. Big brother, take out all your strength, I want to see how big the gap with you is. Little Goku's little face has never been more serious. My cute and simple brother, have you also found an ocean? That's the water I'm putting for you, as an older brother, so as not to discourage your enthusiasm for practice. It's okay, let's just use the Turtle Pie Qigong move to determine the victory. Sun Weiyuan felt that it was almost the same after fighting for so long, and there was not much point in fighting again. As soon as he finished speaking, little Wukong was ready to condense the Turtle Sect Qigong, and Sun Weiyuan quickly opened his mouth to stop it. Wukong, let's go to the sky, it is easy to affect ordinary people in the ring. Chapter 019. Little Wukong nodded and followed Sun Weiyuan to fly high in the air. The referee wore sunglasses and looked up. Sun Weiyuan players and Sun Wukong players flew into the sky and flew higher and higher. Just now they mentioned that they were worried about affecting us, and I don't know what kind of earth-shattering trick battle to use. ×2. appeared, it turned out to be the legendary martial arts god Wu Tian's unique move created Turtle School Qigong Wave. The two great moves collided in the high air and released a dazzling strong light. The light was too dazzling, it was difficult for everyone to open their eyes. What is the unusual relationship between the two strong players and teacher Wuxin? Let's interview their companion player. Clin, the referee handed the microphone to Clin, and Clin also said with a face, "They are my senior brothers, and they have all been taught by teacher Wuxin." It's really shocking, Sun Weiyuan and Sun Wukong players are not only brothers, but also learn to worship the god of martial arts Wuxin teacher as a teacher, too. Blue Qigong waves continued to collide in the sky. Sun Weiyuan has always heard that he can't fight against the Sun family, and he will lose against the wave. He still doesn't believe it. Believe, must believe he is now surnamed Sun, and I don't know which netizen's eyes are so bright, and the facts hidden in the depths were discovered by him. His Qigong waves pushed over the middle line and gradually compressed Xiao Wukong's Qigong waves. Little Gaku shouted aha! After pushing back and forth many times, it is estimated that little Goku's chi should be running out of time. Who knew that Wukong shouted again, and the Qigong wave soared violently, and Sun Weiyuan had to carefully increase the output of power, worried that this guy Wukong would suddenly exhaust the Qigong wave and hurt him. Little Wukong suddenly smiled comfortably and said, "Big brother, you are really still so strong." Then he lost all his strength, and Qigongbo also said stop if he stopped. Lying in the groove, Sun Weiyuan rarely burst into a foul language. Xiao Wukong's strength said that if there was none. Fortunately, he was clever, and he found something wrong in an instant, and quickly controlled the turn to hit the sky before the Qigong wave hit Xiao Wukong. Little Wukong, who lost his strength, also did free fall from the sky, and Sun Weiyuan flashed under little Gaku to catch him and slowly landed on the ring. The referee explained excitedly, the two players had a wonderful duel in the sky, and in the end, the Monkey King player lost a little and fainted with all his strength. The champion of this year's world's #1 martial arts conference is Sun Weiyuan. After the end of the world's first martial arts conference, Sun Weiyuan asks Bulma for the Dragon Ball radar. His purpose is not to find the Dragon Ball, but to have a Dragon Ball located with the pirate's treasure. Who makes him poor? He doesn't even have the money to build a big villa, and this guy Gaku won't take care of the family, and his wife Kiki will live quite poor with him in the future. Originally, the Bull Demon King also had a lot of family background, but when little Gaku extinguished the fire in the Flame Mountain, the entire Flame Mountain was gone, and the castle on the mountain and the treasures in the castle were also gone. In the end, the strongest man on the earth could only go to farm in order to live. Kiki completely thought that there was no future in cultivating martial arts, and abruptly cultivated Son Gohan, the son of a martial arts talent with a high talent, into a scholar, which made Sun Weiyuan, who was in front of the screen at that time, feel sorry for a while. "Big brother, didn't we already look for Shenlong last time? That divine dragon can't achieve your wish, why go looking for the dragon?" Little Gaku said that he didn't understand. "Brother, what do you think of the conditions in our family?" Sun Weiyuan said seductively. "Very good, Grandpa is very good, and Big Brother is also very good. Look, we're also starting to grow up, but we can only live in a small house with Grandpa and grandson. Don't you have any ideas, Gaku?" Sun Weiyuan continued to guide. "Oh, Big Brother, you want to? That's right, that's what you think. Gaku, are you finally going to get the hang of it? Don't waste your eldest brother, I have been teaching you for more than 10 years in a row. Big brother, do you really want to move to Bulma's house and sleep with Bulma?" After hearing little Goku's words, he almost burst out of his mouth with a lying groove. What the hell? When did Gaku speak so terribly? Meals can be eaten indiscriminately, words cannot be said indiscriminately. I didn't say this, Gaku, you have become bad. I didn't talk nonsense, I heard my eldest brother say one night when I got up to pee, I was going to go with Bulma, and what kind of food and wrapping, what long legs, You didn't say very clearly. Guiding Wukong's Gu family failed, so he had to let little Gaku keep it secret for the time being, and he couldn't tell anyone, otherwise he felt that his personality was about to collapse. According to the Dragon Ball radar, Sun Weiyuan chose a Dragon Ball in the sea location to search for it in the early stage, and it took a lot of effort to finally find the cave where the pirates hid their treasures. He smoothly found a pile of chests containing gold and silver jewelry, as well as pirate bones. I remember correctly, these are only part of the pirate treasure, and most of it is hidden in the huge statue over there. At that time, Gaku will give half of him a family, lest Kiki not let Gaku cultivate but farm, and then mention that Gaku went to other planets in the universe to see gems or something, and brought them back to Kiki. One day, Sun Weiyuan noticed that a Red Ribbon Legion was coming towards Bun Mountain, and he guessed the reason. It is nothing more than Dragon Balls. He has 2 Dragon Balls in his hand. The Red Ribbon Legion has collected the other 5 Dragon Balls, and the remaining 2 Dragon Balls in his hand have been collected. Of course, this is also his intention. Little Gaku is not looking for Dragon Ball now. How can someone who does not have the Dragon Ball Red Ribbon Legion meet little Gaku? They don't rob it. How can Sun Weiyuan have a reason to let Gaku destroy the Red Ribbon Legion, and how can Dr. Gallo, who hates little Wukong to the extreme, conduct artificial human experiments, and how can the artificial man 18 come out smoothly? Well, the 18th is not the point is that the Red Ribbon Legion is a scourge to the world, and everyone gets to blame it. Yes, that's it, it's definitely not because I like the beauty of the 18th. It's the righteousness in me that makes me dissatisfied with the Red Ribbon Legion. The righteous villain in my mind, do you like that? You're craving people's bodies. Wukong, don't practice first, come out quickly, there are guests who are about to come to our buns, wait for you to receive them properly. Sun Weiyuan pressed the switch of the gravity training room and let little Wukong come out of it. What guest? Is Miss Bulma coming? Little Gaku asked a little naturally. It's not Bulma, you come out and wait to treat them well, remember. Sun Weiyuan said seriously. I don't know how to receive guests. Big brother, or you go. Chapter 020. I don't know how to receive guests, big brother, or you go, I want to cultivate. No, Wukong, you are no longer a child, you are 13 years old this year, you are a big child, you should learn about human feelings. If they dare to put forward any excessive conditions or actions to you, you can fight back. Something happened, big brother, to give you but. Sun Weiyuan, people don't know if they don't know about people. Wait a minute, there will definitely be an accident. Then little Gaku waited at the foot of Bun Mountain under his persuasion to wait for the arrival of the Red Ribbon Legion, and soon little Gaku saw General Blue with a group of little brothers driving tanks and waiting at the foot of the mountain. Report, General, a little ghost has been found at the foot of the mountain ahead. What do you say to me about such a trifle? General, no one else has been found in this vicinity, so far I have only seen him, a little ghost, and the Dragon Balls are 2 put together, and the subordinates guess that someone accidentally picked up 2 Dragon Balls, and the little ghost head is likely to have the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Oh! Your analysis is not unreasonable, so what are you waiting for? Catch that imp for me and torture me about the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball. General Blue said in a flat tone. Yes, General. When Gaku saw someone approaching him, he was about to politely ask if he was a visiting guest, when he saw a casserole-sized fist coming towards him. After dodging the others, little Gaku said, "What are you doing? If I do it again, I will fight back." His brother said that if someone attacks, you can fight back, and if there is a problem, the eldest brother bears it, and the breath of these people in front of him does not look like a good person. You actually dodged, lucky little ghost, your luck ends here. You start lightly, don't kill it, wait a while, the general will ask him about the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball. Don't worry, I'm measured. Then another punch hit Sun Wukong, and a small hand firmly caught his punch. What? How can you catch my punch if you're a little one? You guys are here to grab the eldest brother Dragon Ball, then I'm welcome. A group of shrimp soldiers and crabs fell to the ground without even seeing little Goku's figure, and seeing that the situation was not good, a small soldier quickly reported it to General Blue. Little Ghost, it's that you knocked down so many of my subordinates, tell me where the Dragon Ball is, and you can consider starting lightly when I kill you later. General Blue looked at the small Goku contemptuously and said naturally. Who are you? Goku asked. Little Ghost, listen up, I'm one of the high-ranking members of the world-famous Red Ribbon Legion, General Blue, how is it? Frightened, / let's do it. General Blue is very proud to report to his door. Haven't heard of it. Little Goku replied sincerely. General Blue was immediately furious. Little Ghost, you are so ignorant, you don't even know the famous General Blue. Also, what am I fighting with a ghost? Tell me, Dragon Ball where? Dragon Ball? It's right there with my eldest brother. Even in the face of the enemy's question, little Goku still answered sincerely. Count you acquaintance, where is your eldest brother? Well, he's right up the hill. Saying that, little Goku also pointed to his house on the top of the mountain. General Blue let out a strange laugh, ha ha ha, what a brainless little ghost, since you have learned the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball, then you have no value in living, those who dare to hit my Red Ribbon Legion, give me death, stupid little ghost. Then General Blue used his proud superpower on little Goku, can't move. Hee, give me death. A palm slashed at Goku's neck, and an index finger stood up to block General Blue's attack. You can actually move, impossible, how can my superpower be ineffective for you? There was a very weak force that wanted to imprison me just now, is that your superpower? It's so weak. Little Goku told the truth. You give me death, death, and death. General Blue frantically attacked Wukong, but all of them were caught by Sun Wuyuan. Little Wukong yawned, randomly punched General Blue into the sky and disappeared, and then returned to Bunza Mountain and talked to Sun Wuyuan about the situation. It's okay, it turns out that the evil guest came to the door. Goku, you did a very good job, if you want to cultivate, go to cultivate, I'll call you again when you eat. Since little Goku did not kill him, the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Legion quickly reported the situation to the headquarters after sobering up. So the Marshal of the Red Ribbon Legion, General Red, and the Black Adjutant Brack spent a lot of money to hire the world's #1 killer, Tao Bibai, to deal with Sun Wukong and snatch the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. Then Dobai came to a classic Imperial Pillar flight and flew to Bunza Mountain at great speed. Sun Wuyuan, who was absorbing the vitality, sensed her rapidly approaching breath, and said to himself, this should be the peach who claims to be the #1 killer in the world. I didn't expect that Wukong didn't go looking for the second round of Dragon Balls, you were still invited by the people of the Red Ribbon Legion, so Providence. As the saying goes, thousands of miles to give people's heads, the gift is light and affectionate. Wukong, don't practice first, someone will come to you to fight, oh, you will practice after you are done, remember, the other party is not a good person, don't have your subordinates show mercy. Hey? Why is anyone here again? The peach white and white Imperial Pillar landed smoothly, and after seeing Sun Wukong, he asked, little ghost, is it you who defeated General Blue of the Red Ribbon Legion? I defeated it. That Dragon Ball is in your hands, hand over the Dragon Ball, I can start faster when I kill you, you must know that my shot fee is very expensive, it is your honor to die in the hands of my world's #1 killer Tao Bibai. I know, you are in the same group as the previous group, you are a bad person, the eldest brother said that you don't need to show mercy to deal with you. Little Goku said seriously, and then showed a little breath. The peach who originally stood with his hands in his hands, felt the oppression of this breath, and suddenly sweated like rain, so strong, and so strong at such a young age, who taught it? When Goku was just about to attack him, Mama Bai knelt down and begged for mercy, and Goku, who was as simple as a blank piece of paper, was at a loss for a while. A bomb was thrown at Gaku, and at the same time Momo Bibai jumped away from the ground with all his strength. Ha ha ha, idiot, so easy to fool, even if you are strong. You can't be intact under the explosion of my strong bomb, little ghost, you are still too young. Momo Bai was extremely proud, and little Gaku kicked the bomb that didn't have time to explode in front of Momo Bibai. The peach white soul is about to be scared out. Bang! With a loud bang, the peach white figure disappeared into the air. Chapter 021. Sun Weiyuan sat on the top of the mountain leisurely drinking tea, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Although it is not the same time and place, the scene that happened in front of me really made me feel very cordial and familiar. At first I don't know the peach in vain, and then I see that I have become a person in the play. Oops, it's worthy of me, it seems to be more literary, hee. Big brother, that bad guy was defeated by me. If it's okay, I'll go to the gravity room to practice. Wait a minute, good brother, you have heard a saying, but one cannot be repeated. I don't understand. Look, that scoundrel organization called the Red Ribbon Legion came to us twice to trouble, and when they find out this failure, they will definitely continue to come to us for trouble. What do you think I should do? Sun Weiyuan's meaning is already obvious. It's nerve-wracking. Big brother, you directly said what to do. Little Gaku scratched the back of his head habitually. Sun Weiyuan sighed and secretly said, it seems that the only thing that can change Wukong is combat power, and it is good that his personality is not affected by him. Of course, they are all a group of bad people who want to rule the world all day and regard ordinary people's lives as grass and mustard. And Gaku, you can't practice in the gravity room all day, it's too late, one by one, the way of civilization and martial arts. So, I'm leaving you with the easy and simple task of destroying the Red Ribbon Legion. The minions don't have to pay too much attention, and the rest can wipe them all out, got it? Most of the words that Sun Weiyuan said Xiao Wukong could not understand, but he understood the following words. The eldest brother wanted him to fight the bad guys, then he had no problem, he nodded to indicate that he understood. Well, it's good, although it doesn't change Goku's personality, but improving his Chinese reading comprehension skills is not in vain his teaching. Well, you bring the Dragon Ball radar, go back quickly, the eldest brother will personally cook for you to eat. What do you want to eat? Little Gaku drooled and said, I want to eat braised pork and spicy strips. No problem. Braised pork is made with a large wild boar in Bunza Mountain, and spicy strips are not the kind of spicy strips made of flour, but specially made with dragon tendon from dinosaurs in Bunzishan with seasonings such as chili oil. The headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion, General Blue who was beaten by Little Gaku also appeared there, and Marshal Red of the Red Ribbon Legion, and Black Adjutant Brack learned the news of the defeat. General Red was furious, a bunch of waste, Brock, how the hell do you train soldiers in peacetime, even a little ghost can't solve it. And you found that the so-called world's #1 killer Dobai is also a waste, spent 100 million to invite it, but when you saw that the little ghost didn't even dare to put a fart and knelt down and begged for mercy, and finally was half dead by the bomb he threw out, or Dr. Gallo is more reliable. Yes, the situation of Dobai under the Bun Mountain was detected by Dr. Gallo's micro-robot, and the dying Dobai was also being transported to his laboratory. Dr. Gallo said excitedly in the laboratory, the body of a powerful martial artist is a very rare experimental material. And my artificial human plan can also carry out the next stage of experiments. He suddenly thought of the artificial human number 8, his face couldn't help but be a little dark, he really couldn't understand that the first successful artificial human number 8 he used machinery to transform was also strong enough. However, he had a humble personality, a love of peace, and did not like to fight, which made him once feel that the artificial man number 8 was also a failure. Little Gaku came to the outside of the Red Ribbon Legion headquarters, and since he was a child, he remembered that his eldest brother told him to be polite, and he was not sure if he found the Red Ribbon Legion. So he went to ask a soldier in charge of the Red Ribbon Legion, "Hello uncle, is this the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion?" The soldier laughed and said to a few soldiers next to him, "Did you hear it? This little devil came to ask our Legion headquarters." "This is the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion, who are you looking for?" "It's boring to keep guarding the post all the time, it's rare that a little ghost who doesn't know whether he is dead or alive comes to the door, and they want to tease it well and kill him. I didn't find the wrong place. Hey, you guys get out of here, I'm going to destroy the Red Ribbon Corps headquarters." They. Laughter stopped abruptly, and he turned to angrily and said, "Where did the little devil who didn't know whether he was dead or alive, shoot him into a honeycomb?" Da-da-da. The picture on little Goku's side was also seen by General Red and others through monitoring. "It's the little ghost who defeated the killer Dobai, he dared to come to the door and kill him for me. Blue, you go to the field to command the soldiers." General Blue blushed and replied, "Yes, Marshal." "Brack, are those 2 Dragon Balls on him?" Black Adjutant Brack looked at their huge Dragon Ball detector, saw that the position of the 2 Dragon Balls had not moved, and replied, "The Dragon Balls are not on him, they should still be hidden on the mountain where he was found before." General Red said regretfully, "It's a pity, if only the Dragon Balls were on him, so that if you kill him, you can get together the Dragon Balls, and you can make a wish to make my height taller." Black Adjutant Brack couldn't believe his ears. "Marshal, what do you say? After finding the Dragon Balls, you said to make a wish for you to become taller?" "Brack, don't be surprised, from the beginning of my search for Dragon Ball, my plan is to make my height taller." "What are you kidding? We spent a lot of manpower and resources, and we worked hard to find Dragon Ball just to make you taller? And what about our desire to rule the world?" "Shut up, Brack, what do you understand? It only takes enough time to do it to rule the world, and it will be done sooner or later, only my height cannot be changed, and I have been ridiculed since childhood that red is short, and red is short, have you understood the feelings?" Brock argued that he could not accept that his dedicated marshal put height above the importance of world domination. "You are a fool, how can you please a beauty without a tall and powerful body?" Brack was completely dead, and a gunshot rang out, right in Red's eyebrows. "You are not worthy to be the commander of the Red Ribbon Legion, from now on I will lead the Red Ribbon Legion to rule the world." On the other side, Xiao Wukong's soldiers who beat the Red Ribbon fell into the water, and many soldiers fled for their lives, which was of course the result of the mercy of his subordinates. Goku is still the same Goku, as long as he doesn't go too far, he generally won't kill him. "See you again, General Lu." "Stupid, I'm General Blue of the Red Ribbon Legion, not General Ru." "Sorry ha. Your strength is very weak, it's better to run away, immediately the Red Ribbon Legion will not do bad things in the future." Little Goku persuaded seriously. "What a joke! My Grand General Blue will be afraid that you little devil will leave the Red Ribbon Legion, little." Wukong seemed to suddenly remember something that his eldest brother had taught him, and then raised his right hand and sent out a blue Qigong wave to blast out a mountain in the distance. General Blue's eyes protruded, and he stumbled. "Afraid of the little hero you leave the Red Ribbon Legion also? It's also okay, I will definitely listen to you in the future to change my past mistakes, don't do bad things, and help the grandmother cross the road." Chapter 022. Seeing the back of Bru Kang's panic fleeing, little Wukong said with some joy, "Big brother is so powerful, this method is really useful." He took out the Dragon Ball radar and checked it. According to what the eldest brother said, the front is where the leader of the scoundrel group of the Red Ribbon Legion is. As long as I defeat them, I can go back to Bun Mountain to eat braised pork and spicy strips made by the eldest brother. Little Goku did not encounter any resistance along the way, and the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Legion fled for their lives as soon as they saw Goku like an incomparably terrifying demon, and when he arrived at the command room of the headquarters, he saw the bodies of Black Adjutant Brack and former Commander Red lying on the floor. "You're the head of this bunch of scoundrels?" Little Goku looked at the Black Adjutant and asked. Instead of answering directly, the Black Adjutant invited Sun Weiyuan to join the Red Ribbon Legion. You have such a strong strength, it's a pity not to join us. I am willing to give up the position of commander to assist you to conquer and rule the world. Little Gaku did not strike directly, and first told the Black Adjutant that he was preparing to attack. I don't know how to lift. Bang! Brack shot out of his pocket again like he had sneaked up on General Red. The next moment he saw the bullet being caught in little Goku's hand. Okay, it's time for me to attack you. Please wait a minute. Gaku really stopped the action to attack, and then looked at Brack, who shouted pause suspiciously, and the other party quickly got into a robot. Stupid little devil, give me death. With the mecha in hand, Brack had a feeling that I had in the world, and controlled the robot to punch straight to Goku's brain. Little Gaku raised his hand to catch the huge mechanical fist and said, I won't play with you, I'm going home to eat. Raising his other hand to shoot a Qigong wave at random, Brack was bombarded into flying ash in panic, but the power of the Qigong wave did not decrease, and it bulldozed a mountain in the distance. Mission accomplished, you can go home for dinner. By the way, and the Dragon Balls are also brought back, the eldest brother seems to be interested in Shenlong Man. In an underground laboratory somewhere in the north, Dr. Gallo looked at the picture of Sun Wukong destroying the Red Ribbon headquarters with hatred eyes. Monkey King, I remember you, the Red Ribbon Legion was destroyed, he lost the support of huge resources, and the progress of the next experiment would be greatly slowed down. On the Bun Mountain, Big Brother, I'm back, are the braised pork and spicy strips ready? The braised pork is ready, the spicy strips wait for a while, the time to taste will be longer. By the way, Gaku, the money treasury of the Red Ribbon Legion you go and loot. Did you go and withdraw the money inside? No, I'll be back after the fight, hee hee. There must be a lot of property owned by such a large legion, and Sun Weiyuan felt that it was a pity that he did not take it back to subsidize the family. Alas, Gaku, you are free now. When your daughter-in-law urges you to work and earn money to support your family, I will see what you will do. Big Brother, I have completely adapted to 50 times the gravity, is there a greater gravity multiplier? No, if you want to increase the gravity multiplier, you can only go to Bulma's house again to find Dr. Breves for help. Seeing little Goku's expectant eyes, Sun Weiyuan decided to use teleportation to move to Bulma's house. Bulma's breath is too weak, I have some difficulty finding it, I found it, Sun. Weiyuan instantly appeared next to Bulma. Wow, so white, so spectacular, so tall. His nostrils were hot, a piece of soap fell on his forehead in the scream, and he was reluctant to leave the bathroom. Weiyuan, you big colored wolf. Then he spent a long time and even agreed to accompany her shopping. Bulma let him go in a cloudy way, who let Sun Weiyuan be her boyfriend. What can she do? Of course, for the sake of handsomeness, I chose to forgive him. All this was discovered by the Brives couple at home, and Sun Weiyuan felt that his face must be very red at the moment with such a thin skin. Mrs. Breves very enthusiastically stepped forward and hugged Sun Weiyuan's arm, and was pulled away by Bulma, who came out hastily dressed. Yay! Our Bulma was angry, ha! Mrs. Breves smiled and said, when will we have a little grandson? Bulma's face turned red all of a sudden, and Sun Weiyuan didn't feel much discomfort except for some embarrassment. Weiyuan, what's the matter with you? Am I acting that obvious? Well, I went to Bun Mountain to find you before, if there is nothing wrong, how can you come to me so easily? Bulma had some grudges. Isn't there a way around this? I'm afraid that you can't bear the loneliness and take me down. In that case, our babies may all play soy sauce, and the difficulty of provoking the artificial man number 18 will be doubled. Sun Weiyuan had to say the purpose of coming. It would be better if the gravity multiplier of the gravity chamber could be increased to 300 times. Dr. Brives asked, can you withstand such a large force of gravity? Judging from the current progress of cultivation, it is estimated that it will not take many years to adapt. Sun Weiyuan said with no particular certainty, and he didn't know if little Wukong would suddenly become ruthless one day and use self-mutilation cultivation to quickly adapt to high gravity. You martial artists are really terrifying, Dr. Breves said, without much surprise on his face. It is worthy of being a scientific expert who can face death calmly. Weiyuan, you are now the #1 powerhouse in the world, do you still want to cultivate to become stronger? Bulma asked a little puzzled. At this time, she had not encountered any crisis, and there were no powerful enemies on the earth, so she did not particularly understand why the two brothers Sun Weiyuan became so persistent in their cultivation. Raise soldiers for 1,000 days and use them for a while, cultivation becomes stronger in case of emergency, and can also strengthen the body, maybe one day you can cultivate into a god. Whatever you want. I'll go find you when I have time. Bulma said helplessly. Sun Weiyuan thought for a while and said, I recently thought of a cultivation plan. I may take Wukong to practice for at least 1 year, and then you will most likely not be able to contact me, after. Leaving the luxurious villa of the Bulma family, Sun Weiyuan remembered that the house on Bunzi Mountain was still a log cabin, and handed over some jewels in the pirate treasure to Grandpa to find someone to build a villa. In addition, it is time to step up the practice. The combat power measured by Xiao Wukong's combat power light detector has exceeded 10,000, not counting the unique aeration skills of Earth martial artists. The actual combat power must be much stronger than that of cosmic people with similar combat power values. And his combat power is only 360,000, if little Goku can transform into a Super Saiyan, his 50 times combat power will suddenly surpass him by a large margin. So, to be on the safe side, he decided to speed up the cultivation process. Chapter 023. Big Brother, is what you said true? Are you really going to take me to practice again? Little Goku is almost jumping up with joy. He is the kind of cultivation maniac who can stop all the time. The strength of the old gravity room is very slow to improve, and the new gravity room does not know when it will be done. He is worried about how to practice next. Yes, I know a place, maybe I can try it. I'm not sure if it can be done. Goku, you prepare what you need, I'm waiting for you in the Heavenly God Temple. After speaking, Sun Weiyuan appeared in the Heavenly God Temple and saw the black Uncle Bobo, still the face with no expression. Sun Weiyuan, did you come to the Heavenly God Temple to find the Heavenly God? Yes, please, Mr. Bobo, I want to meet with the gods, I have something important to say to him. You wait, I'll go ask the gods. No need, Bobo. The Heavenly God came out and watched Sun Weiyuan secretly say that his strength became more and more unfathomable. It was hard to imagine that someone could become so powerful. Hello, asterisk, long time no see, Tenjin. Sun Weiyuan said hello with a smile. Weiyuan, what did you come to me about? That's right, Heavenly God, you've heard of the Realm King. Sun Weiyuan coldly came to this sentence. The already green face of the god seemed to be even greener, and sweat began to appear on his head. Sun Weiyuan didn't quite understand the feelings of the Heavenly God. Didn't he just mention the name of your boss in the Heavenly God? As for being so nervous and scared? Far worse than my peers in my previous life. We are the Lord who fires the boss whenever we are unhappy, we will resign when we are unhappy at work, occasionally lie flat. Do not give the upper head the opportunity to squeeze us, Heavenly God, your state of mind needs to be tempered. Weiyuan, where did you hear about Lord Realm? Tenjin asked with difficulty stabilizing his emotions. Sun Weiyuan frowned and seriously and said, do you believe the god I dreamed of? Tenjin, I believe you are a ghost, I have a lot of eyes at a young age, I really don't understand why you can sit on the somersaults cloud and not fall. If I don't pay attention to some of your behavior, I really believe that you and Goku are a pure-minded child. Dreaming again, tell me what you dreamed about this time. I dreamed that the earth exploded with a bang and became dust in the universe. The mentality of the gods almost collapsed. Can you say it outrageously? So big Earth, did you say it exploded when it exploded? But according to Sun Weiyuan's dream of the Vic Great Demon King before, maybe he really has the ability to predict some fragments of the past and future. Weiyuan, you elaborate. That's right, I dreamed that when I grew up, Gaku and I met an irresistible enemy. Sun Weiyuan said nonsense. The key is that he also said that the god who had a nose and eyes, and a stable mentality like an old dog, was also said to be turbulent. The mentality of the god is actually okay, that is, the safety of the earth occupies too many positions in his heart, and his concern is chaotic. So, I want to go with Gaku to practice with Lord Realm King to improve my strength as much as possible, do you think? At this time, the excited little Wukong also arrived at the heavenly god temple, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he asked where to cultivate. Sun Weiyuan was waiting for the reply of the celestial god. Because he remembered that the celestial god could appear alive in front of King Yanluo, and he could also bring the original Wukong back to earth after the end of his practice with the king of the realm. Then it stands to reason that the gods can also take him and Gaku to the king of hell Yanluo. Instead of dying, if he must die before he can, he simply makes a wish to the divine dragon to send him and Gaku directly to the northern king. The heavenly god considered it for a long time and weighed the pros and cons before reluctantly agreeing to Sun Weiyuan's request. Then Sun Weiyuan didn't know how the heavenly god did it, and in the blink of an eye, the three of them disappeared from the heavenly god temple and appeared in the Yanluo hall. King Yanluo, who had a huge body and resembled Kiki's father, the Bull Demon King, asked, "Earth Heavenly God, why are you here?" He saw Sun Weiyuan and little Wukong behind the Heavenly God again. "Earth Heavenly God, why did you bring two living people into the Earth Mansion?" Then the Heavenly God and King Yanluo explained, "King Yanluo, it's not easy to run the Snake Road to the King Star. The Snake Road to the King Star of the Northern Realm is over there." The Heavenly God bowed and thanked him, took Sun Weiyuan and little Wukong to the Snake Road and went back. Looking at the Snake Road that could not be seen, Xiao Wukong said, "It seems to be far away." "It's not very far, fly with all your strength, and it won't take a day to reach the Northern Realm King." "That's also far away, what should I do if my eldest brother is hungry halfway?" Little Goku's biggest worry is the problem of being hungry. "Don't worry, I have already prepared, Neo, this fairy bean is for you, eat to replenish your physical strength when you are hungry on the road." "Wukong, you must remember, you must not fall under the Snake Road, otherwise the eldest brother will not be able to save you back. Below the Snake Road is Hell, a place dedicated to the bad guys after death, and there is another piece, there is a Snake Road god in the middle of the Snake Road. Run to the end of the Snake Road and jump down to reach the Realm King, do you remember?" Little Wukong nodded seriously, "Well, I know, big brother, you have to leave me alone again, and go to the Realm King Star to cultivate first. Big brother, you are so cunning. Farewell." This baby is not well behaved at all, knowing that the eldest brother's plan will be said. Wukong, running the snake path is also a practice. It is said that King Yanluo is still the only person who has completed the snake path in 100 million years, don't slack. Is that so? Big brother, how do you know? What I dreamed of, I went Gaku first, see you in Kai Wang. After saying that, Sun Weiyuan burst out with all his strength and flew along the Snake Road, passing by the residence of the god of the Snake Road, Snake Ji. He hesitated whether to enter or not. After all, as long as he goes in, he can spend the spring night with the Snake Ji who has a very wowish figure and face, the kind that does not have to pay or be responsible. The key is that the other party is still a god, and it is exciting to think about. Forget it. Her skin color is a little difficult for me to accept, but unfortunately, if it is Bulma's smooth and snow-white skin, then you have to think about it, and you have earned it. In fact, he remembered that this snake god Snake Ji was a big and long giant snake. Hey, the dingai stick you think is just a needle in the sea, How can a man of Yan Luoang's size withstand it, and he is not Su Xian? He cried out in his heart, "Don't worry, Bulma still has the 18th, my body and heart belong to you." Sun Weiyuan flew over with regret. The snake road is full of golden clouds, it looks very similar to the mussels clouds. The golden kin is good looking, but it is a pity that if you really go to sit down, you may be pulled into hell. After flying for more than an hour, Sun Weiyuan saw the tail of the snake road, and standing on the tail of the snake, he could see a small yellow-green planet. Sun Weiyuan knows that that is the Northern Realm King Star, the Realm King Fist and the most important Yuan Chi bomb. I'm coming. Chapter 024. Hello. Is Lord Kai Wang here? Sun Weiyuan asked Barbarous, the pet orangutan raised by the King of the Northern Realm. Young man, are you looking for me for something? A chubby, short King of the Northern Realm with 2 antennas on his head appeared in Sun Weiyuan's field of vision. Hello. Lord King of the Northern Realm, I am a martial artist from the earth, and I ask the help of the heavenly god to have the opportunity to cross the snake path and come to the King of the Realm to find you to practice. Earth? When did that small planet with low combat effectiveness appear a strong man like you? You wait a minute. Sun Weiyuan looked at the 2 antennas above the Northern Realm King's head and moved a few times. I probably knew what happened, but I really didn't expect that in just a few hundred years without paying attention, there would be such an excellent martial art as you on the earth. The bloodline of the Earthlings is very poor in the universe, but you can still achieve the current results without any characteristics of the bloodline. It can be seen that the martial arts talent is very outstanding, and there is really a great possibility to learn my tricks. According to the rules, you can practice with me, but you have to pass my test. If you can tell jokes and make fun of me, you can stay here and practice. Well, after saying so much, I thought that the King of the Realm would directly promise to teach him to cultivate, but it was still inseparable from telling jokes. But the laughter of the King of the Northern Realm was very low, and there was no difficulty for Sun Weiyuan. Lord Realm King, listen carefully, I'm going to start talking. The classmate asked Xiaoming, who is your father and mother better for you? Bob replied, they are all very good to me. The classmate asked again, if they quarrel, which side do you stand on? Bob, I'm standing aside. The King of the Northern Realm was stunned for a moment, and then said, ha ha ha. I stood next to me, ha ha ha, I covered my stomach with my hands and laughed, laughing and laughing, lying on the grass and slapping the ground to continue laughing. Sun Weiyuan also prepared several funny jokes, but he didn't expect the laughter of the King of the Northern Realm to be so low. He didn't feel it at all, and the King of the Northern Realm laughed and lay down. You have passed my test and can practice with me. The King of the Northern Realm was secretly happy. Maybe this guy can really learn my Realm King Fist and Yuan Chi Bullet. Especially the Genki Bomb, although it was his first creation, but even he himself could not fully grasp it, the power was too great to use easily. Little Wukong remembered what Sun Weiyuan told him, and arrived at the Realm King Star very smoothly. Northern Realm Wang Xin Dao, is this Sun Weiyuan's younger brother? How is it that brutal fighting nation Sion? However, he seems to be different from other Scions, and his heart is very pure, and he is a kid who hopes to master the Vitality Bullet. Could it be that my Genki Bomb and Realm King Fist are destined to flourish? Ha ha ha, son. Weiyuan, I'll go, the joke I told has such great power. The sequelae it's not over until now. Big brother, who is he? Little Gaku glanced at the King of the Northern Realm who was smirking inexplicably and asked. He is Lord Realm King. Next we will follow him to practice and learn some powerful tricks. Sun Weiyuan leaned into little Wukong's ear and said, this book of jokes is for you, wait for the Lord of the Realm King to tell you the joke, read it as it is, and make the Lord of the Realm King laugh before you can practice with him. Little Gaku said suspiciously, but isn't he laughing all the time? There is no accident, Gaku made Lord Realm King laugh according to the book. You can stay and practice with the King of Realm. However, since Wukong's combat power is not as high as Sun Weiyuan, and the king of the Northern Realm also needs to teach Sun Weiyuan to practice first, he blessed little Wukong with a gravity equipment. First, 3 times the gravity, which is calculated according to the gravity of the planet, and the star is only 1/10 the size of the Earth, but the gravity is 10 times the gravity of the Earth, and the gravity of 3 times the gravity of the Earth, replaced by the gravity of the Earth, is 30 times. But after 50 times gravity training, little Wukong, 30 times gravity is not enough to see at all. The Northern King was also a little surprised, and then continued to apply gravity to Gaku, and it was only when the gravity of the 6-fold King of the Realm King began to feel strained, and his actions were also affected. Finally, it increased to 7 times the gravity of King, and little Goku's brother became struggling, so that Gaku could complete his first cultivation task, catch bar bust. The King of the Northern Realm did not teach Sun Wu the distant Realm King Fist and the Yuan Chi Bullet right away, but first taught many basic cultivations and trained his body. Sun Weiyuan's physical fitness has been strengthened very well, but no, little Wukong is polished bit by bit from the practice of gravity room, and he is a little inferior to Wukong in terms of control of his body. When his physical training was almost finished, Gaku also began his next cultivation task, hitting Gregory with a hammer. Your control of your body has almost improved, now start teaching you the Realm King Fist. First you have to control the chi in the whole body, and then control the chi in the body to make it multiply and skyrocket. Sun Weiyuan's speed of learning the Realm King Fist surprised the Northern Realm King, and then seriously instructed, Weiyuan, you must remember not to use more than 3 times the Realm King Fist, otherwise your body will collapse. P.S. Since I don't know how much combat power the Double Realm King Fist has increased, I set the Double Realm King Fist to only improve the control of chi, not the combat power value. During the period of cultivation of the Northern Realm King Star, his combat power increased to 400,000, a fairy bean was held in his mouth, and Sun Weiyuan drank low and used twice the Realm King Fist, with a combat power of 800,000. Then forcibly used the Quadruple Realm King Fist again, with a combat power of 1.6 million, the Northern Realm King hurriedly shouted, "Stop quickly, your body will collapse." And Sun Weiyuan did feel the severe pain in his whole body, and the moment he withdrew from the state of the Realm King Fist, his body also collapsed directly to the ground. Hissing, the pain in his body became even stronger, and he swallowed the fairy beans in his mouth with difficulty. The Northern Realm King said angrily, "Didn't you just warn you not to use more than 3 times the Realm King Fist?" In the next second, Sun Weiyuan was resurrected with blood, and the King of the Northern Realm was stunned, and then he touched and patted him here and there, and said, "It's actually okay." "Impossible." Sun Weiyuan took out a fairy bean and explained, "The King of the Northern Realm, I didn't expect that there was such a good thing on the earth, but Weiyuan, you are still too messy." A solid slap on the back of Sun Weiyuan's head, causing the latter to grin, "Where is my mess? I have already prepared." Gaku in the original book called Chaos, and in minutes he made himself all over his body, and fell to the ground without even the strength to raise his hand. However, the Realm King Fist also really developed in Wukong's hands, and the Northern Realm King's estimate of the 3 Realm King Fist was the limit, but Sun Wukong used it 20 times when fighting Free Sha on Nameki. "Big brother, did you use the Realm King Fist just now? It's amazing, I'm going to learn this." Chapter 025. Sun Weiyuan did not answer Wukong's words. After all, it was the King of the Northern Realm who wanted to teach Wukong to cultivate, not him. "Gaku, can you hit Gregory with a hammer?" Sun Wukong shook his head, "Not yet, its speed is too fast, my strength must be even stronger." "Weiyuan, it seems that you have completely mastered the Realm King Fist and can cultivate my next trick, Yuan Chi Bomb," the King of the Northern Realm said excitedly. Not to mention that the King of the Northern Realm is excited, Sun Weiyuan is also very excited. The biggest purpose of his trip is to learn this trick of the King of the Northern Realm, and the vitality is the foundation of his strengthening. Although the Realm King Fist is also very good, the cultivation method of the Genki bullet is more important. The Realm King Fist is equivalent to martial arts moves, and the practice of Genki bullet has his method of increasing strength. As the saying goes, if you practice martial arts without practice, you will be empty. Wu is a move, Gong is power, and there is no difference between a move without strength and a good-looking flower stand. The king of the northern realm was still waiting for Sun Huiyuan to ask him what the Yuan Qi bomb was, and he felt that he had not waited for a long time. Huiyuan, it seems that you are not interested in the Genki bomb. In fact, it is the time when ordinary people pause when they speak, and Sun Huiyuan is still waiting for the king of the northern realm to say the following. Good fellow, who knew that the king of the northern realm was so monkey. In a hurry, he just rushed for this, how could he not be interested? Lord Realm King, may I ask what is the Genki bomb? The king of the northern realm said very proudly, the Yuan Qi bomb is a powerful trick I created. It can gather the energy of flowers, trees, humans, animals, and even the atmosphere to create a white energy sphere, which has no lethal effect on people who have justice in mind, but the stronger the opponent's evil heart, the stronger the power of the Yuan Qi bomb. Sun Huiyuan listened carefully to the Northern Realm King's detailed explanation of the Yuan Qi bomb. The Northern Realm King said for a long time before speaking, and finally did not forget to add, the conditions for cultivating the Yuan Qi bomb are also very harsh, only those with a pure heart can practice. Even I have not been able to fully master the Yuan Qi bomb. As for whether you and Sun Wukong can cultivate it, I can't be sure. I can only say that there is hope to learn. Don't lose confidence because of difficulties. What are you doing? According to the method you said, Lord Realm King, see if you can gather the Yuan Qi, and then condense the Yuan Qi bomb. Sun Huiyuan said seriously. Huiyuan, practice pays attention to step by step, you must be down to earth, you can't be so lofty. I just finished this. Even if you are talented, you can't condense the vitality bullet so quickly. But at this time, Sun Huiyuan was not listening to what the king of the northern realm said at all, and all his mind was immersed in communication and gathering vitality. After less than half an hour, Sun Huiyuan suddenly spoke, here it is. A question mark appeared in the North Realm King's brain, what is coming? Then he was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and he also felt the vitality gathered towards Sun Huiyuan from all directions. Moreover, he is the pioneer of this trick, how could he not feel so much vitality gathered over? It's impossible, no matter how outstanding the talent is, it's impossible to listen to me once and learn the vitality bomb. What kind of demon did I teach? The king of the northern realm kept trembling all over. I don't know if it was because he was too shocked or because he was excited by the trick someone who came after. Yes, that's it, and then slowly try to condense the gathered Yuan Qi in the palm of my hand. The king of the northern realm was excited, as if it was not Sun Huiyuan who was learning to condense the Yuan Qi bomb, but him. When Sun Huiyuan heard the words of the king of the northern realm, he also corrected some small problems in the details, and successfully condensed a white energy ball with a diameter of about half a meter. Huiyuan, you are amazing, I didn't expect you to be able to condense the vitality bomb on the first try, you are simply a genius, ha ha ha. The king of the northern realm jumped with joy, and he couldn't see the calmness that the gods in charge of the northern galaxy should have. Although Sun Huiyuan's heart was no less happy than that of the northern realm king, he still showed an indifferent look and said, regular operation, Lord Realm King, please calm down. Snap! Huiyuan, what kind of pretending to be a kid? You should laugh when you are happy, and trying to suppress your emotions is not necessarily a good thing. Yes, it is worthy of being lord of the realm, and I still have to learn from you for the cultivation of the state of mind. Ha ha ha, take something out and celebrate. The king of the northern realm stretched out his hand to Sun Huiyuan. What? You treasure that book of 100,000 cold jokes, quickly take it out for me, and the spicy strips you made, I want to eat spicy strips while watching 100,000 cold jokes. I don't know why. Once when the king of the northern realm saw little Gaku eating spicy strips, he wanted to taste one by one, and then he was out of control. There are not many spicy strips made of dinosaur tendon in Sun Weiyuan's universal capsule. Lord Ji Wang is easy to choke while watching 100,000 cold jokes, and it is not conducive to good health. I'm the supreme god in charge of the entire northern galaxy, and it's impossible to have the unhealthy body you said. Isn't it just that I choke occasionally? What a big deal. The king of the northern realm said nonchalantly. Sun Weiyuan took out a package of spicy strips from the universal capsule, and the eyes of the king of the northern realm lit up, and then Sun Weiyuan carefully picked out the shortest spicy strip from the inside and put it on the chubby hand of the king of the northern realm. The northern realm king's body froze. Weiyuan, you are so picky, does your grandfather know? Sun Weiyuan said thoughtfully, I shouldn't know, in the eyes of my grandfather, I am very generous. 1 is too little, at least 10, I have to teach you all my tricks at the bottom of the box. The king of the northern realm tried his best to fight for greater benefits for himself. No, 2, 1 move. 9 spicy strips, no less. 1 price, 4 spicy strips. That's 8, 4 spicy strips in 1 trick. Ha ha ha, take it, you, all the spicy strips are mine. The king of the northern realm snatched the whole package of spicy strips into his hand, turned around and ran back to the house and closed the door. Sun Weiyuan symbolically chased after him, knocked on the door and went to practice. Every time like this, and still happy, the king of the northern realm can't be a little stylish. For example, spicy strips need to be invited many times to give you a bite of face, so that there is a little bit of a god's style. Thinking about how many roots the king of the northern realm told jokes to his pet orangutan Barblos and the grass on the king of the realm star when he was fine, Sun Weiyuan couldn't understand how boring the king of the realm was. Omega. When condensing the Yuan Qi bomb just now, Sun Weiyuan's body seemed to have some wonderful changes, and he determined that it was feasible to speed up the body's absorption of the Yuan Qi through the cultivation method of the Yuan Qi bomb, and then accelerate the improvement of combat effectiveness. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 026. He was able to learn to play Yuan Qi Sun Wu Far without the slightest surprise. Joking, his strength was improved by relying on Yuan Qi. To say that learning can't be a vitality bomb, even Sun Weiyuan himself doesn't believe it. What he didn't expect was that there was an unexpected gain. What exactly is the change? He can't say why, but the body's perception of the vitality begins to become clear, unlike the previous kind of existence that can perceive the vitality, but it is like seeing flowers in the fog, and the ability to absorb the vitality has been greatly enhanced. He was sure that his combat power would break through to 1 million in 10 days, and there were still about 3 years before the Vic Great Demon King was released. If the Great Demon King Vic would still spit out an egg, the newborn Vic would have about 6 years to appear, and how many years has Sun Weiyuan's pro-big brother Raditz been on Earth? He needs to calculate that Sun Wukong married Kiki after the war with the new student bike, and gave birth to his son Sun Gohan the next year, and when Sun Gohan was 4 years old, Raditz came to Earth to capture Sun Gohan and threatened Sun Gohan to kill the Earthlings, so there are 11 years left. That is, the combat effectiveness must reach at least 1 billion in these 11 years, otherwise the combat effectiveness of the next people will be more perverted than 1 by 1, and Sun Wukong's strength has also continued to soar during this period, and it is out of control. And the death of Klin in the original book made Sun Wukong angry and become a Super Saiyan. But now little Goku has the best relationship with his big brother, and when Goku's combat power reaches 3 million, he dies once to make him a Super Saiyan? It's impossible, he can't afford to lose that person, but although this guy Goku is lively and active, his personality is too good, it is not an easy task to provoke him, and he has to study it well in advance. And his pro-eldest brother Raditz, does he want to die directly or put under house arrest, or die, House arrest is too troublesome, the eldest brother can have one, right? 3 years have passed in a hurry, calculating the time the 22nd World First Martial Arts Conference is about to begin. The Vic Great Demon King should be released. Even if he is in the Northern Realm King, Sun Weiyuan can already feel the evil aura that appears on the earth. Little Wukong's strength has also improved very quickly, from 10,000 combat power to 180,000. What is the limit of his combat power after using the Realm King Fist? Sun Weiyuan is not easy to judge, because he does not know how many times the Realm King Fist can be used by little Wukong. There is another thing, little Gaku is still that little Gaku. His height growth in 3 years is too careless, similar to the height 3 years ago. It will take the next 3 years to grow rapidly and become taller, and the Scions are really a strange race. Gaku, it's been 3 years, we should go back too. But I still want to continue cultivating here with Lord Realm King. Little Gaku reluctantly looked at the King of the Northern Realm. Seeing the King of the Northern Realm, he was excited. Wukong, you guy, I can teach you all. Don't you want to continue to eat and drink here? The food I have stored is almost eaten by you, if you come to me again next time. Prepare your own food. We will come to visit your old man when we are free. ×2. Let's go, let's go. I'll be quiet for a long time when you're gone. Big brother, do we still want to go back through the Snake Road? Monkey King asked. No, we can teleport back. Sun Weiyuan said confidently. Won't teleport into the women's bathroom again, will it? Gaku remembered the scene last time when his eldest brother took him to the world's first martial arts conference. Those women were really troublesome. No, no, although teleportation has not been used for 3 years, I have always studied it. Sun Weiyuan patted his chest and said, hold tight, we're going back. They. King of the Northern Realm looked at the 2 brothers who disappeared in an instant, and the entire King of the Realm seemed to become much more deserted, and he couldn't help but say to himself, they suddenly left without expecting me to be a little uncomfortable. Somewhere on Earth, look. Big brother didn't lie to you, we really didn't appear in the women's bathroom this time. Little Wukong pointed to the white flower figure and asked, then where is the big brother here? How could there be so many girls bathing together? He also gradually learned to distinguish between men and women, and saw 2 balls of meat protruding from the chest of their bodies, that is, girls. Sun Weiyuan looked around calmly and said, Wukong, calm, don't panic. They. Next second, he directly teleported away, leaving the overwhelmed little Gaku in place again. Hell, how could a person so pure and upright appear one after another in that kind of place where men are forbidden to enter? But one thing to say, the scene just now is really spectacular, the first time in 2 lives to see it, not in vain to walk this in the Dragon Ball world, hee. Could it be that God is hinting that I should get married? No, it's not the time to get married, a traverser with a background and pursuits, how can he wait for the 18th to come out? Little Gaku scratched the back of his head, why is the eldest brother missing again? I will also learn to teleport another day. Little Gaku muttered very incomprehensibly, why is it called again? Then he dodged away, leaving behind a chaotic scene of underwear flying around. Somewhere in the sky, the 3 of them huddled in a corner and hugged each other, shivering, and sitting in front of them was the great demon Vic, who had been released by their own hands and had a frighteningly green skin. At this time, the great demon king of Vic was also as old as the gods, and ordered his men to go around to look for the Dragon Ball, hoping to make a wish to regain their youth, and by the way, find out if there are any powerful martial artists on the earth, just like the Grand Master Wu Taitu who cast the magic seal wave to seal him 300 years ago. But Dragon Ball has been silent, making Vic the great demon more and more impatient. Do you still have no news of Dragon Ball? When the 3 of Pirav heard Vic Archdevil's question, they were careful to plop down their throats, and then hurriedly checked the instrument. This time, he found the trace of the Dragon Ball, and said in surprise, yes, there is news. Pilaf looked at it again. Good guy, or 7 Dragon Balls appeared in one place together. Congratulations to the Demon King, 7 Dragon Balls appeared in one place together. The Vic Great Demon King was ecstatic. The martial artist and everything was left behind. He wanted the Dragon Ball, he wanted to restore his youth, so he immediately ordered the 3 of Piraf to control the plane to fly to the location of the Dragon Ball. He wanted to personally strike, by the way, summon the dragon to make a wish, and the demon world rule is close at hand. Ha 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 ha, the Vic Great Demon Lord laughed heartily. The place where these 7 Dragon Balls appeared was naturally Bun Mountain, and the 5 Dragon Balls obtained by Sun Wukong after smashing the Red Ribbon Legion and the 2 Dragon Balls he collected himself had been placed on his body and not used. Before he and Goku were on the King of the World, the instrument made by the 3 of them could only detect the approximate location of the Dragon Balls on Earth, so their instruments had no reaction from the Dragon Balls before, and they carefully checked and repaired them many times. Chapter 027. Sun Weiyuan on Bun Mountain had long discovered the breath of the Great Demon King of Bike, but he just didn't want to deal with him for the time being. What he never expected was that the Vic Great Demon seemed to be flying in his direction. Home delivery service. Vic Great Devil King, Vic Great Devil King, why are you so anxious? I'm not ready to arrange you, come early for you. Sun Weiyuan thought to himself. He was actually not interested in the Great Demon King of Bike, but in the newborn Bike. First, the newborn Vic does not have the pure evil of the Vic Great Devil, and he is still a martial artist with good potential. Second, Vic is his grandson's personal nanny and martial arts instructor in the future, not only taking care of Goku's son Son Gohan, but also taking care of his granddaughter Xiao Fang. The point is that this nanny does not need to eat and live to pay salary, just need to drink some water, a private nanny for nothing, don't want it for nothing. The question now is whether Sun Weiyuan will make his own move or let little Wukong make a move. I'm lazy. This job is handed over to my younger brother Goku, and I'll just eat spicy strips next to me and watch the point. By the way, and my little royal bench. Everything was ready, and Sun Weiyuan felt that when the Great Demon King of Vic was about to arrive, he pulled out the Wukong who was cultivating in the gravity room. Bulma and Dr. Breves developed a gravity chamber with a maximum gravity of 300 times in 3 years, and Goku plunged into cultivation. Big brother, I've only been practicing for a short while. Don't practice yet, wait for someone to come over later, you deal with it. You can just shoot. Little Goku couldn't figure out why Big Brother always let such a weak opponent disturb his cultivation, so when would he catch up with Big Brother? You'll know in a minute, you'll be surprised. The Vic Great Devil's people arrived before they arrived. Ha ha ha, Dragon Ball, I'm the Vic Great Devil is here. Mortal, hand over your Dragon Balls, I may spare you from dying when I am happy. Little Goku's eyes widened, looking at the frighteningly green skin of the Vic Great Demon King and the Celestial God, and asked in surprise, Tenjin? No, the breath is not right, the heavenly gods do not have this cold and evil breath. They. Heavenly God on the Heavenly God Temple also sent a voice to Sun Weiyuan at this time. Weiyuan, I want to ask you to completely destroy the Vic Great Devil. Well, I didn't expect the Heavenly God to pay so much attention to the situation of the Vic Great Devil. Tenjin, are you sure you want me to completely destroy the Vic Great Devil? In that case, wouldn't you be affected by the gods? No, the Great Demon King Vic is just the embodiment of my evil side, killing him will not affect me. Tianjin said weakly. Sun Weiyuan naturally did not believe what the Heavenly God said, so he said, the Heavenly God and the Vic Great Demon King are one, he is equivalent to your other half, can only half of the person still live? So I'm more inclined to the fact that your lives are linked to each other, and killing the Great Demon King of Vic is equivalent to killing you, am I right? God. They. Heavenly God was silent for a while. Big brother, how can he look exactly like the Heavenly God? Goku's question mark. Goku. Didn't I tell you? Sun Wukong shook his head and forgot that he told the Kalen immortal that he dreamed of the great demon king of Vic and little Gaku was not present. He and the celestial god were originally one person, but they were later divided into two people, one good and one evil. He is the evil side of the celestial god, Sun Weiyuan quickly explained to Sun Wukong. Little Gaku was shocked to hear it and at the same time seemed to understand something. Why can people become two people of good and evil? It's nerve-wracking. The Vic Great Devil King, who was ignored by the two, was angry and shocked, angry that the two ants in his eyes actually dared to ignore him, and was surprised that one of them knew so much about his birth. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, you just need to know. Sun Weiyuan suddenly froze, and said it, what if the Vic Great Demon King dies and doesn't vomit eggs? Weiyuan, kill him. The earth cannot be broken again because of me, I am an incompetent god, so after I die, I want to ask you to inherit the throne of the god. Tenjin said a little lonely and a little reproachful. Life is so good, why are you bent on death? No way. Tenjin, you send a message to Gaku, let him beat the Vic Great Demon King to death, you don't care why, I'll tell you later. Little Gaku was also a little puzzled after receiving the transmission from the heavenly god, why didn't he die directly? Let the Vic Great Demon die a little slower? At the same time, the Vic Great Demon King was angry because of the disregard of the two, and two mortals with such a weak breath dared to ignore him, the Demon King who once made the world tremble, which was simply unforgivable. The finger launched two Qigong waves towards Sun Weiyuan and Little Wukong, and Sun Weiyuan dodged and retreated. Little Wukong stood there and let the Qigong wave hit his body. Humph, I don't know if I'm dead or alive. Nanny, unharmed, how is it possible? Sun Weiyuan supports his forehead, what kind of handsome is this guy Wukong, the clothes also need money to buy, and his clothes have to be changed again. Gaku, remember what the gods said. Sun Wukong nodded, and then went up to fight with the Vic Great Demon King for 300 rounds, forcing the elderly Vic Great Demon King to not know what secret method to use to return his strength to its heyday in a short period of time. On the top of Bun Mountain, Sun Weiyuan sat on a small bench while watching the fight between the two, while eating spicy strips with relish. In terms of releasing water, it has to be your younger brother, you are good at it. No wonder when the Dragon Ball Super Selection participated in the Power Conference, Klin was able to fight back and forth with you who transformed into Super Blue, and the Atlantic Ocean on the other side of the sea was overflowing with water you put out. After more than an hour, the breath of the Great Demon King of Vic is extremely weak, I lose it, there will be no accidents. Seeing that the Vic Great Demon King had begun to take in more air and less breath, the next moment he suddenly took a breath. It's not really going to hang up, right, the egg I'm looking forward to? What about our grandson's future nanny? Vic the Great Devil, you have to hold on, lay eggs quickly. I saw that Vic Great Devil's neck was swollen for a while, and he was about to open his mouth. It's coming, it's coming, it's going to come out of its mouth. Vic the Great Demon, hold on, hold on. Vic the Great Demon spat out. The last breath of turbid breath was gone. What a big devil, even an egg has to lay for so long. When I caught an old hen in my family in my previous life, it fluttered its wings and jumped, and an egg came down, what a simple thing. It's not a star and a half worse than the old hen I raised in my previous life. Big brother, I seem to have messed up, he seems to be dead, won't the gods die with him? Little Gaku said with some unease. He was obviously very careful to control his power in a fight with the Vic Great Devil. Chapter 028. Brother, don't worry, I'll ask first. Tenjin, is your old man still alive? Strange, why haven't I died yet? Isn't the Vic Great Demon already dead? The god replied. And Sun Weiyuan looked at the body of the Great Demon King Vic Dynasty, and the egg that had not yet had time to be born in his bloated neck. Tenjin, please wait, you will know the result immediately. Gaku, go help me get a knife, I'm useful. Although little Gaku didn't understand, he went to the kitchen and took out a kitchen knife. Sun Weiyuan was a little speechless, took a kitchen knife to do tumor cutting surgery for the great demon king Vic. Can it still be used to cut vegetables later? It's like cutting an apple with a scalpel on a hospital operating table. Can you still eat an apple when you know it? The other Sun Weiyuan did not know, but he was the kind of person who could not accept it. Gaku, you better take the kitchen knife back to the kitchen knife is not suitable. There was no way, Sun Weiyuan could only condense his chi into a soldier, and cut off the tumor on the neck of the great demon king Vic with a few brushes. Sun Weiyuan is very satisfied with his clean knife technique, and he has to ask, which is the strongest for tumor cutting? Find Weiyuan on Bun Mountain. I'm such a surgical genius. Did the gods see it? I rescued your other half. Sun Weiyuan said with a smile. The god thought about it again and again, but still said uneasily, if it is not completely solved, it will be a big hidden danger after all, and it may still destroy the peace of the earth. Stop, heavenly god, I think it is a brand new life, and it is no longer the Vic great demon who destroyed the peace of the earth in the past. It is it, the Vic great demon is just its father or mother, who can say for sure what will become in the future. Besides, with me and Gaku here, can it still turn the sky? Sun Weiyuan said without care. Then it's all up to you and Gaku. After chatting with the gods, Sun Weiyuan looked at the egg in his hand, so small, one size smaller than volleyball. Vic will not be wasted. He carefully thought about the reason for this situation. The fact that the great demon king of Vic did not regain his youth was probably the biggest reason for the egg's shrinkage. There is also the Vic great demon king and little Gaku who have fought for too long. Perhaps the vitality in his body has almost been exhausted, resulting in the Vic great demon king not only being able to make a reduced version of the egg, but also not even having the strength to lay eggs. In short, he is not sure whether this egg can still hatch Bic. Anyway, it must be congenital deficiency. What to take to make up for Bic in the future. But the big supplement soup nemesis people don't seem to drink this, they only drink water, which is more difficult. He also considered using the Dragon Ball on hand to summon the Divine Dragon to make up for the congenital shortcomings of the future Vic, but it is better to use less of this thing, and it is said that using more will have some unpredictable consequences. Sun Weiyuan had an immature idea, that is, to ask if he could stuff this egg into the stomach of the heavenly god, and reconceive it through the body of the heavenly god. It should be able to make up for the congenital deficiency. But before that, you have to determine whether the gods will lay eggs, if they can't even lay eggs. Don't mention stuffing them back to regenerate once, if the gods will hatch eggs, it is also broad. Sun Weiyuan appeared beside the heavenly god with an instantaneous movement. Weiyuan, why are you here? Tenjin, I have something important I have wanted to ask you for a long time, can I ask you? Say it. The Vic great demon king can create monsters by laying eggs in his mouth, can you Tenjin? No, when I separated from the Vic great devil, we each gained different abilities. The Vic great demon king acquired this ability, and I retained the ability to craft Dragon Balls. Sun Weiyuan ended the conversation with the Tenjin with regret, and he also thought of a place, that is, the hometown of the celestial god, Namek. He can look for an aura similar to that of the gods, and then instantly move to Namek, throw this egg to the great elder of the Nameks to deal with, and maybe solve the evil heart in Bic's early days. By the way, back at Bun Mountain, he pulled little Gaku out of the gravity room again. Big brother, what's going on again? I've just practiced. Don't complain, I'll take you to a place, there may be unexpected surprises for you. Big brother, are you going to use teleportation to take me again? Will there be another accident? What surprises can happen? At most, it's just a little bit of position deviation, and even the eldest brother doesn't believe it. Sun Weiyuan gave him this younger brother a crisp and loud brain melon. Hit the younger brother as soon as possible, otherwise he may not be able to beat when I don't know when. Thinking about it makes him a little sad. This time it's to go to Namek, a hermaphroditic place, where you still need to worry about teleporting to the female gathering place. Sun Weiyuan took the little Wukong and disappeared on the Bun Mountain, and the old Sun Gohan glanced at the two brothers who disappeared, and at the same time sighed that time passed so fast, when the two little ones he brought back and raised had grown up in a blink of an eye. The two appeared in a village of name Seeing, and little Gaku said in surprise, "Wow, big brother, where is this? Lots of Vic lords." Sun Weiyuan felt speechless. "Wukong, you feel their breath, there is no evil aura of the Vic Great Devil King. It's true, it feels like they look like the gods." Little Gaku is blind to Name's face, and he can't tell who is who, except for tall, short, fat and thin. Then he teleported to the position of the Great Elder with Sun Wukong, and Nero looked at the two who suddenly appeared and asked very vigilantly, "Who are you? Outsiders, if nothing happens, I invite you to leave." "Hello, smiley face, slash. We have something important to come to the Great Elder, please let you report." Sun Weiyuan said without losing etiquette. "Nero, let them in, I can feel that there is not the slightest evil aura in them." As soon as Sun Weiyuan finished speaking, the voice of the Great Elder came from the strangely shaped house. "Yes, Great Elder, the two of you come with me." After entering the house, Sun Weiyuan looked at this big elder in front of him. "Big, so big." Little Gaku said it directly, "This big is so big." Nero shouted to stop little Goku's faux pas, but the Great Elder didn't care and let him step aside. The two brothers of Sun Weiyuan were looking at him, and he was also looking at the two, and Xiao Wukong's mind was clear to him at a glance, and he easily obtained a lot of useful information. But he was not at all useful when he used the mind-reading technique on Sun Weiyuan. Not only did Sun Weiyuan have no evil aura on him, but even made him feel a little intimate, even he was well informed and puzzled. "Friends from afar, did you come to me for something?" Chapter 029. Friends from afar, are you looking for something? The Great Elder asked in a calm tone. Sun Weiyuan took out the egg without saying a word, and the moment the Great Elder saw the egg, he noticed an aura similar to that of their nemesis, but it seemed to have a faint evil aura. "We come from a distant Earth from here, and hundreds of years ago, a young child from the name X came to Earth, and was later regarded by the previous celestial god at that time to become the candidate heir of the celestial god." Sun Weiyuan briefly said what happened. He should have suffered a catastrophe on name X hundreds of years ago and was one of the genius children sent out, but he didn't expect that in addition to name X, there were clansmen who survived. According to what you said, the celestial god Vic should have belonged to the all-round genius at the beginning, forcibly splitting himself in two in order to become a celestial god, and that innate talent was also halved, otherwise the strength would not be so weak. Thank you for sending back our people, I have a clear understanding of its situation, it is not too difficult to solve. At this time, Sun Weiyuan seemed to have suddenly remembered something, and said with an embarrassed face, "Great Elder, I heard Lord King of the Northern Realm say that the Nemesis have some very strange abilities, such as making Dragon Balls and developing potential. I would like to ask you to develop our potential, can you?" As soon as Nero wanted to stop it, the Great Elder spoke, "It's okay, Nero is the supreme god in charge of the Northern Galaxy, Lord King of the Northern Realm. I didn't expect that I could still be noticed by a high-level god, I can indeed open up some of the potential for people, you are warriors with a righteous heart, there is no problem in opening up the potential for you." "Thank you, Gaku, you go first." "Big brother, what is the development potential?" The emotional little Wukong listened quietly to him and the Great Elder here for a long time, but he still didn't understand. This is really very Wukong. Simply put, it can make your strength improve quickly and become stronger, understand? Little Wukong listened and became excited again, and stepped forward and asked, "Great Elder, what should I do?" The Great Elder motioned for him to walk over, and Gaku walked over with the appearance of a good baby, and a hand that was really bigger than a fan was placed on his head. "I didn't expect you to be so strong at such a young age, and your chi is several times that of Nero. Nero was very shocked when he heard what the Great Elder said, knowing that he was not only the Great Elder's bodyguard, responsible for the safety of the Great Elder, but also the strongest fighting type Nemex on the Nemesis now. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong, who was still a child among the two, had several times his strength, and how strong would Sun Wukong's brother Sun Weiyuan be? He couldn't imagine that this was a warrior who could know the gods of the level of the Realm King. It's too strong, but it's so strong. Do you need to develop your potential to become stronger? What the Great Elder said was only Sun Wukong's basic combat power. Sun Wukong would also be suitable for his Realm King Fist, and the highest combat power was definitely not just a few times that of Nialu. Your potential is bottomless, endless, and I can only develop a small part of your potential. Then the breath on Sun Wukong's body began to climb step by step, and the white flames around his body gushed out, and Sun Weiyuan could feel that Sun Wukong's strength increased by about 10 times in a moment. Wow, good, such a powerful feeling, big brother. I think I can't help but fight with you. Little Gaku trembled with excitement. Yes. Sun Weiyuan agreed. Brother, I want to challenge me when my strength has just improved. I will tell you, your eldest brother is still your eldest brother, and you can't float when your strength is improved, understand? Great Elder, I'll come back when I go with Gaku. Sun Weiyuan and little Wukong were far away from the residence of the Great Elder, standing in the air. The brothers looked at each other, and the air seemed to wipe out electric sparks where their eyes collided. Sun Wukong rushed to Sun Weiyuan in a flash, and before he could attack, Sun Weiyuan slapped him on the door of the head. Deal with your eldest brother is still playing temptation, see if I don't let you remember longer. Little Goku's body shot into the ground, and his clothes came out of the pit with tattered clothes. Doesn't big brother fight without warming up? How many times have I taught you, don't be tempted when facing a strong enemy, and directly bring out 200% of your strength, otherwise you are likely to be killed by others in a second. I know. No? How many times have you kids said to me, I know that I know, I understand, next time I will commit it again. Sun Weiyuan is a little tired, let him go, don't care. Sun Wukong burst out with all his strength, and the Nero sweat beside the Great Elder flowed down drop after drop, and the other numerous people on the Namex star also sensed this terrifying aura and stopped all the work at hand. That direction is where the Great Elder is. After the shock, many Nemesis people worried about the safety of the Great Elder rushed towards that direction. Sun Weiyuan did not erupt his own breath. Like this level of battle, he can use his body to control the chi, and it breaks out at the moment of the fight, which greatly reduces the consumption of chi and prolongs the battle time. Big brother, be careful, I've become very strong now. Gaku, you have indeed become stronger, but that's not enough. Fight and fight. Gaku attacked with all his strength, and his mouth kept shouting. If that's all you have, that's the end of it. Sun Weiyuan put on a masterful style and said, after all, strong is only a matter of time, and handsome is a matter of a lifetime, and he can still distinguish very clearly. Oh! It's not over yet. Gaku hurriedly said, for fear that the eldest brother would slap him on the back of the head after saying something similar as before, and then he would faint. This is just the beginning. Triple Realm King Fist, ha! The red transparent aura wrapped around little Goku's whole body. Turtle Pai Chi Gongbo. Is it against the wave again? Am I also the Sun family, or will your eldest brother be afraid of you? Sun Weiyuan only raised his right hand and also hit the Turtle School Qigong wave, and soon pressed Wukong's Qigong wave back. Quadruple Realm King Fist. Five-fold Realm King Fist. Tenfold Realm King Fist. This is already beyond the limit of what his body can withstand. It's really okay to take you, I'm not your enemy, what are you doing so hard? It seems that you have to spend another fairy bean. Gaku once again fell from the sky with all his strength, and Sun Weiyuan kept shouting when he caught him, pain and pain. Big brother, you are really powerful, I have become so much stronger, and I still can't beat you when I use the Realm King fist beyond the limit. That's of course, don't look at who is the eldest brother and who is the younger brother. How many times have you said it? Your eldest brother is still your eldest brother. Even if you become stronger, I will still be your eldest brother. Sun Weiyuan and his brother said Hiver. Big brother doesn't know why? Seeing your expression, I want to punch you in the face. Little Gaku opened his big innocent eyes and said with a smile. Nonsense, this expression with this handsome face of your brother, it's just cool, right? It can't be that you said that you owe the expression. Some sins are really self-inflicted. The younger brother is not very sensible, that fairy bean or keep it, you can still shout pain, the problem should not be very serious. Chapter 030. When Sun Weiyuan returned to the Great Elder's residence with little Wukong in his arms, he saw a large group of Namex people gathered together, and he was also a little blind. A green crowd stood in the doorway. The older it gets, the greener it gets, what a wonderful race. As the eldest brother of little Gaku, he is still very generous, and although he did not use Sendu to make him recover instantly, he asked a therapeutic nemesis to treat Gaku. Then the Great Elder opened the potential for Sun Weiyuan, but this time it was not as easy as when he opened the potential for Sun Wukong. Your body is extremely strange, I have never seen you in this situation. According to the blood of the earthlings, you shouldn't have so much potential. But your potential is sometimes like a vast starry sky, with unlimited potential. Sometimes it looks like a spring that is about to dry up, and it has reached its limit. Your bloodline is not simple, but what makes me wonder is that you are obviously an earthling bloodline. Is it a bloodline evolution? The Great Elder seemed to be talking to Sun Weiyuan, and said as if he was talking to himself. Sun Weiyuan is naturally very clear about the difference between himself and other earthlings. He is not only a soul, his body is not this world, he is an earthling, he is not an earthling. What he really didn't know was whether his body's ability to absorb vitality was a legacy left by his ancestors, or whether there was a change in the process of crossing that he couldn't understand and touch, otherwise how his body turned into a baby. It took a long time for the Great Elder to open up the potential for Sun Weiyuan like rain, and Nero was very worried about the Great Elder's physical condition, and he very much wanted to prevent the Great Elder from continuing to develop the potential for Sun Weiyuan. At a certain moment, Sun Weiyuan's body seemed to have opened some shackles, and the convergent aura began to be fully released. The momentum rushed straight into the sky, sweeping in all directions, like a raging wave, one wave stronger than another. The group of Nemesis were shocked beyond belief, and the strongest Neru's body trembled uncontrollably. Is this really the power that people can have? Little Goku's body also trembled uncontrollably, and unlike Neru's fear, he was inexplicably excited. Is this all the breath of Big Brother? It's stronger than I thought. When will I really fight Big Brother? If Sun Weiyuan knew what he was thinking at the moment, how could he satisfy this younger brother who didn't remember pain? He just made himself miserable before. This was cured too quickly by the nemesis, and he began to itch again, and he wanted his eldest brother to clean you up. Sun Weiyuan felt the change in his strength, about 3 times the strength before the development of potential, and the improvement was not as exaggerated as 10 times that of Wukong, but it was already very considerable. Also, do I really have the Great Elder say that I still have very great potential? Then should we consider finding the old Realm King God of the Realm King God realm to develop the potential in the future? After all, the ability of the Great Elder is far from it. He was also a little worried that the Old World King God would find out that he was an outsider, and the Old World King God was sealed in the Realm King Divine Sword as early as 75 million years ago. And the old monster who lived for an unknown number of tens of thousands of years was difficult to determine whether it would not be seen. The most important point is that he is not sure what the attitude of the Supreme God of this world is towards outsiders. Who likes the feeling of a small life in someone else's hands? Think a little far, the meal should be eaten bite by bite, everything must be completed one by one, and the last thing to come to Nemesis can be successfully completed. Great Elder, I actually have one more thing to do when I come to Namixing, that is, I want to use your Dragon Balls to make a wish, is that okay? Sun Weiyuan did not hide it, and asked straightforwardly. You are all warriors with good hearts, Dragon Ball can be lent to you to use once. Originally using Dragon Ball to make a wish would need to be tested, but now it seems that none of my children are your opponents, so the test does not need to be carried out. The Great Elder said in a calm tone. Then the Great Elder ordered the elders of each village to fetch the Dragon Balls. Wow Omega, the Dragon Ball on the Nemesis is so big, can it also fulfill a bigger wish? Little Gaku looked at the 7 Dragon Balls in front of him very curiously. That's for sure, the bigger the Dragon Ball, the greater the wish that can be fulfilled. A Nemesis stepped forward and read a paragraph that Sun Weiyuan couldn't understand. Strange language. The 7 Dragon Balls resonated and shone in sync, and the sky went dark. Soon a strange-looking divine dragon appeared in the sky, and the divine dragon on the earth was still very similar to the divine dragon in Chinese mythology and legend, and this divine dragon named Palunga, god of dreams, on Namex was completely out of shape. Big brother, look, this divine dragon is so thick, so big and long, and it looks very strange, and it doesn't look like the divine dragon on the earth at all, Elder. Mu Li, who succeeded the Great Elder after his death, asked Sun Weiyuan what were the 3 wishes he wanted to make. Little Gaku was shocked again at the right time. 3? Isn't it only possible to make 1 wish? Elder Mu Li explained, the divine dragon on our Messi's star can make 3 wishes. Well, say your wishes, Polenga will grant you it. Little Wukong looked at the eldest brother. Sun Weiyuan said, my first wish is to ask the divine dragon to strengthen the earth as much as possible. Shenlong's eyes lit up red, and his wish was fulfilled. My second wish is for me and Gaku to have the ability to survive in the void. Then he was told that a wish could not allow both of them to have the ability to survive in the void at the same time, so he had to change it to him alone, and his body genes were not altered. But in the mind, there is an additional energy needed to replace the metabolism of the living body with the qi in the body. As long as there is still qi in the body, there is no need to rely on oxygen to breathe. My third wish is to get teleportation that can appear anywhere. Mu Li once again relayed Sun Weiyuan's words to Polenga, but this time his wish could not be fulfilled. Can only teleport in this universe. Having learned the teleportation of the Yadetra Starman, Sun Weiyuan feels a little chicken. He is not interested in places without the breath of life. Since it was not particularly useful to himself, Sun Weiyuan felt that he had given this wish to Wukong. But he hadn't even made a wish. Gaku, you will grant the rest of this wish. Little Wukong once again made a wish to the divine dragon to let his strength catch up with Sun Weiyuan, but he was disappointed again. This divine dragon could not fulfill the wish that went against the laws of nature. Sun Weiyuan thought about pulling Elder Mu Li to a remote corner and told Wukong not to follow. Elder Mu Li, the third wish is that you are so. Do you get it? Mu Li, where did I understand? I'm dumbfounded, okay? But he still nodded, his gaze swept over little Gaku without leaving a trace, and then said the third wish to Shenlong. Chapter 031. The Nemesis present were collectively speechless. They were not Sun Wukong, they could not hear the conversation between Sun Weiyuan and Elder Mu Li, their hearing was quite good. Are you really nice to your brother like this? Isn't he your own? This wish is simple. The red light of Shenlong's eyes fell on little Gaku, who scratched the back of his head in puzzlement and looked at his eldest brother. The wish came true. The divine dragon turned into 7 Dragon Balls and scattered them again on the Namex star, and the Namex people present counted one by one, and they all knew what that wish was, but only little Gaku looked around strangely. How could they all look at themselves? Big brother, what is your wish for me? I don't feel anything at all. How can Shenlong say that the wish is over? It's nothing, you will naturally know in the future, and the eldest brother will pit you. Sun Weiyuan asked Wukong seriously. Sun Wukong shook his head and said, I believe that the eldest brother can't pit me. The surrounding Nemesis, what a good child, he is about to be fooled and lame by his unscrupulous big brother. The green faces were full of sympathy and pity, and Nero couldn't help but speak, but was stopped by the great elder. Although he, as the great elder of Namex, has seen and learned a lot, and does not understand Sun Weiyuan's wave of operations very well, although it is very strange, there should be a reason why he does not know, and he can't let Nero destroy Sun Weiyuan's plan. After Sun Weiyuan and the two left Namex and returned to Earth, Nero asked the great elder why he was so painstakingly helping Sun Weiyuan and the two brothers. Nero felt that Sun Weiyuan and the two gave them a clan to thank them, and it was okay to use Dragon Balls for them, but the great elder spent a lot of effort to open up the potential of the two, and he couldn't understand. In his eyes, the health and safety of the great elder were more important than anything else. Nero, when I saw Sun Wukong, I suddenly foresaw that Namex was going to face a catastrophe in the future, and I also saw a golden warrior named Sun Wukong fighting a powerful evil enemy. It should be the grown-up Monkey King is right. In that scene I saw that Namex was destroyed. Nero said in disbelief, how can there be such a powerful enemy? The current Monkey King is so strong that people are desperate. What enemies will be his opponents when he grows up? And there is a big brother Sun Weiyuan who is even more terrifying than him. I didn't see Sun Weiyuan in that disaster. I can only predict a corner of the future, maybe in addition to the powerful enemy that Sun Wukong fought, Sun Weiyuan also contained a more powerful enemy on the other side, on Bun Mountain. Looking at Wukong's dry rice scene, Sun Weiyuan considered whether to recruit a cook for the family to cook for little Wukong. His rice was too large. It is worth mentioning that before going to the Realm King to cultivate, Sun Weiyuan gave a lot of belongings. Grandpa found someone to build a big villa, no longer need grandpa and grandson to squeeze into a log cabin. By the way, today seems to be the world's first martial arts conference again, and after the martial arts conference, Clin was killed by the hands of the Vic Great Devil. Sun Weiyuan suddenly remembered such a stubble when eating. The great demon king Vic is gone, but several of the monsters under him have not been killed. And the little bald Clin will not be killed by the monster named Dan Balin again. As soon as he thought of this, Sun Weiyuan instantly moved to Papaya Island, the world's first martial arts conference, and after discovering Teacher Wuxian and the others, he went over to say hello. Everyone has not seen you for a long time. Grandpa the Turtle Immortal, Oolong, Clin, and our beautiful and moving Miss Bulma is also there. 3 years later, Bulma has grown more and more plump, like a peach ripe to the extreme, and her exaggerated body curves are enough to kill all women of the same age. This woman is also extremely unreasonable. As soon as she saw Sun Weiyuan appear, she hit people with the ball, and she had to take advantage of people, but fortunately he kept meditating in his heart, number 18, no 18. Only then did I resist the temptation abruptly. Oh, it's Gokuto. It's been a long time. Where have you and Goku gone to practice secretly in the past 3 years? Neither Clin nor I have seen you come to Turtle Immortal Island once. The Turtle Immortal chattered with Sun Weiyuan while observing the match in the ring. The Turtle Immortals did not participate in the martial arts conference, and now the second semi-final is underway on stage, and the two sides are Yamcha and Tianjin Rice, but it seems that Yamcha is about to lose. He also practiced under Teacher Wuxian 3 years ago, and his strength has been greatly improved. As for Clin, he has already won the semifinals, and the last match is not surprising that he competed with Tianjin Rice. Yes, senior brother Weiyuan, you must have become stronger. Clin asked excitedly. He still remembered the ultimate battle between Sun Weiyuan and Little Wukong at the world's first martial arts conference 3 years ago. Even though he now feels that he has improved a lot, he still thinks that he will never reach the level of Sun Weiyuan or Wukong 3 years ago. Another 3 years had passed, and he really didn't know how powerful his brothers had become. Did Clin remember senior brother's words? It won't be secretly going to have a girlfriend, causing the practice to slow down now. Sun Weiyuan said mockingly, you are a monk, you have no woman in your heart, you cultivate the god of nature, and a monk can't marry a wife, don't delay your cultivation event. Senior brother, don't try to lie to me. I used to be from the Doran Temple, but now I am a disciple of teacher Wuxian, and I can marry a wife. Clin didn't say a word. That is, senior brother, you have long been good with Bulma, and you also persuaded me to have no woman in my heart. Do you want me to be single for the rest of my life? Sun Weiyuan saw that this situation could not work. It seems that the A plan that let Clin be a monk not marry his wife failed, so he could only use plan B to help Clin get married as soon as possible. His first girlfriend seems to be called Marin, and when it comes to this, Clin is still quite affectionate, and the daughter of the latter and the 18th is called the name of the ex-girlfriend Marin. The results of the competition in the ring came out. Yamcha was defeated. It may be that Tianjin Fan did not know that Doubai was killed by little Goku. It's not quite right. Goku didn't even touch a single hair of Mama Bai, but just kicked the bomb that Mama Bai threw himself. In short, Tianjin Fan did not hate their group, and did not break one of Yamcha's legs with a ruthless hand. In the end, Clin and Tianjin Rice competed for the championship, but unfortunately, although Clin's strength is okay, he is still not Tianjin Fan's opponent. The Crane Immortal laughed on the spot, an old dirty turtle, so angry that the Turtle Immortal fought with him on the spot, and the Turtle Immortal, known as the martial arts god Wuxian teacher, steadily suppressed the Crane Immortal. Seeing that he couldn't beat it, he asked Tianjin Fan, who was stronger than himself, to kill the Turtle Immortals together, but unfortunately Tianjin Fan had his own bottom line and refused. Chapter 032. At this time, two green figures flew down from the sky, one thin and one fat, namely Dan Balin, the eldest son of the great demon King Vic, and the second son, the weak chicken has no name. The one in the original book was roasted by a kilobe to eat it with a one-size-fits-all cut. The two demon races raised their heads proudly, holding a roster of the Martial Arts Association in their hands, and Dan Balin looked at Tianjin Fan with contempt. You are the champion of the world's first martial arts conference, Tianjin Fan. Who are you? The two demons ignored it, continued to look at Clin and said, it seems that you are the second place Clin. Then, now, I will tell you, listen well, don't be scared to pee your pants. We are the eldest son and second son of the great Vic Great Devil. Wait a minute, we will be the existence that will kill you, ha ha ha, except for Sun Weiyuan, the Turtle Immortal and the Crane Immortal. The entire audience, including Clin and the others, listened with a look of confusion. All more than 300 years have passed, where are there still a few people who know the Vic Great Devil? The audience turned their heads and ears to talk about who the great demon king of Vic was, and there was no panic, fear, and chaos in the imagination of the two demons. The Crane Immortal was so frightened that his face changed drastically, and he turned around and quietly squeezed into the crowd and slipped away, and the Turtle Immortal was also scared when he first heard the news of the birth of the great demon King Vic. However, he soon thought of Sun Weiyuan and Sun Wukong, and compared the two with the Vic Great Demon King he witnessed 300 years ago, and the result was that the Vic Great Demon King was most likely not the opponent of either of the two. Then he calmly told Clin and the others in detail about the Great Demon King of Vic back then. The two demons of Dan Balin saw that someone knew about their great father, and did not stop the story of the Turtle Immortals, and the rebirth of their demon race would inevitably make the world tremble under the rule of the demon race. The words of the Turtle Immortals were also broadcast to the world through television, and most people did not believe them, but some people found some relevant records. Some of the audience saw that the situation was wrong and had already slipped away, and Dan Balin saw that the Turtle Immortal had said almost the same, so he said, "Okay, we should send you on the road." The referee of the martial arts conference explained, "Wait a minute, the audience friends in front of the TV, you have all heard what you just said. The evil Vic Great Demon King was born, and he is about to destroy the peace of the world. And can these world's most powerful martial artists in front of them defeat the evil enemy and protect world peace? Let's wait and see." Sun Weiyuan couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that the referee of this ordinary person actually dared to interrupt the movements of the two demon races. Good guy, this is using his life to explain. The courage is not ordinary. It's almost there. You two demon clans don't need to be alarmist here. The great demon king of Vic has been wiped out by my younger brother Sun Wukong. Sun Weiyuan came to the ring with a handsome appearance, and said plainly as water, as if he was saying something insignificant. The already handsome Sun Weiyuan, compared with the two non-human demons, looks more handsome, and many women in the audience and in front of the TV are also shocked by Sun Weiyuan's handsomeness. Wow, this man is so handsome. The feeling of being in love, I seem to believe in love at first sight again. Dan Balin did not believe Sun Weiyuan's words at all. In his cognition, the Vic Great Demon King was the most powerful existence on earth, and it was absolutely impossible to be destroyed by this human brother. Impossible. No one knows the Demon Lord better than me, he is the most powerful in the world, there can be no existence on earth to defeat the Demon King. Boy, you insulted the Great Demon King and accept the judgment from the Demon Clan. Clin muttered in a low voice, this demon named Dan Balin is so brave, he has not been beaten by society. Think of it, Not to mention, it was all tears, I was still too young at that time, so I became mature and stable under the education of the Master Brother. Again and again you must not upset the Master Brother. A small bald head, posing an old-fashioned look, looks quite funny. Sun Weiyuan said coolly to the camera, the next scene is not suitable for children. They. Referee commentator recognized Sun Weiyuan's identity and said excitedly, Dear audience friends, I remembered that he is the champion of the last martial arts conference. Mr. Sun Weiyuan, his strength is very, very, very strong, and he is a proud disciple of Wushan, the god of martial arts. Ignoring the chattering referee, Sun Weiyuan flashed and slapped the two demons into the sky one by one, and the two Qigong waves hit out and the two demons could not even be left with slag ashes. Clin looked strange, and he didn't know how senior brother Weiyuan had a proclivity for liking to slap people, and at that time, his bald head was not less patronized. So strong, this is Tianjin Rice's feeling for Sun Weiyuan, even if he is the champion of this martial arts conference, he also feels the gap between himself and Sun Weiyuan. Is Turtle Immortal Flow really that strong? Sun Weiyuan and the others walked outside the arena of the martial arts conference. Teacher Wu Tian said to Tianjin Rice, you are not as unscrupulous as he, you are a real martial artist. By the way, Gokun, was that evil Vic Great Demon really killed by little Gaku? It's not appropriate to say kill, the Vic Great Demon King is too weak, and Gaku accidentally killed the Vic Great Devil. Sun Weiyuan said indifferently. Teacher Wu Tian was full of emotion, thinking that his teacher Wu Taidu, who was sealed at the cost of his own life, was now accidentally killed by his own disciples. It is really impermanent, creating people, and it is impossible to obey old age. Suddenly, he felt a very cute sensation on his arm, and Sun Weiyuan said with an expression of having suffered a big loss, Bulma took advantage of me again while I was not paying attention. Not only did she not let go, but she hugged her tighter. Clin asked curiously, Senior brother Weiyuan, you have become stronger and stronger, where have you been practicing in the past 3 years? Clin, your strength is really a little weak, your combat strength has only reached more than 100 years after 3 years, and you have to practice hard. Clin said helplessly, I have obviously worked very hard, what is the combat effectiveness? Sun Weiyuan took out the combat power detector. This is the instrument that can detect the combat power of martial artists, and it was made by Dr. Brives, my father, Bulma. Clin asked. You guess. There should be more than 1,000. Clin felt that he had said something higher, which was directly 10 times his combat strength. Dumpling's zombie face can't see any expression. Tianjin Rice is very shocking, he is stronger than Clin's strength, but he is also limited. Clin, I have always warned you to practice hard before, don't always think about marrying a wife, look now I even guess so worried, your strength limits your vision, I will give you a reference data 3 years ago, Wukong's combat power exceeded 10,000, and our strength has made leaps and bounds in the past 3 years." While telling the truth, Sun Weiyuan did not forget to habitually ridicule Qin. Chapter 033. Sun Weiyuan said that little Wukong's combat power exceeded 10,000 3 years ago, and they were almost scared stupid. Bulma took the combat power detector from Sun Weiyuan's hand and put it on, and then looked at Sun Weiyuan's combat power showed that it was 10. "What? Is this stuff accurate? Weiyuan, how is your combat power 10? Qin 106, Old Tortoise 137, Tianjin Rice 136. There is nothing wrong with the combat power detector, but it converges the qi on his body, so it is only 10. If I burst with all my strength, the combat power detector will explode because my strength exceeds its upper limit." Sun Weiyuan said flatly. Qin's voice trembled and asked, "Then what is the upper limit of this instrument?" "Not much, only 1,000,000, more than 1,000,000 detectors with combat effectiveness will bang explosion. So it can't test the combat power of me and Gaku for a long time." "What? Gaku also has more than 1,000,000 combat power. You two brothers are really monsters." Qin was originally quite satisfied with his improvement in strength in the past 3 years, but when he knew that Sun Wukong, who was as old as him, had a combat power of more than 1,000,000, but he only had 106, the gap was at least 10,000 times. Tianjin Rice was also frightened and stupid, feeling that the champion of the world's first martial arts conference contains a water as big as an ocean. The gap is too big, so that he can't raise the idea of catching up at all. People who are a little stronger than you will not be convinced, but people who are a little stronger than you still want to compare with people? I really don't know how you practice. Qin, I think you and teacher Wushan should have learned similarly. If you want to become stronger, you can challenge the Kylin Tower, pass the test of the Kylin Immortal, and then go to the Heavenly God Temple to practice. In fact, in addition to Qin, Yamuti, Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, the 3 of you can also go to the Kylin Pagoda and the Heavenly God Temple to practice again." Sun Weiyuan said the matter of the Heavenly God Temple and the Kylin Tower, but did not say it all, such as the super holy water of the Kylin Immortal is fake, and the Heavenly God and the Vic Great Demon King are actually one person. Tianjin Rice and Yamcha clenched their fists and made up their minds to pass the test of the Kylin Immortals, drink super holy water, and go to the Heavenly God Temple to find the Heavenly God to practice. The Dumplings did not speak. Wherever the Tianjin Rice went, he went. "Weiyuan, is there really a Heavenly God on the Heavenly God Temple?" Bulma felt her curiosity being raised high. Sun Weiyuan looked at Bulma with a foolish expression, as if to say, "Where is your IQ of up to 205? The latter was unreasonable, and when he was angry, he pinched the soft flesh around Sun Weiyuan's waist. "Hehe, brother's body has long been different from the past. How can you be pinched by a war scum? You wait for me, although it is not pinched by you, but my small book has written it down for you." After he waited for Bulma to enter the house, he would let her know how her brother's bill was repaid, and an account would make her unable to get out of bed once. The Celestial Temple is the residence of the Earth Celestial God and the servants of the Celestial God. And another point is that the Dragon Ball was created by the Celestial God. Bulma said in surprise, "What? Dragon Balls were created by the gods? Weiyuan, then can we directly make a wish to the gods?" "No, although the Celestial God has many mysterious abilities and can create Dragon Balls that can summon divine dragons, he does not have the ability to fulfill other people's wishes." Sun Weiyuan shook his head and explained. "Then Weiyuan, you are also true. I am your girlfriend, yes, but you have left me in the western capital for 3 years without asking a word. Tomorrow you will accompany me to go shopping, and the day after tomorrow to accompany me to the playground." Sun Weiyuan listened to his scalp numb. Bulma arranged his schedule for the next month clearly. Sure enough, the rich woman was not so good, but she could reluctantly accept it, only asked to accompany her for a month without complaining about him. "Gaku, can you tell me where you and Gaku have been practicing in the past 3 years?" I've been to Bun Mountain many times and haven't found you. Bulma asked. I asked the god of heaven and took me and Gaku to hell, saw the king of Yanluo with a high horse and a big cow, crossed the snake road, went to the realm king to cultivate for 3 years, and soon after returning I met the Vic great demon king. I let Gaku deal with it. Hell? King Yanluo? King of the realm? Are those things still in this world? Looking at everyone's puzzlement, Sun Weiyuan still patiently explained, you should have heard of hell, where the soul is reincarnated after death. King Yanluo is responsible for judging the good and evil of ghosts, and deciding whether the ghosts go to heaven or hell to be punished. The heavenly god is in charge of the earth, and the king of the realm is in charge of the Milky Way, so you should be able to understand. If you are interested in going to the king of the northern realm to practice in the future, I can take you there. As for whether the lord of the northern realm is willing to teach you, it depends on your own ability. After bidding farewell to everyone, Sun Weiyuan was dragged by Bulma to the big villa of her family in the western capital, and the amount of information obtained by Klin and the others was a bit large for a while, and after spending a while digesting, they planned to follow the practice route of Sun Weiyuan and the two. Klin left Turtle Immortal Island and went to Kailan Pagoda, where he met Yamcha unexpectedly. Yamcha, didn't you have a date with your sister today? Klin quipped, because Yamcha practiced with teacher Wushan on Turtle Immortal Island for a year, and then went to the western capital. Every time he came to Turtle Immortal Island, he would bring a young and beautiful girlfriend. The point was that there was no repeat. He had been envious for a long time, and then gradually looked down. Aren't you here too? Senior brother Weiyuan, they are too strong. Originally I thought that I had almost reached the limit of my potential, but after knowing their combat effectiveness, I felt that more than 100 combat power was far from the limit. This may only be the beginning of cultivation, so of course I have to continue to become stronger. Klin said solemnly. I also want to become stronger, although I am weaker than you now. I feel that I can surpass you. Let's compare and see who climbs the Kailan Tower first and who completes the test of the Kailan Immortal first. BB, count 3 and start climbing. 3, on. Gaixian Island, teacher Wu Tian looked unexpectedly at the Tianjin rice and dumplings that came to find him to practice. Sigibulma's household, Dr. Brives, Mrs. Brives, long time no see, hello. Mrs. Brives smiled and pulled Bulma with one hand, and held Sun Weiyuan with the other. Weiyuan has become handsome again. Bulma has been dreaming of calling your name for 3 years. Do you want to eat a snack? Thank you. Sun Weiyuan took the snack. Sister still hasn't come back? Bulma asked. Dr. Brives said, your sister has not returned after leaving Earth for more than 10 years to go to the universe. Mrs. Brives pretended to cry. When the two daughters grow up, they like to go outside and not come back to spend time with their mother. Chapter 034. Bulma, you don't like to go home, when to have a grandson or granddaughter with Goto to play with your mother. Bulma blushed and said, Mom, Weiyuan and I are not married yet. And I'm only 20 years old, and Weiyuan is only 19 years old. She really didn't think about getting married so early, just a sophomore. Sun Weiyuan reduced his sense of existence as much as possible at this time, and he didn't want to get married so early and make a baby. Man, I know everything. For a month, Sun Weiyuan let out a long sigh. Do you know how he has lived this month? Go shopping, playgrounds, food every day. After traveling to all corners of the western capital and tasting all kinds of food, Bulma bought him a universal capsule containing a luxurious villa, and when she went to the sea, she took out a luxury cruise ship that was bigger than an aircraft carrier. In just 1 month, he saw the daily life of rich people. As long as he thought that eating, drinking, and sleeping could be served by intelligent robots, he almost lost his mind. The Northern King on the King of the Realm inadvertently noticed that in the Northern Galaxy, under his jurisdiction, several life planets continued to turn into lifeless and desolate planets one after another. It can't be that thing, damn it, isn't that thing all destroyed? There is also the self-proclaimed Universe Emperor Frisha, who leads his subordinates to destroy everywhere every day, and my northern galaxy is really full of disasters. The Northern Realm King was anxious in his heart, running around and around on the small Realm King, and after stopping, he scratched his ears and cheeks again. There was nothing he could do against Frisha, but he wanted to find someone to deal with the group that destroyed several living planets. Scion, I didn't expect that after the destruction of Vegeta Star, in addition to a few Scions and Goku under Frisha, there were also Scions who existed. It's really hard to change their nature, and they come out to destroy, who to find to clean them up, no matter what. I don't know how many life planets they want to destroy. The first thing that came to mind of the king of the Northern Realm was the miserly Sun Weiyuan, who grabbed spicy strips with him, followed by Sun Wukong, who was simple as a single-celled creature and had a strange appetite. The strength of the two of them has already surpassed that group when they go back, and there should be no problem for Goku and Goku to solve it. 6 figures appeared above a certain life planet in the North Galaxy, and they were the group of people that the King of the Northern Realm wanted to ask Weiyuan to solve. The leader is a subordinate warrior scion named Dales, and his 5 cosmic younger brothers are the Kakao, Days, Amundo, and Lakasa brothers. Darren's appearance resembles the grown-up Monkey King, his eyebrows reveal evil, and the corners of his mouth rise. The vitality of this planet is stronger than the previous planets combined, and it will definitely grow better fruits. Boss, let's do it. I can't wait to taste the fruit of the divine tree. Something that didn't work: after we harvest this batch of fruits, we can recruit more members and create a powerful legion to dominate the universe with the help of spirit tree fruits. Ha ha ha. Dales's ambition is not small. As a low-level scion warrior, he once looked down on himself. Since he accidentally obtained a spirit tree seed, his strength began to increase rapidly, and his ambition gradually expanded, and now he wants to dominate the universe. The King of the Northern Realm shook his antenna-like tentacles. Weiyuan, can you hear what I said? Hey, is it Lord King of the Northern Realm? It's me, Gokuto. Are you free now? I have encountered a tricky matter here and want to ask you for help. You and Goku come over, I will tell you in person. When Bulma heard Sun Weiyuan's words, she was confused for a while, and asked, Weiyuan, who are you talking to? It's the King of the Realm who asked me to do him a favor. But isn't he more powerful than the gods? How can there be something that needs your help? Bulma was puzzled. The situation of the King of the Northern Realm is similar to that of the celestial gods. Although he manages all the living planets in the Northern Galaxy, he will not personally deal with the people who cause destruction. In fact, his combat effectiveness is not particularly strong, and now my strength has surpassed him. So that's the case. It looks like you are leaving again. When will I be able to return? Bulma said in a low mood. I don't know. If the opponent's strength is not strong, it won't take much time with my ability to teleport, but if the strength is strong, I'm not sure, and I don't know if those cosmic people will have any strange tricks. I'll go back and take Goku to the Realm King Star to see what the situation is. Sun Weiyuan said truthfully. Pay attention to safety, don't beat, hard support. Bulma instructed very seriously. That's of course, safety first. If the momentum is not right, I will take Goku to teleport away, and I dare not say otherwise. Teleportation is really useful. Sun Weiyuan said with a grin. Okay, I should also go back to Bun Mountain to find Wukong. Goodbye. After saying goodbye to Bulma's family, Sun Weiyuan teleported back to the gravity room of Bun Mountain, and saw Wukong training in sweaty one-handed push UPS. 99,998, 999999. Goku, don't practice first, I'll take you to Lord King of the Northern Realm, he has something to ask us for help. In the confusion on Sun Wukong's face, Sun Weiyuan said to his grandfather and went to the Northern Realm King. As soon as he saw Sun Weiyuan and Wukong, the King of the Northern Realm, who was originally still sad, immediately showed a smile. Wei Yuan and Wukong, you are here. Lord Realm King, are you looking for us for something? Sun Wei Yuan said bluntly. That's right, a group of people have appeared in my jurisdiction to destroy the planet of life everywhere. Their current strength is not very strong, you can rest assured to deal with it. The King of the Northern Realm continued, there are 6 of them, led by a scion named Darrens, looking for a life planet in the universe to plant a spirit tree. Sun Wei Yuan had some impressions of Darrens. It seemed that the combat power was not very strong, and there was no problem in leaving Wukong alone to deal with it. Gaku heard the key words, so he asked puzzled, Lord Realm, what is the spirit tree? Spirit tree, it is a tree that can grow in the God realm. Once it grows on the life planet in the nether world, it will quickly absorb the vitality of the entire planet and grow, bearing the spirit tree fruit, which contains huge energy, and eating it can briefly greatly improve its strength. However, most of the power will pass over time, and in the end, only a few of them will be completely digested and absorbed to improve their strength. Moreover, the planet where the spirit tree was planted was also destroyed with the growth of the spirit tree, and it may not be able to recover for hundreds of years. Chapter 035. That's it. The King of the Northern Realm explained carefully to Wukong. Lord Realm King, do you know what their current combat strength is? Dales? Sun Wei Yuan asked. I have investigated this clearly. According to the value of your combat power detector, the combat power of the most powerful Scion Dales is 430,000, and the combat effectiveness of the 5 subordinates is similar, all between 60,100,000. The King of the Northern Realm replied. Although Wukong's 180,000 combat power is not Dale's opponent, but it can help you deal with Dale's subordinates. I remember Wei Yuan, your strength is more than 1 million. Obviously, the King of the Northern Realm did not pay attention to Sun Wei Yuan and Sun Wukong's trip to Namex to improve their combat power, otherwise he would not have said so. Gaku originally heard that there was a fight and was a little expectant, but he was a little disappointed when he heard that the strongest was only 430,000 battles. Lord Realm King, if there is only this bit of combat power, together they are not the opponents of Gaku alone. What? When you left, wasn't Gaku only 180,000 combat power? Although more than a month has passed, Goku's strength should not have improved so quickly, exceeding 430,000. The King of the Northern Realm was surprised. Could it be that during this time, what adventures did the 2 brothers have caused their strength to soar? That's right, after I go back, Sun Wei Yuan said simply. What about Miji? They do have some strange abilities, but I didn't expect your strength to increase so much at once, so that you have no problem dealing with Dals and his group. The King of the Northern Realm still hasn't said a word. Maybe it won't be long before they will be able to deal with the evil Frisha. Thinking of this, the King of the Northern Realm was in a good mood, ha ha ha, covered his mouth and laughed depressedly. Sun Wei Yuan can't understand, isn't it just to help you deal with Dales, is it necessary to be so happy? Moreover, even without the appearance of Dales, Sun Wei Yuan plans to go to the universe to find some opponents for Wukong. Gaku has been practicing in the gravity room all day, and his combat power has improved, but he feels that the current Gaku is very lacking in combat experience, and it is easy to suffer big losses against enemies in the future. Wei Yuan, I'm very happy now, quickly take out your spicy strips to help the fun. Sun Wei Yuan reluctantly took out a package of spicy strips and said, Lord Ji King, you have to save some food, the production of spicy strips is not easy. A dinosaur can't get much dragon tendon, I need to break up the dragon tendon repeatedly, add chili oil, peanut flour, soy sauce, aged vinegar, etc. to marinate and taste in proportion, and finally wrap it with an appropriate amount of flour and fry it until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. I found that because of this, the number of dinosaurs in my family's Bun Mountain is much less, and the dinosaurs inside will be extinct if this continues. The King of the Northern Realm took the spicy strip and said, It's okay, I know that there are still many planets in the universe that have dinosaurs, and even some dinosaurs are more than 10 times larger than the dinosaurs on Earth, and Gao tells you the location to catch the dinosaurs yourself. Lord Realm King. Since the spirit tree fruit is claimed to be a fruit that only gods are qualified to eat, its role will not only be to enhance that pitiful combat power, it will also be too bad for the life planet. Sun Weiyuan felt that the vitality of a living planet was so huge, and it was only 430,000 combat power to destroy several planets like Dales, and the spirit tree fruit was too wasteful. The spirit tree fruit contains a huge amount of energy, they can't absorb it and waste it. In fact, the life force contained in the fruit can also be absorbed by the human body to increase the lifespan. I don't know exactly how much it can increase, replied the Northern Realm King. Increased lifespan? Good stuff. Sun Weiyuan's eyes lit up. As a handsome man, how could he let himself age so quickly? If he could, he would find a super divine dragon in the future to make a wish for eternal life, immortal and immortal. Is there a way for Lord Realm to tell me about the breath of Dales? Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to teleport. Then, Sun Weiyuan and Little Wukong both put their hands on the back of the Northern Realm King, closed their eyes, and soon Sun Weiyuan saw a scion who looked like Goku, and his breath was full of tyranny and evil. At this time, they planted the seeds of the spirit tree on a planet, and Sun Weiyuan saw a towering tree grow through the clouds and into outer space, and cyan unripe fruits could be seen on the tree. The huge roots of the spirit tree are like living creatures shuttling through the earth. The flowers and trees passing by quickly turn yellow and wither, and the animals on the planet run around in panic and chaos. Wow, big brother, this tree is so big, cut down, our family cannot lack firewood for a long time. Sun Wukong said excitedly. Although their family now has a new house, it is still a little difficult to cook in the kitchen. So much food in the kitchen, cooking still takes too much time, basically grilling large dinosaurs outside the house, or stewing meat in a special cauldron, which requires a lot of firewood. You're right, you can cut it back without chopping wood for a long time. Sun Weiyuan nodded in agreement. The king of the Northern Realm is a little speechless. Is chopping wood the point? That planet is about to be squeezed dry by the spirit tree, and the vitality is almost gone, and the point is to destroy Dales and the others and completely destroy the spirit tree. Lord Realm, this matter is wrapped up in us. I will go back with Goku. Sun Weiyuan took his hand away from the back of the Northern Realm King, opened his eyes and said flatly. Then this matter is up to you. Sun Weiyuan and Little Wukong nodded, and the index and middle fingers of their right hand were raised and placed together in the center of their eyebrows, carefully looking for the breath belonging to the Scion Dars. Found it, Goku grabbed me, let's go, chop firewood, haha. When Sun Wukong heard this, he grabbed Sun Weiyuan's left hand, and the two disappeared in an instant, appearing on the planet where Dals and his group were. King of the Northern Realm, I always feel that this kid Weiyuan has been pretending to be in front of me intentionally or unintentionally, but unfortunately I can't find evidence. Don't ask why the king of the realm pretends to force this word, ask is what he learned in 3 years of getting along with Sun Weiyuan. Darren's and his group gathered together, very good. The spirit tree fruit will ripen soon, faster than I expected. It may be that the vitality of this planet is much stronger than before, and soon our strength will be able to exceed Frishaw's 30,000 combat power. At that time, we will defeat Frishaw, establish the strongest legion in the universe, the Dales Legion, and dominate the universe, ha 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 ha. Darren stared at the fruit on the spirit tree with fiery eyes, and he couldn't wait to eat the spirit tree fruit. His 5 subordinates also laughed when they heard this, and the boss laughed. How could these little brothers not react? Chapter 036. Hello, hello. If you want to laugh, please stay away from my tree. Wait a minute, we will cut it back to be used as firewood. You stand farther away. Sun Weiyuan and Little Wukong instantly appeared less than 100 meters away from the 6 people of Dales, and saw 6 male creatures of different heights and sizes and different appearances smiling like fools there, and greeted them very politely. Although Sun Weiyuan still wants to kill them in a while, but Li Duo is not strange. Greet the other party before the fight, he is a sunny and handsome big boy who talks about martial virtue. Big brother, didn't you say that as long as you are sure that you are an enemy, don't talk nonsense if you can do it? Sun Wukong was confused. His eldest brother had been saying this to him since he was sensible and cultivating, why didn't he do it directly now? It's nerve-wracking, the mind of the eldest brother is really hard to guess. What big truth are you kid telling the whole truth? I am now fighting for the maximization of our interests and directly solving them, and then what? Cut down the spirit tree? The fruits on that tree are almost ripe, and it would be a pity to cut them now. First talk with the 6 of Dales, and then slowly compete with each other, come up and open a lot of other seconds, where to find you so many opponents to increase your actual combat experience. Wukong really doesn't know how to run a family at all. Grandpa is not young, without the spirit tree fruit to increase lifespan, I am afraid that in a few years he will die to accompany Almond, also known as Taishang Lejun, to guard the gossip furnace. The laughter of the Dales 6 stopped abruptly. When did these two appear? If they were careless, they didn't find it when they were approached. If they stole the spirit tree fruit, wouldn't they know about it themselves? Darren's hurriedly turned on the combat power detector, and then his face was full of disdain. Bah, scare me, I thought it was some kind of master, it turned out to be just 2 garbage with only 100 combat power. This combat power also dares to approach the spirit tree, I don't know what is dead or alive. One of the 5 of you will dispose of these 2 eye-catching garbage. Kakao said grimly, I'm not interested in such a weak opponent. They. Lacasa brothers also expressed their disinterest, and Days smiled strangely and said, Amundo, anyway, the spirit tree fruit is not ripe yet, it is boring to wait here, the 2 of us strike together, one by one, see who scares the opponent to pee his pants first. How about betting on a spirit tree fruit? Amundo also smiled and said, yes, but I will choose first, the little devil belongs to me, and the big one is yours. Amundo, you are so cunning, who doesn't know that children are more likely to pee their pants? Darren said lightly, stay away from the spirit tree, don't hurt my spirit tree fruit when fighting, otherwise your share will be halved. Kakao stared at Gaku a few times, his heart jumped inexplicably, and he turned his head to look at his boss again. The more the 2 looked at each other, the little ghost was simply a scaled-down version of the boss. I couldn't help but speak, didn't you find that the little ghost over there looked like the boss? Hearing Kakao's reminder, the others also observed Gaku, like, too similar. The eyes of the 5 looked at the boss in unison, as if asking if the little ghost over there was your illegitimate son. A cold sweat broke out on Amundo's back. No, won't it? I almost killed the eldest illegitimate son? Although the boss is ruthless, he can't be sure that the boss is also so ruthless to his son, and a bad one may put small shoes on him, or even kill him. Dals heard Kakao's reminder and noticed Son Gaku, as if he really looked like him, but he was sure that he didn't have that son. He thought of a person, once when he was in Vegeta Star, there was a talent of a lower-level warrior who had risen to the point where his combat power was on par with the superior warrior. He was Bardock, because he looked too similar to Bardock, and people often laughed at him with this. So, this little ghost in front of you is most likely Bardock's son, but what is the matter that this little ghost has no tail? Dals spoke, Days, Amondo, you 2 don't do it first. Hey, little ghost, I ask you, are you a scion or not? Little. Goku's face was full of doubts when he heard the 3 words scion. Scion? What a thing, I haven't heard my eldest brother say it. I'm an Earthling, my name is Monkey King. Earthling? No, he must be related to that Bardock, he looks too similar. I asked you, did you have a tail before? What about your tail? You even know this, my eldest brother said that the tail is useless, so I asked the god to pull it out, and it never grew out again. At this time, Sun Wukong also saw a tail in the shape of a monkey with tails coiled around his waist. Very good, you are indeed the son of Bardock, a scion, I will give you a chance, join my Dale's Legion, we cannot kill you. Although your strength is still very weak, with the huge potential of our scions, your combat power can be improved very quickly. Dale said almsgivingly. Gaku, is my strength really weak? But you seem to be much weaker than me. Big brother, he said that I am Bardok's son, and our father is Bardok. Gaku has always thought that the eldest brother is biological, so he thinks that the two are the same father. Gaku, if you want to know, I'll tell you in detail after I go back. Now first defeat this group of villains who are destroying the planet everywhere, and cut the spirit tree home to use as firewood. Oh! I know, big brother. Darren said grimly, I don't know how to lift. I wanted to spare your life for the sake of you and I being both scions, but I like to find death. Days, Amundo, do it, kill it directly. Yes. Top dog. ×2. Ha ha ha, a little ghost is a little ghost, he doesn't know how to be a villain, and he has the audacity to refuse our boss's invitation, suffer death. Amendahaha laughed and walked towards the Monkey King step by step. Days was also not far behind, and walked towards Sun Weiyuan, and they liked to let their opponents watch them step by step in horror, listening to the wonderful and intoxicating pleas for mercy. When he approached Sun Weiyuan, Days laughed maniacally, are you frightened by my powerful momentum? You, desperate no. Syllable. I don't want to hit you, but your tone is so loud and you are so close that you have smoked me, I can only barely give you a slap, don't thank me too much. Sun Weiyuan had a sunny smile on his face, revealing snow-white teeth. Days was slapped in the face by him, a huge force struck, and his whole person flew out at once, pasted on the trunk of the huge spirit tree and did not fall. Life and Death Unknown. Chapter 037. Kakeo said in surprise, impossible, his combat power is only 100, how can he knock Days away? Then he repeatedly used the combat power detector to measure Sun Weiyuan's combat power, repeatedly determined several times, and found that it was still 100 combat power, but 100 combat power could not knock Days, who had 70,000 combat power, flying, even if Days was carelessly unprepared. Darren's also felt strange. Des, how long are you going to stick to the tree, have you died on it? Kakeo was also quite strange, so he flew to the tree and patted Dez's shoulder, and then Dez's body slipped down the trunk and fell to the ground, his whole face deformed. Kakeo stretched his hand under Dez's nostrils, found that he was not breathing, and said in a trembling tone, boss, Dez, he is out of breath and is dead. Dal said indifferently, Dez, this wasted so many of my spirit tree fruits, and was slapped to death, it is better to die, so as not to waste more spirit tree fruits in the future. Sun Weiyuan yawned and said, Weiyukong, my work is over, the remaining 5 are all handed over to you, our family's fruit is beginning to ripen, don't let them disturb me to pick the fruit and go back to Grandpa to taste. After saying that, Sun Weiyuan flew up the spirit tree in a flash, and plucked a newly ripe red fruit, the size of a fist, and he could feel the huge energy contained in the spirit tree fruit. What? What a speed, bastard, you drop the spirit tree fruit for me, otherwise I will let you die a miserable death. Darren's was no longer indifferent just now, and he was a little anxious after seeing Sun Weiyuan pick a spirit tree fruit, and he was a little angry. The Kakeo and Lekeze brothers wanted to stop Sun Weiyuan and recapture the spirit tree fruit, but Sun Weiyuan, who heard the instructions of his eldest brother, released a small part of his strength. But it is such a small part of the strength that stunned Darren's and others, their combat power detector is specially customized, the upper limit of the combat power that can be detected is relatively high, and at this time, the value displayed by the combat power detector exceeds the current strongest Darren's. 600,000 combat power, how is it possible? He's just a scion imp who hasn't entered the growth period. Darren's began to panic a little, and immediately roared, what are you still stunned for? Go together and quickly solve this little ghost. They. 5 of Dales surrounded Sun Wukong, Yoxi, you guys go before. But, except for Darren's, the other 4 were all put down by Sun Wukong's punch, but they were only put down, and Sun Wukong deliberately avoided the point. Seeing that he was defeated, Dale's gaze shifted to a red fruit on the spirit tree, which was the only chance he had now to turn over, and he bombarded Sun Wukong after a Qigong wave. Using one of his unique moves to move at high speed, combining the magic of dancing and quick dodge, he wanted to pick the spirit tree fruit at the first time. Seeing that he was less than half a meter away from the fruit, Sun Wukong appeared above him, and a whip leg volleyed Dales into the earth. His eldest brother said not to let people disturb him to pick fruits, then he would pay attention to this. In case the eldest brother was not happy, he would not be given good food in the future, and he would not be allowed to go to the gravity room to practice. The consequences would be too serious. Darren secretly said, "Abominable, abominable. Just a little, almost I can pick the spirit tree fruit. As long as I eat the spirit tree fruit, the civil war power will exceed 1 million in a short time. How can this little devil be my opponent at that time?" Energy aura. Similar to the Qi Yuan slash. Dales used another of his tricks to hit Sun Wukong, who dodged sideways, and the energy aura flew towards a fruit of the spirit tree, successfully cutting off a fruit. The corners of his mouth rose up, revealing a weird smile. Successful, a little ghost is a little ghost, too young. The next moment his smile stiffened on his face, and a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the spirit tree fruit. "Hey, that one called Darren's, dare to extend his paws to my fruit, believe it or not, I will chop both of your paws now, you give me a little piece, obediently play with Gaku." Darren's gritted his teeth. He has not suffered such an insult since he got the spirit tree seed. Shameless, treat the spirit tree we worked so hard to plant as yours. Gaku, you take him to a distant place to fight, and after getting familiar with his tricks, send him to hell to reincarnate. Okay, I know, big brother. Sun Wukong did not hesitate to make a move, flashed in front of Darren's, and punched Darren's far away before he could react. Steadying his figure, Darren's once again used high-speed movement to rush towards the spirit tree, but a small figure faster than him appeared in front of him, and another punch flew out in the face. When Darren's got up again, he roared angrily and devastatedly, "Move at high speed, how can you move at high speed with my trick?" It turns out that this trick is called high-speed movement, and I learned such a simple trick at a glance. Is it strange? Sun Wukong said sincerely. Dalles, what the hell is this freak? Sun Wukong's martial arts talent is extremely high. Even Sun Weiyuan has to sigh to himself. Dales's high-speed movement is not a superb trick. With a deep martial arts disciple Wukong to learn at a glance is not much challenging. On the other side, Sun Weiyuan finally waited for the last spirit tree fruit to ripen, and he picked a total of 168 spirit tree fruits. After the fruit is picked, I should cut down the tree now. Spirit tree, lying in the groove relentless. Sun Weiyuan condensed a 40-meter-long big knife and slashed at the trunk of the spirit tree, and the big knife broke with a click. It seems that the big knife doesn't work. Do you still want to use the Genki bullet? Sun Weiyuan vetoed it, saying that he would cut it home for firewood, so he would chop it back to be firewood. With my current control over the Yuan Qi, I no longer need to limit myself to condensing the Yuan Qi into a ball. It is also possible to condense it into a big sword. Come. After a while, Sun Weiyuan really condensed a large sword hundreds of meters long and swung it at the trunk of the spirit tree. Sun Wukong was startled by his eldest brother's giant sword. He and Dales were still within the attack range of the giant sword. Wu. Fortunately, I was clever and dodged quickly, otherwise it would be me who was unlucky. Sun Wukong looked at Dales, who was cut into several pieces, and said with a palpitation. Dales and his hands were cut crosswise and struggled on the ground for a long time before dying, and the scion vitality was really tenacious enough. With a loud bang, the spirit tree was cut down by Sun Weiyuan, and the earth also shook, as if there had been a big earthquake. Sun Weiyuan saw the tragic death of Darren's, I go, it's so miserable, it's not like Wukong's handwriting. Could it be that he has violent tendencies under my long-term teaching? Gaku, kill the few cosmic people who fell to the ground, otherwise it will be bad if they find the earth to attack ordinary people in the future. Remember, cut the grass without removing the roots, and the spring breeze blows and grows. They are not good people, you let them go today, and I don't know how many innocent ordinary people will die at their hands in the future. Sun Wukong listened to it and was very hesitant, and he really couldn't get his hands on people who didn't have the power to resist, but listening to what the eldest brother said, he felt that it made sense, and finally it was difficult to mend the knife for Kakao. It may also be that he did not make a wish to Shenlong and resurrected other people's relationships, but Shenlong could not fulfill his wish again and again, which made him feel that Shenlong was just like this. Chapter 038. Gaku, don't stand there stunned, the spirit tree was cut down by me, the vitality returned to this planet, it won't take long for the planet to return to its vibrant state, and the things that Lord King of the Realm explained are also completed. There are still our own things left unfinished, come over and help split firewood, the spirit tree is too big, can't be carried, even if it can be carried, there is not such a big place to put down on the Bun Mountain, split the firewood, I put it in a universal capsule, it doesn't matter if it's bigger, the spirit tree is also a kind of divine tree, when the time comes to make some high-end furniture, there are more noodles. After a long time, the spirit tree was also cleaned up. Sun Weiyuan rubbed his sleepy eyes. Gaku did a good job, the speed is very fast, I haven't finished sleeping before you can get it all, go back and think about what to eat and tell the eldest brother. The King of the Northern Realm looked at the planet where the two of them were a little stunned. Good guy, dare they really go to chop wood? Sun Wukong only used 600,000 combat power when dealing with Dales. On the contrary, when Sun Weiyuan asked him to split firewood, more than 1.8 million firewood splitting firewood with full combat power was later a little slow, and used the five-fold Realm King fist to speed up. He was also speechless enough, and his proud move of the King of the Northern Realm was reduced to the point of chopping wood, which was too much of a loss. And Sun Weiyuan's smelly boy is also, the good Yuan Chi bomb was changed by him into the Yuan Chi sword used to cut wood, didn't he tell him that this trick should not be forced to be used in the end? King of the Northern Realm, this class of students is so difficult to teach, or the previous student Yan Luowang is good to teach. Go, it's time to go back to Lord King of the Realm, this trip is really smooth. No surprises. Sun Weiyuan teleport back to the Realm King star with Wukong. Lord Realm King, that cargo villain is solved, if there is nothing wrong, Wukong and I will go back. Shortly after Sun Weiyuan and Wukong left the planet, several mutant robots appeared. Report Dr. Miao, the spirit tree was cut down, only one stump remained, in addition to several corpses found at the scene, it should be the sixth that planted the spirit tree. On an unknown planet, an old man named Dr. Miu looks at the image transmitted by his mutant robot, and when he sees the body of Dales, he finds the tail behind his butt. Scion. The brutal race that destroyed their Zivra star, claiming to be the strongest fighting race in the universe. Bring back that corpse with a monkey's tail behind the butt, and take a sample of the spirit tree, I need to study it, maybe there will be an unexpected surprise. Dr. Miu clenched his fists. Science, wait for me, the vengeful anger from the Zifra Starman will wipe out all of you Science. After a few mutant robots left, another group of people came to the planet. Chief Shrag, the planet in front is where the spirit tree grows, but the investigation found that there was an accident, the spirit tree did not know what was cut, only a huge tree stump remained. Who the hell is it? Dare to spoil my good deeds of Shrag, I must crush you to ashes. Pass on the order, find that person at all costs, I must regain my youth. The person who spoke was one of a group of gifted children who were sent away from the Nemesis hundreds of years ago. And Shrag is the genius of the geniuses, a super Nemesis who is rare in hundreds of years, and his combat power is extremely powerful, but now he is old, so he is eager to find the spirit tree fruit to restore youth and replenish life. After Shrag left, two groups of people came one after another looking for the spirit tree, namely the Mecha troops under the frozen demon clan Gula and the Kinnit team under Frisia. It's a pity that they all found nothing, and Sun Weiyuan's teleportation came and went without a trace, leaving no trace for them to track. And Sun Weiyuan, who thought that everything was going well and had no accidents, had returned to Bun Mountain with Wukong, and the northern galaxy suddenly became unpredictable. Several forces were looking for spirit trees, and people on many planets were scared into panic, and even some unlucky planets were occupied or eliminated by the way. Sun Weiyuan's self did not encounter any accidents, but he stabbed the hornet's nest and ran away, and passers-by suffered. The king of the northern realm secretly cried bitterly, "What is this called? One Frisia is enough to give him a headache, and there are two Gula and Slug who are not weaker than Frisia, who can manage them?" He thought of the two Sun Weiyuan brothers again, and muttered, "No. Even if Wukong uses the five-fold Realm King Fist, his combat power is only more than 9 million, the three of them have at least more than 100 million combat power, and the stronger Weiyuan is estimated to have only more than 10 million combat power." The Northern Realm King was helpless to calm down after a madness, and lay down on a recliner with his head down. Bun Mountain, Sun Weiyuan took out a spirit tree fruit to grandfather Sun Wuhan, who took the fruit and asked, "What kind of fruit is this, Weiyuan? How come grandpa has never seen it?" "This is called the spirit tree fruit. It is said to be a fruit that can only be enjoyed by the gods of the god realm, and after eating it, it can increase your strength and lifespan," Sun Weiyuan explained. "Increase strength and longevity? I didn't expect that there was such a thing in the world. Where did you get it? Did the gods send you?" Sun Gohan doesn't particularly value strength and longevity, he just wants to watch the two grandchildren he raised grow up. "I got it from my eldest brother going to a planet in the universe, and that spirit tree is super big." Little Gaku recounted the whole thing to his grandfather. "Awesome, I didn't expect you to grow to the point where you can help Lord Realm. Gaku, you come over to show grandpa if he is injured," said that the old Sun Gohan was on the two of Sun Weiyuan and Wukong, here touched and there patted the inspection, found that it was indeed not harmed, and then completely let go of his heart. "Grandpa, you don't have to worry too much about our safety. I will teleport. I will bring Gaku back as soon as I encounter an enemy that cannot be defeated. Even if I am injured, I can eat a fairy bean obtained from the Kylan immortals. No matter how many injuries you suffer, as long as you don't die, you can heal instantly by eating a fairy bean," Sun Weiyuan said with a grin. That's good, I'm almost ready for the meal. You guys wait here and we'll open." The meal. During the meal, the old Sun Wuhan couldn't help but smile again when he looked at Sun Wukong's eating appearance. "Gaku, don't be in a hurry, eat slowly, there are many more, you must eat more to grow your body. Your brother has grown into a handsome young man when you are about the same age. And your body is still so small and cute, you must eat, our family is not short of food." Sun Weiyuan listened to a sweat. Wukong's amount of rice is not small, and the food he and his grandfather eat together is not 1/10 of what Wukong eats alone. Chapter 039. The headquarters of the Frisia Legion of the North Galaxy, King Frisia. According to the news from his subordinates, the spirit tree fruit was rushed by the mysterious person, the spirit tree was cut down, and the group of people who obtained the spirit tree seed before were killed. Oh! Boom! There are actually people who don't know where to snatch the spirit tree fruit from my Frisia's hands. Interesting, things are getting more and more interesting. Mr. Shangbo, is there any other news? Frisia, who was sitting in the stroller, asked. King Frisia, his subordinates discovered that the person who planted the spirit tree before was a scion named Darens, a low-level warrior, who survived by not rushing back in time before Vegeta exploded. But we haven't found Dallas's body on that planet, and it's not certain whether he's dead or alive. In addition, the Mecha troops under King Gula have also been active in our chassis recently, and even found the figure of Shirug, Shangbo truthfully said all the relevant news he got. Dars? A poor homeless monkey also has this kind of good luck to obtain the spirit tree seed, and the old thing of Shrag is afraid that his life is coming to an end to find the spirit tree fruit so urgently, but my dear brother, as long as they don't get in the way of our plans to conquer other planets, don't deal with them for the time being. Yes, King. What happened to Vegeta's science? Vegeta's strength has improved rapidly, it is almost 12,000, and the other two scions have insignificant combat effectiveness, but their personalities are arrogant and tight, but the words of giant apes are still a little tricky. Do you want to erase them, in order to avoid future troubles? Shangbo said with some concern. Boom! Mr. Shambo, you think too much, the scions are just a bunch of savage monkeys, and the golden warrior that appears in the legend is just a joke. Frisia said with great disdain. He was very confident in his strength, he himself was a genius of the frozen demon clan, even if there were really golden warriors, he was not his opponent. The reason why he kept Vegeta a few scions was because he saw Vegeta's talent and received his subordinates to see if this genius with the best talent among the scions could become the legendary golden warrior, the super scion that the ancestors said made their frozen demon family fearful. Unfortunately, in the current situation, there is little hope, and if you let it grow, you can't grow to the point of competing with yourself. So many years have passed, there is still only 10,000 combat power, and the scion who claims to be the most talented is really disappointing. Investigate the identity of the mysterious person who cut off the spirit tree fruit. The spirit tree fruit is a rare good thing, it can't be easily missed. My universe Emperor Frisha's things are not so easy to take. Shaiza, Nez, and Dre, didn't the three of you personally grab the spirit tree fruit this time? Give you a chance to explain. Frisha's brother Gula asked. Report King, before our spaceship approached the planet where the spirit tree was located, the large combat power detector in the spaceship detected several powerful forces. Gula seemed to be a little interested, and said, continue. Of the first 6 forces detected, 5 of them have less than 100,000 combat powers, although they are also first-class masters in the universe. But we are not in our eyes. The 6th one has 430,000, which is not the highest, and when the distance is closer, there is a combat power data of up to 600,000, and the most terrifying thing is that there is an energy reaction of up to 9 million combat power values in the back, which is too exaggerated. So you were so scared that you peed your pants and ran away. Gula spoke flatly, and looked at Shaiza with some clever eyes. Dre hurriedly said, King Gula, we did not flee here, but continued to move forward, and when we were about to reach our destination, a terrifying energy was detected in the spacecraft, exceeding the upper limit of 50 million combat effectiveness, and the detector exploded. When the 3 subordinates arrived, only 5 corpses and the stump of the spirit tree were found on the planet, and the subordinates guessed that the person who planted the spirit tree was killed. The spirit tree fruit is likely to be snatched away by the owners of several energies that appear behind, specifically whether it is 600,000, 9 million, or more than 50 million strong people, and it is still under investigation. When did such a master appear in the North Galaxy? It seems that the responsibility for the failure of your mission is not entirely on you. According to what you said, the 9 million combat power suddenly appeared, and the 600,000 combat power value disappeared immediately. Then there is only one truth: after the 600,000 combat power people killed the group that planted the spirit tree, they were killed in seconds by the 9 million combat power people who appeared behind. And in the end, the strong man with a combat power of more than 50 million appeared. It is estimated that he should have pounced, and Trag is the strong man with more than 50 million combat power. Gula said in a confident tone. Little Gaku, good guy, I killed myself. It is worthy of being King Gula, admired by his subordinates. ×3. Shrag personally took away the spirit tree fruit by someone. No wonder he has been a little crazy in the North Galaxy recently. By the way, did my dear brother Frisia have any reaction over there? Gula suddenly mentioned his younger brother who was very talented, but very lazy, far inferior to him, but he still sealed his own strength, and even if he was killed by someone one day, he didn't even have time to transform, and his combat power of 530,000 was too weak, blinding his innate talent. King Frish's side doesn't seem to have any reaction, and he is still conquering other planets. Shrag was roaring at his subordinates at this time, "A group of waste, haven't there been a little news of the spirit tree in the past so many days?" His 5 right-hand men, Angela, Dorodapo, Kihu, Kigu, and Big Eyes all dared not respond, and King Shrag's temper was getting worse and worse, and they feared that if they were not careful, they would die. The king of the northern realm wiped the sweat on his forehead on the king of the realm. "It's good that Wei Yuan and Gaku left first that day, otherwise things would have been bad." But as soon as he thought of Sun Wei Yuan sleeping leisurely at that time, using his trick of pressing the bottom of the box to cut down trees, Wukong also used his Realm King fist to chop wood. "I'm worried about what those 2 stinky boys do." It's true, none of them are in a hurry. The king of the northern realm fell into silence and thought. "Wei Yuan, you're so fast this time," Bulma said unexpectedly. "I think it's already very slow, depending on whether I want to or not. If I think the speed can actually be faster, the body is less tired if it is slower, and the process feels very comfortable." Chapter 040. Can it be uncomfortable? Sun Wei Yuan did nothing except slap days to death and cut down the spirit tree. The most tiring work, chopping firewood, was handed over to Wukong to do. He slept comfortably, and after waking up, he returned to Bun Mountain with Wukong. "By the way, Bulma, did I ask you to help me complete the combat power detector that I modified? The previous kind of combat power detector 1 million ceiling is too low, there have been several explosions, and I don't know what level of combat power I am now." Sun Wei Yuan looked at Bulma with some expectation. Bulma took out a combat power detector from the universal capsule and handed it to him. "This is what I spent a lot of effort to make. The upper limit of the combat power that can be measured is 100 times that of the previous one, that is, the upper limit of 100 million combat power. It is estimated that it is enough for you to use for a long time. After all, Klin they only had more than 100 combat power a month ago." Sun Wei Yuan put on the combat power detector, just wanted to burst his chi, thought about it is not safe enough, in case it is not good to be detected by some instrument of the Frisia Legion. "Bulma, wait for me, I'll go to the Northern Realm King to test my current combat strength." Bulma asked puzzled, "Isn't it okay to measure combat power here? Why do you have to go to the King of the Northern Realm? That's too much trouble." "Actually, I don't want to, it's just that there is a powerful evil legion in our universe, and I don't know if it's their opponent now, and if I rashly burst out of strength, if someone from that legion detects my existence, it may cause unnecessary trouble." Sun Wei Yuan said truthfully. "This way. Then how about I go with you to Lord King of the Northern Realm?" "May I? I haven't seen the King of the Realm when I am so big, and I haven't even seen the heavenly gods on earth, so I want to see what the King of the Northern Realm looks like." If the Northern King Star were a normal planet, Sun Wei Yuan would definitely agree to Bulma, but the problem is that the King of the Realm is not big, but it is full of gravity, 10 times the gravity of the Earth. A scumbag like Bulma with a combat power of less than 5. A delicate beauty below 5, there is no difference between going to the Realm King and committing suicide. No, the gravity of the planet is 10 times that of the Earth, and it is impossible for your body to withstand it. This way. That's a shame. You wait for me, I'll come back from the Realm King Star to give you something. After saying that, Sun Wei Yuan went to the Realm King Star, and did not wait for Bulma to speak. "Hello, asterisk, asterisk. Lord Realm King, long time no see." The King of the Northern Realm was startled by the sudden appearance of Sun Wei Yuan. "Wei Yuan, you come to me to say hello first, you are very scary like this, sooner or later I will be scared out of your heart attack by you." "Lord King of the Northern Realm, your words are not appropriate, you are a god yourself, and it is impossible for a god to scare you. Even if you can't have a heart attack. Too lazy to argue with you, you get out of the way, don't block me from basking in the sun. There is no sun around King of the Realm. Wei Yuan, you really don't understand humor more and more. Say, something came to me again. It's okay, you keep basking in the sun. Leave me alone. When the King of the Northern Realm heard Sun Wei Yuan's words, he really didn't care, lying quietly on the recliner, wearing sunglasses, and his hands were still on his belly. Sun Wei Yuan no longer converged his breath, and a white aura suddenly rose up around his body, with him as the center, the chi spread in all directions, and the unprepared King of the Northern Realm was blown away at once. Wei Yuan, what are you kid doing when you burst into such anger? Hey, wait, you actually have such a powerful force, so strong. The King of the Northern Realm was very surprised, sweat flowed from his forehead, he knew that Sun Wei Yuan was very strong, even stronger than Wukong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Wei Yuan, this kid hid too deeply, he actually never found it. Sun Wei Yuan saw the data on the combat power detector soaring rapidly, and after seeing the data that was finally stabilized, he himself was a little happy. Good guy, handsome people are such 666.66 million combat power, if you use the Realm King Fist, it's no problem to kill Frisha. Great, Wei Yuan turned out to be so powerful, after Gula and Shrag leave the North Galaxy, I can let Wei Yuan go and kill Frisha, and my North Galaxy can slowly restore peace. The King of the Northern Realm said that peace is only relative, without the large-scale destruction of the Frisia Legion, how can there be absolute peace in the universe? The depression of the past few days was swept away, and the King of the Northern Realm happily ran dozens of laps on his Realm King Star. Sun Wukong in the gravity room of Bun Mountain also felt it. Has the eldest brother gone to the Lord of the Realm King again? So strong, the King Star is so far away from the earth, I seem to feel an inexplicable sense of oppression, the real strength of the big brother is so strong. Yasi, I'm going to work harder too. On the Heavenly God Temple, Klin and Yamcha completed their cultivation today, and the two passed the test of the Kylan Immortal 10 days ago to ask the Heavenly God for cultivation. They can feel that their strength is stronger than before, and they are becoming more and more confident in their practice. Yamcha said happily, Klin, I think it won't be long before we can catch up with Goku and Gon, maybe we can surpass them. When Klin heard this, he felt his throat dry and swallowed his saliva. Yamuti is a little floating. Although their strength has increased rapidly during this time, they are also limited in strength, and they may not have 200 combat power. I remember that a few years ago, Wukong's combat power exceeded 10,000, and now the combat power detector with a maximum of 1 million cannot be measured. He really doesn't know where Yamcha comes from. The confidence is more than the two perverts of Wei Yuan's senior brother and Wukong. Yamcha, you are happy, but don't take it seriously. Sun Wei Yuan on the Realm King Star is still thinking about whether to use the Realm King Fist, but thinking that the upper limit of the combat power detector is only 100 million, as soon as the double Realm King Fist is used, it will explode. Go back and let Bulma improve and improve, it is best to detect 18 billion combat power. After bidding farewell to the Queen of the Northern Realm, Sun Wei Yuan teleported back to Bulma, who immediately asked, how is it? What is your total combat effectiveness now? Not much, only 66.66 million. What? In this case, it seems that you won't need a combat power detector for long. Bulma said. Actually, I haven't broken out to the strongest state yet, otherwise this combat power detector will break. Sun Wei Yuan said helplessly, can Bulma improve and raise the upper limit? Bulma frowned and said, it's difficult, this combat power detection is almost at its limit at present, and if it is improved, it can only reduce its accuracy or increase its volume or make breakthroughs in materials. Oh? How to say? The accuracy of this combat detector is 1, if the accuracy is changed to 10,000, the most important and most easily damaged vulnerable parts in it can greatly increase its strength, and naturally increase its detection ceiling. Chapter 041. Then change it to 10,000. Anyway, it doesn't matter how much the combat power below 10,000 deviates. Sun Weiyuan said. Klin and Yamcha on the Heavenly God Temple suddenly sneezed 2 times in a row. Hakyu. Hachu. Klin touched his increasingly shining bald head. Strange, how can we sneeze? Is someone arranging us? Sun Weiyuan, oops. Yamcha crossed his hands at his waist and smiled. There must be a beautiful woman who misses me, but it's a pity that I'm addicted to practice now and can't extricate myself, and I'm destined to be a man they can't get. Bulma was thinking about Sun Weiyuan saying that there was a gift for her before. What kind of gift was it? Ah! I'm looking forward to it. I've known Weiyuan for so long, but he has never given himself a gift. Could it be a gemstone necklace or something? So should I take the opportunity to kiss him later? It seems that I haven't kissed him in a while. Is he enlightened? Know how to give gifts to please your girlfriend. If he gives me a ring to propose, do I promise him, or promised him? Bulma didn't know what to think, and her face actually turned red. Sun Weiyuan next to him saw how Bulma's face was red. He looked up at the bright sun. Yes, an ordinary weak girl, after a long time in the sun, it is possible to get sick. He reached out and touched Bulma's forehead, and then touched his own forehead, and muttered, "Body temperature is normal, women are really strange, and their faces change so quickly." Besides, Bulma waited left and right, did not wait for Sun Weiyuan to give her a gift, but inexplicably touched her forehead. "Weiyuan, what are you doing touching my forehead?" "Ha! It's okay. Bulma, Gaku won't forget it." It seems that the old lady has to take the initiative. "Weiyuan, didn't you just say that you had a gift for me?" Bulma paused and did not continue. Sun Weiyuan slapped his forehead. "Yes and yes, look at my memory, I almost forgot, it's time to hand over that thing to you." Bulma was excited when she heard the whole person, and in a trance she seemed to see Sun Weiyuan take out an engagement ring, kneeling down on one knee affectionately to propose to her, asking her if she would like to. "I do." What did you say?" "Sigma, LLL." Sun Weiyuan's hand that handed over the spirit tree fruit froze. Only then did Bulma wake up from her fantasy, see Sun Weiyuan hand her a fruit, and said with a straight heart, "Where is the ring?" "What? This spirit tree fruit is what I want to give you." Sun Weiyuan felt that Bulma was very abnormal, and his gaze seemed to become green when he looked at him, like the eyes of a wolf when hunting at night. "Who can tell me what happened to this woman?" "Just a fruit." After making the old lady happy, Bulma's mood fell to a low point and became uninterested. "Ah, this? Is the spirit tree fruit bad? Many people don't have that opportunity if they want to. Did you listen to me just now?" "There was no way," Sun Weiyuan had to say again. "This is the spirit tree fruit, it is very rare, eating it can improve your strength and lifespan." "Oh, Omega." Bulma is still not interested. "Of course, these are not the most important, eating it can beautify and prolong life." Hearing the 4 words beauty and beauty, Bulma's eyes lit up. "Really? It's truer than pearls, and women can be firmer and not droop when they eat white rabbits." Sun Weiyuan leaned into Bulma's ear and whispered. "Yay! Dislike. Hey! Women's thinking is so strange, the strength becomes stronger, and it is not more important to increase the life expectancy?" Bulma took the fruit and prepared to eat it, and Sun Weiyuan said, "Don't eat it yet, I'll take you to a place." "Where to?" "The hometown of the current celestial god Namenex." "Hey? Tenjin is an alien?" Bulma asked in surprise. "You're right to say that, I've been with Gaku once before. Hold on to me, let's teleport." "Ahem, Bulma, can't you be elegant?" Sun Weiyuan felt that his decision to take Bulma was a little hasty. "You said hold you tight, that's right." Bulma said with a grin. This woman held him like an octopus, her slender legs were wrapped around his waist, and her face was still rubbing restlessly on his chest, and in some ways it seemed inferior to her. I tell you, this woman is playing with fire. Sun Weiyuan's little brothers have become scrappy and ready to go. He wrote down to Bulma again in the little book, although proud, he will let you return the book with interest. Finding Niru's breath, Sun Weiyuan appeared on Namex. Hey, Niru, long time no see. It's you, Sun Weiyuan, is she? Her name is Bulma, my girlfriend. What do you call a girlfriend? Niru asked strangely. Bulma looked at the green-clad weirdo in front of her and said, a girlfriend is the female side of a couple. Haven't you been in a relationship at your age? Sun Weiyuan and Niru were collectively speechless. Sun Weiyuan, what is he in love? Niru, what love do I talk about? Bulma, Niru, there is no distinction between men and women in their clan, so there is no need to fall in love. Sun Weiyuan immediately explained to her. Ah! Omega no distinction between men and women, then how do you reproduce? Bulma asked strangely. We reproduce the next generation by laying eggs by mouth, and now the clansmen on the Nemesis star, except for the clan member sent by Sun Weiyuan last time, are all the children of the Great Elder. Niru replied. Bulma was stunned. Can you Great Elders be so capable of giving birth? It's so amazing, one person actually gave birth to a planet of people. She secretly said, how can there be such a boring race in the world? You can't talk about love, and you can't do what men and women love to do. Sun Weiyuan felt a pain in his brain. Bulma, don't be too surprised, there are countless races in the universe, all of them have their own way of being, and even races born from trees. It is not strange that the Meiji people reproduce. Moreover, the Great Elder is not as capable of giving birth as you think. There are only more than 100 people in the entire Namex star, not as many as the people on Earth. Bulma said seriously, more than 100 is a lot. I will definitely not be able to give birth to so many children in the future. How many good will he ask Bulma to give birth to in the future? It's not good to give birth to more. Headache, don't you seem to be incapable, then compromise it, 10 or 8 will do. A drop of sweat fell on Niru's forehead. These two guests from Earth don't seem to be very normal. Sun Weiyuan, are you here to find the Great Elder? If there is nothing important, I don't really want you to disturb the Great Elder to rest. You know what I mean. Niru said embarrassed. Understand, how can I not understand? Don't worry, I promise it's not a bad thing to see the Great Elder this time. Sun Weiyuan assured as he patted his chest. Well. The Great Elder knows that you are coming, come with me. Chapter 042. When she saw the Great Elder, Bulma gasped again, no wonder it's called the Great Elder, this is really big. Hello Great Elder, smiley face, I miss it very much after not seeing you for a month. You've been in good health lately, Sun Weiyuan politely talked to the Great Elder Lala, and by the way, asked if Vic had hatched. After all, he came to ask the Great Elder to help develop the potential of Bulma, so that he would not go straight to the topic as soon as he came up, which gave people a bad feeling. The Great Elder knows this fruit. Sun Weiyuan took out a spirit tree fruit, sold it, and asked the Great Elder. The Great Elder smiled kindly, this should be the legendary spirit tree fruit that only gods can eat. Sun Weiyuan smiled happily and said, the Great Elder is indeed well informed and knowledgeable, this is what I got by accident, and the main reason for coming here this time is to send a spirit tree fruit to the Great Elder. I'll develop the potential of the girl next to you, and Niru will receive the spirit tree fruit, with which I may be able to add a few more decades of life. The Great Elder said calmly. When Niru heard this, he carefully put away the fruit of the spirit tree, and when he looked at Sun Weiyuan, he seemed to be much more pleasant. It is worthy of being an old man full of wisdom, and he immediately saw his intentions, and Sun Weiyuan let Bulma go forward. Weiyuan, what is this going to do? Bulma was puzzled. The Great Elder has an incredible ability, can guide the potential in the human body and make your strength stronger. When the time comes, I will teach you the void dance technique. A little force is always a good thing. Bulma asked as she walked forward, will I be as powerful as you after development? One sentence left Sun Huiyuan, Nialu, and even the Great Elder speechless, and the surroundings were strangely quiet. Ahem. How to say it? This depends on your own potential. If your martial arts talent is very high, the potential is huge, it is still possible to become very powerful, and there will be results soon. Bulma is now an ordinary person, with less than 5 combat strength, and if you want to surpass him all of a sudden, maybe it can only be achieved by looking for a super divine dragon. Wow, Huiyuan, I feel full of power all over my body now, and I seem to have become very strong. Bulma said excitedly. Sun Huiyuan muttered to himself, it seems there is not much difference. Combat power detector, let me see how much combat power I have now. Bulma soon saw her combat power 80, and her pretty face immediately collapsed. How come it was only 80? Bulma, how much combat power do you have? Only 80, so little, I thought I could catch up with you. The gap with Huiyuan is so big that 100 million. It's not just 100 million points. The detector she made for Sun Huiyuan with an upper limit of 100 million combat power can't measure the combat power value of Sun Huiyuan's strongest state. Sun Huiyuan patiently comforted, you are already very good, you have never practiced martial arts, but now you are stronger than 99.999% of the people on the earth, and many senior martial artists are no longer opponents. As for me, I began to practice with my grandfather at the age of 3, practiced 3-9 in winter and 3 volts in summer, and practiced with Wuxian teacher, Kailan Immortal, Heavenly God, and Realm King for so many years. And with the help of the Great Elder, I have the current strength. For us earthlings, where is it so simple to improve our strength? When the matter came to an end, Sun Huiyuan said goodbye to the Great Elder and returned to Earth with Bulma. Huiyuan, should I eat the spirit tree fruit now? Bulma asked. She was a scientific genius, but she knew very little about martial arts. You cultivate with me for a period of time, and then eat the spirit tree fruit when you have thoroughly mastered the power in your body. Without a certain martial arts foundation, it is not a good thing to blindly increase your strength. Sun Huiyuan said seriously, how to say that he is also a person he fancy, he still has to use dim sum. Huiyuan, won't it be very hard? It's okay. You may be a little miserable at first, but it's pretty cool after the pain. Don't worry, I will try to slow down your body to get used to it, and then accelerate, and try to complete it in a short time. In the next half a year, Sun Huiyuan taught Bulma basic martial arts knowledge, taught her residual image fist, dancing void technique and turtle sect Qigong wave. Bulma also ate a spirit tree fruit, and when he first ate it, his combat power skyrocketed to the point of 80,000, but unfortunately, with the passage of energy, it finally stabilized but only a little over 2,000, which is really unsatisfactory. Sun Huiyuan finally came to a conclusion, Bulma has no martial arts heart. Although he was teaching seriously during this time, Bulma couldn't eat the more intense practice at all, and she was very positive when the freshness of the practice began, but later she couldn't urge her to practice, and he had to announce the end of the practice. Anyway, 2,000 combat power was enough for her. Instead, he changed his method to tease him, if not for Sun Huiyuan's silent recitation of the King's-In mantra, 18th. It is really possible that he was taken down by Bulma, but he feels that his anger has become more and more vigorous in the past half a year, and he may one day dry firewood with Bulma, and it will be out of control. It is said that there is only 0 times and countless times, which is very addictive, making people forget to sleep and eat, linger, and deeply inextricable. Withstand, must be withheld. A real man cannot be hanged from one tree, even if he cannot own a forest, he should hang on 2 trees to be cost-effective. Klin on the celestial temple suddenly shivered, as if he was about to lose something important. Tianjin rice and dumplings completed the practice of Wuxian teacher and Kailan very smoothly, and went to the heavenly god temple to practice. Yamacha was impatient to compete with Tianjin rice. To be precise, he wanted to come up with a handful of limelight and compete for a breath. He lost to Tianjin rice at the world's first martial arts conference, and while the other party had not yet started cultivating in the heavenly god temple, he severely punished the other party, otherwise he might not have a chance in the future. In the end, he really pressed Tianjin rice, and ended with a wolf-tooth wind fist cool. Klin looked straight and shook his head, feeling that Yamacha was a little invincible. Sun Weiyuan returned to Bunza Mountain to consider the next practice, and he felt that his cultivation speed was a little insufficient. At this rate, the basic combat power before the next World First Martial Arts Conference opens is likely to reach less than 100 million, which will take more than 2 years. In fact, he now wants Gaku to enter the Heavenly God Temple Spirit Time House with him to practice for 2 years, but Gaku has not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, everyone can only enter the Spirit Time House to practice for 2 years, and the effect is not maximum if they enter too early. The spirit tree fruit in Sun Weiyuan's hand was practical, and there were 165 left. Chapter 043. The spirit tree fruit in Sun Weiyuan's hand was practical, and there were 165 left, which he should use to improve his strength. The fruit of the spirit tree contains a huge amount of energy, but although the person who takes it can improve his strength a little, most of the energy is lost because the person who takes it cannot be absorbed by the body. Moreover, there is a big difference in the amount of energy that different people can absorb, and Dales, who has pure Scion blood, has a much stronger ability to absorb the energy of the spirit tree fruit than the cosmic people under him. The ability of the cosmic people under Dars to absorb the energy of the spirit tree fruit is much stronger than that of the Bulma of the Earthling bloodline. I don't know how I absorb the energy of the spirit tree fruit. I am also an Earthling bloodline, maybe stronger than Bulma, but probably not as good as the Dales of Scion blood. Sun Weiyuan said to himself. Eat one first to see how the effect is. If there is not even 100,000 of the improved combat power, then there is no need to waste the spirit tree fruit. Sun Weiyuan took out a spirit tree fruit, click a few bites and ate it. It's okay, the taste is really good, it's delicious, it's worthy of being something that only gods can eat. He suddenly thought of the scene of a purple, skinny big cat gobbling up instant noodles. It seems that what God eats is not necessarily delicious. The power in his body was surging, and he could clearly feel that his chi was growing. Some underestimated the spirit tree fruit, but I didn't expect that the energy inside was not only huge, but also easily absorbed by the body. This speed is much faster than the speed of absorbing vitality. A spirit tree fruit under the stomach. Sun Weiyuan has a feeling of panic. This is not from the stomach feeling, but the cells in the whole body seem to eat too much energy to support. He has never encountered this situation when he absorbed the vitality cultivation before. It seems that the physical strength is too strong, the energy is too exuberant. It is like beating chicken blood, you have to vent it, otherwise you can't sleep tonight. For some reason, the thought of venting too much energy came to his mind as Bulma in the bath. Calmly, that time there was a little accident in his teleportation, don't think too much. One thing is to say, Bulma is really too material, and ordinary people can't grasp it at all. Gaku, come with me to the Northern King. Sun Weiyuan turned off the switch of the gravity chamber and walked to Gaku and said. In the past half a year, Gaku has finally begun to grow tall again, did not stop at 1 meter 2, and began to enter a period of rapid growth. Big brother, what are we going to do with Lord King of the Northern Realm? Are there any bad guys who need our shot? Gaku was puzzled. No, I see that it is not a matter for you to practice in the gravity room day by day. Cultivation not only requires strong strength, but also requires rich combat experience to become an excellent fighter, so I plan to take you to the Northern Realm King to practice for a period of time to improve your combat experience. Sun Weiyuan said without blinking. Sun Wukong was so excited that he almost didn't jump up. The eldest brother hadn't practiced with him for a long time, and the last time was in namixing. Great! Don't show mercy to my subordinates when your eldest brother is training. Be sure to give your all. I want to see how big the gap with you really is. Sun Weiyuan, growing up so big, or only you Wukong and I have this kind of request, to meet, this little requirement big brother must meet you. Don't worry, I have a sense of proportion, put your hand on my shoulder, I'll take you to the Northern Realm King, go. Gokun, Gaku, why are you here again? The King of the Northern Realm asked strangely. It's okay, we're not here to rub rice, Lord King of the Realm, don't worry. Gaku, let's get started. Almost. At the same time, the two slammed their feet on the ground, rushed towards each other at great speed, and the two fists collided, and a dull roar sounded in the air. Sun Weiyuan kicked out with his left foot, Wukong raised his knee to block, his body flew backwards, and Sun Weiyuan casually sent a Qigong wave to hit Wukong who was flying upside down. When the Qigong wave was about to hit Wukong's body, his arm suddenly flung it hard and flew out of the Realm King, and Sun Weiyuan grabbed his power gap and instantly moved to Wukong's back, and slapped Sun Wukong's brain. Sun Wukong was shot into the land of the Realm King star like a bullet, and for a while the dust was rolling, the battle was not over, and Sun Weiyuan could feel a breath rapidly improving. This is probably all the strength of Wukong under normal conditions. Wukong really works, and the speed of energy absorption of the spirit tree fruit in my body has accelerated. With the continuous battle between Sun Weiyuan and Sun Wukong, the Northern Realm King star was covered with many large and small earthen pits, and the Northern Realm King and his pet orangutans Barbarous and Gregali hid on the ground, and occasionally an escaping Qigong wave exploded around them, overturned by the Qi wave. You two stop me, if this continues, my Realm King star will be destroyed by you. The King of the Northern Realm shouted angrily. But Sun Weiyuan's battle between the two has only reached its climax, where will it stop? Anyway, the King of the Northern Realm has the ability to repair the King Star of the realm, as long as it does not explode. Tenfold Realm King Fist. The white aura on Sun Wukong's body turned red. The King of the Northern Realm was taken aback, so strong, Wukong can actually use the tenfold Realm King Fist, it's just beyond my expectations. I thought that the triple Realm King Fist is the limit that the human body can withstand. Maybe my Realm King Fist will be carried forward in the hands of Wukong, a silly boy, ha ha ha. However, Sun Weiyuan's strength, even the Realm King Fist is not used, he can easily resist Wukong's attack, if he can also use the tenfold Realm King Fist, Frisha, Shrag, who are already the most powerful, may not be his opponents. It's just that Gaku is far from having Goku's strong scion physique, and he can't use 10 times the Realm King Fist. Sun Weiyuan was about to absorb the energy of the spirit tree fruit. Wukong, it's time to end. Big brother don't want, I haven't hit enough. When he said the last word, a familiar slap slapped on his very familiar position, and then Gaku fainted without any accident. Sorry, Gaku. I know you still want to fight, but your eldest brother I have to eat a spirit tree fruit. By the way, see how much combat power this spirit tree fruit has added to me. Don't worry. Wait for me to wake you up and hit you until you can't get up. After all, beating your own brother feels very good. Sun Weiyuan opened Bulma's improved combat power detector and found that he had actually increased his combat power by 2 million. I'll go, it's outrageous, a spirit tree fruit has so much energy, how much energy did they waste eating the spirit tree fruit? Although the energy of the spirit tree fruit exceeded his expectations, but when he thought that it was the fruit that the spirit tree produced after absorbing the life force of an entire planet, and his absorption and utilization rate of the fruit energy was so high, he didn't know if there would be any rejection in the body that would cause the effect of the spirit tree fruit to deteriorate. Chapter 044. Half an hour later, Gaku woke up from his coma and rubbed the location of the beaten brain case. Big brother, can you not hit me on the back of the head next time? Grandpa said that hitting there is easy to beat people stupid. I'll try to watch the beating next time, Anla, I'll pit you again. I'm ready, Gaku, are you going to continue? This time, big brother, you definitely can't slap me on the back of the head again, said Gaku uneasily. Sun Weiyuan promised not to slap him on the back of the head. Control the power, it is okay to change the slap into a fist, he said secretly. This time, Sun Wukong did not increase his strength step by step and collide with Sun Weiyuan as before, but directly used the tenfold Realm King fist. Seeing that the situation was not good, the King of the Northern Realm quickly said, "You two stop quickly, don't fight, my King Star is about to be demolished by you." The roof of his small house was gone, leaving a wall of about 1 meter, and the only fruit tree on the King Star also fell. His voice was loud, but the sound waves produced by the fierce battle between Sun Weiyuan and Sun Wukong were even louder, and they were fully engaged in the battle, completely ignoring what the King of the Northern Realm said. At the end of the day, Sun Weiyuan consumed a total of 5 spirit tree fruits, and Wukong was beaten by him so that his nose was blue and his face was swollen, and if he didn't look at the hairstyle, his eldest brother would not recognize it, he was his younger brother Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's whole body was injured, he couldn't get up, and he was lying face to the ground in a pit. "Weiyuan, you are too heavy, depending on the situation, you can't heal without a month, isn't it just a discussion? Why are you so serious and so heavy?" The King of the Northern Realm said with a complicated mood. His home was harmed by the two of them, and in the end he had to worry about them. Sun Weiyuan shrugged his shoulders, very innocent and helpless said, "Lord Realm King, you don't know Wukong's character, he is very stubborn, and he is a natural battle maniac, where is he willing to give up easily? Although he is now seriously injured and unconscious, but the problem is not big, the scion is a good physique, too resistant to beating. Gaku is injured like this, you are not nervous, he has your brother and I don't know if it is lucky or unlucky. Do you want to send Gaku to the Nemesis to heal his injuries or return to Earth?" The King of the Northern Realm asked. "Of course, it is Goku's luck to have my eldest brother, and I have not thought less about him since he was a child. Well, we plan to practice here for a long time, Lord King of the Northern Realm, and we will not leave the King Star for the time being. As for Goku's injury, little meaning, you forgot, I have fairy beans on my hands." Sun Weiyuan grinned. At this time, Gaku is still lying in a certain pit. "Weiyuan, don't you say that I forgot, there is still such a precious thing as fairy beans on Earth. But Gaku is really a different kind of person, I have been in charge of the Northern Galaxy for many years, and it is the first time I have seen a scion like Gaku who is kind and has a peaceful mentality, and fierceness and cruelty are the norm for scions," the King of the Northern Realm sighed. Sun Weiyuan said strangely, "Didn't I tell you?" Gaku was also very hot-tempered before he turned 1. And he especially liked to bite. One day after he was 1 year old, when Grandpa took the two of us into the mountain and passed over a cliff, he climbed out of the back basket and fell under the cliff, his head hit a rock, and it took a long time to recover, and then his personality changed for the better. Gaku is still lying in a pit and has not woken up. So it is. I wonder how much you know about the Scion race, Lord Realm. Sun Weiyuan himself knows a lot about the Scions, but he wants to hear if he doesn't know the secrets of the Scion race. Scion? I don't know much about it, but in the past, the planet Vegeta was called Zivra, and 2 races lived on it, Zivra and Scions. The Zifra people are technologically advanced, while the Scions are quite primitive and barbaric, but the war between the 2 races ended in a victory for the Scions. The Scions wiped out all the Zivras on the planet and renamed the star Zivra planet Vegeta. Gaku lay in a pit for more than half an hour and disappeared, and the King of the Northern Realm told Sun Weiyuan what he knew. In fact, he knows what the King of the Northern Realm said, and even the King of the Northern Realm said that the destruction of planet Vegeta was caused by the destruction of meteorites by the gods on planet Vegeta who were dissatisfied with the atrocities of the Scions. Sun Weiyuan secretly said, "It seems that the king of the Northern Realm has extremely limited understanding of the science, and he doesn't even know that planet Vegeta was not destroyed by God, but by Freesha." The king of the Northern Realm suddenly said in shock, "Weiyuan, have we forgotten something? It seems like something is missing, Goku, we seem to have forgotten to deal with Goku's injuries." Sun Weiyuan sighed in his heart, "Wukong. It seems that the key moment is still your eldest brother and I are reliable, only I remember that you were seriously injured, and the Lord of the Northern Realm was too outrageous. Weiyuan, you are so unreliable, you are such a big brother lying in the pit can forget, the unlucky Wukong actually has such an irresponsible big brother as you, Lord Realm King, you are still Wukong's teacher, just forgot, I can still remember, Wukong's." Fingers moved, slowly opened his eyes, climbed out of the pit with difficulty, and saw that his eldest brother did not know what he was arguing with the king of the Northern Realm, and the whole person staggered over. "Wow, my lovely brother, you're awake. Give." Fairy beans took it and ate it. "A fairy bean into the belly, your life is at your own disposal." Sun Weiyuan looked at a Wukong who was about to become a pig's head, and said with some weakness. After eating a fairy bean, Sun Wukong was immediately revived with blood and happily gestured to the air. "Gollum, I'm so hungry, does Big Brother and Lord King of the Realm have anything to eat?" Sun Wukong looked at Sun Weiyuan and the King of the Northern Realm expectantly. "Lord Realm King, please leave the matter of eating to you." "What? Weiyuan, you are destroying my Realm King, and I have to take care of food when I am hungry. Didn't you bring food with you?" The King of the Northern Realm said dissatisfied. "Goku and I came in a hurry, where is the time to prepare food?" "Lord Realm, you are so magnanimous and amiable, you must not make us hungry, right? But I really don't have much food in stock, and Goku's meal is so large. Otherwise, can I tell a joke to Lord Kaiwang for a meal?" Sun Weiyuan said with flesh pain. "Deal, tell a joke quickly, I'll go and prepare food for you, my laugh point is very high, Weiyuan, don't fool me with ordinary jokes." Sun Weiyuan could only hold back a smile, "I have never seen a laugh point lower than yours by the King of the Northern Realm." "Lord Realm King, listen well, there was a eunuch in the past, the..." King of the Northern Realm listened inexplicably, just 7 words, where is the joke? So he asked, "What next?" "It's gone below." "What? This is gone? Not funny at all." The King of the Northern Realm felt that Weiyuan was fooling himself. "Lord Realm King, do you think that there was a eunuch in the past, isn't it gone below?" Hearing Sun Weiyuan's reminder, the King of the Northern Realm was stunned for a long time before reacting, and then ha 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 ha. Chapter 045. Ha ha ha, it's gone. The laughter of the King of the Northern Realm spread throughout the planet, and while laughing, he lay on the ground with his legs kicking and his hands hitting the ground. "Big brother, when will Lord Realm finish laughing? I'm so hungry, do you have anything to eat? I almost can't hold on, isn't the joke you tell too strong, Lord Realm? King can't stop laughing for so long, I don't know, such a short joke, how can Lord Realm King laugh for so long? I have some jerky here, so let's pad your stomach first." A bag of jerky is not much, only 2 or 3 catties. Sun Wukong stuffed the jerky into his mouth, and after a burst of agitation on his cheeks, the jerky was swallowed. "Big brother, what kind of jerky is this? It tastes great, why haven't you eaten it before?" "Jerky vole." Sun Weiyuan took a look at Goku's reaction, and saw that Goku did not make a fuss or nausea and vomit. It seems that he thinks too much, and Goku is not jealous. Why is the King of the Northern Realm still laughing? It can't go on like this, when will I be able to eat? Look, there's a frische in the sky over there." Sun Weiyuan shouted strangely. The Northern Realm King's laughter suddenly stuck in his throat, stopped, and his face changed drastically in the direction of Sun Weiyuan's finger. I only saw the tail of the snake road and the golden clouds, and I didn't find anything. Frisha, yes. This is his realm king, but not everything can come. How could Frisia appear here? Why did Wei Yuan make such a joke? It's scared to death. The Northern Realm King breathed slightly, stroked his chest with his right hand, and exhaled a long breath. Sun Wei Yuan said mockingly, isn't it just a little bit of the frozen demon clan? It was really strange that our Lord of the Realm, the high-ranking god in charge of the Northern Galaxy, was nervous. He took out a pack of spicy strips and handed it over. Come, Lord King of the Realm, you eat a package of spicy strips to suppress the shock. With me and Gaku here, even if Frisia comes now, don't be afraid, see if we can kill him. Sun Wei Yuan said arrogantly, don't say, the feeling of pretending to be in front of the gods is one word: cool. As for Frisia, that is Goku's growth mission, experience baby, and has little to do with him. Of course, if Frisia really came to the earth to find trouble, then what else is there to say, this old coin that can't beat and play tricks, just open a big second kill. Sun Wei Yuan is still very envious of the lifespan of the frozen demon clan, and Frisia, who is hundreds of years old, often rides in a stroller, and his lifespan is comparable to Wang Ba. After the king of the Northern Realm finished eating the spicy strips, his mood also stabilized, and there was no fuss. Wei Yuan, you kid will make less jokes about me in the future, I'm worried that one day I will be scared out of a heart attack by you and die. Gollum. Lord King of the Northern Realm, you see, I also told this joke. Gaku is also so hungry that his chest is pressed against his back. You see, after the meal, Gaku lay flat on the grass with a satisfied face, leaving a pile of tall bowls, and the King of the Northern Realm was building a wall brick by brick. Lord Realm King, wouldn't it be good if you directly use your ability to create it? Why bother? You're still young and don't understand the fun in it. I think it's the King of the Realm. You have nothing to do, find something to pass the time, what fun can this have? Sun Wei Yuan and the two did not cultivate at the Northern Realm King for too long, and after he ate 160 spirit tree fruits, he cultivated for more than 10 days and left. His strength during this period of time increased rapidly, increasing his combat power by more than 200 million, and after testing, his combat power was more than 316 million. It is true that not each of the spirit tree fruits can increase his combat power of 2 million, and he initially guessed that there are two possibilities. One is that the body has developed resistance, similar to resistance, and a substance carrying energy in the spirit tree fruit is rejected by the body, so that the energy on the substance is excreted. Second, the spirit tree fruit has a small amount of mysterious unknown energy can improve and enhance physical fitness. The human body is regarded as a container of energy. Improving and enhancing physical fitness is to expand the volume of the container. With the increase of his strength, the difficulty of expanding the container is also increasing. Of course, he didn't know the real reason. At the moment, it seemed that his plan to quickly improve his strength through the spirit tree fruit was bankrupt, and he also considered making a wish to the Shenlong to eat the endless spirit tree fruit. With more than 316 million combat power, without adding the Realm King Fist, he felt that this combat power was enough for him to use for a long time. In 756 years of AIG, Wukong's strength improved more and more slowly, but it was also getting closer and closer to the normal combat power of 3 million. As for Sun Wei Yuan, his combat power increased relatively smoothly, there was no bottleneck and the like, but there was no surge in strength. In April, Sun Wei Yuan went to Namex to see how the old Sun family's nanny Vic grew up. Does Vic have any plans to return to Earth? He always had to have a snack on this, and if Vic was happy on the Nemesis, the nanny thing would be ruined. Bike's father, the great Demon King Bike, died at the hands of the Monkey King, and the great Demon King passed on many of his memories and hatred to Bike. Even if Vic is washed of his magic on Namek, he still wants to fight Gaku. Sun Wei Yuan. Did you come to Nemesis for something? Niru, who was guarding outside the Great Elder's house, asked. It's not important, Just come and visit the great elder and his old man's house, and by the way, see how is that little guy in Vic now? It's been a few years, and I still miss him. By the way, Niru, his name is Vic Bike. Nero nodded and took Sun Weiyuan to meet the great elder. He soon saw it, as steady as ever. The great elder who sat on a large chair like Tarzan. In addition, next to him stood a green-skinned, more than 2 meters tall nemesis man. This guy Vic grew really fast. In 3 years, Wukong has grown from 1 meter 1 to 1 meter 7, nearly 1 meter 8, and Vic grew from an egg to 2 meters 2, and I don't know what hormones were beaten, but it could grow so fast. In other words, don't nemesis drink some water and can carry out photosynthesis? Can water injection grow so fast? Hello great elder / yay. The body is still tough. Sun Weiyuan greeted with a smile. Weiyuan, you are here, thank you for your blessing, my body is very healthy. The great elder said with a smile on his face. Vic suddenly walked up to Sun Weiyuan at this time and said, your breath makes me feel very familiar. Sun Weiyuan rolled his eyes, when you were still a congenital egg, I held you for a long time, and sent you to Namex to complete the innate. Chapter 046. You really think my breath is familiar? Sun Weiyuan asked Vic seriously, and the latter nodded. He said thoughtfully, this is probably because we belong to the same kind of people, your Mising people are a very kind race, and I am also a very kind person, so you will have that sense of déjà vu, in our hometown dialect, that is the feeling of finding an organization. He didn't know how much Vic believed, but after saying this, Sun Weiyuan felt that he was really kind. Walking is afraid of hurting the life of ants. Cherish Moth Gauze Lamps is talking about himself. That's right, I used teleportation or aerial dancing to fly, I didn't step on ants, I used electric lights at home, and no moths died fighting fires, I was so kind. The fledgling Vic was stunned by him, he said it so reasonably, although he seemed to have something wrong, but he couldn't think of anything wrong. By the way, Vic, are you practicing and studying with the great elder? Sun Weiyuan asked Vic Kerr. Vic had a cool expression on his face. I studied and practiced with the great elder shortly after I was born. Vic is a very talented and martial arts-hearted fighting type Namex man. If he can reunite with the celestial god on earth, he will once again have the talent of a super Namex nemesis, and his strength will be many times stronger. Bike, follow him to earth this time, I know you really want to fight with Sun Wukong. The great elder sighed. Bike's mind was a little confused. Namex was his hometown, the great elders were very good to him, here he had a sense of belonging and intimacy, and he had been completely integrated into the life of Namex for 3 years. Want to go to the earth? It can be said that his father Vic Great Demon left his obsession, revenge, and ambition to rule the earth has long been put down, but he wants to fight with Sun Wukong, no matter what the outcome is, he also has to go. Otherwise he always feels that he has a hurdle that he can't get over. Vic nodded silently, and when the great elder saw this, he said to Sun Weiyuan, Vic's child's matter will trouble you. It's a trivial matter to go to the earth, my family has built a villa, there are so many rooms, it's good to let Vic choose one to live in at that time, degree, with me, no accident, great elder, you can rest assured. Sun Weiyuan patted his chest and assured. Hee, degree, the Sun family nanny is in place, the next is to let Grandpa urge Gaku to get married, anyway, he let Grandpa start preparing a few years ago, and now that Gaku has grown up, it's time to marry Kiki. At that time, he will find a way to make Gaku have a few more children, and then a bunch of nephews and nieces will come out without worrying about not getting together the scions with a righteous heart to transform Gaku into a Super Saiyan God, and also, cultivate Goku's first son. After bidding farewell to the great elder of Namex, Sun Weiyuan teleported back to Bun Mountain. Vic held his hands in front of his chest, stood straight, and his eyes kept scanning the surrounding environment. Is this your home? Forgot to ask, what's your name? Vic asked. My name is Weiyuan, taken from a sentence, the way of Wei Yuan, the road to ascending. Oh, and one more thing, my surname is Sunday. Sun Wei Yuan said with a smile. Vic said to himself, Wei Yuan, Sun Wei Yuan, wait, and Sun Wukong's name is like, is it? A bad premonition rose in his heart, and the trip to Earth seemed a little hasty. Do you know Monkey King? Vic asked nervously. You said Gaku, he is my younger brother, his strength is much stronger than you, but you are also very powerful, in just 3 years you have such a strong strength. I think when I was 3 years old, my strength was not 1,000th of yours, Sun Wei Yuan said with a smile. When Vic heard this, his heart was almost raised to his throat, and the sweat of Binda slipped from his forehead, and I said how his breath could be so familiar, and he was present when Sun Wukong killed his father. What kind of people to say, liars, I'm still too young and simple. Looking at Bike's nervous look, his breath was still rising, and it seemed that he would attack in the next moment, and Sun Wei Yuan almost couldn't control his laughter. Don't be nervous, we are not enemies, but the Great Elder handed you over to me. Even if you can't trust me, you still can't trust the Great Elder who is highly respected, makes up for your congenital deficiencies, and teaches you earnestly. Do you think the Great Elder will harm you? Sun Wei Yuan looked into Bike's eyes and asked. Vic shook his head reflexively. Even if he could make him believe in the destruction of the universe, it could not make him believe that the Great Elder wanted to harm him. The Great Elder naturally has his reasons for handing you over to me, so you believe in me and believe in the Great Elder are basically the same. Don't be so nervous, put away your anger, I don't have the idea of harming you. The most important point is that my strength is much stronger than yours, and if I really have that idea, it is useless for you to resist. Saying that Sun Wei Yuan intentionally or unintentionally exuded a part of the qi, Vic was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and sweat wet his clothes. After Sun Wei Yuan collected his breath, Vic seemed to collapse and gasped for air. Sun Wei Yuan glanced at Bike, but he can really sweat, it's only a moment of kung fu, then the Mizing people are made of water? There is really this possibility, Vic only drinks water, and in just 3 years he has grown more than 2 meters tall, and there is not much difference between water it. Gaku is cultivating in the gravity room. Vic, are you going to find Gaku and beat him now? Sun Wei Yuan said secretly in his heart at the same time. Wukong, I have already found you the nanny of your future child, whether you can keep him depends on your ability. Bike's strength is not weak, the Great Elder not only made up for his innate deficiencies, but also developed his potential, and Sun Wei Yuan took the combat power detector to see that Vic had 380,000 combat power at this time. Hearing the word beaten, Vic's arrogant face went away, and a strong, unyielding ruthlessness also rose in his heart, and he was determined to beat them up when he surpassed these two brothers one day. But right now no, it's not a match for any of their brothers right now. Vic had already felt the powerful aura of Sun Wukong not far away, although it was not as vast and powerful as the breath of Sun Wei Yuan in front of him, but it was also much stronger than his full strength. And he can't be sure if it's all of Sun Wukong's strength, the only thing he is sure is that he can't do it. The cultivating Wukong in the gravity room did not burst his own qi, he just did not deliberately converge his breath and let the breath naturally emanate. It's okay. There's no hurry. You first choose a room to live in, and when you have time, go to Gaku to compete. I will let him control the power and let you compete when your strength is similar. Practice is not only meditation to improve strength, combat skills and combat experience cannot be ignored, also, if you have time, you can also learn about the cultural knowledge of the earth, the commonalities and differences between two different civilizations, should be able to enhance your state of mind. In fact, what Sun Wei Yuan wants to say the most is, as the future nanny of our old Sun family, not only does it need strong strength, but also can't be a fish caught in the net of 9 years of compulsory education. Seeing that Sun Wei Yuan said it well and reasonably, and based on his respect and trust in the Great Elder, Vic also slowly let go of his guard against Sun Wei Yuan. Chapter 047 Yamcha on the Heavenly God Temple said very excitedly, 3 years, the world's first martial arts conference is about to open again. Tianjin Rice, this time you want to win the championship is not so easy, hehe. Tianjin Rice is not Yamcha's personality, he is silent, persistent in martial arts, with strong self-esteem, did not speak, but secretly clenched his fists. Yamcha, you are happy too early, don't forget the two of them, Gaku and senior brother Wei Yuan, it's not wrong that our strength has improved by leaps and bounds, but do you remember how many times stronger their combat power than ours 3 years ago? That's at least 10,000 times. In the past 3 years, do you think our strength has increased by 10,000 times? Moreover, that was 3 years ago, I don't think senior brother Wei Yuan has not improved their strength in the past 3 years, and they are standing still. Seeing Yamcha's excitement, Klin couldn't help but speak. Yamcha's smile froze on his face, 10,000 times? Where is there such a big boost? He estimated that the hard practice he had spent in the past 3 years was about 10 times more. Klin, they should have no interest in the world's first martial arts conference, they didn't participate 3 years ago, and the champion of this martial arts conference should be competing among the 4 of us. Yamcha sneered. It is worth mentioning that Tianjin Rice was fancied by the blonde Lankai during the practice with teacher Wuxian, and during that time, the blonde Lankai did not rob Tianjin Rice to buy delicious tonics. Even if Tianjin Rice took dumplings to the Kylin Tower later, the blonde Lankai flew the plane and failed to go up, so he persevered and camped under the Kylin Tower, but unfortunately Tianjin Fan is a martial idiot and has been deliberately avoiding Lankai. On Bun Mountain, Vic has been looking for Wukong to compete with him for a month, which makes him more clearly aware of how big the gap between his strength and Sun Wukong is. He also practiced in the gravity room with Sun Wukong, but how effective it was, Sun Weiyuan didn't care. Anyway, he lost all of Vic's affairs to Sun Wukong, and the love and hate between them went with it. During the morning meal on May 6, Sun Weiyuan asked Wukong, Wukong, today is the opening day of the world's first martial arts conference, are you interested in participating in the competition? Cauldron, brother, you, Mary, go. Gaku asked with bulging cheeks and inarticulate rhetoric. Gaku, you swallow the food first before you speak, there are no masters on the earth, I went to some too bullying. Sun Weiyuan rubbed his temples and said. Then I'm not going either. Gaku said very decisively. Gaku also doesn't go to the world's first martial arts conference, then he and Kiki can't meet in the ring, when will my eldest nephew be born? After eating, Sun Weiyuan found Grandpa Sun Wuhan, once mentioned, Grandpa raised his hands in approval, and then without Sun Wukong's knowledge, Grandpa and grandson went to the Bull Demon King to talk about the marriage of Gaku and Kiki. As soon as Kiki heard that she was going to take her to see Gaku, she immediately agreed, but her expression was not quite right, there was surprise and anger, and there was a deep grudge. The expression is very colorful, and it is difficult to imagine how she can express such complex emotions on one face. The group of 4 soon arrived at Bunza Mountain, and Sun Weiyuan shouted loudly with his throat drawn, Wukong, don't practice first, come out quickly, Big Brother has brought you a big surprise. Surprise? Could it be that the eldest brother made some delicious food again? Gaku guessed. Gaku didn't see the shadow of the food when he came out, and Vic followed him out of the gravity room. Big Brother, what are you looking for me for? Gaku asked suspiciously. Kiki, let's talk to Gaku next, let's leave first, don't disturb you, well, Grandpa and I will prepare, and we will hold a wedding for you tomorrow. That bike, you also leave with us, Gaku you stay and have a good chat with Kiki, you can't bully people, got it? Gaku scratched the back of his head blankly, why did he keep me? Weiyuan, is it really okay for us to leave like this? Grandpa, don't worry, there will be no problems, I will wait patiently. Sun Weiyuan, Bike, Bull Demon King, and Grandpa Sun Gohan 4 heads poked out of the wall to look at Sun Wukong and Kiki outside the wall. Soon saw Kiki walking up to Goku shyly and said with a smile, "Sun Wukong." Goku blinked his big innocent eyes, "What are you? Unscrupulous that Tianzun, this guy Wukong really forgot his future daughter-in-law, there will be no accidents." Sun Weiyuan is also a little uncertain. After Kiki heard Goku's words, her eyebrows were raised, her silver teeth were clenched, and Sun Weiyuan seemed to feel her rising anger from far away. A Hedong lion roared, "Yaga!" Powerful as Goku was also frightened, his body involuntarily leaned back. It was worthy of being a woman who could eat Goku to death. Boring. Vic dropped the 2 words, leaving a cold back for the 3 of Weiyuan. Goku broke out in a cold sweat and said very sincerely, "But I really don't know you." Kiki almost exploded, but she noticed that there were 3 heads on the wall looking at her and held back. "My name is Kiki, do you have an impression of the fire extinguishing in Flame Mountain?" Goku only remembered this, and then said in surprise, "Kiki, I remember that you are a boy, but how did you become a girl? You didn't have 2 meatballs of such a size on your chest before, can a boy still become a girl?" "But the eldest brother didn't tell me, it's so nerve-wracking." "Baga Yalu, Monkey King, you idiot, I was still young," shouted Kiki with a red face. Sun Weiyuan, Grandpa Sun Gohan, and the Bull Demon King heard Goku's words and were almost thrown off the wall by thunder. Sun Weiyuan asked his grandfather at this time, "Grandpa, didn't you teach Wukong this knowledge? Goku has always grown up with your practice, I thought you would teach." "Goku, why did Goku and Kiki suddenly fight, do you want to stop it?" Grandpa Sun Gohan said worriedly. "Grandpa, it's okay, they haven't seen it for a long time and are a little excited, and Goku is very measured, there is a little misunderstanding between their little two, wait a while they will talk about it, as the saying goes, between husband and wife bedside fight bedside end, let's not get involved, so as not to help." Saying that, Sun Weiyuan walked out of the wall in an upright manner, took out 3 small benches and a coffee table, made a pot of tea, and placed watermelons, cantaloupe, peanuts, melon seeds, etc. "Grandpa and Uncle Bull Demon King, don't lie on the wall, come down and drink tea, eat something, chat. And arrange a marriage for the 2 young people by the way," said Sun Weiyuan in an old-fashioned manner. Chapter 048. Seeing that Wukong was chased and beaten by Kiki and did not fight back, just blindly dodged, occasionally blocked, Sun Weiyuan secretly said, "Wukong is a little out of luck, before marriage, dare not fight back, married destined to have no family status. Sadly, after the birth of the eldest nephew, it is certain that the family is low, and he can't run. You have to look at your eldest brother, how did the family throne come about?" After a long time, Kiki was so tired and panting, unable to fight Goku for 300 rounds, on the other hand, Goku was calm and relaxed, and the atmosphere did not breathe, just a small body like Kiki, another 10 or 8 Goku may not make him sweat. Although Goku thought that getting married was about eating, he agreed to marry Kiki when he grew up, and this agreement was vaguely agreed, but after he knew that marriage was 2 people together, it was different from what he thought, and he still decided to complete the agreement. "Grandpa, look, there were some twists and turns in the middle, but overall it was very smooth. Goku, they are finished, you can start preparing for their wedding." Sun Weiyuan saw Kiki walking by with both hands holding Wukong's arm, and said with a smile on his face. Grandpa Sun Gohan also showed a satisfied smile, took a sip of tea, and asked with a smile, "Gon, Goku's marriage is decided, when are you and that girl named Bulma going to get married?" Sun Weiyuan's hand that picked up a melon seed and prepared to put it in his mouth stiffened. "Let's discuss Wukong's marriage properly, isn't it good? Why transfer to me?" He saw Goku, Kiki, and the Bull Demon King grab a handful of melon seeds and knock them up. "Grandpa, although my relationship with Bulma is already very good, I don't think it is yet to the point of talking about marriage, just like wine, it has to be brewed again. This matter, it is completely fast but not reachable, emotional matters it cannot be rushed. Grandpa, don't worry, I know it in my heart. Sun Weiyuan avoided the important and said vaguely. Although I don't know what you are thinking about Weiyuan, I can see that the girl likes you very much, and in the years when you went out to cultivate, she often came all the way to Bun Mountain to ask me about your situation. Since you have plans, I hope you marry back soon. You are Wukong's eldest brother. Looking at his grandfather and saying seriously, Sun Weiyuan nodded frequently like a chicken pecking rice, and he now knew that his grandfather was also very able to speak. Big brother, the melon seeds are all finished, the melon seeds are not full, when will the meal be opened? After Gaku saw his eldest brother and grandfather finish talking, he covered his grumbling stomach and said. Sun Weiyuan went to the turtle immortal first. Is Wukong getting married so soon? Who married Gaku? The turtle immortal asked with some surprise. Kiki, the daughter of Uncle Bull Demon King. It turned out to be the very hot girl back then. Time flies so fast, her personality is a little. Hope Gaku can stand it. The turtle fairy remembers that Gaku brought Kiki to borrow a banana fan, and Kiki opened the door of his brain. The date of Gaku and Kiki's wedding is May 8th, which is the day after tomorrow, and I will pick you up then. After saying that, Sun Weiyuan teleported and left Turtle Immortal Island. The Turtle Immortal sighed with emotion. Weiyuan. This kid really came and went without a trace. Then he lay back on the recliner, took out an H magazine, his nostrils steamed from time to time, and laughed a few times. Sun Weiyuan came to the Heavenly God Temple, and the four people of Kellen, Yamcha, Tianjin rice and dumplings were startled by Sun Weiyuan's sudden appearance. Hello everyone. Tenjin and Mr. Bobo have not been seen for a long time. Sun Weiyuan greeted everyone in the Heavenly God Temple. Senior brother Weiyuan, did you also come to the Heavenly God Temple to practice? Klin asked excitedly. No, the day after tomorrow Wukong is going to get married. If everyone is free the day after tomorrow, welcome to Bunzishan to participate in Wukong's wedding. Sun Weiyuan said with a smile. What? Yamcha and Klin were a little surprised. So simple and even a little stupid Wukong, actually got married so soon? Could it be that he underestimated Gaku, he has actually been hidden all along? Senior brother Weiyuan, I wonder how strong you and Wukong are now. Klin has always been curious about this, and this time he really can't help it, wanting to know the truth. Yamcha and Tianjin rice also pricked up their ears, and their curiosity seemed to be no less than that of Klin. Klin. You still don't know well, I'm afraid to break your confidence, are you really sure you want me to say it? Sun Weiyuan raised his eyebrows and said. Gu Klin swallowed his saliva and said not very firmly, say, I really want to know how big our gap is. This is what Klin you requested, I will say it bluntly, Goku's combat power value is very close to 3 million, and my combat power value is not much, just over 300 million. Sun Weiyuan said lightly. What? Times 3. Yamcha, Klin, and Tianjin rice were completely not calm, they were frightened. Wukong has 3 million combat power, Sun Weiyuan has 300 million combat power, the gap is bigger than they thought. Yamcha asked a little impatiently, can Weiyuan test our current combat strength? No problem, no, this combat power detector is for you to see. Klin put on the combat power detector and saw that the combat power was 0, is the combat power detector broken, how can it show 00,000? Sun Weiyuan patted his head and said, sorry, I forgot that you can't use that combat power detector, change this. He took back the combat power detector in Klin's hand in tens of thousands, and took out another 1 unit to Klin. Klin glanced at Sun Weiyuan with some suspicion, and I don't know if you really forgot or intentionally, senior brother, I remember that your memory is very good, and you won't make such a low-level mistake. 1357, is this my current combat power? Senior brother Dao Wei Yuan's combat power is not only 10,000 times his own. Clin said with some frustration. Clin, measure our combat strength too. Oh. Yamcha, the combat power is 1246, Tianjin Rice, combat power is 1487, Dumplings, combat power 876. Clin subconsciously looked at Sun Wei Yuan, and the detector exploded with a bang. Clin, this is the old version of the combat power detector, the upper limit is only 1 million, beyond the upper limit it will explode, you have nothing to test what I do. Hey? Accident, I just reacted subconsciously. Clin touched his open bald head and hurriedly explained, and then he reacted, isn't senior brother Wei Yuan generally converged all his breath? In theory, the combat power detector cannot detect combat power, let alone explode. Clin looked at Sun Wei Yuan, and saw that the other party looked at him with a smile. A familiar memory quickly occupied the heights. Isn't this smile the same smile when senior brother Wei Yuan found various excuses to pat his head when he first started practicing with teacher Wei Yuan? He reflexively took a few steps back. Sun Wei Yuan was stunned. My smile is so sunny and warm, Clin, what are you stepping back? Chapter 049. After leaving the Heavenly God Temple, Sun Wei Yuan went to Bulma's house very hesitantly, hoping that nothing he was worried about would happen. Yay! Gokuto, did you come to Bulma? Mrs. Breves pulled Sun Wei Yuan enthusiastically, want a snack? Wow Wei Yuan, you're here! As soon as Bulma saw Sun Wei Yuan, she quickly stepped forward and hugged his arm tightly, and the amazing elasticity came, and the unique fragrance of a woman poured into his nostrils, stimulating a sensitive nerve in him at all times. Bulma, it's like this, the day after tomorrow, my brother Sun Wukong and Kiki hold a wedding, and I came to invite you to attend. Sun Wei Yuan said with some apprehension. Dr. Breves did not have a strange expression, Mrs. Breves still had an elegant and calm smile, and Bulma's reaction was a little bigger. What Gaku is going to have a wedding the day after tomorrow? Bulma was very surprised. She and Sun Wei Yuan have been dating for more than 7 years, during which they have not taken advantage of each other, but the last step has not happened. Originally, she was worried that there would be any unspeakable diseases in Wei Yuan's body, but she had personally tested it several times, and she was full of vitality. But why did she hint countless times, but Wei Yuan still didn't take action against her? She couldn't figure it out. Sun Wei Yuan noticed Bulma's resentful eyes like a complaining woman who had been alone in the air for 20 years, and he immediately understood whether he had done something too far, and he had to push her down another day when he had time, lest she eat our body every day. Yes, Bulma, do you remember the girl we met in the Flame Mountain 7 years ago when we were looking for Dragon Ball? Weren't they engaged? I thought the two of them were joking when they were young, but I didn't expect to really get married now. Bulma said with a little crying and laughter. Wei Yuan Bulma shouted with great tenderness. Sun Wei Yuan heard that the goosebumps all over his body rose. I wiped. When did Bulma have such a gentle side as water? It took him a lot of effort to get out. He really doesn't have the qualifications to be a scumbag. I'm too kind and sincere. It takes so much effort to coax a Bulma. How do those industrious little bees do it to wander freely among the flowers? It's a pity, I already knew that I would cross, I should have memorized the scumbag quotes, and now I feel a little confused. On May 7th, the world's first martial arts conference opened as usual. Sun Wei Yuan, Sun Wukong and Big did not participate, and Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Kellen and Yamcha entered the final four. Yamcha once again tragically met Tianjin Rice in the semifinals and lost again to Tianjin Fan. Yamcha is also glad that he wittily defeated Tianjin Rice once when he first went to the Heavenly God Temple, otherwise wouldn't he have been losing? Clin's strength is much stronger than Dumplings, and he easily entered the final, and fought Tianjin Rice for 300 rounds, but he still couldn't beat Tianjin Rice and ranked second. On May 8, Gaku and Kiki got married, and the Bulma family picked up everyone except for her missing sister ties. Klin, Tianjin Fan, and others also participated, and unexpectedly, the heavenly god who had been guarding the heavenly god temple also came down to participate in the wedding. Vic and the celestial god met. And the four eyes affectionate each other for a long time. Vic didn't expect that the demonic nature in your body has completely disappeared in the past 3 years. Humph. Vic fluttered in a white cape with the wind, his chin was slightly raised and turned his face, and he snorted coldly very arrogantly. Bulma looked at Kiki in a wedding dress in a daze. Sun Weiyuan and Yamcha and Klin shared a table to drink and play guessing. Originally they couldn't, but after a lap they couldn't stop. Especially Tianjin Fan and Bic, at the beginning, they were half pushed, and they lost to Yamcha and Klin respectively, and they were out of control. Yamcha and Klin were shocked to win, seeing that the situation was not good. Yamcha suddenly covered his stomach and shouted to go to the toilet, and Klin also learned to get out and leave. Then Tianjin Fan and Bic were matched, and the two guessed half a pound and 8 taels, and after a few rounds, they won or lost each other. But their personalities are so proud, self-esteem, competitiveness. Sun Weiyuan didn't know how much wine the two drank in the end. Anyway, they all started talking nonsense, and Klin and Yamcha couldn't pull apart. Tianjin rice is full of alcohol, Bic's turquoise face will actually turn red. Sun Weiyuan is amazed, skin and blood are not red, how did Vic blush? A group of people were so drunk that Sun Weiyuan arranged a room for them to stay for one night and leave tomorrow. It's really troublesome to get married, this is Sun Weiyuan's inner thoughts, finally busy and can sleep comfortably. There was a sudden knock outside the door, and Sun Weiyuan opened the door to see that it was Bulma in pajamas, who could smell some wine when he was close, and his pretty face was flushed, and he didn't know if it was because of wine or because he thought about something inappropriate for children. Bulma, what are you doing with me when you don't sleep in your room? Sun Weiyuan suppressed the restlessness of his body and asked in a calm tone. Weiyuan, you let me in first. Saying that, Bulma still looked around like a thief. It shouldn't be you letting me in. Can't be cranky. In just a moment, Sun Weiyuan's brainwave activity increased tenfold, and he almost had epilepsy. He poked his head out the door and glanced left and right, pulled Bulma into the room, and quickly locked the door. Before Sun Weiyuan could make any moves, he heard Wukong's fussing voice, Kiki, sleep and sleep, what are you doing taking off my clothes? Do you have to do this when you get married? But I don't understand. Big brother, come and teach me, son. Weiyuan covered his face, with this younger brother, should I cry or laugh? I can't do anything about that, big brother, I was born with something, I can't teach you and I can't teach it. Grandpa Son Gohan has not slept in his room, his face is a little dark, he only knew that Goku was very simple before, and now it seems that he is a little bit stupid. Weiyuan's big brother is incompetent, such a big thing can also forget to teach Goku. Mrs. Breves covered her mouth and snickered, on-site guidance, young people are so open-minded now. Bulma looked at Sun Weiyuan with a strange face, he won't have anything wrong with me that I didn't find, don't care, it's important to get down to business. Just when Sun Weiyuan and Bulma were about to enter the theme and become adults. I don't know what wine Goku smoked, and a roar shook the entire villa, and the two were startled. Goku's situation is not right, I have to go and see, his combat power seems to have increased to 3 million, Bulma, get dressed quickly. Sun Weiyuan's face became very exciting, since, I didn't expect this kind of accident. Bulma was stunned all of a sudden, what do you say? The old lady is open, and you end up telling me this? Chapter 050. As if feeling the efforts gradually rising on Bulma's body, Sun Weiyuan quickly explained, get dressed quickly, I'm worried that Goku will overturn the villa if it's late. Bulma's question mark, what does the good Goku destroy the villa? She quickly thought that it didn't seem to be for nothing, Goku's voice just now was very abnormal. You actually killed my eldest brother, I will definitely not let you go, they. Entire villa, or the entire Bunza mountain as the starting point, the vibration spread in all directions. Sun Weiyuan made a wish to the divine dragon of Namex star to strengthen the earth, and I don't know if the whole earth is shaking violently now. The sky, which was originally night, was even darker at the moment, giving people an indescribable sense of depression, and then electric snakes flashed in the sky. The people in the villa woke up and ran out, looking at Sun Wukong's room suspiciously. Many ordinary people who were sleeping thought that the earthquake was coming. Some ran outside the house, some hurriedly rolled under the bed, and some jumped directly from the 5th floor. Sun Weiyuan's teleportation appeared in Wukong's room, but his face was a little dark. What the hell is the divine dragon Polenga? Isn't it okay to let Gaku rage when his combat power reaches 3 million? Now Gaku is hoarse and yelling that he was killed. What is the situation? In the next second, Wukong burst out of the Dao golden light, and his breath climbed straight to the ceiling of the house, and the roof disappeared with a bang. Sun Weiyuan rubbed his eyebrows. Wukong, we haven't given you a cave room yet. You yourself demolished the new house and most of the roof of the villa. Seeing that Kiki had been frightened and stupid, Sun Weiyuan appeared behind Gaku with an instantaneous movement, kicked him sharply on the butt, and Gaku, who was still aaaaaa. No, the divine dragon Borenga seems to have pulled Wukong into the illusion it made. In the fantasy realm I was taken to sacrifice to the heavens. This is Klin's scene, it does not belong to me. The divine dragon Borenga is excessive. Sun Weiyuan was slandered. A loud shout, Gaku, you give me a sober point, wake up. The sound wave was like substance, and the ears of the old Sun Gohan and others below were buzzing. Bulma muttered, when did Goyuan's voice become so big? But not only did Wukong not sober, the strength of his body was violent, his eyes were no longer innocent and naive in the past, and he looked at Sun Weiyuan with a bit of anger and irritability. How, you still want to do it with your eldest brother? Saying that, Sun Weiyuan rolled up his sleeves, as if he was going to beat Wukong in the next moment. Kill you, I'm going to kill you. Klin and Yamcha are very strange. Gaku, what's going on? The breath of the whole body is extremely terrifying, the golden light is dazzling, why does the black hair turn yellow? Bulma, do you know what's going on? Klin asked. Bulma shook her head and said, I don't know, maybe only Weiyuan knows the reason for the matter. Tenjin returned to the Tenjin temple shortly after attending Goku's wedding and left without even eating a wine banquet. P.S. Namex can survive without eating and drinking water, but referring to the Vic Great Devil, it is speculated that Namekians can also eat food. Gaku, what's wrong with this? What a terrifying power, I hope Weiyuan can restrain him. Tenjin's green skin sheds a lot of sweat. The king of the Northern Realm, who was far away on the planet of Realm, also began to notice what was happening on Earth, and he thought of a legend about the Golden Warriors of the Scions. That's right, looking at Goku's situation, it is possible for a Scion to give birth to a Super Scion for 1,000 years, and the legend of the Golden Warrior that has been circulating among the Frozen Demon clan turns out to really exist. Goku's current strength has surpassed Frishaw's full strength, which is really good, The king of the Northern Realm laughed happily, and the pet orangutan Barbarous next to him looked at him in confusion. Sun Weiyuan and Sun Wukong have already fought together, and the extremely fast collision between the two in the sky has left one afterimage after another, and no one on the ground can see the battle between the two clearly. Vic gritted his teeth and whispered, damn, I didn't expect the gap to be so big. The blow to Tianjin Rice, who is obsessed with martial arts, is not small. Klin has long been accustomed to shock, he is much calmer than others. Kiki looked at Gaku very worried, and Son Gohan was also worried, but he knew that the strength of Gaohun and Gaku was much stronger than him, and he couldn't help. I hope Gaohun can control the situation. The rumbling noise continued to sound, and in the face of Goku's furious attack, Gaku easily froze. Turtle Pai Chi Gong Wave, haha. Sun Weiyuan didn't care at first, but the next moment Sun Wukong teleported and appeared not far behind his head. Groove. When did this guy Gaku learn to teleport? If you change your weak strength, you will really be bombarded, but your big brother is still your big brother. After Sun Weiyuan finished speaking, more than 310 million breaths were released without reservation. In an instant, Sun Wukong's turtle pie Qigong wave was pressed back, boom, Wukong was blown out. Sun Weiyuan immediately rushed up and greeted Wukong without any politeness. Let you not sleep in the middle of the night, let you not obediently enter the cave room, let you not give me a big nephew as soon as possible, let you wake up your eldest brother and sister-in-law to sleep, let you demolish the villa that does not need money. Let disturb me and Bulma. Sun Weiyuan is becoming more and more fluent in his hand, and his mood is becoming more and more comfortable, and the correct way to use his younger brother is the conclusion he has explored for more than 10 years. Hitting his younger brother on a rainy day, idle is also idle. He has already punched out the experience, using ingenuity, where to hit, how much force to use, so that Gaku hurts without hurting his body too much, avoiding all key positions, and not leaving too obvious traces. Grandpa can't see the process and there are no obvious traces left, he won't blame himself. After a long time, Gaku finally couldn't help it. Big brother, don't fight, I admit defeat. He likes to fight, but this kind of battle is very humbling when he can't even touch the corner of Sun Weiyuan's clothes, and the eldest brother beats his position and hurts. Gaku is in no hurry, the eldest brother feels that you still have a lot of beaten potential that has not been developed, haha. Sun Weiyuan almost laughed. He actually found that Gaku had come to his senses, but Wukong's strength skyrocketed and wanted to challenge his eldest brother's majesty. Make you pretend to be confused, and make you sober up without saying a word. After a long time, the two of them had unknowingly left the range of Bun Mountain. At a certain moment, Sun Weiyuan found that he seemed to have exerted a little too much force, and he beat Wukong so that his nose was blue and his face was swollen, and his brother couldn't recognize it when he saw it. Ahem! Gaku, we've been out for a long time, let's eat a fairy bean, we should go back after recovering, otherwise Grandpa should worry. Sun Weiyuan said and took out a fairy bean to Wukong. Although Sun Wukong was a little depressed, he still ate a fairy bean without much thought, and all the injuries on his body recovered, and his nose was no longer blue and his face was swollen. Seeing this, Sun Weiyuan showed a satisfied smile. Grandpa, he will not think that I am too heavy to bully my brother at this time. Chapter 051. When preparing to return to Bunza Mountain, Sun Weiyuan noticed a flying insect without breath, grabbed it without thinking, and looked at it several times. This flying insect is a bionic mechanical flying insect. Interesting, did Dr. Gallo start studying that monster Shrew? So, on the 17th and 18th, he was done. I wonder if he dared to take the lead when he saw the battle between me and Gaku? Sun Weiyuan thought to himself, Dr. Gallo's trouble should be solved earlier, his threat is too great. Dr. Gallo is a mad scientist and a very cautious person, 17 years between the destruction of the Red Ribbon Legion and his transformation into Cyborg 20. Sun Wukong's martial arts moves, strength growth, etc. were investigated in detail, and the only fatal mistake was that the Battle of Namex was not monitored, and the miscalculation of the strength of Sun Wukong's group led to the total collapse of his plan, and he had to risk starting the Cyborg 17th and 18th. He now discovers the great strength of himself and Gaku, and judging from Dr. Gallo's personality, I am afraid that he will choose to patiently cultivate Shailu, and then devour the androids number 17 and 18, and evolve into a complete body of Shrew before coming out as a demon. At an underground research base in the northern glacier, a grey-haired, withered-faced old man is watching the mechanical flying insects he released to investigate and collect powerful martial artist cells. Damn, is Monkey King already that powerful? Why did he turn into a blonde-haired state? It's too strong, and his eldest brother Sun Weiyuan, I didn't expect it to be so much stronger than Sun Wukong. This bad old man is Dr. Gallo. He stared at the dormant warehouse number 17 and number 18 for a long time, his eyes stopped at the dormant warehouse number 16, and hesitated for a long time before putting away the remote control in his hand. Sun Weiyuan and Sun Wukong returned to Bunzi Mountain, saw the two returning, everyone gathered around, and two silhouettes threw themselves into their arms. Weiyuan, you're not hurt? Bulma looked at Sun Weiyuan's eyes and asked. Sun Weiyuan shook his head. He has several jars of fairy beans on his body, and his combat power is more than twice that of Wukong. This should be asked to Wukong. Goku, are you okay? Hearing Kiki's question, Goku scratched the back of his head with a smile, and Kiki checked Goku's body up and down. Kiki, we're okay, big brother give me. Goku hasn't finished speaking. Sun Weiyuan said loudly to his grandfather first. Don't worry, I've always been very measured, Grandpa. Do you see how good Goku's mental state is, and he looks seriously injured and mentally sluggish? Proper spirit guys, okay. Sun Wuhan stroked the white figure-8 beard and said with a smile, Weiyuan, your child is very smart, and he has always taken good care of Wukong, and your grandfather is quite relieved. I'm in trouble right now. Sun Weiyuan said with a serious face and like a great enemy. Weiyuan, what trouble are you guys having? Klin and the others asked nervously. Sun Weiyuan, whose strength was terrifying, said that trouble, could it be that there would be enemies stronger than him? What a terrifying enemy that must be. Klin's several earth warriors raised their hearts, and old Sun Gohan also asked, is the situation serious? Sun Weiyuan nodded seriously, pointed to the dilapidated villa and said seriously, Grandpa, we are gone. The time for the birth of your great-grandson seems to have to be postponed. The people who Klin was worried about almost didn't fall, and old Sun Gohan said with some laughter, Goiwan, you are skinny again, but this is indeed a problem. Alas! You don't know about the joints, but you think that the small thing, the speed of the birth of the nephew, determines the speed of Goku's transformation into the Super Saiyan God in the future. Sun Weiyuan already has a feasible plan, urging Wukong to get 5 nephews and nieces in 5 years. It's not difficult, 1 a year, if there are twins can be completed in advance, and Goku is now all Saiyan, nephews and nieces will become Super Saiyans will become much simpler. Wouldn't 5 be a little less? A few more would be more safe, right? Just do it. Bulma stood up and said very boldly, the matter of the villa is wrapped up on me, and I asked the employees of my company to send a few universal capsules containing the villa. Weiyuan, how many are suitable? Wouldn't it be good to accept a few large villas in Bulma like this, and there is still a group of people watching, directly accepting the suspicion of eating soft rice. He is not the kind of person who loves soft rice. Therefore, he said lightly, you can just look at these little things Bulma, and I don't understand the villa type, interior decoration, furniture arrangement, etc. You see, Klin. It's worthy of you, senior brother Weiyuan, saying that there is no woman in my heart, cultivate the natural God, you make it difficult for me to do The villa was destroyed, and everyone did not feel sleepy for a while, and Kellen, Yamcha, Tianjin rice, dumplings, Wushan teacher, and turtles returned to their respective residences. Sun Wukong sent the Bull Demon King back to the original residence of the Flame Mountain, and Bulma was going to fly her parents back to the western capital. Originally Sun Weiyuan planned to send Drive and Mrs. Breves with Bulma with aerial dance, but her parents still wanted to fly. Bulma, I have a little thing for you to study. Sun Weiyuan took out the mechanical flying insect he caught before coming back, and as soon as he spread out his palm, this little thing wanted to take off. Sun Weiyuan's fingers pinched one of the flying insect's legs, and the flapping wings of the little thing made him feel a little cool. At first glance, Bulma was just a small bug, but after thinking that it would not be so boring, he asked him to study a bug, and when he looked at it, he found that it was an artificial mechanical flying insect. It's all about finding a way to trace the source of this little thing, or interfering with it to paralyze them all and scrap them. Seeing that Bulma still had a puzzled expression, he explained, there may be a lot of such little things, maybe one day we may have a little intimate behavior, maybe hidden in some corner of the dark old man to watch the live broadcast. You say the problem is not big. What? Then I didn't have this bug in the bath before? What the hell, impudent guy developed such a thing? Bulma subconsciously hugged her hands to her chest and said emotionally. Well. Sun Weiyuan, he is not sure if Dr. Gallo's old man has the same hobbies as Mr. Wuxian. Maybe he is bored in a long period of research, just peeping around through flying insects. It seems that the situation is more serious than he thought. Dr. Gallo's danger level has to be divided several levels. Is it possible on the 18th? This thing can't be blind, otherwise he feels that he can't see anything right. Maybe, this possibility is not excluded. In short, Bulma, you study the results as soon as possible, and pay more attention when bathing. Sun Weiyuan said seriously. Bulma is also apparently aware of the seriousness of the problem, and she does not know that Dr. Gallo is the owner of the mechanical flying insect, and has equated Dr. Gallo with the voyeur maniac. Weiyuan, this time I have to find out this pervert. Unfortunately I don't have time to accompany you. Bulma caught the flying insect, and I don't know if it was too much force or didn't pay attention to the leaking wind just now, and the flying insect exploded directly in Bulma's hand. Chapter 052. This Sun Weiyuan is not only incredibly powerful, but also acts in a style that is very different from other martial artists, so keen insight, it is extremely difficult to obtain his cells. Dr. Gallo spoke in a heavy tone, and at the same time gave the mechanical flying insects an order to self-destruct if caught. Bulma, next to Sun Weiyuan, he also knows, is the daughter of Dr. Brives, who is no less capable of science and technology, and his scientific and technological talent is said to be above his father Dr. Brives. Knowing his disadvantages, he does not allow himself to be careless, no matter how cautious he is. But it's also very good to be able to successfully obtain Monkey King's cells, and my ultimate android plan can go one step further. The cells of the most powerful martial artists on the earth have almost been collected, and the only regret is that Sun Weiyuan's cells have not been collected. Dr. Gallo did not choose to make Shiryu into artificial humans like number 17 and number 18, he wanted to create an artificial human that could constantly evolve, use the cells of the strong to fuse to create an embryo, and then cultivate step by step, and the growth potential far exceeded that of other types of artificial humans. He also found that the disadvantage of this plan is that it is too time-consuming, not to mention, just the cell fusion of the strong is a big problem, and it takes a long time to fuse little by little. And there is a high probability of fusion failure in the fusion process, followed by the culture of embryos, how to further modify them so that they can grow and develop according to the expected route. Even he didn't have much confidence that he could create the ultimate artificial human Shailu, but the strength of Sun Weiyuan and Sun Wukong was too strong, and none of the three most powerful artificial people 16, 17, and 18 followed orders. Number 16 is a pure mechanical artificial human created by him based on his late son, and his strength is currently much stronger than number 17 and number 18, with a gentle and peaceful personality, peace-loving, and likes nature and small animals, but does not like to fight, and will not help him conquer the world. Number 17 and number 18 are also very strong, but they do not obey his orders, and they hate him very much, and they may be the first to kill themselves at the slightest opportunity. Let his situation be very embarrassing for a while. The artificial people who obey the order are not strong, and the strength is enough to either love peace or kill him. Uncomfortable. Wow, all failures. It's a pity that the number of permanent energy furnaces can only be made 2, otherwise I can continue to research, perfect, and develop successful permanent artificial humans, and the permanent energy furnaces in the bodies of number 17 and number 18 can't be fused with them. The core material for making the energy furnace was that he searched the entire earth to obtain a strange substance that could absorb and convert energy indefinitely, and wasted part of it because of failure in the manufacturing process. In the end, only 2 were successfully manufactured, and when performing a living transplant, a large number of people were caught to experiment, and Dr. Gallo came up with two reasons for failure. One was that a strong body shell was needed to withstand the minimum energy value of the permanent energy furnace. The second is the physique that needs to fit with the permanent energy furnace. The higher the fit, the lower the strength requirements for the body, and the key is to continue to become stronger through the permanent energy furnace. He spent a long time first screening a group of people with a certain degree of fit from many earthlings, and then secretly observing and testing the approximate fit, and finally selected the pair of brothers and sisters with the highest fit as the carrier of the permanent energy furnace. Even so, it was very difficult to fuse the permanent energy furnace, and Dr. Gallo modified and implanted the permanent energy furnace, bombs, controls, etc. when they were 8 years old. Subsequently, in order to fuse the permanent energy furnace with their body's cells more quickly, they fell into a deep sleep for more than 10 years, and even the nutrients needed for the growth of children on the 17th and 18th were injected intravenously. The fusion of the permanent energy furnace was completed a few years after the destruction of the Red Ribbon Legion, but when Dr. Gallo just tried to release number 17, he found that the other party did not listen to the order and wanted to attack him, so he had no choice but to press the remote control first. It was the closest he came to death, and if he pressed the remote control for another 0.01 seconds, he was actually killed. As a last resort, he came up with this ultimate artificial human plan, which is difficult and time-consuming, and if he did not see the strength of the enemy today, I am afraid that he would have to abandon this plan, let the computer control the deduction, and carry out the next absorption artificial human plan by himself. Ruoshiru project successfully fused the cells of number 17, number 18, Sun Wukong, Vic and others, not only can have a high fit, but also an extremely powerful physique, increase the upper limit of the number of furnaces that can carry permanent energy, and even obtain additional tricks from many martial artists. The permanent energy furnace is gone, so let the Shuru who has grown to a certain stage devour number 17 and number 18, directly obtain the developed permanent energy furnace people, and also save a lot of time for Shalo to fuse the permanent energy furnace, drive. Gallo quickly perfected the Shalo plan, and what he had to do next was to conduct a long experiment and wait. In addition, he knew that Sun Weiyuan and Bulma were looking for his traces, and even preparing to run. On Bunza Mountain, seeing the mechanical flying insect explode, Sun Weiyuan scolded with contempt, "This old man is better than himself. No, this old man is so stable, commonly known as Go, just a small bug, can you find any clues, as for installing a self-destruct program?" Bulma, Lang Buletin Ding was blown up, "Did your hand hurt the skin? Want a fairy bean?" "No, how to say that my combat power is not weak, this explosion power can't hurt me, that voyeur mad demon is also careful, by the way, Weiyuan, are there many flying insects like this?" Bulma asked unwillingly. "There are all over the world, I don't know how many there will be. Back in the western capital, I will let people capture it at a high price, I want to see, they all explode if I have the ability, otherwise Bulma must find him." After Bulma left, Sun Weiyuan and his grandfather said that he would go out and get up and fly to the northern glacier, he would go directly to drive Gallo's lair and kill this bad old man who loves voyeurism, surveillance. Old son Gohan adapted to the habit of running around when his eldest grandson was fine, not staying at home, and did not say much, let him come back to eat earlier. The difference between the two grandchildren is really big, one loves to run out every day, a man who spends all day cultivating in the gravity room, don't call him except for eating. The corner of Sun Weiyuan's mouth slightly evoked an evil smile. "Do you think that the mechanical flying insect will be fine if it explodes? Although I don't know your exact location, it's enough to know the approximate location to look for a day on the northern glacier side. If it doesn't work for 1 day, then 2 days, you have to hide the bad old man, otherwise you will have to go to King Yan Luo to report." Chapter 053. Did Sun Weiyuan take any action? The layers of monitoring he arranged found that Sun Weiyuan was flying towards the northern glacier at great speed. The northern glacier is sparsely populated, he won't come here to wander around, and in front of him, Dr. Gallo's years of solid experience told him to be careful, and a feeling of bad panic grew stronger. After he was stunned for just 2 seconds, he saw Sun Weiyuan, who suddenly appeared in the northern glacier. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he immediately decided to make a strategic shift first to avoid meeting Sun Weiyuan, and the opposite side must be coming at him. Deciding to run, he didn't even think about why Sun Weiyuan could suddenly appear on the northern glacier, and quickly packed the important information into a universal capsule, and took away the hard collected cells. It's a pity, the 17th and 18th can't be taken away, they are not purely mechanical and cannot be put into universal capsules. Dr. Gallo took the 16 with him and got into a spaceship. After a call, I looked back at the dormant warehouse with number 17 and number 18 written on it, waiting. Dr. Gallo, will definitely come back. Dr. Gallo closed his eyes in the spaceship and fell into suspended animation, sealing all his breath. He studied the tricks of martial artists very deeply, and even developed a device that could absorb martial artists' chi, but he had not yet had time to apply it to artificial humans, so he also knew that a skilled martial artist could sense him through chi. In order to completely prevent being discovered by Sun Weiyuan, he not only made himself breathless, but also let the spacecraft take the safest and most hidden route away from Sun Weiyuan, and only took off to fly into the universe at a safe enough distance. Time pushed forward, Sun Weiyuan set off from Bunzi Mountain, and during the flight, he felt that he flew to the northern glacier so obviously. Would Dr. Gallo, the old fox, notice it? So he carefully felt the breath of the northern direction. Although the northern glacier is sparsely populated, but such a large area still has a lot of human beings. Sun Weiyuan teleported twice to reach the northern glacier. In fact, he didn't want to twice, but there were no acquaintances over there and he didn't know the distance. In the desolate north, there are also small towns where humans gather and live, and Sun Weiyuan prioritizes eliminating places with many breaths and finding the location of a single breath to teleport. He moved hundreds of times in a row without seeing the old man, but scared those ordinary people a lot. Was his luck too bad? It can't be, in such a sparsely populated place. He was able to instantly move next to a young woman who was soaking in a hot spring just now. Oh! It seems that his luck is indeed a bit bad. Is it possible that Dr. Gallo has now become a breathless artificial human? It seems that I have to take out the Dragon Balls that I have treasured for many years, which have been idle since the beginning of the practice of departing king, and then put them in a place where the Dragon Ball detection radar can be isolated and treasured until now. Sun Weiyuan thought about it for a while. I put the Dragon Ball in that horn? By the way, once when I went hunting in the mountains, I fed 7 Dragon Balls to a large carnivorous dinosaur. He has only used the Earth Divine Dragon once in so many years. It is very inconvenient to bring the Dragon Ball on the body. The universal capsule is compressed by particles and then restored to take the items. Dragon Ball does not know whether it is because it is too hard that the universal capsule cannot be compressed or the energy it carries is a special problem. Anyway, you can't fit it in. Putting it at home and feeling like a thief, he and Goku are good at home. If they don't have a missile to blow Bun Mountain flat one day, they don't know. And even if he stays at home, the missile itself has no gas, it is impossible to prevent. Come when you sleep, can you block it? It's nothing to blow up people, the point is that it's not good to blow up the house and the Bun Mountain. The strength of their 3 grandfathers and grandchildren is there. It is not the kind of bomb produced by Dr. Gallo that can blow up the earth, and it is difficult to be slightly injured. After Sun Weiyuan found the breath of the dinosaur, he instantly moved over, and the dinosaur who was chasing his prey wildly was startled. After roaring, I found that Sun Weiyuan was very familiar, and a not very wonderful memory came to mind again. It was a sad story. On a sunny morning, it and a female dragon were still doing shameful things, but the thin 2-legged beast in front of him suddenly grinned and slapped it on the door of its head, and then fainted on the back of the female dragon. After that, the mother dragon never bothered with it again. And its teeth are gone. Digestion and appetite have also had great problems. daily hunger, but feel that the stomach is holding up badly. Roar, roar, roar. Do you know how I've lived all these years? I can't eat fragrantly, the female dragons ignore me, what the hell have you done to me? This product won't become stupid, the spirit looks very good, but some are too thin, it won't be that you want to lose weight and become slimmer, gee, every rib has been seen. This silly dragon is so strange. Dinosaurs, number % at. I don't understand, you're too noisy, lie down first, I'll be fast. Sun Weiyuan exhaled with a slap, and the dinosaur only felt that the picture was somewhat familiar and fell. After clapping his hands twice, Sun Weiyuan shouted at the dinosaur, "Come out! Dragon!" After a while, the sky didn't change at all. Ah, this? Is the Earth Divine Dragon so weak? Suppressed by this silly dinosaur? Can't get out? Brother dinosaur, I'm sorry, I can only send you to King Yanluo, remember to report my name, maybe King Yanluo will reincarnate you to the side of Bun Mountain for the sake of the same sect, taught by the king of the realm. 18 years later, another good dragon. Sun Weiyuan kept talking to comfort the dinosaur, his hands were not idle at all, taking advantage of the dinosaur's inability to pay attention to cutting off the dragon's head cleanly, ending its sinful life, blessing many animals in Bunzi Mountain, my merit is immeasurable. With a swipe towards the dinosaur's rounded abdomen, 7 large stone balls that had been smoothed and angled rolled out in one bone. Was the stone ball I stuffed with 7 dragon balls that big? Probably not, at that time I didn't think it was very big, knocked out the stupid dragon's teeth and gently stuffed it in. Come out, Shenlong. The dinosaurs that suppressed you have been killed by me. What? Sun Weiyuan didn't know was that after he disappeared from the northern glacier, the small spaceship carrying Drive Gallo took off on the spot, quickly left the Earth, and flew into the starry sky of the universe. Looking at the sky, suddenly black clouds overwhelmed, the surrounding darkness was like night, the black clouds were rolling with thunder, and the golden light suddenly rose. Shenlong is like this, love to pay attention to the appearance of cards, appear instantly when it should appear, and disappear immediately when it leaves. Is it bad for the divine dragon to see the head and the end, and come and go without a trace? Waiting for the divine dragon to appear, Sun Weiyuan complained boredly. Name your wish. Bring Dr. Gallo to me. Sun Weiyuan said without hesitation. Chapter 054. Sun Weiyuan smiled evilly. According to the original time, Dr. Gallo transformed himself into an adult and appeared on the 20th 11 years from now, and he did not believe that Dr. Gallo became an artificial human so early. If it was really so early, why would he wait until 11 years later to come out? At this point in time in the original book, Raditz will not appear until 4 or 5 years, Sun Wukong's combat power is still very low, and no one can stop him from taking revenge and conquering the world. Then, in addition to his bad luck and teleportation hundreds of times without hit, there is also a possibility that Dr. Gallo has a way to cover his breath, and it doesn't matter what the specific method is, anyway, he can't understand the scientific and technological civilization of this world. However, as long as Dr. Gallo is still an ordinary person without strength, he cannot resist the power of the dragon, whether he agrees or refuses, he must be sent to himself, and then whether he is rounded or pinched by his own will. Dr. Gallo's spacecraft is extremely fast, and has run out of the solar system where the Earth is located, towards the starry sky far from the Earth. At a certain moment, Dr. Gallo's eyelids in suspended animation moved, and the voice of the Earth Divine Dragon was directly transmitted to his soul consciousness through his body. Back to Earth? Are you kidding? He left the Earth with great effort, and his soul roared, "No, no, I don't want to go back to Earth." Sun Weiyuan on Earth looked at the dragon's body above his head and squirmed for a moment before slowly speaking, "This wish is very simple. When he came, he would soon be able to see Dr. Gallo, a well-known scientist, and he was inexplicably looking forward to it. In this Dragon Ball 7th universe where late science, frozen demons, gods of destruction, angels, etc. are rampant. The artificial humans created by Dr. Gallo can be said to be the last face of the Earthlings. The red light of Shenlong's eyes flashed, and Sun Weiyuan saw a bad old man with white hair and white beard, lying peacefully on the ground in front of him. Your wish has been fulfilled. The divine dragon disappeared, and with a whoosh, the 7 dragon balls scattered and flew around the world. Sun Weiyuan checked Dr. Gallo's state. There was no breath and no heartbeat. This? Did Shenlong accidentally kill Dr. Gallo during the forced packing of him? So what to do with this old man? Whipping corpse? Isn't it? He is not that kind of person. The dead are big. The dead are big. Say important things twice. So, Sun Weiyuan ripped off all the clothes on Dr. Gallo. Shhh, it's so ugly and hot-eyed. It's still so short. He only found a universal capsule in one pocket of his clothes, and wrapped the torn clothes for Dr. Gallo. How to say that Dr. Gallo is also a famous great scientist, dead and dead, can't let him lose his life. I am so kind-hearted, but I am prone to losses, and I may not be able to mix up in the universe. When I opened the universal capsule, it was a dormant warehouse with the number 16 written on it, and Sun Weiyuan was a little strange. Number 16 should be placed in Dr. Gallo's secret research institute, and the android number 17 and number 18 were placed together. But why did Dr. Gallo bring the 16th with him now? Missing your own son? Sun Weiyuan stared at Dr. Gallo's corpse and thought, dismembering him when he buried Gallo just in case? Withdraw the dormant capsule, pull up Dr. Gallo's corpse and teleport to the northern glacier. He spent more than an hour searching the institute, found a cave sealed by a heavy iron gate, and suddenly felt Dr. Gallo's breath. This is... Scammed the corpse? See if he wants to wake up, I'll help him. Doctor, you're welcome. A crisp and loud slap sounded very regularly and rhythmically. Dr. Gallo woke up and felt his face numb, like it didn't belong to him. Hello, smiley face, / Dr. Gallo, the great scientist, you should know me, hee hee. Sun Weiyuan said with a sunny smile. It's you. Sun Weiyuan, my plan is seamless, why can you find out and capture me back? Dr. Gallo asked in shock and anger. Not only his face hurt, but also his liver hurt a little with anger. How could such a perfect plan be easily destroyed by Sun Weiyuan? He was confident that no one could do better than him in the face of the same situation. Also, before he was confused, he heard a voice asking if he wanted to return to Earth, as if it was a dream. Dr. Gallo guessed. Why should I explain? Do you guess? Sun Weiyuan smashed open the big iron gate, carried Dr. Gallo's neck, and floated into the cave without touching his feet. Dr. Gallo fumbled around his body several times. Don't look for it, how can such a dangerous artificial human stay on you here? You seem to know me well. Dr. Gallo fell in a cold sweat, his face became panicked, he lost all the opportunities to turn over. Dr. Gallo, the chief scientist of the Red Ribbon Legion, don't you also know me and Gaku very well? Sun Weiyuan said in a flat tone. Dr. Gallo suddenly said excitedly, I know, it's the Dragon Balls. After Sun Wukong destroyed the Red Ribbon Legion, he also took all the Dragon Balls in our Legion by the way. What are you doing? Stop it, those are 2 losers that will kill everyone on the planet. It's better for you to be quiet. Sun Weiyuan was not interested in taking Dr. Gallo anymore, and slapped him on the door of the head. Dr. Gallo fainted facing the earth, and a thought flashed before passing out. What kind of person, can't you wait for me to finish speaking? No 17 and number 18 are in the dormant warehouse, brother can be regarded as a hero to save the beauty. Brother-in-law, you wait, the young are orderly, I will rescue your sister first, you wait a bit. Sun Weiyuan opened the door of the dormant warehouse on the 18th, and he saw a beautiful bubbling woman with turquoise blue eyes, short shoulder-length blonde hair, and beautiful bubbling lying quietly in it, her eyes involuntarily moving to the chest position, lying on your back is still so prominent. not to be underestimated. Do you want to give number 18 a full body check to see if there is any failure? After a few seconds of hesitation, the 18th woke up, got up, and slowly walked out of the dormant compartment. She glanced at Dr. Gallo lying on the ground, the same man who had brought endless darkness and pain to herself and her brother. Dr. Gallo not only took them young for experimentation and transformed them into human beings, but also destroyed their warm family, and she wanted to kill Dr. Gallo all the time. Number 18 said with a frosty face, "Sun Weiyuan, one of the people in Dr. Gallo's information wants us to kill. Although your strength is not weak, it is not so simple to kill me." Sun Weiyuan said indifferently, and, seriously, not only am I not the enemy of your sisters and brothers, but also your lifesaver. Do you still want to complete the task of your enemies to kill your benefactor? Chapter 055. Number 18 stood silent, her face still cold, and she couldn't see what she was thinking. Sun Weiyuan walked to the 17th dormant warehouse to open it, and the 17th soon woke up. "Sun Weiyuan? I didn't expect you to release me in the 18th, which is really surprising." 17 also saw Dr. Gallo lying motionless on the ground, and he flashed to Dr. Gallo's side, and without hesitation, he slammed on Dr. Gallo's head. Dr. Gallo, who was unconscious, his head was instantly trampled flat, making a mad clicking sound, and he received the box lunch without humming, and Sun Weiyuan, who saw all this, secretly said, "Old guy, your death is so tragic and ugly, my pot. Mourn for you for 3 seconds, no thanks." Then he turned to look at Sun Weiyuan and said, "We were created to bring down you and Sun Wukong. For the sake of you releasing us from Dr. Gallo, we will only kill Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong is my younger brother, you won't know it." Number 17. Of course, you are the people Dr. Gallo wants to get rid of the most, and we have a lot of information about you in our data, including combat information, relationships, and the rate of power growth. Bringing you down is a task and meaning. There is a problem with your algorithm on the 17th, I saved you in the 18th, and I also handed over Dr. Gallo's to you. Then there is no way, I have more power than you imagined, you can't stop killing Sun Wukong. 17 is full of confidence, not much different from the tone of voice that tells a fact. The corners of Sun Weiyuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a smile, "If you don't try, how do you know that I am not your opponent? There can be no one in this world who is more powerful than us." The scene was immediately quiet, the atmosphere became tense, and the atmosphere of slaughter spread. Number 18 saw that the two had a tendency to move, and said in a waveless tone, "No 17, he saved our lives. I only said to knock him down, not kill him." 17 said as he walked towards Sun Weiyuan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When he stopped when he was still 2 fists away from Sun Weiyuan, his face was full of a weird smile, his right hand suddenly clenched into a fist, and a fast and urgent punch went straight to Sun Weiyuan's abdomen. A dull and painful voice involuntarily came out of his mouth. Number 17 arched his waist, and his right fist was attached to Sun Weiyuan's belly, but he couldn't continue to move forward, frozen in the air. "Actually, I also like to convince people with force," Sun Weiyuan said with a smile. "That being said, if it is facing the angelic destruction god of the 7th universe, gourmet people is also very good, it depends on the situation." Number 18 was very surprised that Sun Weiyuan's strength was much stronger than Dr. Gallo gave them in the information. Number 17 clenched the fist that hit him in the abdomen. "It seems that I should take it seriously, your strength is indeed unexpected, but it is not my opponent, you have no idea how terrifying my strength is. I'll see." Although he had watched a lot of Dragon Ball anime in his previous life, there were many opinions on combat power. One by one, he remembered that when Frieza first played, the total combat power of the final form in Nameki was only 1 million, and then it was modified to 120 million at some point. So, this living number 17 in front of him. What will his combat power be? I don't know how much force number 17 used, or punched Sun Weiyuan's abdomen, who accurately held no 17's fist. Nanny? You can actually catch it. 17 and Sun Weiyuan seemed to be fighting, while constantly increasing their strength. The white flames gradually increased and became more and more violent, the cave shook, and the stones fell off the roof of the cave. Sun Weiyuan felt the power of the 17th going all out, stronger than 275 million, but slightly weaker than his own strength, probably around 300 million. After all, the combat effectiveness is not static, there is a certain range of fluctuations. Even if your strength is equal to mine, you will not be my opponent. My stamina is unlimited, and you will get weaker and weaker as the battle progresses. He was surprised that Sun Weiyuan's strength was strong, but he was still confident that he could defeat the other party. Sun Weiyuan nodded in agreement with no 17's words, but who could say correctly when fighting? I really can't compare with you and number 18 with your physical strength, but why should I compete with number 17 you for physical strength? Can't I knock you down with one move? If it was an enemy like Frisha, Sun Weiyuan would not be too lazy to put in so much effort, either let Wukong accumulate combat experience, or burst out his power in a second. Ha ha ha, number 17 obviously didn't believe that Sun Weiyuan could kill him in one move. Don't believe it, are you interested in gambling? Betting on this routine is very common, but Sun Weiyuan doesn't care if the routine is old or not, the other party can eat this set. Interesting. Dr. Gallo, who controlled them, is dead, and number 17 is in a good mood and doesn't mind spending time playing with Sun Weiyuan. Let's hear it, what are we betting on? Number 17 raised an eyebrow and asked. If you want to gamble, of course, the bet is big. I lose, arrange for you to arrange a one-stop service for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Sin, my son Weiyuan sent for contaminated with such a gamble, and will definitely not commit it again. If it is a violation, let my good buddy Clin be single for another 30 years. So what's my price? How about your sister taking the 18th to me? Sin, the old saying is red face trouble, this water let me alone silently bear this pain, don't harm innocent Clin. At this moment, Sun Weiyuan's mental activity is extremely active, of course, he does not expect that the 17th will agree, and he does not mean this. Bagayu Road, Sun Weiyuan, what do you say? The 17th has not answered, the 18th will not do it, you will bet on it, what does it matter to me? See? Well, I'm just trying my luck, in case I succeed, I'll make a lot of money. Haha. On the 18th, see no, Sun Weiyuan actually wanted to hit your attention when they met for the first time, is he blind, you have such a short temper. Number 18 showed a fierce look and warned sternly. See no, she's just so cranky, you can only change one. Number 17's expression did not change much. In this way, I will suffer a little loss, prepare a villa for you if I lose, and find a way to defuse the bomb in your body, and you can't hurt everyone except yourself after you lose, but not the cosmic people. The 17th and 18th heard the word bomb. And they no longer returned to the calm they had just now, this Sun Weiyuan knew too much. The two stared at Sun Weiyuan deadly, as if a cheetah was preparing to capture its prey, and it could burst into attack Sun Weiyuan at any time. Why be nervous, if I want to kill you and let you out? Sun Weiyuan glanced at it and said reasonably. There are Dragon Balls on Earth that can be used to fulfill wishes, although it can't make you turn back into humans, but it's still no problem to defuse a bomb, and you don't want to have a time bomb in your body. Chapter 056. Number 17 and number 18 looked at each other, both nodded and agreed to this gambling agreement. Winning can solve a major hidden danger of themselves, losing is not a loss, they do not have to kill, there is no hobby of killing for fun. At the headquarters of the Frisia Legion, a lizardman hurriedly ran to Frisia to report, something bad is wrong, King Frisia. Say. Frisia acted gracefully and said calmly. The instrument at our headquarters to detect the combat power of life forms exploded. I remember that the last explosion was when the spirit tree fruit appeared, and later raised the upper limit of the large combat power detector exclusive to the headquarters to 100 million points. My dear brother Gula has also left my sphere of influence. Are you going to test the combat power of Shrag? Frisia asked nonchalantly. No, King Frisia's subordinates have always remembered that you asked us not to provoke Slug for the time being, and this terrifying energy reaction appeared in the remote area of the northern galaxy. The lizardman lowered his head and did not dare to raise his head to look at Frisia. Immediately activate that spare large-scale combat power detector with a ceiling of 200 million, I want to see how strong that newly emerged mysterious powerhouse is. Frisia said with a gloomy face. Big King. It's out, 150 million combat power. The lizardman was frightened by this combat power. Many people in the Legion did not know the true combat power of Frisia, but he knew that he was responsible for this part of combat power, which was stronger than King Frisia's 120 million combat power. 150 million? It is even stronger than all my current strength. How can such a strong person suddenly appear in the remote area of the North Galaxy, and pass on the order to make the Legion members over there temporarily stop the mission of conquering and occupying the planet? What's going on again? Frisia was a little angry. The lizardman trembled like chaff and said, again a more powerful force appeared, and the instrument exploded again. Nanny? Immediately activate the biggest detector for me. Frisia's tone began to be urgent. Yes. The result came out, 310 million, Big King, the newly emerged energy has 310 million. Frisia's forehead sweated when he heard this. Strong, much stronger than him, but why did they all appear in the remote areas of the North Galaxy, where something good could not be done? Closely monitor those two strands, Shrag. On the other side also heard the report of his subordinates. He did not have the powerful scientific and technological capabilities of the Frisia Legion, and could only speculate that the combat power of the two newly emerged mysterious powerhouses was more than 100 million. If I can get the spirit tree, I will have enough vitality to exert the power of my heyday, hateful, abominable, who robbed my spirit tree. On the glacier in the north of the earth, Sun Weiyuan, who was gambling, and number 17 looked at each other from a distance. I'm curious, where do you come from the confidence to defeat me with comparable strength in one move? According to the data, you are not an arrogant person, then you have some whole card. 17 said calmly, however, you are not the only one who has whole cards. Anti-protective cover. A turquoise spherical shield wrapped 17 in it. Number 17 went all out to display his strongest defensive tricks. And the dismantling of the internal bomb did not allow him to be careless. Since you're ready, I can't make you wait for a long time. Double Realm King Fist. After using the Double Realm King Fist, the protective shield of number 17 seemed to be quite strong. Sun Weiyuan felt that it was not safe enough, and raised it to the Triple Realm King Fist, and the red arrogance was stronger again. 1 second it was still in front of the 17th, about 100 meters apart, and the next second it appeared behind the 17th. A slap was skillfully called to the back of the 17th head, and the protective shield was like glass shattered instantly, and the castration did not decrease much. Sun Wu's foresight was wrong and quickly retracted most of his strength, and number 17 wanted to turn back at the moment when the protective shield shattered, and at the same time raised his hand to block. It's just that when his thoughts just rose, Sun Weiyuan's slap was firmly on the back of his head, his consciousness was blurred, and his body smashed into the ground. Sun Weiyuan muttered, fortunately, the power is contained, otherwise the brother-in-law may have to ask the divine dragon of the Nemesis to be resurrected in the future. Number 17. Number 18 shouted anxiously and flew into the pit that no 17's body smashed out. You don't have to be nervous, didn't I say that? There is no killing intention for you, the 17th was just knocked unconscious by me. Sun Weiyuan said lightly, the worst is a bit of a concussion, definitely not dead, well, I still shot very measured. Big king. As soon as Frisia heard this voice, his heart was inexplicably sudden. What bad news is this product going to bring? King Frisia, it's exploding again. What exploded again? Are you saying that the biggest one also exploded? Frisia said first angrily, then in disbelief. The lizardman quickly nodded and said, yes, in the remote area before the northern galaxy, there was an energy reaction of more than 500 million, and the instrument exploded again. Give me an investigation immediately, no matter what method you use, give me all your strength to find out the reason, otherwise you should know the consequences. A remote area of the North Galaxy, usually even a miscellaneous soldier-level combat power is very rare. Those small planets my subordinates do not disdain to occupy the area, but one after another appeared this kind of strong people. There must be good things I don't know appeared. Could it be that this kind of strong person is still full and has nothing to do? Secret investigation, do not expose your identity, absolutely do not provoke those strong people. Frisia thought for a moment and added. This breath is so terrifying, Sun Weiyuan's breath. I didn't expect that he didn't give his full strength when he fought with Sun Wukong. Can human strength reach this level? The gap is unimaginably large. Under a large tree in Bunza Mountain, Vic muttered to himself and was a little discouraged. Senior brother Weiyuan usually has a convergent breath, maybe he is fighting with people, and he can't feel the breath of the other side. What kind of enemy is he fighting against? It's a pity that my strength is too weak to help. Clin of Turtle Immortal Island said with a clenched fist, and when he looked back and saw that he was still calmly looking at the Age magazine Turtle Immortal, he shook his head helplessly. Number 18 found the comatose number 17 in the pit, and Sun Weiyuan also stepped forward to check the situation and determined that number 17 still had a breathing heartbeat, but number 17 had an extra bag on the back of his head, which was covered by hair. Gaku? How did you come over? Didn't you send Uncle Bull Demon King home? I sent it back, but found that there was a fire over there again. I went to find a banana fan and couldn't extinguish the flame, and then I heard that the flame came from the 8 gods temple of Hades, and I was about to go to the 5 elements mountain, and then I found that the situation on your side was not quite right, so I came to take a look. Sun Wukong told him about the passage. Who are they? Did you fight with your eldest brother before? That must be strong. Sun Wukong asked excitedly. Chapter 057. It's really strong, the strength is above you, even if you transform, you can't beat any of them. Goku's eyes shined as he looked at the 18th who was not unconscious, knowing that Goku knew that he was eager to fight, and he didn't know that he might think that Goku was an LSP. In fact, he was a martial idiot who didn't know anything about men and women. Walking up to number 18 and bowing first, Goku clasped his hands together and said, "Let's fight." Number 18 glanced at number 17 lying on the ground, and glanced at Sun Weiyuan out of the corner of his eye before he said coldly, "Yes." Sun Weiyuan also found that number 18 looked at herself. Why did she look at me before agreeing? The 18th and Sun Wukong opened the distance and flew into the air, and after a few seconds of standing still, Sun Wukong snorted and attacked first. He only shot when his fist reached number 18, and then he punched Goku in the stomach, and Goku hunched over like a shrimp, and saliva spilled. Sun Weiyuan looked at the battle between number 18 and Wukong, and always felt that this scene was very familiar, and turned his head to look at number 17, who was still lying down. Silently thought for a while, "Goku, don't be too persistent and stubborn in this battle." The battle in the sky continues, and Sun Wukong also gradually shows his strength to fight with the 18th, to be precise, a one-sided beating, and Goku is the party that was beaten. "Sakuyi, you are really strong, I will also show all my strength." Goku scratched the back of his head and laughed. "Is this all your strength?" Number 18 suddenly spoke. The situation is getting worse and worse." Sun Weiyuan opened his mouth and tried to persuade, "Wukong, you guys are almost the same, or this is the end of it. Alas, Gaku has grown up, don't listen to advice, let him go, anyway, with him watching, the 18th is unlikely to kill him, just be beaten, it's not a big problem. Big brother, it's hard to meet such a powerful opponent, I want to fight with all my strength. After saying that, Gaku instantly moved to the back of number 18, a straight fist swung out, and number 18 turned around and firmly squeezed his wrist. With a strong pull, Sun Wukong's body lost control and leaned forward, and number 18 raised his leg sideways and hit Sun Wukong's abdomen with one knee, and then made up for an elbow blow, smashing Sun Wukong to the ground. Gaku never admitted defeat, and as time went by, his strength became weaker and weaker, and although there were no particularly serious injuries, there were more and more bags on his head, and his face was also beaten blue and purple. Good guy, she can obviously stun Gaku with one move, but she dragged on time to fight, beat Gaku for so long, this is revenge on the 18th, I want to beat Gaku so that even my brother can't recognize it. The battle came to an end, Hamehameha. Sun Wukong used the last chi to send out the turtle Qigong, but the 18th was fast, dodged the attack, and dodged behind Sun Wukong and slapped Wukong the back of the head. The moment before fainting, Gaku felt very familiar, and he thought of his eldest brother. Sun Weiyuan could see God, is the 18th so vengeful? I just hit her brother number 17 twice, and she beat my brother Gaku for so long. I only punched the back of the head on the 17th and raised a bag, she beat Gaku so that his nose was blue and his face was swollen. And his head was full of bags. Oh my poor brother! Number 18 glanced at Sun Weiyuan, who quickly entered the search for someone, his cold face did not change much, but the corner of his mouth slightly hooked an arc that was difficult for outsiders to detect, and walked to number 17 again. Sun Weiyuan came out of the pit holding Wukong, who had fainted, on the 18th, you have also dealt heavily with my brother. Are you going to beat me up and give your brother a punch? Beat you up? Forget it, it's not the kind of woman who is very annoying, I generally don't hit. Goku's beating is not a matter of 2 meals, I can't remember how many times I beat him. Sun Weiyuan said while feeding Gaku a fairy bean, and at the moment when his injury healed, Gaku slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that Gaku was healed, he raised an eyebrow at number 18, meaning that my brother is all right, and your brother is still lying on the ground. Sun Wukong, do you want another fight? Number 18 ruffled a handful of hair in front of his forehead and hung it behind his ear, and his voice was calm. Just been beaten hard, Goku's skin should not be so itchy? But in order to prevent Wukong's battle nerves from messing up again, Sun Weiyuan still spoke first, Wukong, don't you still have to find the fire-swallowing bird's octagonal eggshell and the honey of the bees living in the octagonal nest to repair the gossip stove? Gaku, he won't fight with you again, don't forget our bet, you and number 17 lost. Sun Wukong smiled awkwardly, but if you don't remind me, I forgot. Grandpa and Kiki are still waiting on the 5 Elements Mountain for me to find all the materials to repair the gossip furnace. Not long after Sun Wukong left, the 17th slowly woke up. Sun Weiyuan, what kind of trick are you? I felt that your power skyrocketed a lot at that moment. I practiced with Wukong with the Northern King a few years ago, and from there I learned a lot of martial arts knowledge theories and the 2 tricks of the Realm King Lord. Just now I used the Realm King Fist against you, which can multiply the strength, and when I hit you, I used the 3 Realm King Fist. Saying that, Sun Weiyuan suddenly slapped his head, by the way, you also have an interesting companion, and the strength is stronger than yours. Sun Weiyuan, although I can't beat you, we haven't heard of artificial humans other than us, and my 17th is the strongest artificial human created by Dr. Gallo. No, you are wrong number 17, I know Dr. Gallo better than you, he did create artificial humans stronger than you, but the situation is similar to yours, and he does not obey Dr. Gallo's orders. Sun Weiyuan took out a universal capsule and pressed it, and threw it into the open space next to it. Bang! A dormant warehouse appeared, and number 17 was slightly surprised. It turns out that there are really other artificial people. This one is No 16. He is an artificial human who is more powerful than you, but unlike you, he is not a half-human, half-machine modified by a human body, but purely mechanical. Number 17 stepped forward to open and release number 16, but Sun Weiyuan grabbed his hand and said flatly, I just showed it to you, and I didn't say that I would hand him over to you, at least not for you now. What the hell are you trying to do? Number 17 asked. It's just to deal with some hidden dangers that may arise. Although the 16th is defined as a failure by Dr. Gallo, it is an artificial human that was actually created to kill me and Gaku. Okay, enough to talk to you, I still have business to do. Saying that, Sun Weiyuan put away the 16th, walked into the cave, looked for a while and found a passage that extended deep underground, and he didn't want to hit it with a Qigong wave, and flashed out of the cave. In the next second, a mushroom cloud appeared behind, and the place where the cave was located was completely destroyed. Regardless of whether Dr. Gallo has cultivated Shalo's embryos, this trip is a successful end. It's just that he feels a little strange and seems to have forgotten something. Chapter 058. No 16 is an artificial human with great power like you, his kind. It is not appropriate to leave him on my side, and then send him to your side after repairing. After Sun Weiyuan disappeared, on the 18th, shall we go back to the previous village to take a look? Go back? That's fine. The enemy is dead, Sun Weiyuan and Sun Wukong don't need to deal with it, they have to find a place to stay. Number 17 said jokingly, if you have nowhere to go, you can go to Sun Weiyuan's guy, the only one who dares to ask for you on the earth may be him. Humph. On the 17th, do you want to fight? Number 18 snorted coldly and looked at number 17 with murderous eyes. She is grateful to Sun Weiyuan for saving herself and number 17, but not to the point where she can make a promise, especially Bulma, who knows that the other party has a relationship. Along the way, the two did not say much, they were silent for a long time, and the 18th spoke to break the calm, I'm going to buy clothes first, are you going? You have money on you. Nope. But there are a lot of them. Number 18 pointed to the three fleeing animal people led by the bare-headed man and said, and there were police cars chasing them wildly behind. In other words, didn't we promise Sun Weiyuan not to hurt others? Number 17 picked up a large bag of banknotes on the ground and looked at the animal people and policemen who fell to the ground and said, I only knocked 2 unconscious, but the others were all beaten by you, and besides, we didn't kill anyone, so it's not a violation of the gambling agreement. In the laboratory of Zita Bulma, Sun Weiyuan appeared next to Bulma. Weiyuan, why are you here? Let's see the progress on your side. There is another thing that you may be interested in, it is a dangerous item for you to deal with. I found 2 kinds of mechanical flying insects, one like the one you showed me before, which exploded when it was caught, the other one is being studied, and there are no results for the time being. What dangerous goods are you dealing with? Sun Weiyuan didn't expect Bulma to find Dr. Gallo after seeing that the mechanical flying insects could explode. He knew that in addition to Dr. Gallo's mechanical flying insects, there was also a small bug that monitored and collected Earth information reconnaissance rockets. It is said that there is a reconnaissance rocket from the Galaxy Patrol team among the less than 100,000 flies. Pressing the universal capsule containing number 16, he explained, I used the Dragon Ball to let the dragon send the guy who controls the flying insects to me, and the person who likes to peep is the world-famous scientist Dr. Gallo. You must know Bulma. I didn't expect it to be him. Seeing the dormant compartment containing number 16, Bulma asked, this is the dangerous goods you are talking about? Yes, he is an artificial human that Dr. Gallo developed in order to kill me and Gaku, and his power is much stronger than Gaku, and it is a pity to destroy it. So I want you to look into it and see if you can modify the program a little, just change the mission to kill me and Gaku to protect the Earth, and don't worry about the rest. hearing. The three words artificial human, Bulma immediately came to the spirit. She was very obsessed with technology, just like Wukong was intoxicated with martial arts practice, and soon Sun Weiyuan was left aside. And all attention was focused on the 16th. Sun Weiyuan still reminded, "Don't wake him up when researching, I'll go to Wukong's side to take a look, if there is something you can find me again, go." Bulma was so obsessed with the study that she only replied to him with one gesture, bowed her head and studied there, wrench with one hand and screwdriver in the other, opened the bow left and right, and walked through the clouds and water. This she's not going to disassemble number 16 into parts, is she? It doesn't matter, I can't understand anyway. Gaku, what's wrong with your face? I can't recognize you just by looking at your face. I was stung when I took the bees that lived in the octagonal hive bees. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. No, that kind of bee can still hurt you? Are there such fierce bees on earth? Sun Weiyuan didn't quite believe it, and didn't bother to ask. He saw Grandpa and Kiki, as well as Almond, who had become tall. Monkey King, do you really want to enter the Bagua furnace? Sun Wukong nodded without hesitation, and Almond continued, well, I'll talk to you first about how to repair the gossip furnace. You already have the repair materials, the banana fan is also brought, and when I open the Bagua stove later, Gaku uses the banana fan to fan the flame, and a passage to the center of the bottom of the stove will appear. You go down the channel, quickly find the vulnerability to patch, and come out before the channel disappears. It's only a short time, and the space in the Bagua furnace is not small. Seeing Wukong enter the Bagua furnace, Sun Weiyuan was not worried at all, but looked at this Taishang Lejun named Almond, who looked very young, but he was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. You look struggling, do you want me to carry this cauldron? The gigantic Almond stood up, and the old Sun Gohan was not much taller than her ankle, and the sweat on her face kept slipping. Do you have that much energy? Almond looked at the small Sun Weiyuan and asked. I think my strength is still not small. Sun Weiyuan flew up to replace Almond, almost like a flying ant lifting a pot. Sun Gohan, your grandson is very powerful. Before, Sun Wukong easily defeated her with one move, and the power of this one in front of him is also very large. Yes, Lord Almond, they have been practicing hard since they were young, and their strength is very strong. In just a few words, Sun Wukong made up for the gossip furnace and moved out instantly. They were all about to leave, but Almond suddenly asked, Sun Gohan, I want to ask you to serve as the guard of the Five Elements Mountain, are you willing? Oh, are you still coming? Sun Weiyuan looked at it with interest. Grandpa, do you want to agree to come down? I do. Well, this style of painting is not very right, and the proposal scene seems to be. Without discussing the conditions, he agreed to work for someone, and his grandfather did not give strength. Sun Weiyuan also knows that Grandpa does not have as many miscellaneous thoughts as himself. The Five Elements Mountain is a place where the human world and the nether world are connected, and it is easy to appear monsters, transformed by the souls of the dead, as well as evil spirits from hell, and he promised to stay because he wanted to contribute to the stability of the world. In other words, if Grandpa and almonds have a follow-up relationship development, is Grandpa eating tender grass or almonds? If you only look at the height and looks, Grandpa has made a lot of money. In terms of age, Almond has been managing the Five Elements Mountain for almost 5,000 years now, and Grandpa is only 98 years old. Old Sun Wuhan explained to the two brothers, so he lived in the Five Elements Mountain. Sun Weiyuan respected his grandfather's choice, and had no opinion. Sun Wukong and Kiki returned to Bun Mountain. Sun Weiyuan did not want to return to Bun Mountain for the time being. His younger brother had just been married, as a good big brother should give them space to make room. Also avoiding the risk of eating dog food, he first went to the Turtle Immortal House to find Kellen, followed by Yamuti, Tianjin rice and dumplings, and Bic, these 5 earth warriors are time for the next step of cultivation. Chapter 059. Sun Weiyuan, where are you going to take us to practice? Clin said strangely, Vic, don't you know? Senior brother Weiyuan has been to the Northern Realm King to practice before, but it's not clear who the Northern Realm King is, he didn't tell me. Vic was shocked. He practiced and studied with the great elders shortly after he was born, and also knew that the King of the Northern Realm was a high-ranking god. Seeing the appearance of the 4 of Clin, they didn't know what the 2 words of the Realm King meant, but they didn't explain, and stood with their hands crossed over their chests. Sun Weiyuan glanced at the somewhat arrogant Bike, who did not have the kind of wisdom and calmness after merging with the heavenly god, and there was still a weight on his body. Not bad. Hold tight, we're going to the Realm King. The 6 people instantly appeared in the sky of the King Star, and the bodies of Kellen, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice, and Dumplings sank, fell quickly, and quickly adjusted and landed smoothly after reacting. Vic didn't have such good luck, and the weight-bearing equipment on his body suddenly increased tenfold, hitting the earth like a meteorite, and the entire Realm King trembled. Oops! It hurts to look at me. Vic doesn't seem to be able to get up, the weight of his turban is not small. Wow! It's okay that I didn't get hurt much. Sun Weiyuan suspended in the air, watching the whole process of Vic falling face down and his butt up. Vic took off all the weights on his body with difficulty, jumped out of the pit easily, and his breathing was still a little short. Sun Weiyuan, why did you bring so many people over this time? I'm not seeing Lord King of the Northern Realm, you are bored on the King of the Realm alone, bring them over to add some popularity to the King of the Realm, and learn some martial arts by the way. And I don't think it's a problem for them to pass the test of the snake path, or am I sending them to the starting point of the snake path? Crossing the snake path and having the opportunity to get my guidance in practice is my rule, but I am not so unkind. As long as each of them tells one more joke that will amuse me, I will pass the test. The King of the Northern Realm said slowly. You all heard me. The King of the Northern Realm is a god with rich martial arts knowledge and has many powerful tricks, so accept the test. Several people looked at each other. We are here to practice, why is the test to tell 2 jokes? Clin immediately leaned into Sun Weiyuan's ear and asked in a low voice, Senior brother Weiyuan and Wukong really practiced here? And why do I feel heavy? That's of course, learn well from the King of the Northern Realm, what you learn is what you earn. As for the body sinking, it is because the gravity of sputum is 10 times that of Earth. Clin, Tianjin Fan and Big all felt embarrassed, they were not very good at telling jokes, and the only Yamcha walked confidently to the face of the Northern Realm King, the quilt is on your back. The corners of the Northern Realm King's mouth gradually opened, and his chubby hands could not be covered, he ha ha ha. Yamcha told 2 jokes very smoothly, but Sun Weiyuan didn't feel anything when he heard it, but the King of the Northern Realm could laugh more than loudly, and he couldn't be convinced. Clin and the dumplings went well, but Vic and Tianjin Rice were difficult. And they couldn't think of a joke for half a day, and finally Yamcha gave them an idea to pass. Vic wanted to turn around and practice by himself several times, but he had felt the terrifying aura of Sun Weiyuan on the spot, and he was very unwilling to be so weak. The King of the Northern Realm stood with his hands in his hands and said unhurriedly, Let's start cultivating next, I will warn you first. My training is hard. Woo hey hey. Ha ha. It's funny, and I started telling jokes again. Vic 5 looked at the King of the Northern Realm who laughed inexplicably. The King of the Northern Realm laughed and laughed awkwardly, then stopped, turned around and said, You guys go back. No talent, no sense of humor. Ha 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 ha, times 5. Yamcha covered his stomach and laughed, his eyes still squeezed out a little tears of laughter, and he looked a little real. Clin, Tianjin Rice, dumplings are completely embarrassed laughter. Tianjin Rice is so embarrassed that the whole bald head is sweat. Big grinned, how can not laugh? The King of the Northern Realm still followed that set of training, first grabbing Barbless, and then hitting Gregory with a hammer. Because Bike's strength is too strong and he has the habit of weight-bearing training, the king of the Northern Realm has brought training equipment to Bike's limbs, allowing him to walk while struggling. And Sun Weiyuan went to the other side of the Realm King Star to practice quietly early, and the purpose of his practice this time was to develop a more powerful trick. Realm King Fist. He did not use twice or more than twice the Realm King Fist, which is a state of complete control of the whole body's chi, which can also be called the Double Realm King Fist. The Double Realm King Fist did not make the chi in his body soar instantly, but it allowed his control of chi to reach a peak. Turtle Qigong waves are concentrated chi compressed in the palm of the hand, condensed for a period of time, and then launched out to attack the enemy, so that the attack power of Qigong waves is greatly enhanced. The advantages are obvious, but the disadvantages are also obvious, that is, it takes time to gather chi, and the opponent can attack you first. Of course, there is another way to cooperate with teleportation to dodge in the early stage, and enlarge the move with the face in the later stage. Sun Weiyuan's own control over chi is strong, plus double the Realm King Fist, releasing the same power of the Turtle School Qigong wave can be almost instantaneous. It stands to reason that he should be able to easily release twice or three times the Turtle Sect Qigong waves under normal conditions. The result was unsuccessful. The normal King Fist is to compress the chi in the body, so that the power of the chi is multiplied, but the power of the chi is enhanced, and the pressure on the flesh becomes correspondingly stronger, and a bad one will cause harm to the body. However, the brilliance of the Realm King Fist lies in the fact that it not only increases the power of chi, but also the speed, attack power, and defense of the body. But the higher the multiple of the Realm King Fist, the faster and more chi leaks out, suitable for short-term battles, and his physique is stronger than Klin and the others, but not as suitable for cultivating the Realm King Fist as Wukong. To put it simply, he just wanted to multiply the chi when he launched a unique move outside the body through the peculiar chi control method of the Realm King Fist. At the headquarters of the Frisia Legion, Frisia listened boredly to the people below report on the various situations of the conquest of the planet. Sabo, what's going on with those scions in Vegeta? Back to King Frisia. Since 3 years ago, his subordinates have assigned them a higher level task, and they have been seriously injured several times, but they have all completed the task, and their strength has also improved a lot. Saab replied respectfully. Send them to the remote area where the powerful energy reaction appears. If they die because of this, it's just a few scion monkeys, saving me the effort of hands. If I hadn't died, I might have obtained the information I wanted to know the most. Frisia said with a sinister smile. Chapter 060. On an unknown planet, Radit's hands blackened meat to Vegeta and Naba. Naba took a bite and said, Raditz has passed so long, your roast technology and your combat effectiveness have not improved, it is still so unpalatable. Raditz didn't speak, and Vegeta said, Naba, you are content, in exchange for your barbecue, you can't eat it yourself. Naba touched the bright bald head, pulled the big voice and said, Your Highness Vegeta, my combat power is much higher than Raditz, his combat effectiveness is so low, and the barbecue is not good, isn't it a waste? Raditz got used to it, and didn't react much, as if it should be, and Vegeta cut with disdain. Vegeta, you said Frishehi, Vegeta's eyes stopped Naba from continuing, pointing to the combat detector worn on his ear, and then turning it off. Naba and Raditz followed suit and turned off the combat probe. Naba, you pay attention when you speak, the combat power detector is equipped with a monitor, don't drag me down if you want to die. I know it's wrong, Vegeta. But you said that the Frishad bastard is trying to kill us. In the past 3 years, we have been assigned combat missions that exceed our level. Several times he used the giant ape to transform into a giant ape and was still seriously injured. The more Naba spoke, the more angry he became, and his voice became louder. I see that planet Vegeta is not destroyed by meteorite impact at all, it was destroyed by Frisia. Naba, shut up. Idiot, Do you think I don't know this? Our current strength can't fight Frisia, he has been afraid of us Scions, worried about the emergence of Super Scion, only by becoming Super Scions can we have a chance to defeat Frisia. I will definitely become a Super Scion and kill Frisia and destroy his legion. After a long time, they turned on the combat power detector again and received the next combat mission sent to them by Sob. It's really strange, this mission is so simple, is it to see how well we completed the previous tasks and give us an easy task as a reward? Naba said suspiciously. Vegeta snorted coldly, who knows what Frisia wants to do? Anyway, it's probably not a good thing, that kind of low-level planet. In the past, we Scions sent newborn babies over, is he trying to humiliate us? Naba, of those low-level planets on this mission, go to the planet that is very close to us. Your Highness Vegeta, it's too remote over there, the nearest planet is planet M871, and it also needs to fly for 9 months. After eating, we will set a destination for the spaceship and sleep for 9 months. Mr. Sob, have you assigned them the task to Vegeta? The subordinates have already given them a task. Sob said as he covered his chest with his right hand. Very good, during this time, there are a lot of strong people in our territory. I plan to exercise for an hour every day for the next year, and exercise 1 day a month. A pig-headed man said, Great King, 1 hour a day, 30 hours a month, only 24 hours a day, and 6 hours left. A death beam pierced through the pig-headed man's brain. Did I let you talk? This is a subordinate who taught it, there are no rules at all. A fat man with red skin said in a panic, he is a new junior brother of the people under his subordinates, he is a little stupid, he has not learned the rules, I am really sorry. Mr. Dordoria, you go and kill the subordinate who recruited this idiot. My Frisia Legion will not collect garbage. Sob felt a pang of contempt in his heart. What a fool, King Frisia just reduced his exercise time, really thought he had miscalculated. However, he is really brave, and I have been following King Frisia for many years and dare not speak like this. King Frisia, who is as strong as Frisia, also feels the pressure, and wants to start exercising to increase his combat power. As for Frisia, he hadn't considered exercising before, even his weakest form could crisscross the galaxy, and he felt that it was not necessary to exercise to improve strength. However, several forces that suddenly appeared, one stronger than the other, made him also feel a bit of a sense of crisis, so he had a plan to exercise, and when the plan was completed, he would still be the emperor who dominated the universe. Frisia. Boom! Frisia's eerie laughter wafted through the Legion headquarters. A month later, Sun Weiyuan, who was practicing on the King of Realm Star, divided into 3 stages every day, studying the King Fist in the morning, developing new tricks at noon, and absorbing vitality in the afternoon. During the period, the Northern Realm King was asked about the process of creating the Realm King Fist and the Yuan Chi Bomb, including when the Northern Realm King had the idea of creating the Realm King Fist and the Yuan Chi Bomb, conception, improvement, perfection, and success, and even the experience of the King of the Realm in each step. Big brother, you are so cunning, you brought someone to secretly come to the Northern Realm King to practice here, but you didn't call me. Hey, Goku? It's only been a month, why don't you accompany Kiki on Bun Mountain? Sun Weiyuan hopes that Wukong won't make any moths, his eldest nephew has not yet been seen, and if he wants to cultivate, he has to wait until Kiki is pregnant. Kiki has nothing to do there, it's just going to press on me every night. Sun Weiyuan covered Goku's mouth. Goku, that's a very private matter between you and Kiki, and you can't talk to outsiders. Big brother, you are not an outsider. In short, you can't tell anyone other than the 2 of you about that, otherwise Kiki will be angry with you if she finds out. Sun Wukong smiled awkwardly. Kiki is very good to me, she didn't get angry with me, I heard her say that she was pregnant, and she didn't let me go in and sleep with her at night. The 300-fold gravity chamber cultivation effect has become very poor, feel the big brother, your chi, come and take a look. What? So fast? Gaku you can our Sun family has a queen, but don't be proud, keep up the good work. Sun Weiyuan said seriously, Wukong, you can put aside the matter of cultivation for the time being, you first go and tell Grandpa the good news, and then go home to take care of Kiki. As for the matter of cultivation, when your child is born, I will take you to a place suitable for your cultivation. That place is the Spirit Time House of the Heavenly God Temple, and I didn't let Gaku go to it before because he was still young at that time and couldn't stay in the boring Spirit Time House. The second is that a person's life can only stay inside for 2 years, that is, 2 days outside, and the benefits of entering after becoming a Super Saiyan are even greater. Big brother, can't you take me to practice now? No, your wife is pregnant, how can you watch it well if you are not at home? Really? Do you want to have more children? Do you want to become a Super Saiyan God? Gaku had no choice but to tell his grandfather Son Gohan Kiki about her pregnancy according to what Sun Weiyuan said. Old Son Gohan was very happy when he heard it, and then thought that his grandson Gaku would not take care of people, and the eldest grandson Weiyuan heard that he had gone to the world again, so he decided to take leave with his boss Amand and go back to Bunzishan to take care of his granddaughter-in-law. Chapter 061. Very strong and fierce aura, it seems that Weiyuan is about to succeed. It was the king of the northern realm who spoke, and Sun Weiyuan had not asked him questions in the past 10 months, and he felt a headache for individual tricky questions. Even once he felt that Sun Weiyuan's question was too super class, he couldn't fool it if he wanted to, this problem student was too difficult to teach. And later he also asked the king of the great realm to get the answer. The 5 people of Baek, Kellen, Tianjin rice, Yamacha, and dumplings also stopped practicing and quietly looked in the direction where Sun Weiyuan was. Gu, is this still the turtle school Qigong wave I know? Klin swallowed hard. Ha! The red turtle school Qigong wave just now. Sun Wukong suddenly appeared in front of him. Sun Weiyuan was startled, and quickly controlled the direction to offset the Qigong wave a little past Sun Wukong's ear, burning some hair. Wow, it's so dangerous, I almost died, big brother, you are so good at this trick. Gaku, you're not hurt. Good fellow, your eldest brother and I have just achieved great success, you rushed up to give people's heads and want to make trouble? Almost killed the brother preaching. Sun Wukong said with some indifference, Big brother, Kiki is about to give birth, so I came to find you back. Ah, this? The younger brother and sister are about to give birth, you don't go to the midwife, you look for the eldest brother? I don't deliver babies either. Gaku, you should go to the midwife. Sun Weiyuan said helplessly. Who is the midwife? Where is she? What about Grandpa? Because I was fast, Grandpa asked me to come to find someone, and I immediately thought of my eldest brother. Klin and the others who leaned over immediately slipped under their feet and fell to the ground in unison, they were really convinced by Gaku. I'll ask Bulma if she will deliver the baby. Kiki is having a baby? But I can't deliver babies, my mother should have experience. Sun Weiyuan quickly took Bulma and Mrs. Breves to Bun Mountain. Bulma and Mrs. Breves went in to deliver the baby. Grandpa and grandson were staring at each other outside the door. Old Son Gohan was a little nervous and couldn't sit still. On the other hand, Goku's steady demeanor like an old dog, he may not even know if there is a risk of having a baby. A loud cry broke the calm. Wow ah! Gaku, congratulations on advancing to become a father. Soon the door opened, and the 3 men went in to see Mrs. Breves bathing a baby. Bulma looked at a monkey tail on the baby's butt curiously and asked, It's strange, how can there be a tail on the baby's butt? It's not strange. I also had a tail when I was a child, and then my eldest brother asked Tenjin to seal it for me. However, did you and Grandpa have tails before? Sun Wukong remembered that when he was practicing in the Heavenly God Temple, he asked his eldest brother and grandfather if their tails were also sealed, and later remembered that the eldest brother was also the first time to go to the Heavenly God Temple. Bulma also looked at Sun Weiyuan, wouldn't it, Wouldn't she? Did she also grow more than a tail? Nope. Both of us are orphans picked up by Grandpa, and only you have a tail. As for why you sealed your tail, in addition to being your weakness at that time, there was also a main reason that on the night of the full moon, Gaku, you will turn into a violent giant ape when you see the moon, son. Wukong thought of the story that his grandfather and eldest brother told him, asking him not to look at the moon, but once he peeked and scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. It was true that Dales said you were a scion before, and you asked me if Bardock was from our father. You didn't ask after you came back to Earth, so I didn't say. Bulma suddenly interjected, you mean Gaku is an alien? Yes, Gaku came aboard a spherical spaceship. I asked the king of the Northern Realm about the scions. You scions live on the planet Vegeta, are a fighting people, from old people to children, love to fight, destroy and work under the Frisia Legion. Bulma said with some trepidation when she heard it. So, Bardock that Darls said is your father. The planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia's own hands, and only a few scions in the universe survived, and you are one of the surviving scions. By the way, your golden transformation is a super scion who only appears every 1,000 years in scion legends. How? Gaku, are you a little excited now? You are now a once-in-a-millennium genius in the scion race. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little dull, Sun Weiyuan asked jokingly. To be honest, I was really surprised. It turns out that big brother, you are not my own big brother. How do you speak? It sounds like I often pit you. Big brother, I and Grandpa are a handful of urine to feed you up. Sun Weiyuan slapped the back of Wukong's head. Your eldest brother has only one, that is me. Even if your own big brother comes over, he can only rank second. Sun Wukong sucked in the cold air in pain. He felt that with each passing day, the defense power in the back of his head seemed to have improved a lot, and it was not as painful as before. Looking at the baby whose face was still a little wrinkled, he said, he's really small, isn't he too small? Kiki can get out of bed soon after giving birth. Sun Weiyuan sighs that the physique of the martial artist is really good, and he doesn't even need confinement, and sends Bulma and Mrs. Breves back to the western capital, and the old Son Gohan decides to wait for his great-grandson to go to the Five Elements Mountain after the full moon. Gaku, you Scion clan worked for Frisia, but he destroyed him. Do you want to kill him and avenge your dead Scion clan? I don't know if I want to go. Sun Wukong was a little hesitant. He had lived on Earth since he was a child. He did not have much sense of belonging to the people on planet Vegeta, and he also disliked the brutality of the Scions. I'll tell you about Gaku. Although those Scions are not good people, but compared to Frisia's insidious and cruel, but far behind, his subordinates are not only you Scions, there are countless planetary civilizations destroyed in his hands, for the peace of the universe, the harmonious development of human civilization. Sun Weiyuan seriously enlightened. Wukong could understand at first, and the more he listened later, the more confused he became. Suddenly, I heard the voice of the Northern Realm King's heart. Weiyuan, Wukong, I heard everything you said. No, Lord Realm is peeping at us again. Did you peek when we went to the bathroom? I am the god in charge of the Northern Galaxy. I am busy with work. And I have no interest or time to watch how you pull ZA. The king of the Northern Realm roared angrily and corruptly. I'm joking, Lord Realm, your state of mind still needs to be honed and improved. Sun Weiyuan said lightly. Oh? Is it? Then I will also tell you the news. Since the Frisia Legion has been sabotaging the North Galaxy for many years, I have always paid attention to his situation. Shortly after you fought with that android on Earth, he seemed to start exercising, although he only exercised 1 day a month, but after these 10 months, that is, 10 days of exercise, his strength has improved rapidly, and I can't see through his strength. Sun Weiyuan exclaimed, almost not jumping up. Weiyuan, your state of mind cultivation can't be at home. Chapter 062. Another thing is that Frisia seems to be very interested in your side, and has sent a lot of his men to collect information on the area where your Earth is located, and when Frisia completes the 1 year, that is, 12 days of exercise plan, I estimate that he will go to you as soon as possible. Sun Weiyuan's eyelids jumped as he listened. Frisia, this lazy thing, actually exercised? Fortunately, he is really a lazy person. He only exercised 1 day a month, and now he has only exercised for 10 days. Without the strong hatred, the effectiveness of Frisia's workouts should also be greatly reduced. In this way, there is no need to worry too much. He has another immature idea: find Frisia's lair, teleport over and give their planet a full force to launch a Qigong wave. The secret technique he obtained to survive in a vacuum for a short time after making a wish to the dragon on Namex was just right in use, and when the planet exploded at the headquarters of the Frisia Legion, Frisia would be seriously injured even if he did not die. At that time, he can harvest the residual blood. Frisia doesn't like to watch the scene of the explosion of the planet. This is called taking Frisia's road so that he has nowhere to go. It seems a little inappropriate. I should change my clothes, cover my face, don't let people send it, in case some villain also secretly rubs the earth one day, it will not be good. Lord King of the Northern Realm, you have to tell me about such an important matter as soon as possible next time, otherwise maybe this excellent student of yours will be killed one day. Young people are not calm. I said that I can't see through Frisia's strength, and I didn't say that Frisia is so strong that he can't fight it. Weiyuan, if you don't burst out all your strength, I won't be able to see through your strength. Ha ha ha. I'm starting to tell jokes again. When did the King of the Northern Realm start to be a little naughty? He feels that today's Realm King is a little abnormal. He may be a person who was biased by Wukong. But Weiyuan, don't be careless. Frisia's talent is terrifying, but he is a little overconfident, and he has not exercised since birth, resulting in his delay in controlling all his strength, and it must take a while to control that power before he improves his strength. Sun Weiyuan and Sun Wukong teleport to the planet of the realm, where it was easier to perceive the breath of Frisia, and the location of the earth was too remote. During this time period, there are not many strong people in the North Galaxy, and there are even fewer powerful and evil ones. He easily felt 4 very evil breaths. The 3 breaths were somewhat similar. If he guessed correctly, it should be Frisia, King Kurdish and Gula, and there was a very evil aura that was very vague, similar to the demon breath of the Vic Great Demon King he had seen. If it weren't for Sun Weiyuan feeling that the breath was a little familiar, and the evil demon aura was very pure, he would have ignored the past, because compared to the breath of the Frisia family, this aura seemed too weak. Sun Weiyuan was a little puzzled. The eldest nephew had just been born, and Shrag, who had an evil heart, went to Earth, which was too early. There is a breath going in the direction of Nameseeing, the remaining 2 breaths have not moved, who went to Nameseeing. Something is wrong. Lord King of the Northern Realm borrowed your back to use it. What the hell are you going to do, Weiyuan? Sun Weiyuan was speechless. The King of the Northern Realm was so salty, he didn't care too much, and he didn't care about the collection of news. If he could, he wanted to complain to the King of the Realm's superior. Then again, there seem to be few reliable gods. The King of the Northern Realm will not say, the King of the Great Realm loves rock music and dancing, the King of the Eastern Realm Shenzhen does not do his job, the King of the Old Realm is lustful, and the God of Destruction Beerus is gluttonous and sleepy. Lord King of the Northern Realm felt a powerful and evil aura in that direction of Namex, and wanted to see who it was. That's the right direction for mesmesis. Let me see. There really is, Frisia's eldest brother Gula. Strange, he has left the North Galaxy before. When did he run back? The King of the Northern Realm wiped his sweat, paying too much attention to Frisia, forgetting to observe the situation on other planets. These bastards, why do they all like to run to the North Galaxy to wreak havoc? Gaku, you're going to serve this gang a pot to me this time. The King of the Northern Realm said a little madly. Sun Weiyuan rubbed his eyebrows. It's all messed up. the boss is not to send experience to Wukong one by one. Then kill it all. Wow, big brother, your perception is so keen, don't you say that I didn't notice that there was an evil aura approaching the earth, and now it is only faintly perceived. That evil nemesis of the earth is handed over to you, solve the battle as soon as possible, don't let him break the earth. Sun Weiyuan reminded. I can't go to the headquarters of the Frisia Legion for the time being, first solve the Gula Legion and the Shrag Legion, and then say, Gula has one more transformation than Frisia, and Gaku is not an opponent at present. Although Shrag is a super nemesis with an evil heart, he is old, and the Dragon Ball on Earth has not yet recovered, and Gaku should be more than enough to deal with them. Senior brother Weiyuan, is the Earth in danger? Clin hadn't called his name directly since Sun Weiyuan asked him to call him senior brother. How? Clin, do you want to go back and play too? Clin nodded seriously and said, we have been cultivating for so many years, and we haven't fought with these cosmic people. Yes, you have almost practiced here in the King of the Northern Realm, it is not a matter of practicing hard all the time, if you want to go back, find Gaku to take you, Slug has a few subordinates with good strength and a bunch of small shrimp. The silent Vic suddenly said, I want to go back to Namex. No problem, Gula belongs to me, and his men belong to you. At this time, Gura's spaceship had landed. Go, give you 10 minutes to collect all 7 Dragon Balls. Oh, that idiot of Gulag, he doesn't even know that he is a nemesis. How can the Dragon Balls on Earth be comparable to the Dragon Balls of the homeland of the Nemesis? A few years ago, the spirit tree was cut off, so he secretly arranged for his subordinates to investigate the traces, and last year his subordinates reported the discovery of a new powerful energy reaction in the remote area of the North Galaxy. Gula immediately combined the two and speculated, the mysterious man who obtained the spirit tree was afraid of being discovered by a strong person like him. So he chose to plant the spirit tree in the remote area of the North Galaxy and quietly improve his strength. When he found that it exceeded his energy reaction, he also sighed at the power of the spirit tree fruit, and the strength of the mysterious man surpassed him in just a few years, but he still sent his subordinates to investigate the situation. Later, some of his subordinates collected information on the Earth and discovered the legend of Dragon Ball. The great elder of Namex slowly opened his eyes and said, the picture of the future has changed, and the enemy is no longer Frisia, but Gula. Why can't you see who the strong man who fought with Gula is? But thanks to him, that Nemesis was able to avoid the fate of destruction. Chapter 063. As soon as Gula's men got out of the spaceship, before they could take off, Sun Weiyuan and Vic appeared above them. Hey, the blue-skinned yellow hair over there, tell your family King Gula to come out and die, and then you can cut yourself. Sun Weiyuan said to Shaoza in a flat tone. Shaoza, Nez, Dre, and the little shrimp laughed. Boy, you are so arrogant, I Shaoza want to see how much combat power there is. 5,250, hee, the combat power is not weak, but it is still a garbage. I'll look at the same green as Dre. Vic, you can do it. After saying that, Sun Weiyuan teleported into the spaceship, and Vic nodded when he heard this, and his breath climbed. Shaoza's combat detector exploded very dryly. Nez, Del Rey, and a group of small shrimp looked at Vic together, and the combat power detector all exploded. Vic said grimly, that mising is not where you should come, let me all go to hell. A high-speed moving Shaoza, who kicked and flew 170,000 combat power, blasted it into slag with a Qigong wave, 163,000 Nez and 185,000 Dre sweated, and their mouths were wide open. The little shrimp are like flies on the butt of a cow, flying out in all directions. White and purple, a race without clothes, you are Free Shaw's eldest brother Gula. Who are you? Are you here to snatch the Dragon Balls? Before Sun Weiyuan could answer, Gula's eyes suddenly emitted 2 purple destructive rays towards Sun Weiyuan. Sun Weiyuan, who had been mentally prepared, easily dodged, and the secret road Gula was really very insidious. Interesting, you actually dodged, it's not easy. The spirit tree fruit was snatched away by you a few years ago. Gula stared at Sun Weiyuan warily. Sun Weiyuan instantly moved in front of Gula, a straight fist hit Gula's head, coming and going. Gula can sneak up on him, he can also hit back. Gula's body crashed into the spaceship, plowing a wide and long trench in the ground, and for a while the dust flew, and Gula's figure could not be seen. The skin is so thick, and there is no scratch on the ground after plowing for so long. The smoke and dust cleared, and Gula transformed into the fourth transformation, which is his strongest form, with 470 million combat power. Although Sun Weiyuan has been practicing on the Realm King Star for 10 months, his understanding of Yuan Qi is deeper, and his strength improvement speed is a little faster, but he has only increased from 310 million to 400 million, and the gap in combat power exceeds 17%, which is usually impossible to beat. Just in time. Sun Weiyuan flew into the sky. He wanted to use Gula to test the Super Turtle Qigong Wave. He made the Triple Turtle Pi Qigong Wave, which is equivalent to the Turtle Sect Qigong Wave that was hit with all his strength in the state of the Triple Realm King Fist. Seeing Sun Weiyuan flying higher and higher, Gula also flew into the air and shot a Qigong bomb at Sun Weiyuan's back, seeing that he was about to hit. Sun Weiyuan instantly moved behind Gula, Triple Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. Gula was pushed out of the Namex by the Qigong Wave and exploded, and he flew into the air just to let Gula chase. Convenient to use the Triple Turtle Pi Qigong Wave, to avoid affecting the Namex star. The whole Gula has been blown to pieces, and half of the head is not left. You will never be able to turn into a metal Gura. The only drawback is that it only turned into slag, not ash. Sun Weiyuan clapped his hands and looked at the smashed and scattered Gula with satisfaction. Vic fights very simple, no different from a punch of a child. The strongest under Gula Delri is only 185,000, and Vic has 400,000 combat power before he went to the Realm King Star to practice. The increase in Vic's strength is not as large as that of Klin and others, but Sun Weiyuan estimates that there is at least 1 million combat power, not so much that Vic is fighting, but that Vic is pinching to death the humanoid grasshoppers flying around, and there is no enemy. When he saw Vic kill the last person, Sun Weiyuan asked, "Vic, do you want to stay in Namex or go back to Earth? By the way, the enemy who went to Earth this time is the Namex people." Yes, as in the case of the gods, children who were sent away from Namex hundreds of years ago. He is a rare super Namenic and has an evil heart. Sun Weiyuan said hello to the Great Elder and moved away in an instant. I didn't expect Weiyuan to be so powerful, and Vic's power has also become much stronger, the Great Elder said to himself a little, and Nero quietly waited on the side. The King of the Northern Realm also saw the battle situation on Sun Weiyuan's side. Great, Gula was solved by Weiyuan in 3 or 2 strokes, and the Mecha troops were also destroyed by the Vic regiment. However, the speed on Goku's side is a little slow, and Goku seems to want to force all of Shrag's tricks. Goku brought Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin rice, dumplings back to Earth. Report King Shrag, our whereabouts seem to be exposed, and no overly powerful energy reaction has been detected. Then there is no need to hide, the astral ship is moving at full speed and crashing into the Earth. Scientists on Earth also observed a planet crashing into Earth, and the world fell into panic as soon as the information was announced. When the astral navigator approached the Earth, the 5 of them sent Qigong waves together to forcibly change its flight trajectory, causing the planet to pass by the Earth. A spaceship landed on Earth, and at this time Yamcha smiled and said, "If I want to say that this person named Shrag is really a mess, he actually drove a planet to Earth." Shrag ordered his men to transform the Earth into a new astral navigator suitable for the survival of the demon race, and then took a group of little brothers off the spaceship, and the spacecraft rose into the atmosphere and the black cloud spread rapidly, trying to cover the entire Earth. Kill them. Shrag's 5 subordinates Angela, Daladabo, Kihu, Kigu, and Big Eyes led a group of younger brothers to kill the 5 of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong killed Angela with 1 punch. "Slag, they are not my opponents, you fight with me." Shrag's 5 powerful subordinates are not too strong, they are all around 10,000 combat power. Klin and Tianjin Rice fight very easily, and dumplings are very difficult. Yamcha fought too carelessly, and Daladabo made a unique move to divide 4 small physical doppelgangers, taking the opportunity to paste on Yamcha's body desperately to absorb energy, and when Yamcha struggled to break free, most of the chi in his body had been absorbed. Tianjin Fan and Klin solved their opponents almost at the same time, and the big eyes that pressed the dumplings were killed by Tianjin Rice, and Daladabo was split in 2 by Klin's Kiwan. It was left that Goku and Shrag fought back and forth. Inextricably strong, forcing Shrag to use a gigantic, and then Monkey King transformed into a Super Saiyan, and also fought on par with Shrag. After returning, Sun Weiyuan was stunned. My brother really has you, and he has gone farther and farther on the road of 5 and 5. Chapter 064. The gigantic Shrag punched and punched at Sun Wukong, but even if the gigantic increased his strength, it was still weaker than Goku's strength, and the attack was all taken. Shrag opened his mouth and spewed out a huge energy cannon, and Sun Wukong did not dodge or avoid hitting back with a turtle Qigong wave. Goku, if you don't hurry up and defeat Shrag, I'm going to strike. Sun Weiyuan didn't want Wukong to push the other party too hard and destroy the earth with Qigong waves, although he let the nemesis Shenlong strengthen the earth, but he didn't know how strong the earth could resist. Big brother, don't make a move, let me fight for a while. Sun Weiyuan was a little speechless. Vic Kerr, what do you think of this nemesis slagger below? Very strong, an orthodox demon with an evil heart. I'm not asking you this, I'm asking if you have any feelings about Shrag's heart. Sun Weiyuan said mockingly. Vic misunderstood Sun Weiyuan's meaning, and said in a waveless tone, we don't need 2 people to reproduce, Sun Weiyuan, you won't know it. Usually I see that you are quite decent, but I didn't expect you to be so unorthodox. Vic, do you want to find a boyfriend or a girlfriend? Sun Weiyuan said with a bad smile. Humph. Vic, don't go overboard, obviously he doesn't want to take care of Sun Weiyuan anymore. If he is strong enough, his fist will definitely roar and smash into Sun Weiyuan's face. I remember that you nemesis have a special ability to assimilate each other, and I'm curious whether you will fuse the 2 personalities after assimilation or directly eliminate one of them. Sun Weiyuan is indeed a little unclear, but he only remembers that the nemesis has the ability to assimilate, and the personality of the god seems to be compatible with the personality of Bike. Assimilation is the ultimate card for our nemesis to quickly improve their combat effectiveness in the face of an enemy they can't fight. It is dominated by one of the people, and the other person volunteers as an opportunity to increase energy, without affecting the personality of the dominant person. Vic explained to Sun Weiyuan. From Bike's explanation, Sun Weiyuan came up with good news, a bad news. The good news is that if Vic can assimilate with Shrag, Vic will not be infected by Shrag's evil heart and become a demon again. The bad news is that you can't force Slug to the ground and let Vic assimilate him. That's really a pity, a guy like Shrag will not voluntarily assimilate and absorb you even if he dies, and a great opportunity to enhance your strength is gone. Sun Weiyuan shook his head and said. Vic was also very moved when he heard this. If he really assimilated and absorbed the energy of Shrag, maybe he had a chance to surpass Sun Weiyuan and the 2 brothers in one fell swoop, and then he could squash Sun Wukong and Sun Weiyuan, especially Sun Weiyuan. He had to fight more. At this time, Shrag's strength was about to run out, and he was lying on the ground with no light injuries, and he didn't even have enough energy to recover from his injuries. Goku lifted the Super Saiyan status and did not make up for the last stab for Shrag. But it's not completely hopeless, maybe you can give it a try. Sun Weiyuan grabbed Vic and teleported away from the scene, and then said to Vic Kerr, let's do this and so first. And then this and that, and then teleport back, big brother. Did Slug send Namex to the Great Elder to deal with, or did he directly kill him? I'll take care of it. Sun Weiyuan took out a fairy bean and walked towards Shrag. Since he wanted to try to assimilate Bike, he definitely couldn't let Shrag die like this. Klin couldn't understand. Yamcha whispered, "Hey, Klin, Wei Yuan won't want to heal this evil and terrifying guy and let him go, right? Big brother, are you going to let him go?" Shrag lying on the ground listened and was overjoyed. "Stupid fellow, when my King Shrag regains his youth, I must kill all of you, everyone on earth must die," and Dragon Ball. Sun Wei Yuan gave the dying Shrag a fairy bean, and Shrag recovered from all his injuries, stood up and looked at Sun Wei Yuan vigilantly, and Sun Wukong, who defeated him. "You're not going to kill me?" Slug asked nervously. "You can also think that the injuries on your body should recover," Sun Wei Yuan said with a smile. Shrag showed ecstasy, turned around and wanted to leave, but Sun Wei Yuan stopped him and said, "I didn't say I wanted to kill, but I didn't say I wanted to let you go." "Are you kidding me?" Shrag felt like a clown at the moment, and he used to like to tease enemies and look at that kind of frightened and desperate eyes. "Don't look at me like that, I'm not a bad person, you are the villain, I have other things, let's not talk to me for the time being." Sun Wei Yuan took out a rice cooker without hurry. "Big brother, are you ready to cook? After beating for so long, my stomach is indeed a little hungry." Sun Wukong stroked his belly up and down with one hand. Sun Wei Yuan said indifferently, Yes. I'm going to boil this slag into a pot of old rib soup to replenish your body." "Big brother, this can't be eaten, right? Let's stew it first, can you eat it when the time comes?" Sun Wei Yuan said seriously. Klin and the others quickly kept their distance from Sun Wei Yuan, and looked at Vic with strange eyes. When Slagger heard this, he was about to frighten out of his heart and shouted, "Damn, you dare to treat me like food! You, don't come here, I'll kill myself if I come again." "You called, even if you broke your throat, it didn't save you, suicide is just right, the corpse can be put down while it's hot, take your life, King Shrag." Sun Wei Yuan smiled and walked towards Shrag step by step, the latter was cold sweat and retreated step by step. Such an evil smile, as a demon race, he does not seem to have such an evil and terrible smile. "Obediently give me a pot to come to you, demon seal wave. A cyan tornado controlled Shrag, let me in." With a swoosh, Shrag was thrown into the rice cooker. "Cover and put on a spell." Klin trembled and said, "Wei Yuan senior brother, do you really want to boil him in soup?" Sun Wei Yuan said sadly, "Haven't you seen them all? Wait a minute, I will make a fire, boil into soup and feed it to Klin to supplement you, see that you lack nutrition and can't grow tall, as a senior brother, I always have to take care of you, cut, of course, it's for you to play, stew a demon man, small meaning, stew a big purple cat one day must not scare you to death, Klin's guts still have to practice." Klin breathed a long sigh of relief, "Senior brother, what is the magic sealing wave you used just now? How come I haven't seen you use it before?" Teacher Wushan's trick at the bottom of the box is specially used to seal powerful enemies. "Klin, you have been practicing with Wushan teacher for so many years, you actually don't know." Chapter 065. It's a matter here, I'm going to go to the universe to eliminate a group of people, you want to go and sign up? Sun Wei Yuan temporarily cancelled the plan to destroy the planet and seriously injure Freeshaw, and first tried Freeshaw's strength. "If you can't beat it, you will destroy Freeshaw, if you can't beat it, you will use the magic sealing wave, and if you can't do it, you will teleport away, and finally use the planet destruction plan." Goku Bik did not hesitate to indicate that he was going, Klin hesitated a little but decided to go, Yamcha did not want to go, he almost capsized in the gutter during the battle just now. Tianjin Fan wanted to go very much, looked at the dumplings, "Tianjin, I'm waiting for you to come back on Earth." "Well, Gokuto, I'm going to fight in the universe with you too." Klin suddenly said, "Let's leave quickly, wait for those press groups to surround you." "Press corps? Meddlesome. Take this opportunity to let people contact these reporters and publicize this matter, the ability of martial artists does not have to be too secretive, let the people on the earth know the truth of the world. Yamcha, it's not a bad thing for you to contact these reporters and let the world know about our martial artists. Sun Weiyuan wanted to increase the influence of martial artists on the earth, and if he needed to use the Yuan Chi bomb in the future, it could be condensed more quickly and smoothly. Everyone looked at Sun Weiyuan suspiciously. Don't look at me like that, it's just to plan for the future. You also know that the Genki bomb is a trick that requires gathering Genki. Although this trick can collect the vitality of flowers and trees, human animals, and even planets and the sun, the time required is still too slow. And the object of collecting vitality is best a high-level life form like a human being, but if others don't know you, they may not be willing to borrow vitality to make vitality bombs for you. People as low-key as me and Gaku are naturally not suitable to be martial arts spokespersons. Bike's image is green all over, the audience is afraid when they see it. Klin is not tall enough, and he doesn't look strong. So the most suitable is Yamcha, regardless of height, appearance, and personality. Sun Weiyuan inadvertently praised Yamcha. After all, Yamcha's height and appearance are not bad, otherwise Bulma can't be fooled by him in the original work. Yamcha's whole person was a little floating when he heard this. Weiyuan, don't worry, this task will be handed over to me. Sun Weiyuan, Sun Wukong, Bike, Klin, and Tianjin Fan teleport to the headquarters of the Frisia Legion, and the dumplings also left, leaving Yamcha alone. A group of police, journalists, and the crowd soon surrounded Yamcha. Hello. I am a journalist in times. What do you call it, sir? Hello everyone, my name is Yamcha, and I am a very strong martial artist. Mr. Yamcha, do you know what happened? Are those who die aliens? Was it you who shot? What happened to the planet that was about to collide with Earth before? The five of Sun Weiyuan appeared on the planet of the headquarters of the Frisia Legion, the Ice Star, and they were discovered as soon as they appeared. What are you? This little soldier was killed by Sun Weiyuan with a Qigong wave before he could say anything, and then looked at the other soldiers and said, I'm here to smash the field, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Call all the people of your Frisia Legion to me in 3 minutes, Wukong. Klin, Bike, Tianjin Fan, and several people sweated on their foreheads. Obviously they and others came to uphold justice and punish treachery and eliminate evil. How do they look more like villains now, and they and others are accomplices? King Frisia, it's not good. 5 powerful people have come to fight, of which there are more than 1 million combat power. Interesting, anyone else dares to hit my Frisia Legion? They 5 members of the Kinnet team immediately came out to line up the formation and danced a good-looking dance to Frisia without embarrassment. Roar special combat team, ha ha ha. Special operations team. Kainu grip Gracier. Frisia, Sob, and Doria were silent, and the expressions on their faces were very embarrassed. King Frisia, Team Kinnet applies to play. Frisia sat in the floating stroller and flew outside. Well, it's up to you to lead the others to battle. On the other side, Sun Weiyuan said to the big people, there are 2 frozen demons on this planet, namely Frisia and King Kurd, and they are too powerful and handed over to me and Wukong. The Frisia Legion has a Kinnet team, a total of 5 people, stronger than Klin and Tianjin Rice. Vic, when you look at the point, there is also a point that you need to pay attention to. Although the strength of the Kinnet team is not great, but the Captain Kinnet has a move to exchange bodies with the opponent. It is best to kill him in seconds with one move. The Kurdish king, who has been behind the scenes for many years, was also alarmed. No way, Sun Weiyuan and several people have hit his lair. Soon, King Kurdish and Frisia appeared in front of Sun Weiyuan's 5 people with a group of little brothers. Klin, Tianjin Rice, Bike, it's no problem to hand over that bunch of people to you. Sun Weiyuan did not hear the response. Bik looked disdainful, and Klin and Tianjin Fan were so shocked that they could not speak. Klin, don't be afraid, let me ask you, how many people are on the other side? I can't count, there are not 100,000 or 78,000, Gollum. How many of you? 3. So what are you afraid of? Beat them. If you are unfortunately killed, I will find Dragon Ball to revive you. Vic snorted coldly, you only need to deal with enemies that are much weaker than you, and I'll take care of the rest. Has the combat power been detected? Which one has more than 1,000,000 combat power? King Frisha, it's the one who is green all over. The Kurdish king said, this kind of combat power is rare, Frisha, try to see if you can take him as a subordinate. I know, Daddy. Goku, turn into a Super Saiyan, we seem to have been ignored by each other. Sun Weiyuan found that Frisia and the Kurdish king looked directly at Bike, lamenting that Bike's bright complexion was easy to be noticed everywhere. Doesn't the eldest brother fight and transform again? Sun Wukong's index fingertip scratched his cheek and asked uncertainly. Don't play, the eldest nephew has just been born, there are still many things to deal with at home, go home early to eat. As soon as he mentioned eating, Goku felt that his stomach was hungry. Big brother, do you have something to eat? After a fight with Shrag, my stomach is so hungry. I really can't help you, it's about to start a fight now, it's too late to give you instant noodles. You can eat this fairy bean. Sun Wukong ate the fairy beans, originally wanted to warm up with that Kurdish king first, but became a Super Saiyan under Sun Weiyuan's gaze. At the same time, Sun Weiyuan burst out with all his power, and Frisia and King Kurdish also shifted their attention from Bike's body to Sun Weiyuan and Sun Wukong's body. What is the combat power of the two of them? Big. Great King, 180 million and 400 million respectively. Chapter 066. The Kurdish king couldn't believe his ears. Are you sure that 180 million and 400 million? Isn't the instrument broken? No. The Kurdish king abdicated for many years, and the legion has been entrusted to his youngest son Frisha. When did two people with such strength appear in the universe? Don't look at him as the father of Gula and Frisha, but his combat power is not even 120 million, which is weaker than his two sons. Unlike the Kurdish king, Frisha's expression is much calmer. After exercise, his strength has increased several times. It has already exceeded 120 million combat power, 400 million combat power. He is still confident that he can defeat the other party. The Kurdish king said rather proudly, what are the names of the two of you? Sun Wukong did not hesitate to report his name, and Sun Weiyuan helplessly said his name. Ha, good. Sun Wukong, and Sun Weiyuan, the patriarch of my frozen demon clan, the Kurdish king is willing to accept you as righteous sons, quickly call me dad. Sun Weiyuan's face is a little dark, good guy, Frisia claims to be the emperor of the universe to dominate the universe, and the Kurdish king also has the hobby of calling the universe daddy. Not a family does not enter the door, it is really worthy of being a biological father and son. But King Kurdish, who you take advantage of is not good, but take advantage of yourself. Then what is there to say, Goku, take King Kurdish away from me, fight whatever you want, otherwise I am afraid that I will slap him to death, then you will have no opponent. When Wukong heard this, a teleportation appeared behind the Kurdish king, and before the other party could react, a hand was placed on his shoulder, and the teleportation moved away from Sun Weiyuan. Just kidding. His eldest brother said that if he wanted to shoot the Kurdish king to death, he would really be slapped to death, and even he was not slapped on the back of the head, let alone the enemy. Frisia said very elegantly, Mr. Sun Weiyuan, there are several powerful energy reactions that appeared in the remote area of the North Galaxy last year, among which there should be you and Mr. Sun Wukong. Oh, what an honor! I didn't expect that my brother and I would be paid attention to by King Frisha. Since you know our combat power, Frisha, why are you not nervous at all? Ho, Mr. Sun Weiyuan, you are indeed very strong, but you only have 400 million combat power and are not my opponent. How about joining us and becoming my subordinate? Frisia smiled strangely and extended an invitation to Sun Weiyuan. It's not a secret, my brother and I came here this time to kill you and the Kurdish king, or to be killed by you. Sun Weiyuan shrugged his shoulders and said with some indifference. Oh? Whoops. That's really a pity, I can only kill Mr. Sun Weiyuan, are you? Sun Weiyuan asked with some curiosity. King Frisia, since you know our combat strength, you should understand that your father King Kurdish is not my brother's opponent. If you wait any longer, King Kurdish will be killed by my brother. You don't care about your father. Ha 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 ha. It's better to die, the combat power is so weak, and he still points fingers at me all day long. He dies, and the Frisia Legion only obeys my orders alone. After Mr. Monkey King kills him, I still have to thank you, otherwise this old thing doesn't know how long he will blindly command in front of me. Ho ho! In order to express my gratitude, I will let you die a miserable death. I am avenging my dear father. Boom! Frisia said with a grim smile. On the other side, the 5 members of the Kinnet team showed their team's perfect appearance ceremony in front of Klin and Tianjin Fan, and both the enemy and us fell into a strange atmosphere. Only the Kinnet team worked hard to complete a complete set of appearance ceremonies. Vic really couldn't stand it. Super Burst Magic Wave. The appearance ceremony of the 5 members of Team Kainuit has not yet been completed, and a mushroom cloud rises from their position, and smoke and dust are billowing out. When the smoke cleared, he never saw the Kainuit team again. Humph! It's an ugly jump. Son. Weiyuan reminded Vic to kill Kinnet in one move, and as a result, Vic overfinished killing the entire Kinnet team in one move. Klin and Tianjin Tianfang were embarrassed, and among the pile of enemies, the 5 they were most worried about were simply bombarded by Vic's move. King Kurdish and Gaku fought fiercely, and Gaku forcibly opened 5 or 5, beating King Kurdish all over his body with skin trauma, and his strength dropped a lot. But Gaku just didn't kill the Kurdish king, and still bombarded each other at high speed. Oops! King Frisia, your favorite subordinate Kinnet was accidentally sent to hell by Bike's move, and it seems that the battle on your father's Kurdish side will continue for a while, but if you wait any longer, your dear subordinates will be killed by Bike. A bunch of waste, just recruit some more when you're dead. Frisia began to lose his breath as a red death beam shot out of his index finger and hit Vic in the back. Sun Weiyuan looked at it and judged that it was not aimed at Bike's head, so he did not block it, instantly moved behind Frisia, and slapped it quickly and urgently to the back of the head. King Frisia, sneak attacks are not a good habit. Nanny. Frisia reacted a little slower, and before his arm could block it, the slap slapped the back of his head first. Snap! The ground was crisp and loud, and Frisia was knocked out, crashing into more than a dozen buildings and stabilizing his figure. It's worthy of the frozen demon family. This brain case is really hard, it has broken so many buildings, it is still so smooth and open, unharmed. Forget about being hairless. Frisia was angry, gritting his teeth, and the grace calmly disappeared, replaced by a hideous face, so insidious. While saying that the sneak attack is not good, he also sneaked up on me. Vic was pierced through his chest by the death beam suddenly fired by Frisia, leaving a finger-sized hole with wisps of smoke bubbling, but no blood flowing out of the wound. The hateful Sun Weiyuan, didn't he say that he dealt with Frisia himself, and the other subordinates were the targets of his confrontation with Klin and Tianjin Fan? But now that he is so good, what the hell is it to suddenly be pierced in his chest? Sun Weiyuan, can't you be reliable? If the chest position is replaced by the head is penetrated, Bic will really die. Abominable Frisia, why don't you kill Sun Weiyuan first and sneak up on me? Vic is really a little angry. I can't beat you too, can't I kill those little shrimp? He consumed some chi to recover from his injuries, and one person chased thousands of people to fight. The moves were wide open and closed, without mercy. And the elite warriors of the Frisia Legion were frightened, and none of them dared to face Vic. Klin and Tianjin Fan didn't know what happened. Originally they were besieged by many enemies, but it was still very difficult. But suddenly the opponent ran out of money, and no one paid attention to them anymore. Tianjin Rice, what's wrong with them? Chapter 067. Clin, look over there. Clin looked in the direction of Tianjin Fan, and with the perception of qi, he could only vaguely capture a green figure and muttered, "Bike?" Just now it has been said that he will deal with enemies who are equal to our strength or stronger than us, and the remaining two of us will deal with it. How does this guy look very angry? Which fool of the Frisia Legion went to provoke Bike? Magic Flash! Magic Skywave! Magic Light! Vic crossed his hands, a large amount of qi gathered, and then released it at one time, and the energy swept in all directions, falling on the soldier indiscriminately. The soldiers of the Frisia Legion turned into flying ash with their screams, and the soldiers who survived were far away from Vic to survive. Humph! Vic scanned the surroundings coldly, standing proudly with his hands on his chest, and the white cloak behind him fluttered in the wind. Clin saw that the radius of several kilometers around Vic was raised to the ground, and his right hand involuntarily patted his chest and rejoiced, "It's okay, it's good that we are far enough away from Vic, otherwise it's us who are unlucky, and I have to keep a safe distance from Vic when I fight in the future." Tianjin Yan Muren nodded. What kind of monsters did he encounter? Sun Weiyuan and Sun Wukong are powerful, forget it, and now another big pops up, when will I be able to catch up with them? Unlike Tianjin Rice, Clin doesn't care a little, whether he can become stronger is the key, and he doesn't want to catch up with Sun Weiyuan. Those little miscellaneous fish, Tianjin Rice, Clin, you go and kill, I'm not interested in attacking them anymore. King Kurdish, I have seen all your tricks, it's time to end, Turtle Faction Qigong Wave. The Kurdish king's eyes were terrified, and his body trembled and he was drowned in the Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. Sun Weiyuan sensed that the Kurdish king's qi disappeared, he was a little surprised, Wukong really had such a decisive time to kill the opponent, good brother, not in vain big brother taught you for many years. Frisia, as you wish, the Kurdish king went to hell, and your Frisia legionnaires are almost dead, and now you are no different from the commander of the light rod, don't you still use all your strength? Mr. Sun Weiyuan, I was originally going to play slowly with you, after all, there are few warriors in the universe with such great power as you. It's a pity that you are bent on death, I will satisfy you. Wow! Ah! Frisia, who was still talking, was hit in the abdomen by Sun Weiyuan's punch. King Frisia, when fighting, you have to see 6 ways and listen to all directions, you talk a little too much, he. Sun Weiyuan used the double realm king fist when Frisia's endless words. What Frisia was about to say stuck in his throat, damn, you engaged in another sneak attack, you made me very angry, ha! Purple flames gushed out, the earth cracked, and mountains and rocks flew. Clin and Tianjin Fan, who were chasing the remnants of the army, were startled, and their bodies gradually stopped during the extremely fast flight, and they stood frozen in the air. This qi is so strong, even stronger than the breath of senior brother Weiyuan. Triple Realm King Fist. Sun Weiyuan's aura once again overwhelmed Frisia, but it was also limited. Sensing Frisia's breath, Sun Weiyuan secretly said, 10 days of exercise has raised the strength to this point, it seems that Frisia's combat power is probably 1 billion, and sometimes it is really helpless in the face of talent. Frisia pointed an index finger at Sun Weiyuan, and a purple death beam shot out. Sun Weiyuan dodged sideways, and a smoking hole appeared in the rock next to him, followed by more death beams that rained down densely. Moving instantly, Sun Weiyuan appeared behind Frisia, leaned back to back, and forcibly competed for height, and the king who was 1 meter and 5 meters tall was immediately compared. Frisia, what grade are you in this year? Nanny. Little friend Frisia, you will eat more in the future, see if you will grow taller. You look for death. Sun Weiyuan held Frisia's tail with one hand, slammed it up and slammed it back and forth on the ground, a dirt pit was getting deeper and deeper, and the dust was billowing. Klin was speechless. This battle is not quite the same as I imagined. 300 rounds of fighting. You let go hand. Don't let go. Sun Weiyuan, can't you change your move? Do you dare to let me down? It's so shameless, grabbing the tail and not letting go. He doesn't know how many times he hit the ground. One move against you is enough, why change the move? Frisia forcibly threw 2 cutting discs, and Sun Weiyuan immediately let go and quickly dodged. The battle situation has been glued for a long time, and Sun Weiyuan has generally stolen Frisia's 2 tricks, the death beam and the cutting disc. Frisia, since you have no other tricks, then, it's time to send you to reunite with the Kurdish king. By the way, I forgot to tell you, your dear eldest brother Gula went to hell 1 step earlier, and now it's only you. Saying that, Sun Weiyuan took out a fairy bean and put it in his mouth without rushing to swallow it. Quadruple Realm King Fist. Turtle Pie Qigong Wave. Frisia's strength was originally weaker than Sun Weiyuan, and Sun Weiyuan had also eaten immortal beans in battle, and his physical strength was basically at his peak, and now he used the Quadruple Realm King Fist, and his strength skyrocketed. After a long battle, Frisia's strength was exhausted, and in the face of the stronger Sun Weiyuan, he could only be bombarded into slag by the turtle sect Qigong Wave, and he didn't even have a chance to destroy the planet. After killing Frisia, the moment the Quadruple Realm King Fist was lifted, the counterattack struck, and Sun Weiyuan immediately swallowed the fairy beans in his mouth. The pain immediately disappeared, and his physical strength was fully restored. Frisia is dead, and the trick he wants has been learned. Then the next step is to deal with the problem of Shrag. Sun Weiyuan took out the rice cooker containing Shrag, and the Klin, Tianjin rice and Wukong who surrounded him were very puzzled. Big brother, are you really going to stew slug? You guys just look at it, don't say it for a while. Opening the lid of the rice cooker, Shrag quickly came out of it, covered in sweat and panting heavily. Slug, give you a happy way to die, assimilate with Bike. I don't know what you mean by assimilation. Sun Weiyuan pointed at Bik and said, don't you think he looks like you? That's right, he is your kindred, but you have lived for so many years, and you don't know that you are a nemesis. It's impossible, even if I die, I won't assimilate with him. Slug's hysterical roar. To be honest, I didn't think you would obediently agree. Chapter 068. Sun Weiyuan whistled for a while, and a sharp pain came from Slug's head, and Vic also covered his head. Forgot, Vic, you are also afraid of this, then change the way. Slug, will not be captured, gigantic. It's useless to be gigantic, isn't it just a bigger target? Sun Weiyuan looked at Shrag with disdain, turned his head to Wukong, Klin and Tianjin Fan and said, the next scene is a little unsuitable for children. Wukong, you take the 2 of them back to Earth. Big brother, what are you going to do to Slug? Hurry back to take care of my younger brother and sister and eldest nephew, and ask so much what to do. Sun Weiyuan urged. After the 3 of Sun Wukong left, there was a scream from the Ice Star. Slug will not give in, For more than 3 hours, Shrag was tortured to the point of confusion, and he wanted to commit suicide or blow himself up. Wait a minute, Sun Weiyuan, is the assimilation of the Mexian people really the fusion of 2 people's strength and soul consciousness? Of course, no one knows assimilation better than me, and 2 nemesis can increase their strength several times or even 10 times after assimilation. If the power of 2 people is so greatly improved, energy fusion is only an opportunity to improve. The fusion of energy and spiritual will of the 2 of you can trigger the sublimation of the soul, and then break the physical confinement and develop the potential. His own strength is much stronger than the young Namex next to him, and the fusion of the 2 spiritual consciousnesses at that time must be dominated by himself. Moreover, he is old, fusing a young body, he can regain his youth. It is better to die than to live. No matter how difficult it is to die if he is not mortal, he must also seize that glimmer of life. What to do with assimilation? But I don't really want you to assimilate with Bike, you are so strong. Bik is too much. After the assimilation of the two, it may be dominated by you, and after becoming stronger, they will oppose me. Fight to death. It's not good to explain to the great elder of Namex, if you don't fight to death, you may not be able to cause me much trouble. Slug, or I'll kill you directly. Bik next to him is speechless. Sun Weiyuan, what are you going to make a fuss about? It took so much effort to torture Shrag, and finally fooled him, but he changed his mind. Is it afraid that I will surpass you? As soon as Shrag heard this, the last bit of doubt was dispelled, and he immediately said, I promise you that after assimilation, I will definitely not be an enemy of you. Hehe, even if your strength becomes several times stronger after assimilation, you are still not my opponent. Why do you think I would assimilate you and Vic K? That's because I'm so invincible. Even Freeshaw, who is known as the Emperor of the Universe, has been killed. How lonely invincibility is, brother's loneliness you don't understand. That's why I want to create an opponent for myself. The delirious Shrag was stunned when he heard it. Vic covered his face, looked at the sky 45 degrees sideways, and shouted in his heart, Sun Weiyuan, don't say anything more. If Shrag comes to his senses, our plan will be in vain. Shrag, do you want this young body of Bike, or do you want this body that is about to enter the earth? I want to be young. Slug replied without thinking. Ness, then when assimilating, you need Vic to put his hand on you, you lie still in peace, and it will be good soon to hand it over to Vic. Vic Kerr, get started. I want to get younger. In a burst of light, Shrag disappeared completely, assimilating with Vic and merging into one. Vic gasped a few times. Cheng, successful, this power is simply amazing, I am invincible. The king of the northern realm who is far away on the king of the realm has been observing the battle situation of Sun Weiyuan's several people. Sun Weiyuan, this kid is really not a fuel-saving lamp. Hell, the Yuan Chi bomb I created requires a pure and kind warrior with a heart to learn. Watching him torture and fool Shrag doesn't seem like a pure and kind person, but he learns Genki bullets more than 10 times faster than Gaku, and hell to live. Bike, how do you feel? Sun Weiyuan stepped forward to knock here and pat there to check Bike's body. Vic clenched his fists, turned his neck, and suddenly punched Sun Weiyuan in the abdomen. Caught off guard, Sun Weiyuan flew out and crashed several mountains, and his clothes were also tattered. Vic, your brain wots? What do you do with a sneak attack on me? Wong bastard Spike, give you advice, let you become stronger, what do you mean by attacking me? Could it be that there was an accident in assimilation, and Shrag's personality broke the conventional laws of assimilation, really fused with Vic personality, and even dominated? If that's the case, then it's time to get the God of Heaven and merge with Vic and offset his evil side? Ha ha ha! Sun Weiyuan, you also have today, I have wanted to beat you for a long time, now I finally have the opportunity, don't move around obediently can be beaten less, I let you taste my invincible power. At this moment, Bike's self-confidence was stronger than ever, and his words revealed irrepressible excitement. With such a powerful force, he will not be bullied by Sun Weiyuan. Ha ha ha, I've been looking forward to this moment for too long. Sun Weiyuan's one is going to be beaten into a pig's head, and he is beaten every 3 days. So it is, from more than 1 million combat power, instantly increased to several 100 million combat power, hundreds of times the strength increase, so that you have a big illusion in life that I am invincible. 2 hours later, Vic lay on the ground with a look of lovelessness. It is impossible, how can I not beat Sun Weiyuan with such a strong force? Compared to the physical injury, the psychological blow is even worse, and assimilating a Shirag whose strength is 100 times his own can be said to have taken a shortcut. However, why can't he beat this earthling with mediocre blood? He didn't dare to imagine how long it would take him to have his current strength if he practiced step by step, but he still lost. Bike, you don't really have to pay too much attention to it, think more about how old you are this year. Are you over 5? On Earth, you are still just a child, at an age when you should be coddling and cute to your parents and elders. Don't be so strict with yourself. I've practiced for so many years, I've crossed more bridges than you've walked. You have to look forward. I'm far worse than you when I'm your size. Vic looked at Sun Weiyuan with a wooden expression and lazy eyes. Although I am not an opponent, I still can't help but want to punch him in the face. Chapter 069. Ha ha ha. This geoscientist named Dr. Gallo is a genius. Cell fusion technology and artificial human technology, coupled with my research on mutant robots, will definitely make the ultimate weapon that has never been seen before. The strong cells collected by Dr. Gallo are also the cells of the frozen demon family, the cells of the Namex, and the cells of Sun Weiyuan and Sun Wukong. I can make the results of my research, babe metamorphose, and officially start cultivating the ultimate artificial human designed by Dr. Gallo. Science, get ready to accept the vengeful wrath of our Ziffers. After eliminating you, Dr. Meow can carry out the plan to dominate the universe. Ha 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 ha. On the Bun Mountain, Vic sat at the dining table with a gloomy face, and his body was filled with a decadent, desireless, and unwanted. Sun Wukong leaned into Sun Weiyuan's ear and whispered, "Big brother, what's wrong with Bike?" "I don't know. In a bad mood, maybe this child was hit by someone." The voice of the two brothers talking clearly reached Bike's ears, and he snorted in dissatisfaction and buried his head in cooking. Although the voice was suppressed, the distance was so close that even old Sun Gohan and Kiki could hear it, not to mention the extremely keen nemesis Vic of Name. "Big brother," Vic suddenly became so strong, "I feel much stronger than me." Shrag really assimilated with him. Rarely did Sun Wukong bury his head in cooking, but curiously asked about the situation, and only things related to combat can affect Goku's enthusiasm for cooking. The obvious thing, otherwise Bike's power can't make sense to surpass you so quickly. But before Slagnan was unyielding, how did you get him to agree to assimilate with Bike? The process is slightly complicated. Simply put, there are only 8 words: move with affection, understand with reason. Bike, who was immersed in eating, suddenly coughed violently, and the food in his mouth sprayed towards Sun Weiyuan. Sun Weiyuan seemed to have expected it and dodged it flexibly. "Hey, Bulma! Weiyuan, come here, the artificial human number 16 you gave me to study last time, I have already repaired him." Sun Weiyuan yawned and said lazily, "It's late now, I'll go over tomorrow. I'll fight several big battles in a row today, I'm really a little tired." "That's a shame, I just took a shower, and my parents are not home tonight. There is something in the company, they have dealt with it in the past, and they won't be back until tomorrow afternoon at the earliest." The drowsiness disappeared without a trace in an instant. "Give me 10 seconds, and it will be right away." Sun Weiyuan teleported to appear next to Bulma, glanced at Bulma in her pajamas, and looked around and found that this was her laboratory. "Weiyuan, the speed at which you came is okay, the information of the 16th has all been studied, and many of them are the information of you and Goku, the way of fighting, habits, tricks, etc. It can be said that the 16th is an artificial human created for you and Goku. But don't worry, I modified some of his procedures and cancelled the mission to kill you and Goku. In addition, I found a bomb in his body that could blow up the entire Earth, which was so dangerous that I defused the bomb. In addition, I studied the flying insects that resemble flies, and accidentally contacted the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol. It turned out that the kind of bugs are called reconnaissance rockets, which were sent by the Galaxy Patrol to collect Earth information. No, I met a galactic patrolman called Gok when I was 5 years old, and then my sister went with Gluck to adventure in the universe to find inspiration for writing." Bulma told Sun Weiyuan the original version of the matter. Her sister Tais is really bold. An ordinary Earth girl who is just 16 years old, dares to follow Gok to the universe on an adventure. "Bulma, are we off topic?" Sun Weiyuan reminded. "Hee, Weiyuan, let's play a one-on-one heads-up game. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to play games in the lab?" "Yes, you can be wherever you like. Let me declare first, I am a strong thief, and I will not show mercy to my subordinates when I challenge alone. The game starts, and the system prompts. You launched a heads-up on Bulma, and Bulma accepted. You activated the warrior skill armor breaking. Bulma fights back and launches a armor break against you, and the armor value of both sides goes to 0. You activated the skill Crane Dragon Grappler, and Bulma was unable to resist your Crane Dragon Gripper, so he took advantage of the victory to pursue Bulma and cast a weak combo. You launched a deadly move against Bulma. Bulma's health is -1, congratulations, you have obtained a blood. Not to be outdone, Bulma unleashed a charm on you, your seduction resistance continued to decline, and you fell into a state of rage. You launched a Shadow Assault 6666 combo against Bulma. Bulma applied for surrender, and you decisively refused Bulma's surrender and launched the Shadow Assault 998 combo again. Bulma again applied for surrender, and you brutally refused again, launching a frenzied strafing on it, and Bulma was completely defeated. Congratulations to player Sun Weiyuan for winning. Sun Weiyuan asked hesitantly, Bulma, do you want to play a one-on-one heads-up game again? This game is toxic, addicted as soon as you play it, and you can't help yourself from falling into it. The game is fun, don't indulge in it, pay attention to your physical and mental health. It's dawn, let's go back to the room to catch up on sleep. A green leaf fell and covered Vegeta's head impartially, and he impatiently took the broad green leaf on his head. How could a good end suddenly fall a green leaf over my head? Naba, what's the next planet we're going to? Vegeta, it's a low-level planet called Earth. Naba said truthfully. Raditz suddenly remembered that he also had a younger brother named Kakarot. Because he was born with only 2 combat power, he was rated as a low-level warrior, and the planet sent to occupy seemed to be Earth. Vegeta, my brother Kakarot seems to be on Earth, maybe he has killed everyone on Earth, can you let him join us too? You mean that your younger brother who was born with only 2 combat power, a lower-level fighter, and his combat power is even more garbage than you, and joining us can only drag our feet? Naba said disdainfully. Vegeta said indifferently, although the combat power is very low, if the giant ape is transformed, it can still help us a lot, I can let him join, who makes us scions will have a few of us left. The 3 of Vegeta have killed people on several planets in a row, and at this moment they don't know that the headquarters of Frisia has been served a pot by Sun Weiyuan and his group. And they are still diligently completing the task of occupying planets for Frisia, and no one has notified them at all. Or the people who can inform them all have a certain status in the Frisia Legion, and now they are almost dead, and only the soldiers who are on the mission have survived. Chapter 070. On Bun Mountain, Sun Wukong got up in the morning and ran to Sun Weiyuan's room excitedly, but he didn't see half a figure. Grandpa, did you see the eldest brother? Sun Wukong was also worried about Sun Weiyuan's promise to take him to cultivate, because Kiki was pregnant, and the eldest brother asked him to wait until the child was born before he could practice. But he waited day after day, his child refused to come out, finally the child was born yesterday, and today the eldest brother must take him to practice. I didn't see Gaku either, maybe something went out. Gaku, you go and get him back, the Bull Demon King will come over in a while, and you need to choose a name for the child. Okay, I'll look for the eldest brother's chi. Found it. In a large villa in the western capital, Sun Weiyuan and Bulma had just laid down in the room and had not fallen asleep, and Sun Wukong appeared in the room instantly. Some naturally looked at Sun Weiyuan and Bulma, who were sleeping, scratched the back of their heads. It was dawn, why was the eldest brother still not getting up? Without thinking much, he shouted. Big brother, get up bed. Sun Weiyuan was startled, opened his eyes sharply, and his heart beat faster, as if he had done something unseemly, and his heart was panicked when he was discovered. Good risk, fortunately there is a habit of sleeping and covering the quilt, otherwise today will be a big loss. This unfortunate brother is a person with a child, or a tendon, don't understand when you need to avoid it. Bulma's head pillowed on Sun Weiyuan's arm shrunk into the quilt, and her soft and smooth delicate body was clinging to him, and her heart was in a trance. Gaku, you go out first. Hey? Oh. Don't forget to close the door too. Bulma, you rest well. I ask Gaku what is looking for me? Gaku, I don't sleep this morning, come to me for something? Also, don't be so reckless next time, I can't use teleportation to go directly to the room to find me when I sleep, and it's not okay to do big things, son. Wukong lowered his head like a child who made a mistake, receiving criticism and education from his parents, and only after Sun Weiyuan finished speaking, he spoke up. Grandpa asked me to find you back, ready to choose a name for the child. Hey? Give the eldest nephew a name. Sun Weiyuan frowned. This is a little difficult. Grandpa Sun Gohan is alive. The eldest nephew also takes the name Gohan is not appropriate. After thinking about it, this is not something that he should worry about. There is a grandfather, the grandfather of the eldest nephew's grandfather Bull Demon King, the father Wukong, and the mother Kiki. If it is not possible, call Vic as well. How can the matter of choosing a name fall on his uncle? And his brows immediately stretched. Well, I seem to have found a small problem. Grandpa and the Bull Demon King are the same generation, Kiki should be a generation higher than Gaku, so the eldest nephew and his father are of the same generation. Gaku, you go back first, I'll be there later. Oh, good. After Gaku left, Bulma slowly poked her head out of the bed. Gaku is gone. Phew, Bulma breathed a sigh of relief, but at this time she was completely sleepy, and she got up to get dressed, and her bones seemed to fall apart. Seeing this, Sun Weiyuan said with a smile, "Can Bulma still get out of bed? It's all to blame on you, I surrendered." "You have to continue." Bulma's face was flushed, her voice became smaller and smaller, and the words behind were as thin as mosquitoes and flies, and Sun Weiyuan couldn't hear it clearly. "This is not my pot, who used to have nothing to do like to stir up my anger, accumulated over time has become a volcano that may erupt at any time, beyond my control, hee. You used to play with fire in the small book for you to remember, you just paid a bill, and there are dozens of things that have not been repaid, but come to Japan, there is no hurry." It was not a matter of Bulma spreading out on the bed. Sun Weiyuan fed her a fairy bean, and immediately resurrected with full blood, and pounced on him with his teeth and claws. It's really not a long memory. Originally he was going to come to Japan, but Bulma took the initiative to pay off the debt. Of course he accepted it unceremoniously, but consumed another fairy bean. On Bun Mountain, the Bull Demon King arrived, and several people were waiting for Sun Weiyuan to return. "Wukong, didn't you go and call Weiyuan? Why hasn't he come back yet?" The eldest brother said he would arrive later, and I don't know why he hasn't come back yet. "Did you see what Gokhan was doing at Bulma's house?" "No, I didn't do anything. When I went, I saw my eldest brother and Bulma sleeping." Sun Wukong answered truthfully. As it was, old Sun Gohan's face was filled with a gratifying smile when he heard this, and this kid Weiyuan finally got the hang of it. "I'm sorry, I'm late. Big brother, you are finally back, my stomach is about to die of hunger. Grandpa, let's have breakfast." Gaku was so excited that his stomach had been shouting for a long time, and the time for dinner had finally arrived. After breakfast, Lao Sun Gohan hugged his great-grandson and said, "We're going to give this kid a name now. Gaku, Kiki, have you figured out a name for him?" Kiki raised an index finger and said with a serious expression, "I have already thought of a name for this child." They. Bull Demon King's two index fingers circled around each other, with a slightly disappointed expression in his confusion. He prepared for a long time, but he didn't expect that his grandson didn't need the name he came up with. "You. Have you already thought of a name?" "It's called Einstein." "Einstein. Times 4. Only Sun Weiyuan was not surprised, and Bulma asked strangely, Kiki, Einstein is the name of a great scientist, and all of you are outstanding martial artists in the world, shouldn't this child take the name of a martial artist? Asterisk. Bulma, you have said that our family is full of martial artists, there are enough, I want him to become a famous scientist in the future, and I will not forbid him to practice martial arts. At present, Kiki's standard of living is okay, and most of the pirate treasure that Sun Weiyuan obtained a few years ago was given to Wukong. Gaku was not interested in these, so she left it all to Kiki to manage, and she did not have the idea of a martial artist without a future at the moment. Wow wow wow, Sun Weiyuan saw his eldest nephew crying, tears flowing, well. Don't cry, Sun Gohan immediately coaxed the great-grandson in his arms, Kiki, it seems that the little one doesn't like this name, let's change it, then it's called Arukame, okay, Arukame. Kiki leaned closer and said to the little one. Wow! This one won't work either. Dad! What do you think is a good name? The Bull Demon King smiled, turned around and opened a bag and said, I helped him think of a lot of names, ha ha ha. Taking out a rolled up roster, as soon as it was spread out, Sun Weiyuan glanced at the good guy, there were at least hundreds of names, all starting with the word Bull Demon. Ready, I read it. Ushi Motoro, Ushi Mojiro, Ushi Mo Saburo. Bull Demon, Dr. Bull Demon. Wow! Dad, you can't choose a name. Can't do it. The Bull Demon King had some regrets. Sun Gohan couldn't stop this time, Kiki took the child and coaxed for a while before stopping crying. Grandpa, the names of me and Gaku were both given by you, so give this little guy a name to try. Sun Weiyuan suggested at this time. So, then I'll take a name, Goten. Wow, it still doesn't seem to work, Weiyuan, how about you also give him a name to try? Sun Weiyuan racked his brain and thought for a long time, it's so difficult to choose a name, or don't think about it, what can I do if I call Wu? As soon as the words fell, the little one cried again without accident, this problem should be left to his own father. Sun Weiyuan teleport to find Bike, you are idle, come and think of a name for the little guy together. Bike's green face is a little dazed, he is thinking about life well, bothering him just to name this little thing? This little thing looks quite cute, so I reluctantly thought of a nice name for him. That beautiful devil. Sun Weiyuan couldn't help but laugh, Vic, how did you come up with this name? Suddenly, Bike's green face looked even greener. This father can't do it, just change it. Gaku, we all said it, it's your turn to name the little one. Everyone's eyes looked at Sun Wukong in unison. I'm hungry and we can have lunch. Everyone was speechless, only the little guy smiled happily at his father. Kiki counted, Gaku, now is not the time to eat, and besides, haven't we just finished breakfast? But I'm really hungry. Then you have to name the child before lunch. Sun Weiyuan saw his eldest nephew smiling like a flower and reminded, you guys are very happy to see the lunch little guy. Bull Demon King also found out, and said tentatively, have lunch. Haha. Lunch. Ha ha ha. Kiki, look, it's real. Gaku looked at Kiki, is it okay to order lunch? Kiki shook her head decisively, no, this name will be made fun of by classmates when you go to school, and it can't be called lunch. At this time, Sun Gohan said, since this kid likes this name, change Noon to Wu and call it Wuhan. Chapter 071. The eldest nephew didn't cry anymore, and the name was determined, and although Kiki was not very satisfied with the name Wuhan, she didn't say anything more. The Bull Demon King insisted on his own idea, believing that Take was not as good as Bull Demon Taro. Boom! Vic reserved his opinion, a group of people took a name and wasted a child that I thought was cute, how good is Nami Great Devil, inheriting the first two words of our Nami nemesis, Great Devil, or my father's title, Wu Han? This name is neither good nor domineering, and it is not good to be martial. Sun Weiyuan is also quite regretful. Wu Neng, what a good name, let the eldest nephew know what can and cannot be done. It is good to study to become a scholar, but this world is still a world where strength is respected. Secret Dao, Wu Guan's eldest nephew, has the qualifications to practice martial arts, especially above his father Wukong, and has the resources to surpass the god of destruction. If he can't guide him on the road to becoming a god, it is actually a big regret as an uncle a drama. Feeling that his body was poked, Sun Weiyuan looked back in confusion and saw Wukong rubbing his palms expectantly. Big brother, where is that suitable place for cultivation? Gaku, even if I tell you, you can't go now. Sun Weiyuan helplessly spread his hand, his eyes signaled Gaku to look back at the angry Kiki. Don't ask any more, we don't need to rush for a while. Big brother, are your eyes uncomfortable? Why can't I go? I've wanted to practice for a long time, please tell me quickly, okay? Gaku was unaware of Kiki, who was gloomy looking and almost violent behind him. The Bull Demon King and Son Gohan casually amused the little guy to giggle, and Vic held his arm and looked at it with a gloating expression. This younger brother can't take it, it's better to sell it. Gaku. It's not that the eldest brother wants to say you, Kikai worked hard to conceive October, and only gave birth to her eldest nephew yesterday. It is true that you have to practice today, at least until the full moon of Wuhan. I will take you to practice for 2 days. When Kiki heard this, she only went out to practice for 2 days a month later, and she accepted it in her heart, and her face showed signs of cloudiness. 2 days? This is also too little, big brother. What can you practice in 2 days? It's gone in the blink of an eye. How long do you want to go out? Kiki suddenly asked. At least 1 year, it would be better if you practiced for 2 years. Gaku subconsciously replied. Gokong. You are not allowed to go anywhere until the full moon of the child, otherwise I will never cook your food again. Kiki, Gaku looked down and poked his 2 index fingers at each other. Hey! Kiki Willow raised his eyebrows, apricot eyes glared, and Goku's little eyes for help fell on the good big brother. Sun Weiyuan put on a very helpless expression. It's not that the eldest brother doesn't help you, the opponent's firepower is a little fierce, and you have exposed your Achilles heel appetite. Kiki cooks very delicious, you are a big stomach king. Some people say to grab a man's heart, first of all, you must seize his appetite. This trick brother and sister have practiced to the point of pure green. The eldest brother can help you for a while, but can't help you for a lifetime. You are so good for yourself. Don't worry, after the eldest nephew's full moon, I will take you to the Spirit Time House of the Heavenly God Temple to improve your skills. Sun Weiyuan suddenly remembered that if Wukong completed the training of the Spirit Time House, he was likely to be surpassed, and the eldest brother would not be good. Therefore, while Wukong is at home to accompany Kiki to confinement, first go to the Spiritual Time House to practice for 2 years, the strength must be improved, and the martial arts realm cannot be left behind. Don't look at him and Wukong's strength far beyond Wushan Sensei, but in the martial arts realm, they are not necessarily as high as Wu Tian's teacher. Sun Weiyuan stayed in Bulma's house for 5 days in a row. Weiyuan, get up quickly, my sister will be back in a minute. Open your sleepy eyes and stretch your tired body, the consumption is a little big these days. Sun Weiyuan is always sleepy. The reason for this is not that his young kidney water is insufficient, but that Bulma's love for that thing is beyond his imagination. If it is a fair battle, he is naturally not worthy, and the 2 Bulma he is confident that he can suppress it. However, woman, she does not talk about martial virtue, she only allows herself to eat fairy beans to supplement her physical strength, and does not let him eat fairy beans to replenish her energy. He vaguely remembered that Bulma said to him affectionately with a small look of adoration, Weiyuan, your body is so strong and your combat power is so powerful, you don't need to eat fairy beans, right? Of course, he said yes without hesitation. How can a man say that he can't? In the face of a woman with a combat power of only 2,000, or a person who barely improved with external forces, he could not weaken his momentum. The result is that the strategic material of fairy beans can really not be underestimated, and the creature of women cannot be underestimated. Sun Weiyuan yawned and brushed his teeth and washed his face, and the cool tap water was poured on his head, and he felt better in spirits. In this way, my little immortal bean is probably not enough for Bulma Calamity, and another day I will go to Namex to find the dragon and make 3 wishes for immortal beans. Or go to the Realm King God realm one day in the future to try to see if you can grow immortal beans there on a large scale. It should be possible, that is the Realm King God realm. Where the spirit tree can grow, plant 1,800 acres of fairy beans. At that time, don't say what is broken into 2 and used. It is also possible to open a fairy bean brand soy milk and tofu store. Let Bulma drink soy milk every day, he does not need to worry about not being able to supply it. Sun Weiyuan, Bulma, and Breves waited in the courtyard for Tais to return. Bulma, why would your sister Tais suddenly want to come back? Tais left when Bulma was 5 years old, and has been wandering in the universe since then, not to mention coming back, even with little contact with family. It started with you giving me a mechanical flying insect to study. Didn't I find another flying insect later? I studied for a long time and found out that this was a detection rocket sent by the Galaxy Patrol. I improved my contact tools and reached out to one of the Galaxy Rangers I knew, Gok. I told my sister what happened on this side of the Earth, and she happened to be not very far from this side of the Earth. So she came back to collect the material for her writing. By the way, soon a beetle-like spaceship landed, and Sun Weiyuan saw a person who looked like Ultraman come out of it first, and then a blonde mature beauty came into view. Sun Weiyuan knew that this was the 11-year-old sister of Big Bulma, Tais, a writer who had not returned home for many years in search of creative inspiration. Chapter 072. Bulma stepped forward and hugged Tais. Sister, I haven't seen each other for a long time, I miss you so much. Leaning next to Tais's ear, she whispered, but sister, your chest seems to have become smaller, and you don't have the feeling of holding you when you were a child. The voice is very small, but Sun Weiyuan, who has good physical strength, still heard it. Good guy, sisters meet. Bulma hits people with the ball without saying a word, but it's okay. Also. No, it's a ball battle. Don't look at the impolite, don't listen to the impolite, don't speak the impolite. It's a honest gentleman, a righteous gentleman. Food color, just take another look, see the beauty break the law? Okay Bulma, you're not a kid. After Tais greeted her parents, her eyes looked at Sun Weiyuan, the man her sister liked, and he was really handsome. Greeted Sun Weiyuan generously, are you Bulma's boyfriend? Hello, my name is Tais, I am Bulma's sister and a writer. I'm Sun Weiyuan, I think Bulma told you about me, I'm a passable martial artist, and the one next to me is your friend. Garki, who was backed by the spaceship, heard someone mention him, so he performed a very compulsive set of actions. I am the elite who protects the peace of the galaxy, the 1 in a million, Galaxy Patrol member Garki. They. Brive's couple were not shocked, Tais had already seen it strangely, only Sun Weiyuan and Bulma looked embarrassed. Bulma, do you have that very earthy and middle two feeling? Bulma hugged her arm, shrunk her body and replied, I have goosebumps on the ground, it's hard for my sister for so many years. They. Corner of Gark's mouth twitched twice, you two really don't have any aesthetic eyes. Jack, are you wearing tights or are you not wearing clothes? Forgive me for being clumsy, some can't tell. Sun Weiyuan pulled Gok's skin, Mr. Sun Weiyuan, I am the Galaxy Patrol. It turns out that you are the same as King Frisha, and you are not wearing clothes. It's Gark, not Jark. Got it, but how did you appear near Earth? Sun Weiyuan looked at Gok with a smile, saying that the Galaxy Patrol is strange enough to pick people. Garker's height is not as high as the upper elementary school students, and he can actually rank in the top 3 in the Galaxy Patrol. Gok has checked the information about Sun Weiyuan and believes that the other party is not a warrior with a sense of justice, but an earthling with a bit of a black belly, who likes to pit people and violence. Although the combat power of their Galaxy Patrol headquarters is not outstanding, it is a good hand in the galaxy in collecting intelligence. He has seen several battles of Sun Weiyuan, especially Sun Weiyuan's torture of Shrag on the Ice Star, which is called a miserable awe. Not only was he devastated to death, but he was also deceived by assimilation with Vic in the end, and as an elite who maintains galactic peace, he sympathizes with the evil slug. Therefore, the moment he saw Sun Weiyuan smiling, Gok felt a little cold in his back, and the familiar smile was similar to the smile in front of Sun Weiyuan in the information given by the headquarters. Goo. The sweat of the bean kept slipping, and the more Gok thought about it, the more afraid he became. His body was like an old man with a candle, trembling and majestic. Jack, is this question difficult to answer? Look at you, sweaty and shivering, are you cold or feverish? The girl's smile should be Sven-toothy, and his Sun Weiyuan's heroic smile should of course show 2 rows of big white teeth. Sun Weiyuan first. Sir, Earth is within my patrol range, and I have received news that 3 scions under Frisia are active in this area of Earth and have wiped out humans on several planets. According to the calculation of time, they will come to Earth today. Garker finished the matter a little stumbling. Scion? Interesting, my brother's clan is coming, hee. As soon as Gark heard that Sun Weiyuan's younger brother Sun Wukong was also a scion, he immediately thought of the scion he was responsible for killing more than 10 years ago. Unexpectedly, because of his own mistakes, that scion not only survived, but also became so strong. If he was known by the Galactic King, the probability of his expulsion was very high. But this can't blame him. At that time his spaceship was broken, and there was no one in sight where Sun Wukong landed. Garki thought that Sun Wukong didn't seem to be as brutal as other scions, and even more righteous than this Sun Weiyuan in front of him, and he should have the opportunity to make up for it. Sun Weiyuan sensed that there were indeed 3 breaths approaching the Earth at great speed, which should be Vegeta, Naba and Raditz. They came a little early. The eldest nephew has only been born a few days now, and he has not yet reached the age of 4, and the 3 of them should not know that the Frisia headquarters has been served. However, now is it time to consider whether to kill the 3 of them directly or keep them. Killing them is the safest choice at the moment, but if Goku does not give it in the future, and the number of nephews and nieces is not enough, the emergence of the Super Saiyan God will become difficult. Is there still a big brother in the universe that my Sun Weiyuan is so good to my younger brother? The word good big brother is tailor-made for him. At the moment, the 3 of Vegeta are not high-powered, they can't turn over any storms, and then slowly wear away their brutal character. The main thing is that he also wants to witness the Super Saiyan form of the bald Naba, and whether Raditz is a Super Saiyan 3 as soon as he transforms. Bulma, would you like to go see those 3 scions together? Me? Is it okay to go over together? It's not a big problem, one of the scions may not be able to beat you, besides, with me, they can't hurt you in the slightest. When Bulma heard this, she kissed Sun Weiyuan's left cheek. Bulma, you sneak up on me again, what about the right? Only the left asymmetry. Sun Weiyuan did not wait for a fragrant kiss on the right, but suffered a small fist hammer on your chest. I want to go too, okay? Tai suddenly asked. Okay, let's go back to Bun Mountain first to find Goku. The Scion is coming, how can we lack him, a Super Saiyan? Gark, maintaining peace on Earth requires a Galaxy Patrol elite like you, and after those 3 Scions arrive, you will take the lead. I think you will not refuse, right? Gok is speechless. If I can, I will definitely refuse, not to mention Vegeta. I can't beat Naba. If I hit 3 Raditz, there is no problem. Mr. Gokuto, I'm only responsible for dealing with one, can I? Gark was apprehensive in his heart, and the one he wanted to deal with was naturally Raditz. Yes. Hearing Sun Weiyuan's words, Gark instantly felt a lot relieved. Vegeta and Naba. You can choose anyone, it will be better if you deal with both. Chapter 073. Garker is sure that the evaluation of Sun Weiyuan in the data is true and reliable. He is obviously his own person. The three scions from outside are enemies. Sun Weiyuan even wants to pit him, can't afford to provoke his own people have to pit. In the future, he must keep a safe distance from Sun Weiyuan, the distance between the two stars. Sun Weiyuan, Bulma, Taze, and Gok appeared in the bun, and Goku was taking the child. Looking at the way Wukong takes the child, Sun Weiyuan is more inclined to him playing with the child. There is nothing to throw the child into the sky, and the eldest nephew is rare not crying, which is really strange. Big nephew, uncle is back. It doesn't matter if the child can understand it or not, Sun Weiyuan shouted a voice and then said. Ha 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 ha, with the baby's characteristic milk voice and unimpurity-free laughter, he rushed towards Sun Weiyuan's arms in mid-air, and several people in Bulma were surprised that Wuhan would fly just a few days after he was born. Gok saw the monkey tail behind Xiao Wuhan's butt, and subconsciously took out the gun and aimed. Zack, he is my eldest nephew, put your gun away, if you hurt him a hair, you will be miserable. Sun Weiyuan said in an unsalty tone, Gak's occupational disease is a crime. Sun Weiyuan felt that Garki had two occupational diseases, one was to take out a gun, the second is to pose for those bags. Gark, who reacted, sweat doesn't want money to come out, hey? When did Jack's face change to a color with vex? We haven't intimidated him. It's only been a few days, the eldest nephew will actually fly, what a terrifying martial arts qualification, Wukong, your genes are so good. There is time and Kiki to give birth to a few more. Sun Weiyuan hugged Xiao Wuhan and said happily. Big brother, I want to practice. How fun is it to have children? The two brothers stared at each other for a while, and Sun Weiyuan felt that the breath of the three of Vegeta had appeared on the earth, so he spoke, Goku and I will meet a few people. What about Take Han? Bring it. In a livestock area, 3 balls passed through the Earth's atmosphere, hitting 3 on the ground, and a middle-aged uncle took a shotgun to check the situation. Vegeta, I didn't expect that the low-level planet of the Earth, which has combat power, the environment is actually so good, and the gravity is only 1/10 of that of Vegeta's planet, it seems that it can be sold for a good price. Naba touched the open bald head and pulled his big voice, which startled the middle-aged uncle. You? Who are you? Why is it in my ranch? The middle-aged uncle trembled and held the shotgun. Vegeta was not tall, and he did not have a strong sense of danger, but he saw Naba and Raditz, too tall and strong, too oppressive. I didn't pay attention, there is a little ant next to it. Naba glanced contemptuously and didn't look again, so weak that he didn't even have the interest in killing. Raditz looked at it with a combat power detector. The combat power is only 5, it's just rubbish. They. Middle-aged uncle was so frightened that he pressed the trigger, and the bang bullet shot out, and Raditz reached out and grabbed it, spread out his palm, and there was a bullet in his palm. Humph, go and die. At this time, Sun Weiyuan's group appeared, and the bullet that Raditz ejected was grabbed by Sun Weiyuan casually. Uncle, don't be afraid. The 5 slags of war also have living value. How did you get frightened and faint? How did you pee your pants when you were such a big person? The 3 of Vegeta are also dumbfounded. Where did this gang come from? It appeared in the blink of an eye. Is it our eyes? Vegeta, do you know what's going on? Naba habitually asked. Vegeta is not only the strongest among them, but also the one with the best brain. Vegeta did not speak, using the combat power detector to see Sun Weiyuan's combat power, and 3 neat explosions sounded together. What's going on? The detector that can measure more than 20,000 combat power suddenly exploded, and the combat power of that handsome guy exceeded the upper limit of detection? Impossible, absolutely impossible, a low-level planet cannot have such a powerful person. Big brother, you brought me to meet them. That's right, just look at their asses. Assdom? What's so nice about ass? Gaku goes looking for the answer with doubts. Is that the tail? All three have tails, by the way, scions like me. At this time, Radit's gaze also moved away from Sun Weiyuan, and he saw Sun Wukong, and regardless of the reason for the explosion of the detector, it has been used for so many years, and it is normal for it to explode in disrepair. Too similar, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he looks exactly the same as his father Bardock, then he is his younger brother Kakarot. Kakarot, you are Kakarot, and although I haven't seen you in many years, I recognize you at a glance. Raditz shouted with emotion. Gaku pointed to himself and asked, You, talking to me? Kakarot, what are you pretending to be stupid? I'm your big brother Raditz, and why are so many people alive on this planet? Raditz said a little angrily, Kakarot is too uncompetitive, after so many years, he has not killed all the people on the earth, it is simply more than his own waste of firewood. Naba and Vegeta also looked at Sun Wukong when they heard this, and Naba shouted in a loud voice, he is your brother Kakarot. It looks like Lord Bardock, but it's the same waste as Raditz, the planet with only 5 combat power of the indigenous population, which has not been able to take it for so many years. Even if we join, we can only be a miscellaneous like Raditz you. Gaku, do you still have a name called Kakalo? Bulma asked. Sun Wukong is also full of question marks at this time. I still have a name? I haven't heard of it, my eldest brother hasn't told me, and what do they mean when they say that I have poor combat strength? Aren't they themselves much weaker than me? Big brother, do I have the name Kakarot? If you don't understand the problem, just ask the eldest brother. If the eldest brother doesn't know, then don't think about it too much, it's too nerve-wracking. Sun Weiyuan pondered, Wukong, Kakarot should be the scion name given to you by your biological father Bardock, and that one named Raditz is probably really your brother. Sun Wukong thought for a while, hey, I don't know what you said about killing all the Earthlings, but I will never do such a cruel thing. If you kill the Earthlings, I will stop you. Also, I'm not Kakarot, my name is Son Goku. Nani? ×3. Kakarot, is your brain broken? Why did you even forget your identity and mission? It's okay, then I'll tell you again, remember. We are Scion people, a fighting people in the universe. Responsible for finding planets suitable for human habitation, killing the indigenous inhabitants on it, and selling the planet to other cosmic people. Your mission to Earth is to kill all the Earthlings, and I, your eldest brother, Raditz. Son. Wukong's fists clenched, those scions were indeed the same as they knew before, they were a brutal race. Hey, that one called Raditz, are you looking for a fight? Who are you big brother? There is only one big brother of Wukong, that is me Sun Weiyuan, if we don't believe we can fight, I can let you blow you with both hands and 3 legs in one breath. Sun Weiyuan, who was about to take out the melon seed bench, heard that Raditz wanted to grab his eldest brother's position, so how could it work? One mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers, and the eldest brother can't have 2, and immediately the melon seeds don't want to snort, and directly challenged Raditz. Chapter 074. At this time, Gok wanted to say the big guy don't make trouble, Raditz let me, the other 2 scions are a little fierce, my small body may not be able to do it. Kakarot, come with us, very happy, kill a few planets of humans and you will love that feeling. Raditz continued to send invitations to Son Goku to join the team. Sun Weiyuan was a little crying and laughing, good guy, did Raditz treat me as a war scum? Completely ignored me, just now I took the bullet with my bare hands, and he still didn't notice anything wrong. Not only is the combat power somewhat low, but the IQ is also lower than the average of the Earthlings, so that Jake is too lazy to bully him. Jack, I see that you have performed well along the way, and I will definitely give you a reward. Reward? Gawk came to the spirit at once. Raditz will reward you with warm-up exercises, knock him down. Gawk felt that his heart was a little uncomfortable for a while. Sure enough, he shouldn't have expected Sun Weiyuan. He didn't pit himself thankfully, reluctantly squeezed out a smile. I really should. Thank you. Jockey, the reward is for you. If you can't knock down Raditz with one move, I will have to punish you, and the next two will also be handed over to you to deal with. Go on boy, I am optimistic about you. Come on, Raditz, if you can't even take this strange-looking little thing, don't eat today. Naba sneered. Humph, this weak chicken, how much can come, how much can I Raditz kill? Raditz is also obviously temperamental, he is the weakest of the three, but not any cat or dog can beat. Vegeta had sensed that something was wrong, and the one named Sun Weiyuan just now seemed to know them Scions very well. Not only had he heard of Scions, but even Bardock knew, and even the three of them appeared on Earth, and the other party seemed to have been prepared. He is confident in his strength, but it does not mean that he is a fool who only knows how to fight. If the other party and you understand the strength of the three of them, but still do not pay attention to it, it means that Sun Weiyuan's strength is not below me, or even exceeds me a lot, then the explosion of the combat power detector just now is not a failure, but his combat power really exceeds the upper limit of detection. Raditz swaggered to Gawk, just wanted to say a few cruel words, but was punched hard in the abdomen, and then suffered another kick in the head and fainted on the spot. Gak raised two index fingers to the sky, one on tiptoe, hips cocked, and made his assy posture again. Raditz really lost the face of our scion, and was actually killed by a small doubting. There is no backhand at all, and Uncle Naba personally went out to solve these scum. Naba, be careful, they are not simple. Vegeta reminded indifferently. Uncle Naba immediately behaved like a grandson, and said respectfully, don't worry, Your Highness Vegeta, I have a plan in my heart that I will kill all of them. I am not the waste of Raditz. Fainting and lying on the ground, Raditz was once again bombarded by the Naba language. Gark saw Naba walking step by step, his limbs trembled slightly with nervousness, and he fought hard. He was not Naba's opponent, but if this stupid big man was careless, it was not without hope of winning. Big brother, is this really okay? Gawk's breath is much weaker than Naba, and he should not be able to beat Naba. Don't worry, this kid Garker is a chicken thief. Don't look at his combat power, but the Galaxy Patrol headquarters has equipped the Galaxy Patrol with a lot of good things. Naba copes seriously and says that if you underestimate Gawk, you will suffer a big loss. Sun Weiyuan remembered that the Galaxy Patrol had weapons to stun Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who had not transformed into Super Blue, and fainted with one shot. As Sun Weiyuan guessed, when Naba saw Gawk take out a gun, he laughed. I've never seen you so stupid, the combat power has reached the point of Uncle Ben, can your toy gun still hurt me? The corners of Gark's mouth rose, and I was relieved that you did this. Don't come here, I'm going to shoot again. Pretending to be terrified, ha ha ha, you shot. Uncle Naba promised not to hide. Naba smiled badly, really did not dodge or dodged and shot Gark. The smile froze on his face, and he fainted in an instant. Goku, look, don't use your body to pick up unintelligible moves when you fight against enemies in the future, even if the enemy looks weak, you will suffer a big loss if you are careless. Jockey, look at how good you play, or Vegeta will reward you for playing. After hearing Sun Weiyuan's words, Gawk, who was blowing the muzzle and posing in a coquettish posture, hurriedly opened his mouth and begged for mercy. Mr. Sun Weiyuan, Vegeta is much stronger than Naba, and he can also be ruthless, and I will be killed by him in a fight with Vegeta. Okay, I'm not going to tease you, Vegeta is really not something you can deal with. Vegeta hit the sky with a ball of energy, and except for Sun Weiyuan, no one else could understand Vegeta's operation. Gaku, cover your eldest nephew's eyes, don't let him look at that energy ball, otherwise Wuhan will turn into a giant ape. Artificial moon. Sun Weiyuan was a little surprised. Vegeta so decisively created an artificial moon to transform, much smarter than Raditz and Naba. Sun Wukong immediately covered Wuhan's eyes. Bulma knew some of the Sion's situation. Tais was a little puzzled. While quickly taking notes on the laptop, he asked, "What is that new glowing sphere in the sky?" Artificial moon, the unique trick created by the Sions in order to transform into a giant ape, and the Sion giant ape briefly increases its strength by 10 times. As soon as the words fell, a beast roared, and Vegeta quickly turned into a 19-meter-tall giant ape. Sun Weiyuan, if I guessed correctly, your strength should be very strong, stronger than me in an ordinary state, but my current strength is 10 times that of an ordinary state, and no matter how strong you are, you can't be stronger than me. Ha ha ha. I can see that you have investigated the information of our science, but you can't think that I can make an artificial moon. The skyrocketing power gave Vegeta great confidence. Sun Weiyuan plucked his ears. Vegeta, your voice is so big, you can make that thing in the sky, of course I can destroy it, this trick is honestly very chicken. It doesn't matter if you fight too much, the enemy you can't beat also needs to be stupid, give you the opportunity to create an artificial moon, and let you complete the transformation without destroying it. Besides, His Royal Highness Vegeta, the Prince of the Sion, you are so confident that you will be my opponent after turning into a giant ape. Vegeta was too proud, and Sun Weiyuan felt that in his strongest state, it was easy to crush him to make him feel more at ease. Chapter 075. If you crush Vegeta, you can choose to put him down with one move, but Sun Weiyuan feels that Vegeta is not impressed enough in this way, so it is best to beat him up. Humph, Sun Weiyuan. Since you have investigated us science, you should know that my current strength, even Frieza, will not be much stronger than me. Hey, Vegeta, you are really naive and arrogant and ignorant, you have been called by Frieza as a dog for so many years, you can't even understand the strength of the enemy, not to mention that your strength has increased tenfold, even if it is 100 times, it is not Frieza's opponent. Gee, you're really pitiful. Sun Weiyuan put on a mean smile. It's strange, Big Brother always likes to defeat the other party cleanly when dealing with enemies, what's wrong today? Sun Wukong didn't know what his eldest brother was going to do, and he couldn't even raise his interest in such a weak enemy, let alone say so much. Wow oh! My family Weiyuan's smile is so bad, so attractive, I like it so much. Bulma looked at it a little idiotically, and Gok and Tais next to him were speechless, and such a bad smile can only be liked by Bulma. Sun Weiyuan's words stung a sensitive nerve of Vegeta, and that mean smile made him even more angry. You give me death. Like a hill, the Vegeta Great Ape is not as bulky as expected, but very flexible. The Bigfoot girl raised high and stepped on Sun Weiyuan. He quickly dodged it, not for fear of being trampled down, but worried that the hot foot girl would have a heavy foot chi. The earthquake shook, the rocks flew, Sun Weiyuan flew into the air, and the giant ape Vegeta flew into the sky, and the huge fist attacked densely like raindrops, and each punch was empty. Vegeta became more and more impatient, and the rhythm of his attack gradually became chaotic, and with a roar, a huge Qigong wave shot out of the giant ape's mouth. It's magnificent, it looks quite intimidating, but the power is too scattered, but it can't cause me any harm. Sun Weiyuan pressed that Qigong wave back into the mouth of the giant ape Vegeta. Where did it come from, where did it go back? The Qigong wave exploded in his mouth, but fortunately, the giant ape-shaped Vegeta's flesh was strong enough, but a black smoke came out of his mouth, which did not blow up the big mouth. But it's not so good, Sun Weiyuan can even smell the burnt smell of roasted meat. Damn, don't hide if you have the ability. It's good that the attack I dodged, if I don't dodge, I can cripple you with my backhand, besides, His Royal Highness the Prince of the Sion, you can't blame me if you can't hit it yourself. However, since you like the feeling of fists to the flesh, I will grant you this wish with compassion. A ye little fist hammers you to the chest. Sun Weiyuan screamed strangely, and a set of continuous punches hit the chest of the giant ape Vegeta. Vegeta instantly lost his balance, facing up on his back, and fell from the sky, and in the process of falling, Sun Weiyuan was still hammering his chest. The earth shook for a while, and the 19-meter-tall body of the giant ape Vegeta was beaten into the soil little by little, but Sun Weiyuan still did not stop. The body of the giant ape squeezed out a huge pit, and this pit was getting bigger and deeper, and Vegeta had no power to fight back, and he couldn't even get up. Of course, this is still the result of Sun Weiyuan's subordinates. If the hand is heavier, it can disembowel the giant ape Vegeta. At this time, Vegeta felt that his chest had gone from a sharp pain at the beginning to a numbness in his chest, and now he was even more unconscious, and his chest seemed to no longer belong to him. 8 Yaga Yalu. Sun Weiyuan, you kind of let me get up. Get you up. Another set of combos, the earth trembling very rhythmically. Gok looked at the palpitations. I deserve to be the elite of the Galaxy Patrol, did not provoke Sun Weiyuan's fiery star, otherwise the one lying in the pit may be me. Haven't you finished fighting yet? I saw the one named Vegeta, and the combat power is not very strong. Bulma wondered, with Sun Weiyuan's strength, he should have finished fighting long ago. No matter what others think, Sun Weiyuan feels an inexplicable cheerfulness at the moment. This feeling of fist to flesh is very good, it has not been a long time. This is what he felt when he used to train Goku, but now the object has become Vegeta the Great Ape. I let you be arrogant, make you tsundere, let you come to Earth, make you want to destroy the Earthlings, let you follow Frieza to wreak havoc everywhere. Every time he said a word, Sun Weiyuan beat Vegeta for a minute, and I don't know how long he was beaten. Gark curiously leaned to the edge of the pit and looked down. It was dark and could not see Sun Weiyuan and Vegeta at the bottom of the pit. It's a little dark, and the pit is a little deep, so let's change the position. Sun Weiyuan threw the giant ape Vegeta out of the pit, and when he came up, he saw that he couldn't move. The black light in the pit just now was blind, it won't be accidentally hammered to death. Sun Weiyuan stepped forward to check, and the Vegeta giant ape disappeared and returned to an ordinary human appearance. It looks like he is about to run out of breath, but there is no big problem, only 20 of the 24 ribs are broken, and giving him a fairy bean will not die, but will improve his combat power because of misfortune. Feed the next immortal bean, the dying Vegeta heals from his injuries, and Sun Weiyuan also feels that the aura on his body has more than doubled. After Vegeta opened his eyes, he looked at Sun Weiyuan vigilantly, and then Raditz and Naba, who fainted, also woke up quickly. Sun Weiyuan said with a grin, the three of you are awake, how is it, have you killed all our Earthlings? Vegeta was a little embarrassed. Sun Weiyuan, what do you want? If you want to kill us, I, Vegeta, will never sit still, even if I can't beat you, it's a big deal to blow up and destroy this planet. May I take it that His Royal Highness the Prince is threatening me? Hee, good idea, it's a pity that even if you blow yourself up, I can teleport to other planets before the Earth explodes. The strength of you three scions is too weak. You bastard, no one can insult our great scion race. Naba has always been reckless, even if he knows that he is not Sun Weiyuan's opponent, he still puts on a posture to rush up and fight hard, but he has a point. He is very obedient to Vegeta's orders. If Vegeta orders him to attack Frieza, he will dare to fight. Naba, you stop. I am indeed not his opponent now, even if I am a giant ape, I am not his opponent. Humph, Sun Weiyuan, you are indeed very powerful, I even feel that you are stronger than the Universe Emperor Frieza, but if I can become a Super Saiyan, you must not be my opponent. Things have come to this, but Vegeta is still so arrogant and hard-mouthed that she refuses to admit defeat.